Chapter 1. I have reborn. Asterisk ding. August 18th, 2033, 11:35 a.m. A red alert has been issued. According to the meteorological report, the super typhoon Mighty Tiger is expected to make landfall in coastal regions in the early hours of the 19th, with maximum wind speeds reaching levels between 12 and 17, accompanied by several days of torrential rain. Citizens in coastal areas are urged to prepare for home safety in advance. Asterisk. Every individual in the coastal city received this alert on their mobile phones simultaneously. However, the majority of the populace chose to disregard it. Within a Michelin-starred restaurant in the magical city, a man devouring his meal with reckless abandon attracted the attention of all present. Patrons of such establishments typically exhibit a penchant for refinement, and the man's crude demeanor was met with disdain. A female internet celebrity, live-streaming her experience, directed her camera at him, her face etched with contempt. How can someone like this even enter a restaurant? It's a disgrace to the Michelin standard, so lowbrow. I shall never return here again. Even the restaurant staff could hardly conceal their inner scorn. Guests frequenting this venue were accustomed to dignity. They had never before encountered such a ravenous individual. Zhou Chen was lost in his feast, his hands grasping at meat, scooping vegetables, and sipping soup, as he voraciously annihilated the bountiful spread before him. When calamity strikes, only the fittest survive. In his previous life, he had endured the onslaught of a super typhoon, torrential rains, floods, extreme cold, extreme heat, plagues, earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and nuclear radiation. Resources dwindled, corpses littered the ground, and the global mortality rate soared to a staggering 98. For 3 years in a post-apocalyptic world, he had fought to survive, drinking from filthy puddles, gnawing on moldy buns, and even scavenging food from wild dogs. Did he care about the opinions of others? Everything apart from sustenance was irrelevant. He had been reborn. Reborn on the eve of disaster, he awakened to spatial abilities. This time, he would hoard supplies with fervor, wielding the secrets of calamity to navigate through adversity with style and ease. Moreover, he vowed to exact revenge upon those who had caused his demise, ensuring they lived a life worse than that of a dog. Having satisfied his hunger, Zhou Chen settled the bill and departed. It was now 12:30 p.m., and the impending disaster was set to arrive in the early hours of the morning. The urgency to gather supplies weighed heavily upon him: food, water, medicine, weapons, and outdoor survival gear. The lessons learned from 3 years of survival in the apocalypse had etched a critical inventory into his very bones. Zhou Chen rented a large cargo truck and headed straight for the city's largest wholesale market. During this journey, he received a call from Old Sunday. Old Sun was the security guard of Sakura Community. In his youth, he had been a street thug, known for his loyalty, having taken a knife for a comrade, leaving him with a limp and a life devoid of family. Zhou Chen had an amiable disposition and could converse with anyone. He would often greet Old Sun while coming and going from the community, sometimes sharing gifts of tobacco and alcohol from clients, fostering a decent rapport between them. In his previous life, Old Sun met a tragic end. A month into the disaster, he led the resistance against invading survivors, only to be brutally stabbed multiple times until his visage was unrecognizable. That very night, his body mysteriously vanished, and even Zhou Chen, residing on the top floor, caught a whiff of the scent of boiling flesh. Upon his rebirth that morning, Zhou Chen, considering the safety of the community, immediately contacted a renovation company to replace all windows with bulletproof glass and install the sturdiest stainless steel door. The door was fortified with 3 10-centimeter thick steel bolts to ensure it could withstand the mightiest of blows. In a world where human nature becomes perilous, the first assailants are often those closest to you. To make efficient use of his time, Zhou Chen enlisted Old Sun's assistance. "Xiao Zhou, did you purchase any medical supplies?" A young man just delivered several large boxes. Before departing, Zhou Chen had reached out to a pharmaceutical sales representative. He had purchased 1 million worth of anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, cold medicine, hemostatic agents, trauma ointments, fine spirits, bandages, and even tetanus vaccines and insulin for diabetes at double the regular price, demanding rapid delivery and comprehensive stock. These were life-saving medications in a disaster. As time passed, their scarcity would escalate, with a single cold pill commanding a fortune. He had witnessed someone trade an entire pack of cold medicine for a pass into an official sanctuary, highlighting the preciousness of these supplies. Yes, old son, please sign for them and stack them in the living room. Of course, the windows and doors have been installed. I tested the door with a hammer, and it didn't budge. Also, the fireplaces you requested have been installed in both the living room and bedroom, made from high-quality burn-resistant steel. While waiting at a red light, Zhou Chen located old son's WeChat and transferred 10,000 yuan. The call was still connected, and old son expressed confusion over the transaction. What's this money for? Are you going to use it to pay the balance later? No, it's a token of appreciation for your hard work. It's not a big deal. There's no need for such a sum. Just accept it, will you? If you trust me, help me secure more long-lasting food supplies. This typhoon might be rather severe. In life, one should owe no debts of gratitude. Whether the recipient believes him or not was not his concern. Zhou Chen's financial situation was, in fact, quite stable. After losing his parents in a car accident during his freshman year, he had inherited a property and a processing factory, yielding sufficient income for a comfortable existence. However, last month, his close friend and his campus belle had colluded with his rival to set him up, resulting in a substantial financial loss. They had secretly bribed key personnel within the factory, lured away all major clients, and even acquired his documents and signature, selling the entire factory at a pittance, which ultimately landed in their hands. Zhou Chen had come to realize their long-standing affair. Just yesterday, the pair had driven up in a newly purchased sports car to deliver a wedding invitation. What audacity! Zhou Chen had picked up a brick and charged at them. If they hadn't escaped swiftly, their heads would surely have met a grim fate. In truth, he had been too trusting, not just of his close friend and campus belle, but also of those key personnel. These were his university classmates from a third-rate institution, tossed into a city bustling with elite talent, struggling to find decent employment. Those with family backgrounds had long secured their futures. The remainder were individuals lacking resources, yet harboring dreams of climbing the corporate ladder in the magical city, aspiring to one day become CEOs and ascend to the pinnacle of success. Yet, in a metropolis teeming with talent, how could the ordinary hope to rise? This was a city that devoured its youth without remorse, where many buried their aspirations only to leave with their spirits crushed. Zhou Chen, reflecting on 4 years spent with his classmates, sought to lend a hand, bringing the 10 or so closest friends to the factory, assigning them positions and generously offering high salaries. He sought no reward, yet was met with betrayal from those he had once helped. Perhaps the old adage holds true: the lives of good people are often short-lived, while malevolence endures for centuries. In his previous life, Zhou Chen had struggled at the very bottom of survivor society, even scavenging for scraps alongside wild dogs. Meanwhile, those who had betrayed him, with a few exceptions meeting early demise, thrived, at least maintaining their flesh, while he had become a mere skeleton. When they crossed paths, these betrayers snatched the last half of his bun and beat him mercilessly, leading to his demise on a desolate street without any medicine. Zhou Chen shook his head, casting aside these tumultuous thoughts. Revenge would come, but not just yet. In a few days, money would become worthless paper. He needed to spend wisely at present. The modest sum of money in his possession is sufficient to procure an initial stock of supplies. To survive and thrive, one must gather a considerable array of provisions. He possesses a space capable of storing a vast quantity of goods. However, since calamity has yet to strike and society remains orderly, hastily engaging in zero-cost acquisitions could lead to his capture by the authorities within the hour. Impulsiveness is a treacherous foe. Once apprehended, death becomes an inevitable fate. Arriving at a comprehensive wholesale market, Zhou Chen parked his vehicle at the entrance of a grain and oil wholesale store. He spent 1 million to completely deplete the store's inventory, acquiring 10 tons of salt alone. The fundamental reason the ancient court sought to control salt was its immense significance. It holds such importance that it can even sway the fortune of a nation. The proprietor was overjoyed, offering a generous discount of 5. Zhou Chen made several trips to transport the goods, each time driving the large truck to a relatively secluded corner nearby, allowing a person to climb into the vehicle and transfer the supplies into the space. After deliberately enjoying a cigarette and taking a detour, he returned to make the second and third trips. Subsequently, Zhou Chen visited the vegetable wholesale district, the meat wholesale district, the bottled water wholesale district, and the grain and fruit seed wholesale district. In total, he expended over $2 million, employing the same method to transport all supplies into his space. The space possesses preservation capabilities, alleviating any concerns regarding the storage of vegetables and meat. With food and drink temporarily secured, he still required weapons and outdoor survival gear. The clock now reads 5:10 p.m. Time is not on his side. Chapter 2. Good brother, are you afraid? As Zhou Chen busied himself, his unrefined image of voraciously devouring food at a Michelin-starred restaurant had already spread like wildfire across the internet. Naturally, there were those eager to share it in the company group, tagging everyone with comments such as, "Is this really President Zhou? The factory is gone, the employees have fled. He has nothing now. Is it truly him? What on earth is he doing, converting his sorrow into gluttony? Could it be that he is so overwhelmed that he is having his last supper? Are you suggesting he is contemplating suicide? Huh, who can we blame? We've served him like dogs, working ourselves to the bone, and this year, asking for another raise is akin to reaching for the stars. At least President Zhang is generous. He doubled our salaries." Zhongli lounged in his opulent office, leering at Su Ruan, who was clad in black stockings. True to her name, Su Ruan was as enchanting as they come. With her stunning features and alluring figure, she rendered men weak at the knees. In school, she was universally acknowledged as the campus belle, the goddess of countless introverted boys. Zhongli licked his lips, believing that Zhou Chen's downfall at the hands of this woman was thoroughly deserved. Seeing the messages in the group, Zhongli wore a triumphant expression. Zhou Chen is furious. Furious? Su Ruan pulled down her skirt, momentarily perplexed by the meaning behind it. Zhongli showed her the video. Relishing the thousands of mocking comments from netizens, Su Ruan frowned. He wouldn't actually eat that meal and then go commit suicide, would he? Zhongli scoffed. And what of it? What does it have to do with us? When he faces Yama, he can only blame his own foolishness. Su Ruan disagreed. If he were to commit suicide at this time, it would tarnish our reputation. Zhongli, convinced of his own sophistication, lit a cigar, took a puff, and said, "No. His suicide would actually be beneficial for us. Are you not concerned that he might recover and gather evidence against us?" Su Ruan couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt, her voice rising a couple of octaves. What could he possibly accuse us of? If the clients and key company personnel leave, who can stop them? As for the sale of the factory at a low price, his seal and signature are on the contract. Rest assured, no matter how he obtained that signature, it will be exceedingly difficult for him to find evidence to prove he was set up. Not good enough. Zhongli's expression darkened. As long as he is alive, I cannot feel at ease. Can you? What if he finds evidence? Wouldn't that render our efforts in vain? All the money we've just acquired, the factory we've established, the affluent life we've begun to enjoy, just like that, it could all vanish? Do you really wish to return to that miserable existence? Su Ruan thought of her luxury sports car, the opulence that adorned her, and the way her parents and brother had transformed from disdain to flattery. She recalled the days when she could only envy others carrying Louis Vuitton bags. Her gaze turned icy. What do you propose we do? Zhongli wore a sinister grin as he began to peruse his contacts. Of course, he needed to provoke him a little further, ideally, to the point where he might contemplate taking a leap off a building. Zhou Chen was driving to the largest military outdoor equipment store nearby when he unexpectedly received a call from Zhongli. "How has your day been, my good brother?" "Not bad," Zhou Chen replied. "Heh, brother, you're being rather inconsiderate. Soft, and I personally brought the invitation, hoping to invite you to our wedding next month. But it almost felt like you were going to crush us with a brick. If you want to attend the wedding, you must join us for the class reunion tonight. We're all good brothers here. If anything is troubling you, you can talk about it with us." Zhou Chen initially intended to decline, but suddenly conceived an excellent idea. "Sure, but I'd prefer not to venture out. I wouldn't mind coming downstairs for a drink." Zhongli was momentarily bewildered. "Huh." Zhou Chen smirked. "Are you afraid, good brother?" Before Zhongli could react, the call was abruptly ended. Infuriated, Zhongli felt like throwing his phone. "Damn it, am I afraid of him?" Su Ruan, listening nearby, questioned, "What does he mean by that?" Zhongli cursed a few times before gradually calming down. "TCH, what does it even mean? Do you really think he would dare to go down in flames with us?" When Zhongli had initially come to the Sakura community to buy a house, Zhou Chen had lent him a sum of money. After designing Zhou Chen's downfall, The newly wealthy Zhang Li and Su Wanruan had been living in a hotel and had never returned to the community. Su Wanruan's expression darkened. Let it go. Be careful not to play with fire. He loathes us now and might truly seek vengeance. Zhang Li's eyes gleamed with malice. What are you afraid of? Even if Zhou Chen has turned into a rabid dog, with so many of us here, if he dares to harm me, Xinchang and the others can all leave. With that thought, he promptly sent a message in the group chat. Dear brothers and sisters, the venue for tonight's gathering has changed to my home. We'll have a barbecue in the garden, and I've invited Zhou Chen for a drink. The group was taken aback. Your home? ISNT Zhou Chen living on the top floor? Inviting Zhou Chen? You really dare? What sordid deeds have you done with Su Wanruan? Are you not aware of the risks? Aren't you afraid Zhou Chen might come down with a knife? The members of the group were speechless. They had many thoughts but felt reluctant to voice them, considering their own unsavory situations. They hastily chimed in with compliments, praising Zhang Li's generosity and assuring him that following him and Su Wanruan would bring rewards. Despite Zhang Li's outward bravado, he was inwardly apprehensive. He couldn't comprehend Zhou Chen's true intentions. After all the harm he and Su Wanruan had inflicted upon Zhou Chen, who would believe that Zhou Chen wouldn't seek retribution? Zhang Li had just begun to savor the pleasures of being a big boss and had no desire for unforeseen calamities or the risk of being cut down. He quickly summoned his closest associates, Xinchang and a few others, to his office, where they engaged in hushed discussions about Zhou Chen, who, he knew, would not care about Zhang Li's thoughts. Zhang Li was someone who could not bear to be looked down upon and was most susceptible to provocation. Even though he was resolute in his belief that Zhou Chen intended to perish alongside him, fear gnawed at his insides. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to return to the community tonight. The reason was simple. There were countless sycophants. Returning to the community was advantageous. Once he was back, escape would be out of the question. This way, he could witness firsthand the fate that awaited this pack of beasts in the apocalypse. When food became scarce, the spectacle of dogs turning on each other would surely be quite entertaining. As for tonight, Zhou Chen could forget about going out. Wouldn't it be far more prudent to gather more supplies? He could even deny them food when the time came. Upon arriving at the outdoor supply store, he meticulously gathered disaster kits, various sizes of tents, raincoats, rubber boots, military cots, camping chairs, water bottles, sleeping bags, climbing picks, ropes, binoculars, radios, power banks, fire axes, fire starters, Swiss Army knives, machetes, multifunctional entrenching tools, waterproof flashlights, and batteries, everything conceivable. He also ensured to procure 2 sets of steel-spiked crampons, multifunctional suspenders, and heavy-duty tactical vests. 10 boxes of emergency thermal blankets were essential. Within a fortnight, the entire city would be without water and electricity, making a high-capacity, noise-reducing home generator indispensable. He ordered 20 assault boats and inflatable rafts. After a flood, the water would be littered with debris, and these vessels were prone to puncture or vandalism. Better to have more than less. The shopkeeper was taken aback. Everything else is manageable, but that knife is a controlled item. Chapter 3. The onset of calamity in a world ravaged by disaster. Violence reigned supreme, and human lives were disregarded. An ordinary person, unarmed, was akin to courting death. Thoughts of firearms were fanciful, yet self-defense knives were absolutely necessary. Zhou Chen remained composed. You are the expert. You surely have a solution. The shopkeeper, though conflicted, relented. Please wait. I'll retrieve it from the storeroom. Encountering a major client, the proprietor was reluctant to let this opportunity slip away. When the shopkeeper emerged from the storeroom, Zhou Chen inquired, Do you know where I might find snowmobiles? The shopkeeper looked perplexed and shook his head. We are in the south. Such items are only available in the north. Perhaps you could consider online shopping? Zhou Chen sighed inwardly. Even with free shipping, the earliest delivery from any platform would be tomorrow, and with disasters looming, he could not predict which highway would be blocked. Time was of the essence. He settled for a compromise. Do you have ice skates? In a frozen environment, as long as he ran fast enough, no one would be able to harm him. The shopkeeper chuckled. Indeed, I have a pair. Last year, I bought 2 for novelty and hung them on the wall as decor. I only tried them on once. They are size 44, which should fit you. If you don't mind, I'll go fetch them. Assault boats require diesel. A year after the city fell, all survivors fled, and even with transportation, the fuel consumption was astounding. However, the sale of gasoline and diesel was heavily restricted. Thankfully, following the disaster, the roads were littered with abandoned vehicles. As long as he could run fast enough, he had no fear of failing to gather ample gasoline. As Zhou Chen pondered, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from his aunt. Zhou Chen had an aunt who, in her youth, strayed from the path of righteousness, marrying a man of dubious character, and the couple made their living through gambling. His parents, failing to set a proper example, raised a son without skills or ambition. While Zhou Chen's parents were alive, they often provided financial assistance to this family. After their passing, the couple deceitfully swindled hundreds of thousands from him under the guise of familial obligation, only to squander it all in a single night. Now, with his cousin grown and expecting a child, he boldly declared that he would not marry without a home. What money could a gambler and a ne'er-do-well possibly have for a wedding house? Thus, they resorted to pity tactics and emotional blackmail, insisting that Zhou Chen must take responsibility. It was utterly ludicrous. The child was not his doing. Why should he bear any responsibility? In a desperate attempt to coerce him, they had even rented a place in Sakura community, taking turns to confront him with his pregnant cousin in tow. In their rented abode, they did not even possess a thick blanket. In his previous life, the aunt and her family had come to Zhou Chen, kneeling in apology, weeping, and imploring his forgiveness. Reminded of his father, who had passed away years ago, Zhou Chen's heart softened, and he opened the door. However, the moment the door swung wide, their true nature was revealed. They brandished knives concealed behind their backs, injuring Zhou Chen's arm and forcing him out into the cold. In the biting chill, he was left to fend for himself. Zhou Chen couldn't help but sneer. He immediately added them to his blacklist. Seizing the opportunity while his boss was loading goods onto a truck, Zhou Chen visited a nearby military supply store. He purchased 50 pieces each of cold weather gear, thermal suits, insulated boots, military overcoats, cotton hats, military boots, comforters, cotton socks, and mittens. While these garments might not match the quality of genuine military supplies in a post-apocalyptic world, possessing even one of these items was worth the lives of survivors. In frigid temperatures plummeting to -70 degrees, how many could withstand the cold without proper clothing or blankets? To avoid freezing to death, even a tattered military coat could lead to a tragic loss of lives. It was not uncommon for the living to use the dead as firewood. With basic insulation secured, he still needed heating tools. At -70 degrees, even with electricity, air conditioning could not provide sufficient warmth. A fireplace and firewood were the most practical solutions. Zhou Chen navigated to a lumber mill on the outskirts. By now, darkness had fallen, and the wind howled like a tempest as raindrops began to fall. The lumber yard was deserted, with a large yellow dog tied at the entrance. Zhou Chen retrieved a bone from his inventory and tossed it to the barking dog, which instantly wagged its tail. Scaling the wall, he entered the expansive yard where stacks of firewood towered like mountains. Zhou Chen did not disturb the logs or planks. Instead, he collected several tons of scrap wood and sawdust into his space. This substantial quantity would be sufficient to burn continuously for 24 hours a day throughout the harsh winter, providing warmth for an entire year. Zhou Chen noticed a payment code affixed to the wall, and thus transferred his last 30,000 yuan. Before departing, he also discreetly appropriated 2 chainsaws. Zhou Chen proceeded towards his ultimate destination, the storage area of the industrial park on the outskirts of the city, where large supermarkets such as Sam's Club, Costco, Walmart, and Carrefour maintain their warehouses. Familiar with the vicinity due to his prior employment at a factory in the industrial park, he set out at 21:10, knowing that the drive would take over 2 hours. As a typhoon approached, one could only ponder the prospect of acquiring goods at no cost. Such a formidable storm, ranked at level 17, could whisk away both people and vehicles, rendering any theft of the warehouses unresolvable with police unable to arrive promptly. Along the way, Zhou Chen passed a vast expanse of fruit greenhouses. The typhoon intensified, saturating the air with the sweet fragrance of fruits. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the scents of strawberries, watermelons, grapes, and apples. Each greenhouse bustled with farmers hastily transporting boxes of freshly picked fruits, knowing that any unharvested produce would be lost to the winds or submerged in floodwaters. Particularly the strawberry growers wore heavy expressions, for strawberries, being low-lying plants, would be submerged in floods, and prolonged exposure would lead to decay. Farmers cultivating other fruits were not faring much better. Even if their trees were spared from inundation or the tempest's wrath, the fruits would inevitably be lost. They earnestly hoped for an inaccurate weather forecast, wishing for a gentler typhoon that would pass with a mere whisper, lest their year's labor go to waste. Zhou Chen parked his truck by the roadside, lighting a cigarette for himself. Once the farmers had moved farther away, he leapt into the fields, collecting both seedlings and soil into his spatial storage. These fruit trees, even if they survived the flood, would not withstand the frigid temperatures of -70 degrees. Rather than allowing nature's wrath to obliterate them, he preferred to salvage what he could. In a single breath, he ran a great distance, ultimately harvesting nearly 20 acres of fruit land. All that remained were rows of iron frames, bent and broken by the storm, while plastic sheeting was scattered to the treetops and beyond. After an hour's delay, time was no longer on his side. Zhou Chen faced numerous red lights, but pressed onward. Arriving at the storage area of the industrial zone, his 15-ton truck swayed precariously under the force of the level 12 typhoon, resembling a cumbersome serpent. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he felt that the vehicle might tip over at any moment. Nearby, the bells of a church tolled. At midnight, the level 17 typhoon wreaked havoc, sending small cars tumbling like leaves in the wind. As calamity struck, the world officially entered an era of disaster. Chapter 4. The frenzy of zero-cost shopping. With a thunderous crash, Zhou Chen burst through the doors. Accelerating to the limit, he smashed open a warehouse door. The force of the super typhoon surged in, causing rows of shelves stacked at the entrance to topple like a game of dominoes. Zhou Chen donned his cap and leaped out of the car, rolling up his sleeves, ready to engage in a frenzied shopping spree. The attendants in the monitoring room of Walmart stood dumbfounded as the alarm blared, its shrill sound piercing the air. What in the world was happening? They were perplexed by how the individual on their screens seemed to make items vanish into thin air. Had their system been compromised? They hurriedly resolved to alert the authorities about a potential hacking incident. Indeed, it must be a cyber intrusion. What they witnessed on the monitors was undoubtedly a fabricated illusion. This was terrifying. How could those items possibly disappear without a trace? Zhou Chen swiftly returned to his vehicle and reversed towards the nearby Sam's Club. In truth, the inventory of just Walmart alone was sufficient for him to sustain himself for a lifetime. However, with the impending ice cap melting and tectonic plate collisions, the landmass of the globe was destined to shrink to a mere fraction, leaving little room for habitation. To ensure the continuation of human civilization, factories must be established to restore a portion of industrial society, and arable land would become even scarcer. No amount of resources would be excessive. Staples like rice, flour, vegetables, and fruits could not withstand the ravages of floods and extreme cold. It would be a tragedy to see them wasted. With a resounding crash, Zhou Chen broke open the storage door of Sam's. The monitoring personnel from Sam's Club, Costco, and Carrefour were in utter chaos. Just moments ago, they had mocked Walmart for its compromised security. Little did they know, the slap in the face came swiftly. The executives of these supermarkets were thrown into a frenzy as a monstrous typhoon reached a terrifying force of 17. The police were utterly unable to respond, leaving the higher-ups in a state of anxious helplessness. Another thunderous noise echoed as Zhou Chen, relying on memory, smashed through the warehouse of Yapingia. Damn it! Now it was Zhou Chen's turn to be infuriated. When did the small supermarket's warehouse transform into a mountain of steel rebar? These rebars came in both smooth and threaded varieties, bundled 2 tons to each, stacked high with thousands of bundles. He was not engaged in construction work. How could the small supermarket escape this calamity? Upon inspecting the warehouse name, he discovered it was from the land of pickles. Instantly, his mood brightened. He would take this. It was a valuable asset that would undoubtedly serve its purpose in the future. The expansive warehouse was divided into several sections, and as he ventured further, he encountered a heap of stainless steel sheets. To his astonishment, at the back of the warehouse sat a colossal vehicle. Upon seeing this marvel, Zhou Chen nearly burst into tears of joy. A brand new rugged Kamaz off-road truck, capable of traversing desert terrains with ease. With this vehicle, he would fear no treacherous conditions in the post-apocalyptic world. In his previous life, someone had driven a Kamaz and a Predator through obstacles, with survivor gangs that thrived on robbery scurrying away at the sight of them. Those who dared to confront such a force met with dire consequences. The consequences of a collision are often severe, with some victims crushed beyond recognition. Confronted by such formidable vehicles, Zhou Chen, like countless survivors, could only harbor feelings of envy and regret. The surprises continued to unfold as he discovered nearly 50 barrels of diesel stacked at the rear of the vehicle. Each barrel contained 200 liters, amounting to approximately 10,000 liters of diesel in total. At that moment, Zhou Chen felt a profound sense of gratitude towards Little Pickle. He swiftly transferred all the supplies from the warehouse into his space, effectively blocking any escape routes for Little Pickle. Amidst the torrential rain, Zhou Chen glanced at the nearby Hualyan sign, contemplated briefly, and then made a decisive turn to leave. He drove closely alongside the warehouse wall, heading towards the incubation park located 2 kilometers away. His intention was to establish a temporary base there while also gathering additional supplies, a plan meticulously devised from the outset. The incubation park was populated by fledgling companies, lacking funds yet brimming with ambition and ideals. Recalling his memories from his previous life, he knew that one of these companies was exceptionally remarkable, a startup specializing in nanotechnology for high-tech undergarments. The fabric they developed could maintain a constant temperature of around 25 degrees Celsius when worn. In his previous life, during the second year of the calamity, he had been captured by a group of survivors and imprisoned in a cave, awaiting his fate. Through the conversations among his captors, he stumbled upon this astonishing secret. This group of like-minded individuals had ventured out during the floods in search of supplies and had unexpectedly discovered this innovative product. With a spirit of experimentation, during the harsh cold, this small team of about a dozen managed to survive by utilizing the undergarments made from this specialized fabric. However, according to their discussions, the availability of this revolutionary material was exceedingly limited, with only a few fortunate enough to receive garments, while the rest succumbed to the freezing temperatures. Zhou Chen was determined to acquire this fabric before it slipped away. The incubation park was vast, and he would have to search each section, each building, each floor, and each room one by one. This was of little concern. After all, with the super typhoon still raging, he couldn't leave just yet. As long as he searched diligently, he feared not losing the opportunity, and he could also collect other useful supplies along the way. The iron fences of the incubation park, weathered over the years, had long been toppled by the force of the 17-level super typhoon. Zhou Chen drove the truck directly to the stairway entrance, positioning the vehicle horizontally to shield against the majority of the wind, preventing himself from being swept away upon exiting. Zhou Chen did not rush to scour the building immediately. He had ample time that night, and after a long day, he was genuinely hungry. He paused on the first floor, selecting a company with a relatively clean environment. Producing a pair of heavy-duty cutters, he snipped the chains binding the door. Once inside, he casually found a table and retrieved an induction cooker, frying pan, steak, and red wine from his space. After taking a piece of butter, he placed the steak in the heated pan, searing both sides before drizzling a touch of red wine and garnishing it with a sprig of rosemary, crafting a delightful meal. Outside, the tempest raged, and the windows rattled incessantly. As Zhou Chen savored his steak and sipped his wine, he suddenly felt that something was missing, prompting him to retrieve a fruit platter. As he ate, he simultaneously scrolled through his phone. The current state of the internet appeared relatively stable, filled with news about the recent super typhoon. Reports of fallen trees, collapsed bridges, luxury cars crushed, and tornadoes tearing through skyscrapers left netizens across the nation in shock, acknowledging the unprecedented destructive power of this typhoon compared to previous years. Countless influencers streamed live, offering solace to their followers. Little did anyone realize that this heralded the onset of the apocalypse. Zhang Li had attempted to reach him numerous times, even adding him to a WeChat group. This group, comprised of familiar faces from Shengli Company, was undoubtedly a ploy to provoke him. The messages flooding the group were predominantly videos of Zhang Li and others enjoying gatherings filled with barbecues, drinking, and dancing. A sizable crowd had gathered, with Qin Chang and others bringing their girlfriends, all joyfully dancing to pulsating music, clad in short skirts and black stockings. Initially, the videos were filmed in the garden, but as the typhoon approached, they relocated indoors. Zhang Li tagged him in a message. "Bro, weren't we supposed to grab a drink? Why are you hiding? Afraid of being ridiculed?" Naturally, his sycophants chimed in with mockery. Zhang Li had persistently tagged him, clearly eager to flaunt his current enviable lifestyle in front of him. Although his methods were less than honorable, the allure of sudden wealth often ignited an irresistible desire to show off. Zhou Chen smirked and sent a voice message. "Apologies, everyone. I genuinely intended to join you for a drink, but an unforeseen matter required my attention." Zhang Li, residing in Sakura Community, eagerly awaited Zhou Chen's response. He straightened up, beckoning everyone to check their phones, and quickly replied in the group. Oh, what a coincidence. What significant matter could possibly compel you to cancel our gathering at the last minute? This was a blatant insinuation that Zhou Chen was deliberately avoiding them. Chen Chong and the others quickly followed suit. It's been ages since we last saw you. We've missed you. Who would have thought you'd stand us up? They continued, Zhou Chen, there's truly no need for this. We're all good friends. Whether you have something or not, we should gather and strengthen our bonds. Indeed. We all know you've been feeling down lately. It's essential to express your feelings. We're your best listeners, and none of us will mock you. Hurry down. We're all waiting for you. Do you want us to carry a palanquin to fetch you? There's nothing that a good drink can't resolve, Zhou. You must believe that bread and love will come your way. Zhou Chen pointed his phone's camera towards the window and recorded a video. Zhang Li appeared astonished. You really aren't at home? Zhou Chen replied in a languid tone. Is there any doubt? The factory is gone, and the business has collapsed. I must seek other ventures. I was engrossed in a conversation with a friend, and as the typhoon approached, I had no choice but to wait until tomorrow to return home. He chuckled, but you all must wait for me to return for that drink. Rest assured, I am indeed indulging in spirits. There is no cause for concern, haha. A level 17 super typhoon cannot persist indefinitely. By tomorrow morning, it will diminish to levels 5 or 6. In the short term, travel will pose no issue, yet torrential rain will persist for several days. It remains to be seen how many residents will seize this opportunity. Zhou Chen, filled with determination, is confident that Zhang Li will remain. Concurrently, he believes this group will not venture out into the rain to procure provisions. A collection of individuals who delight in unearned gains have devoured all the barbecued fare, with plenty of fruits and beverages to sustain them for a couple of meals. By the time they realize the situation, the flood will rise at a visible pace, soon engulfing the entire first floor, leaving these individuals without shelter. As they begin to shift blame among themselves, and the flood submerges the second floor, they will dither, finally deciding which few will venture out to seek sustenance when the biting cold descends. The extreme chill of -70 degrees will mark the onset of their agony. Chapter 5. Is this the buff of a reborn individual? One chain after another was violently dismantled. Zhou Chen swept through the building from the first to the third floor in one breath. In truth, there was little of real value. He could scarcely collect useful supplies, though he did manage to gather substantial amounts of paper, pens, and nearly new printers. Yet his search was earnest, as he stowed even wooden tables and chairs into his space for future use as firewood. He collected several hundred packages of tea, albeit of the most common quality found in supermarkets. Still, in a post-apocalyptic world, they are treasures. The tea culture of Huaxia has endured for millennia, cherished not only by the elderly, but also by the youth. The affection for tea runs deep within the hearts of the people. A cup of clear tea wards off homesickness. The third floor was predominantly occupied by e-commerce companies, with average computer setups. He selectively gathered over 100 machines. Many studio windows shattered in the tempest, half the contents whisked away by the wind, while the other half were drenched by the rain, leaving the corridor littered with paper debris. Zhou Chen moved swiftly, floor by floor, room by room. After picking locks, a mere glance sufficed to discern useful supplies. He took what was valuable and spared no further thought for the rest. Various delivery boxes were unsealed and inspected, yielding an assortment of clothing, pants, shoes, shampoo, laundry detergent, and even a folding bicycle. Upon reaching the fourth floor, beneath a workstation, he discovered 2 exceptionally large delivery boxes. Opening them revealed them to be brimming with raincoats. The brand was familiar. Each box contained 10, with 100 boxes in total. Zhou Chen instinctively glanced at the employee badge at the workstation. Xiong, have you grown for kidneys? Purchasing 2,000 raincoats at once. Will you ever use them all? Aren't you concerned about them expiring? You are not a bear. You are a tiger. The packaging was quite elaborate, yet this item is indeed a valuable find. In tumultuous times, a woman s 3 pecks of rice. In prosperous times, a woman is worth her weight in gold. Throughout any dynasty, the status of women in chaotic eras is exceedingly low, often becoming instruments for the release of desires, whether by choice or coercion. In the desolate end times, women suffer even more tragically, unable to afford even 3 measures of rice, a loaf of bread, or a packet of instant noodles. Civilization has succumbed to moral decay, and everywhere is rife with bloodshed and violence. The depths of human malice are laid bare, as certain violent organizations regard women as mere commodities, employing various means to control them. Daily, They are reduced to tools for the exchange of goods. Suffering from injuries and illnesses without any hope of medical aid, forced to toil until their last breath. In such dire circumstances, certain diseases spread like wildfire. Many male survivors have come to realize that the romanticized notion of dying under a peony blossom is mere folly. Momentary indulgence pales in comparison to the paramount importance of survival. Furthermore, the death toll from natural disasters has been staggering, leading to an acute shortage of doctors and medical supplies. For survivors, merely staying alive is a daunting challenge, leaving little room for the gamble of childbirth. Yet, humanity, as emotional beings, craves solace even more fiercely the harsher life becomes. Thus, the value of protective clothing soars. Zhou Chen unceremoniously stored the garments in his space and turned to continue his search in the building. Upon bursting into a studio on the 5th floor, he was startled by several figures. Is anyone there? Zhou Chen instinctively raised the heavy pliers he held, eager to take the initiative, a remnant of the psychological scars from his past life. Quickly turning on the light, he discovered it was merely a few plastic mannequins. This was a clothing company, with sewing machines and tables occupying most of the space, bolts of fabric strewn across the tables, and 2 computers nestled in a corner. While several plastic mannequins were arranged by the window, one mannequin donned a lightweight gray undergarment. Zhou Chen stepped back to the door and glanced at the sign. Huaxin Constant Temperature High-Tech Company. Constant temperature clothing? The incubation area spans from Zone A to Zone F, covering 5 kilometers, with 100 buildings in each zone, 5 stories per building, and dozens of rooms on each floor. By casually wandering into a building, had he stumbled upon the legendary cold-resistant artifact? Was this the boon of a reborn soul? Excitedly, Zhou Chen approached and touched the fabric of the undergarment on the mannequin. It was light, soft, and skin-friendly, embodying a luxurious blend of these 3 characteristics, a sensation beyond imagination. He could hardly contain himself as he tried it on, immediately feeling a cool sensation upon contact with his skin. Wasn't this supposed to be a cold-resistant artifact? Why did it feel slightly chilly instead? It was mid-August, and even with the raging typhoon outside, the temperature hovered around 35 degrees Celsius, yet he still felt a touch of heat. However, in mere seconds, that warmth dissipated, and he felt as though he were enveloped in an air-conditioned room at a comfortable 28 degrees, refreshingly cool and pleasant. Thus, could this fabric truly provide a constant temperature effect? Not merely a cold-resistant artifact, but potentially a heat-resistant marvel as well? It is said that the owner of this company is a researcher whose dream is to see the fruits of his labor worn by astronauts one day. What a pity! Had it not been for the impending apocalypse, this individual would have undoubtedly achieved great renown. Zhou Chen was filled with exhilaration as he donned his garments anew, treating the temperature-regulating attire as a precious treasure, carefully stowing it away in his space. When he rushed to gather the fabrics, he discovered that among the several pieces, only one possessed the same tactile quality as the temperature-regulating outfit, while the others merely bore a resemblance, lacking the distinctiveness. This indicated that the remaining pieces were likely mere research samples or failed products. Zhou Chen, however, was not overly disheartened. After all, as a solitary figure, he felt immensely satisfied with his singular temperature-regulating garment. Furthermore, these fabrics were typically offered in lengths of 20 to 30 meters, allowing for the creation of multiple outfits without issue. The only dilemma lay in his lack of tailoring skills. Nevertheless, there were many skilled artisans available. He could easily seek someone to undertake the work, offering food as compensation, and numerous individuals would eagerly accept the task. With this thought in mind, Zhou Chen promptly vacated the workshop, leaving not a single needle behind. Dawn was approaching. The intensity of the formidable typhoon was gradually diminishing. Yet the relentless downpour grew increasingly torrential, threatening to engulf the entire world. With the faint light of dawn as his guide, Zhou Chen felt as though he had traversed into another realm, a desolate wasteland. 5 kilometers away, 2 towering skyscrapers had once stood in opposition, now reduced to ruins. The left tower appeared as though it had been struck by a giant's hammer, with the upper structure vanished, leaving only the lower levels standing against the storm. The right tower was impaled by a bus, its rear half protruding awkwardly. The aging factories of the industrial zone had been transformed into mere rubble, all machinery submerged beneath the floodwaters. Floating within the rushing waters were countless bodies, men and women, young and old, trapped by fallen tree trunks, ultimately forming a harrowing mound of corpses. "Help me!" A man lay amidst the crumbling debris, his legs twisted in an unnatural position, his chest pierced by a steel rebar from the collapsed wall. Blood continuously washed away by the rain. He struggled in agony, calling out twice before falling silent. Zhou Chen clenched his fists. Such tragedies would unfold daily. Chapter 6. Believe it or not, don't cry when the time comes. At noon, the super typhoon had diminished to a force of 5 or 6, and the world was enveloped in a heavy symphony of rain, the darkened sky seeming on the verge of collapse. The residents group of Sakura community had been abuzz throughout the morning, all astonished by the terrifying destructive power of the typhoon. They had expected a scenario akin to previous years, where the aftermath consisted of mere waterlogged roads and toppled advertisements. Instead, they awoke to what appeared to be a transformed world. How terrifying! Is this the end of the world? The glass in my home rattled all night, keeping me awake. Can you hear it? The sound of ambulances has not ceased for half an hour. I heard many people have died. Looking online, numerous buildings across the country have collapsed. These are skyscrapers. Can you believe it? I have heard that the building of my company has collapsed. Does this mean I am exempt from work? The typhoon has diminished. Shouldn't we venture out to procure supplies? The rain is even more intense than last night, and the greenery has been inundated. Perhaps it would be wise to remain indoors. Indeed, who can ascertain the exact conditions of the roads? What if a manhole cover is loose and one inadvertently steps in? Is that true? I want to sit at the children's table. I must go out. I have been dining out for days, and there isn't even a scallion left at home. Goodness. Someone has shared a post on WeChat, and a video has surfaced showing several corpses floating in the river. Oh, are they truly corpses? My heavens, how terrifying. At this moment, the community committee matron, the group leader, intervened. Unverified information circulating online is mere rumor and carries legal liability. We are all well-educated individuals. This principle should be self-evident. I hereby caution all homeowners. If anyone spreads unfounded rumors causing public panic, do not blame me for lacking compassion. I shall bring the police to apprehend offenders. With her announcement, the group fell silent. Listen to me. Though the super typhoon has passed, the torrential rain continues outside. Should any mishap occur while venturing out, it would only complicate matters for the nation. It is prudent to remain indoors and reassess the situation in a few hours. But what if the flood deepens in that time? How will we manage to leave then? The committee matron, displeased by any dissent, adopted a stern tone. If the flood reaches a level that prevents citizens from exiting, rest assured the organization will dispatch personnel to distribute supplies to the populace, ensuring that every resident receives assistance. Remain calm. We must trust in the power of the organization. Should any new developments arise, I will inform everyone immediately. Her words brought a measure of comfort to the homeowners. Although the community committee is merely a facet of local governance, it carries the endorsement of the organization, lending a degree of authority and credibility to her words. Moreover, human nature inclines toward laziness and the desire for convenience. The thought of not needing to venture out, of not spending one's own money, of enjoying free provisions delivered directly to one's door. Many perceive this as a form of indulgence. Zhou Chen scoffed. This matron is truly a harbinger of doom. While her words hold some merit, timing is crucial. Does the apocalypse announce its intent to obliterate the earth? This deluge will persist for days. In a few hours, seawater will inundate the city, and the flood will swiftly submerge the second floor. Floodwaters reaching 7 or 8 meters deep will render it impossible for residents to venture out. Now is the last opportunity for residents to seize supplies. In reality, long queues have formed outside many supermarkets, and numerous stores have been completely cleared of stock. At this juncture, there remains a chance to procure some essentials. In the previous life, the committee matron's misguided insistence on preventing residents from securing supplies led to countless tragedies. The first victims were the elderly living alone, both men and women. Zhou Chen, unable to contain his frustration, sent a voice message. This super typhoon has reached an astonishing level 17, and the number of affected individuals is considerable, with the extent of the disaster beyond imagination. The organization is currently overwhelmed. Who has the time to deliver supplies? If you lack provisions at home, you should venture out quickly. Instantly, the neighborhood committee elder called Zhou Chen out by name. 212301. Oh, you seem to know so much. Did you not hear what I just said? Stop instigating trouble here. Will skipping a meal lead to your demise? Zhou Chen retorted angrily. What nonsense. You are preventing everyone from going out to gather supplies. If people starve to death, will you take responsibility? The elder snapped. Mind your language. Who dies of starvation in this day and age? Are you questioning our national strength or our community's capabilities? I have reason to suspect you are deliberately inciting panic among residents and instigating social unrest. Zhou Chen shot back, let me ask you, if people do die of starvation, will you bear the full responsibility? Can you afford the lives of so many? The confrontation escalated in the group, with other homeowners too intimidated to speak up. The elder, insulted by being called an old hag, turned green with anger. Zhou Chen, I will remember this incident. Once the flood recedes, I will report you for disturbing public order. Zhou Chen retorted on the spot, don't wait for the flood to recede. If you have the guts, report me now. I'm waiting. He then shared a shocking image of a pile of corpses in the group. There are priorities in this situation. The entire industrial park is in such dire straits. Do you genuinely believe the organization has the manpower to deliver supplies to you? One must understand the importance of self-rescue, do you not? He added ominously. Believe it or not, just don't cry later. In the next moment, he was kicked out of the homeowners group. Shortly afterward, Lao Sun called him. Xiao Zhou, where did you get that photo? I took it just now. Is the photo real? You're in the suburbs, right? There were many similar videos online this morning, but they disappeared in less than half an hour. Zhou Chen found this quite normal. The authorities would not anticipate that this was the onset of an apocalyptic scenario. To maintain social stability, they would undoubtedly act to delete such videos. All media channels would receive orders, and the entire back-end would operate under stringent restrictions, so intense that it was unimaginable. Even if you possessed 100 videos, not a single one could be posted online. Lao Sun sighed, I thought so. Just as the typhoon began to weaken, ambulances and fire trucks were dispatched en masse. Fortunately, the inner ring buildings are relatively concentrated, making the situation much better than in the suburbs. Just as Zhou Chen hung up, he found numerous messages awaiting him in the homeowners group. Each message was filled with indignation. Top floor, what the hell are you sending these images for? My son was playing on his phone and was scared to tears by your photo. My wife is 8 months pregnant, and your image startled her so much that she nearly fell. Now she has stomach pains. If anything happens to her, or the baby, can you compensate for that? Forget about pregnant women and children. Even I, a grown man in my 30s, was startled. Are you out of your mind? The images appear to be randomly sourced from the internet. Do you not fear the repercussions? This society has descended into madness, where even the most trivial matters can summon a host of malevolent spirits. The refuse lurks perilously close. In my opinion, such individuals ought to be apprehended and swiftly dealt with. As a resident of the 21st floor, Zhongli certainly would not miss any opportunity to undermine Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, I am aware that you have recently endured considerable distress, yet deliberately inciting panic is inexcusable. Coastal cities experience typhoons annually. Instances of structural collapse and loss of life are not unheard of. However, your photos are excessively exaggerated. Even a funeral home could not produce such a multitude of corpses. You cannot let your own misfortunes lead you to seek revenge on society by instilling fear in others, thereby ensuring that everyone suffers. Zhou Chen merely retorted, "Ha, fool." Chapter 7. Rescuing a large yellow dog. No deluge could impede the advance of the official rescue teams. Zhou Chen, equipped with binoculars, spotted the silhouettes of police officers, firefighters, and medical personnel in the distance. However, the blocked roads rendered vehicular passage impossible. Clad uniformly in orange life vests, they struggled hand in hand through the floodwaters. Their hearts heavy with sorrow, tears brimmed in their eyes. Having received aerial photographs prior to their departure, they believed themselves prepared for the emotional toll. Yet, the devastation before them was unbearable. Buildings may be rebuilt, equipment replaced, but the countless lives lost overnight are irrevocably gone. Damn it. Oh my, what a dreadful situation. A motley group of foreigners, varying in height and girth, cautiously followed the police, incessantly muttering curses. Oh shift. We are respectable individuals from the elite class. Why must we wade through this filthy flood? Oh no. These corpses are revolting, infested with rats. Oh no. Why did you not hold on firmly to me, forcing me to drink water tainted by the deceased? They were the heads of the summer division from several major imported supermarkets. An anomaly had occurred in their warehouse the previous night, triggering alarms that rang throughout. This morning, they learned that the warehouse doors had been compromised, with the potential for all their supplies to be swept away by the typhoon. Reluctant to be present, they were compelled to come nonetheless. They enjoyed a privileged life in the summer country, constantly admired, yet to the headquarters, they were merely employees. Their substantial annual salaries were now at risk. Zhou Chen savored a steak and sipped freshly squeezed juice. He discovered a motorcycle amidst the ruins and made his way home. This path had been traversed for over a decade. Even without signposts or intact roads, he could find his way home with his eyes closed. Throughout his journey, he collected supplies with ease. The darkened sky and torrential rain provided the perfect cover. He salvaged a delivery truck that had been reduced to a shell, a toppled water truck, a large yellow cow mooing in the flood, and a few pigs that had managed to swim across. Emerging from the ruins, individuals appear, 1, 2, 3, some walking alone, others supporting one another. This area, close to the inner ring, is densely populated, with only a few dilapidated structures succumbing to the ferocious typhoon. These individuals bear varying degrees of injury, their faces a canvas of bewilderment amidst the torrential rain. The shared sorrow of humanity resonates deeply. The harrowing scene before them draws tears from many. Yet, Zhou Chen remains unmoved. He understands that in the face of despair, the human heart can darken. Those who weep for the deceased in this moment may one day wield a knife for a mere morsel of bread. Helicopters soar overhead, one after another. Some retreating into the distance, others descending lower into the vicinity. A fleet of fire trucks appears, surging boldly to carve out a path. Amidst the throng, someone wields a loudspeaker, urgently reminding residents to return home and refrain from venturing outside recklessly. The low-lying homes engulfed by floodwaters, along with the gravely injured residents, will be evacuated promptly for unified resettlement and meticulous care. Zhou Chen deftly navigates around the rescue teams, relying on memory to locate a nearby gas station. Fortune smiles upon him as he discovers a semi-trailer oil tanker. Under the typhoon's wrath, the tanker has shattered the shop's glass, with much of its body ensnared within, leaving only a foot of its rear exposed. Zhou Chen rushes over in excitement, thoroughly inspecting the vehicle and finding no damage or oil leaks. The capacity meets his expectations, brimming with 30 tons of fuel. The apocalypse torments humanity in myriad ways. Even the earliest established survivor bases fall prey to relentless natural disasters. Survivors, compelled by the instinct to endure, are forced to migrate time and again. In his previous life, Zhou Chen, like the vast majority of survivors, traversed various provinces on foot, seeking a fleeting refuge, his feet worn to the bone. Blisters the size of eggs would burst only to reform, swelling into blood blisters, festering and oozing, until he lost a toe. Many survivors succumbed along the way, never to rise again. With this fuel, he aims to secure additional high-performance vehicles, enhancing his odds of survival. Each recollection of his previous life as struggle for survival sends a chill down his spine. He stows the tanker and retrieves 4 plastic water storage tanks from his space, draining the entire reservoir of oil. Regrettably, the supply here is scant. Otherwise, this tanker would not have been abandoned. Yet, this is inconsequential. Zhou Chen mounts his motorcycle once more, racing towards the next gas station. In his journey, he drains the fuel tanks of vehicles of all sizes. Various brands of off-road vehicles and trucks, as long as they are not severely damaged, are collected into his space. As he passes through a submerged area, faint barks of a dog can be heard amidst the sound of rain. The closer he approaches, the clearer and louder the barks become. Woof, woof. A large yellow dog clings to a tree trunk, barking incessantly at Zhou Chen. Upon closer inspection, the large yellow dog was tethered with a metal chain, the other end entwined around a tree branch. Zhou Chen was not inclined to feel sympathy for a dog. In his previous life, he had often fought wild dogs for food. In the post-apocalyptic world, these feral canines were particularly vicious, even resorting to consuming human flesh. On one occasion, he had narrowly escaped being fatally mauled. As Zhou Chen turned his back and departed without a glance, the large yellow dog emitted a mournful whimper. It quickly became still, gazing longingly at the human who had come and gone. In that moment, human and dog locked eyes. Zhou Chen, stroking his chin, pondered deeply. How could he make that band of brutes realize their existence was inferior to that of a mere dog without having a dog as the most vivid comparison? If you dare to bite, I'll stew you. Upon hearing the word stew, the large yellow dog was suddenly gripped by an inexplicable fear and bolted. Yet, as soon as it released its hold on the tree trunk, it was swept away by the floodwaters, only to be yanked back by the chain ensnared in the tree branch. Zhou Chen dealt a heavy blow to the dog's snout, nearly knocking it unconscious. The dog instinctively bared its teeth, only to be met with a second and then a third blow. A child cannot be raised without discipline, nor can a dog be obedient without correction. The large yellow dog, bewildered by the assault, immediately tucked its tail between its legs, submerging its rear in the floodwaters. Seeing that the situation had been sufficiently addressed, Zhou Chen finally removed the tangled chain and lifted the dog by its neck, tossing it onto his motorcycle. From now on, you shall be called Big Yellow. The large yellow dog crouched atop the fuel tank, trembling uncontrollably. It contemplated leaping into the water to escape, but lacked the courage to do so. A mere cough from Zhou Chen was enough to make it shrink back in fear. Upon entering the inner ring, the roads became remarkably clearer. Amidst the flood, many individuals were seen carrying their newly acquired supplies home. My car. My brand new vehicle purchased just yesterday, and I haven't even insured it yet. A BMW parked roadside had been crushed by a large boulder, leaving the female owner distraught and stamping her feet in frustration. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from above, crashing onto an SUV, blood streaming from its mouth and nose, resulting in instant death. The surrounding crowd erupted into terrified screams. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, another person fell from a height, splashing into the water and causing blood to spread rapidly. An elderly woman squeezed through the throng, wailing pitifully, "My son, how could you be so foolish? The factory is gone, but life goes on. Why must you be so despondent? How shall your father and I survive?" Chapter 8. A meeting of rivals beneath the curtain of rain. The walls of Sakura community collapsed, and a section of the iron fence fell. The ground was inundated with 15 meters of water, cascading towards the underground parking lot. The vehicles submerged in the community floated and collided with one another, ultimately jamming the entrance in a chaotic heap. Residents confined to their homes could only watch helplessly as their beloved cars were destroyed. Zhou Chen rode his motorcycle into the community, navigating through the floodwaters. "Goodness!" someone shouted from above. Instantly, numerous residents rushed from their living rooms to their balconies, their expressions filled with excitement. "A hero! Incredible! Brother, what is the situation outside?" Zhou Chen arrived at Building 21 and took a moment to glance at Zhang Li's residence on the first floor. The small garden was submerged in murky floodwaters, with only the canopies of two small trees visible, while debris and household appliances floated on the surface. The house was uninhabitable, and it was likely that Zhang Li and the others were crowded in the hallway on the second floor awaiting rescue. The elevator was out of service, necessitating a climb up the stairs. As Zhou Chen reached the second floor, he noticed that the steps were filled with more than 20 men and women. "Zhou Chen!" Chen Chong exclaimed in astonishment. The few old classmates seated beside him wore equally shocked expressions. They never expected that Zhou Chen would manage to return despite the depth of the flood. Just then, footsteps echoed as Zhang Li, accompanied by several women, rushed over from the direction of the elevator. Upon recognizing Zhou Chen, he immediately demanded, "Why didn't you answer my calls? Why didn't you respond to my messages?" He gestured broadly, fuming. "Aside from Chen Chang's girlfriend who is unfamiliar with you, ask everyone here if anyone hasn't reached out to you." Zhou Chen, with his hands in his pockets, responded nonchalantly, "Oh, did Su Ruan also call?" Zhang Li was momentarily taken aback, while Su Ruan, hiding behind him, dared not meet Zhou Chen's gaze, turning her head away in guilt. The look Zhou Chen directed at Su Ruan infuriated Zhang Li, who felt as though he was the one being betrayed, despite having wronged Zhou Chen first. He stepped forward, attempting to block Zhou Chen's line of sight, but Zhou Chen, towering over him, easily looked past him to focus on his woman. Feeling like a fool, Zhang Li discreetly retreated a step, shielding Su Ruan from view. "I'm discussing the phone calls with you. Why bring up Ruan?" Zhang Li emphasized her name with feigned affection, looking smugly at Zhou Chen. "The goddess you've never slept with has been experienced by me in every conceivable way. Does that not bother you?" Zhou Chen glanced down, disdainfully retorting, "Am I obliged to answer your calls?" Zhang Li's temper flared. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have returned. Now my house is flooded. Why should I care about your flooded house? It has nothing to do with me. But your car, surely that concerns you, right?" A car worth over $1 million is now submerged in water. The more Zhang Li thought about it, the angrier he became. Losing a house was manageable. He could always repurchase furniture and appliances. However, his newly acquired sports car, which he had barely flaunted for a month, was now waterlogged and likely ruined after being swept into the underground parking lot. Upon hearing about the car, Su Ruan, who stood in the corner, winced at the thought, casting a reproachful glance at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen chuckled, "The money spent was all mine. I'm not bothered." What do you have to be upset about? At his words, both Zhang Li and Su Ruan stood there dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. They had not anticipated Zhou Chen would lay the matter bare. Qin Chang and the others were also anxious, as their vehicles had been submerged as well. Although we have purchased car insurance, the streets are now filled with waterlogged vehicles, and the owners of the insurance companies might as well leap from buildings. Zhou Chen, what about our car? Indeed, if it weren't for your desire to share a drink with us, would we have driven all the way here? My rented place is situated at a much higher elevation than this. No matter how torrential the rain, it couldn't submerge our tires. We are indifferent to the matters between you and General Zhang, but what do you propose regarding our cars? Zhou Chen turned and scolded them vehemently. Are you out of your mind? Was it I who called each of you to gather? Do you have any records of communication or messages? Bring them forth and show me, and for whom you came, seek them out. Qin Chang and the others were so angry their faces turned crimson, and they instinctively glanced at Zhang Li. However, as they were all part of Zhang Li's crew and would continue to depend on him, they dared not offend him and could only vent their frustrations on Zhou Chen. Upon noticing that everyone was staring at him, Zhang Li felt a surge of anger. Damn it, they are all a bunch of worthless sycophants. They swarm around him at the slightest hint of trouble and at the first sign of loss. They begin to blame him. They do not consider that without his repeated ingenuity over the years, could you inept fools have seen your wages rise from a few thousand to 20,000? If not for his audacity, would you have each garnered hundreds of thousands to purchase vehicles? Qin Chang and the others, sensing Zhang Li's unkind gaze, hastily lowered their heads. Zhang Li clenched his fists and bellowed at Zhou Chen, let us set aside the matter of the vehicles for now. If it weren't for your claim of not wanting to go out, but being willing to come down for a drink, would I have canceled the reservations at the restaurant and gathered everyone to come here? Now, we have nowhere to rest, not even a drop of water to drink. Shouldn't you find us a place? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. Set aside for now? Shouldn't you? Zhang Li gritted his teeth and waved his hand dismissively. Fine. The matter of the vehicles has nothing to do with you. We will take responsibility for it ourselves. Upon hearing this, Qin Chang and the others felt a wave of resentment. The matter of the vehicles has nothing to do with Zhou Chen. Is that your decision? Can you truly dictate that? Then how about you, Zhang Li, compensate us for a new car? Damn it. You and Su Ruan, those two shameless scoundrels, have money from Zhou Chen's factory. What about us? We were hoping to cling to Zhou Chen and demand some compensation. But at that moment, Zhang Li's face was etched with warning. Qin Chang and the others had no choice but to swallow all their discontent. Zhang Li shot a fierce glare at Qin Chang and the others, impatiently turning to Zhou Chen. Hurry and take us to your home. We are both weary and hungry, and we will leave once the flood recedes. Zhou Chen landed a punch on Zhang Li's face. You damn well know it is my home, not yours. If you want to go, then go. The punch was not light. Zhang Li stumbled against the corner wall. Instinctively, he covered his face, and blood flowed from his nose through his fingers. Everyone was taken aback, staring at Zhou Chen in shock. Why did he suddenly resort to violence? All along, Zhou Chen had been perceived as an exceedingly accommodating and gentle individual. Especially when he smiles, his eyes shine brightly, and his grin resembles the sun in winter. He has never shown any signs of anger. Otherwise, they wouldn't perceive him as easy to bully, demanding salary increases every year, sometimes even twice or thrice within a single year. This was the first time they witnessed Zhou Chen lose his temper, as well as the first instance of him resorting to violence. It seemed he had truly reached his limit. After all, his best friend and his goddess had conspired to usurp his factory. If it were them, they would have stormed in with a kitchen knife in one hand and sulfuric acid in the other that very day, unable to endure such disrespect until now. Su Ruan cast a disdainful glance at the disheveled Zhang Li, yet she still approached him to offer her support, turning to reproach Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, you have gone too far. Can't we discuss matters calmly without resorting to violence? Zhou Chen let out a cold laugh. Who do you think you are to lecture me? Everyone here knows what kind of person you truly are. If I were you, I would be too ashamed to show my face in public. Su Ruan's expression changed. Yu Zhang Li, who valued his appearance greatly, applied more skincare products than most women. He stared at the blood on his hands, furious enough to curse loudly. Zhou Chen, you brought this on yourself. Everyone get him. As Qin Chang and the others regained their composure, they rushed towards Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen's right sleeve slipped, revealing a spring knife. He pressed the button with his thumb, and the blade sprang forth, glinting menacingly under the corridor lights. Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes, an air of lethal intent making one shudder. Chapter 9. Crawl before me and grovel. Damn. The front-running Chen Chong and his companions were so frightened they turned tail to flee up the stairs. A group of women paled in terror, shrieking as they scrambled to hide. Zhang Li's eyes widened, instinctively pressing himself into the corner. What do you want to do? Zhou Chen raised the spring knife, his gaze sharp. Didn't you want to fight? Come, I'm quite curious to see if this knife can indeed kill. Zhou Chen. Calm down. Zhang Li trembled, suddenly feeling an urgent need to urinate. Put the knife away, I was just joking. You can leave, we won't stop you. Zhou Chen had no intention of truly harming anyone. For a fleeting moment, he indeed wished to stab each of these beasts right here. After 3 years of surviving in a post-apocalyptic world, he had retained a certain fierceness. However, he preferred to watch as these beasts turned on each other. Bickering and backstabbing over trivial resources, it was far more entertaining. Zhou Chen kicked at the large yellow dog. The creature, tail tucked between its legs, cowered behind him, trembling and afraid to make a sound, deserving of a good scolding. Coward. Zhang Li and the others turned pale, sensing that Zhou Chen's insults were not directed at the dog, but at them. Yet, with a knife in his hand, who would be foolish enough to charge at him? Zhou Chen ascended the steps, passing by several of Chen Chong's old classmates, who pressed themselves tightly against the wall, their eyes fixated on the knife, fearful that Zhou Chen might strike at any moment. Upon reaching the corner, Zhou Chen abruptly turned, surveying everyone from his elevated position. Chen Chong and his companions hastily gathered their girlfriends and fled down the stairs, a jumbled mass of 20 or so men and women. An air of trepidation enveloped them as they gazed up at Zhou Chen. He cast a glance at Su Ruren, then at 2 other female classmates, as well as the girlfriends of Chen Chong and the others. With a smirk, he remarked, "Remember, my home only shelters women overnight." Zhang Li, realizing the gravity of the knife in Zhou Chen's hand, instinctively covered his mouth, stifling the harsh words that threatened to escape. It was only after Zhou Chen's footsteps faded into the distance that they dared to unleash their fury. Damn, who does he think he is? We should never have let him go. I refuse to believe he truly dares to kill. Next time we encounter him, we will make him pay. We'll beat him until he barks like a dog, crawling on the ground, thinking he is still the esteemed Zhou from before, but he is nothing now. The men vented their frustrations for a while, yet the underlying issues remained unresolved. A short-haired girl quietly inquired, "What shall we do now?" Zhang Li frowned. "Let us endure a little longer. If the torrential rain continues after dark, a rescue team will surely come to assist. So many low-income residents are affected. I refuse to believe the authorities will turn a blind eye." Chen Chong's girlfriend murmured, "We've spent the entire day asking the second-floor residents for the restroom and water. They're bound to be annoyed with us by now." Being Chen Chong's girlfriend, Zhang Li displayed a measure of patience. "Then let us try the 3rd, 4th, or 5th floors. If we speak politely, they should not refuse us." Amidst the crowd, a scrawny fellow proposed, "How about we leave this place? My place, as well as Cece's, is on a higher floor. Let us all squeeze into our place." Just as the group began to ponder this idea, Zhang Li exploded with anger. "Are you an idiot? How many of us can swim? If I were willing to part with my Armani, would I be seeking refuge in your rundown apartment? I'd rather stay in a 5-star hotel than that doghouse of yours." The scrawny fellow's face burned with shame. Feeling as if he had been slapped in front of everyone, he retreated to the back of the crowd, glaring at Zhang Li with malice. The 10 or so women present echoed their dissent. "I refuse to wade through such filthy water." "Exactly. I just bought this dress yesterday for 1,000 yuan. These shoes cost 2,000. The sales clerk warned me not to get them wet. I'm on my period. What if I get an infection from the water? I'm not afraid of getting dirty, but I don't know how to swim." The atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. Cece, the girl mentioned by the scrawny fellow, stepped forward. "How about this? Select a few gentlemen capable of swimming to venture out in search of a rescue team, or perhaps to rent a rubber dinghy or a large bus. The priority is to get everyone out of the corridor. We cannot remain confined there indefinitely." Among those present, only 3 men possessed the ability to swim: Zhang Li, the slender monkey, and a fellow named Luo Feng. However, Zhang Li is reluctant to part with his exquisite Armani attire, while the slender monkey, having recently been involved in a brawl, has one arm slung around his neck. As for Luo Feng, he had just undergone surgery for hemorrhoids last week. Chen Chong and his girlfriend can indeed swim, but they had witnessed a social media post where someone was walking through floodwaters, only to suddenly vanish, presumably having fallen into a sewer and met their demise. Reluctant to gamble with their lives, they exchanged knowing glances, feigning ineptitude in the water. Observing this, the others understood that their discussions were futile. Returning home, Zhou Chen immediately began inspecting all the bulletproof glass and the steel door secured with 3 bolts. The investment proved worthwhile, especially with the formidable door. Once secured, even a hammer could not breach it. The living room was cluttered with dozens of large cardboard boxes, all of which he meticulously checked. He found all the necessary medications, and the sales representative had proven quite adept, even managing to procure half a box of emergency supplies. No wonder he had confidently assured Zhou Chen, "Brother, as long as the payment is doubled, whatever medicine you need will be at your disposal." Nearly 60,000 had been spent on a genuine fireplace, which had also been installed. One unit was embedded in the living room wall, while the other was in the master bedroom, with chimneys extending outdoors, alleviating concerns of carbon monoxide poisoning. Simply tossing in firewood would suffice to ignite a blaze. With both fireplaces roaring, even at a frigid -70 degrees, they would adequately warm the 120 square meter home. He stored the medications in a secure space, led his large yellow dog into the bathroom, filled the bathtub with water, and proceeded to wash the dog. After removing the leash, he dried its fur, tossed it a bone, and sent it on its way without further concern. Zhou Chen then disrobed and submerged himself in the warm water. Relishing the comfort as he closed his eyes, he dozed off for 2 hours, only to be awakened by a cacophony of noise. Pulling back the curtains, he beheld the alarming sight of seawater inundating the city. The ferocity of the encroaching tides swiftly submerged all structures below 10 meters, advancing from east to west and flooding every nook and cranny of the urban landscape. Accompanying the rising waters were several fishing boats, mercilessly crashing against skyscrapers. The Pearl Tower collapsed in an instant, marking the loss of this iconic landmark for the city. The chat group erupted in chaos as many residents began to realize the gravity of the situation. This was no ordinary natural disaster. Amidst their panic, they lamented the absence of stored food supplies. There exists a common mindset among the populace. In times of trouble, turn to the police for assistance. However, they discovered that the phone lines were perpetually busy. Not only could they not reach the police, but every number for rescue that came to mind remained unreachable. Zhou Chen slipped into a bathrobe, took a towel to dry his hair, and made his way into the kitchen. Filet mignon paired with eggplant caviar tart, seafood pasta, pan-seared cod with asparagus, creamy mushroom soup, a plate of vegetable lasagna, a plate of fruit lasagna, a glass of 82 Lafite, and a soothing violin melody. Zhou Chen immersed himself in the music while savoring the exquisite cuisine, relishing the pleasures of life. Su Wanwan's calls came incessantly. Zhou Chen sliced a piece of steak, answering the call with a calm demeanor, activating the speakerphone. Zhou Chen, could you let us rest at your place? The flood is nearly reaching the 4th floor, and we wish to come to my house. Yes, I am aware of certain matters, but after all, we are old classmates. Are you prepared for what is to come? What kind of preparation? Zhou Chen scoffed, crawling before me, groveling. In Chapter 10, Kobe beef for the dogs, the phone emitted a busy signal. One could easily deduce that Zhongli had snatched the phone and smashed it into pieces. Zhongli had always been sensitive and insecure, leading him to obsess over others' possessions while desperately clinging to his own. Su Wanwan's call at this moment was undoubtedly on speaker in front of Zhongli. To command her to grovel, whether it was mere humiliation or a genuine intention, Zhongli could not bear. Setting the phone aside, Zhou Chen continued to indulge in his meal. As he ate, he couldn't help but regard the dog huddled timidly in the corner. Its neck was encircled by a ring of black fur that seemed increasingly familiar. Is that not the guard dog from the timber factory? Zhou Chen exclaimed in surprise. Da Huang, he tried calling out. The dog, crouched in the corner, perked up its ears, displaying a mixture of confusion, contemplation, caution, and fear. Reluctantly, it arose from the ground, inching closer with trepidation. Zhou Chen reached out to stroke the dog, suddenly gripping its neck fur tightly, prompting a yelp. The dog bared its teeth in struggle but refrained from barking aggressively, instead whimpering softly in a plea for mercy. Zhou Chen locked eyes with the dog, his expression cold. The world has changed. If you continue to rely on mere bluster as before, you will end up as someone else's meal. Show your true skills, and only then will there be a place for you here. The dog, gripped by the nape, trembled violently. Upon hearing the words dog meat, it ceased to struggle altogether. As soon as Zhou Chen released his grip, the dog tucked its tail, and fled back to its original corner, wishing to meld into the wall. Its gaze warily fixed on him. Never mind, Zhou Chen thought. The timber factory was bustling with business, with people coming and going daily, engaging with this dog in that. One could not expect a guard dog to suddenly transform into a ferocious beast that would attack humans. The sole purpose of bringing it back was to provoke that pack of beasts. He held no other expectations for the dog. In fact, over 3 years of apocalypse, pets like cats and dogs had nearly been consumed to extinction by survivors, and the few that remained were fierce and aggressive, often banding together to attack humans. If this dog fails to change, it will ultimately amount to nothing more than a plate of dog meat. In the struggle for existence, only the fittest survive. This applies to both humanity and the animal kingdom. Suddenly, with a heart full of vigilance, the large yellow dog perked up its ears. Casting a glance at its new master, it received no indication and remained still. Zhou Chen, with a fierce determination, felt deeply insulted by Zhang Li's audacity to covet his woman. To make matters worse, the speaker was on loud, and everyone heard Zhou Chen's demand for his woman to kneel before him, leaving Zhang Li's face burning with humiliation. Although fearful of the knife in Zhou Chen's hand, he felt compelled to confront him to salvage his dignity. Climbing from the 4th floor to the 23rd, his fury dissipated into nothingness during the ascent. Damn, this is exhausting. Yet, with everyone watching, concerning a man's honor, he had to assert himself. Now weary, hungry, and thirsty, he could hear the elegant strains of a violin through the door. That scoundrel Zhou Chen was comfortably enjoying music at home? Were they not a grand joke, crammed in the corridor? Zhou Chen, get out here. Weren't you just brandishing your knife with bravado? Now that I'm at your doorstep, are you going to cower? Zhang Li pounded and kicked at the door, his voice hoarse from shouting. Inside, Zhou Chen approached the speaker and turned the volume to the maximum. Instantly, the corridor resonated with Mendelssohn's D minor concerto. The cheerful and bright melody, imbued with passionate highs and a strong romantic essence, elevated the entire floor's ambience. Enough, Su Wanwan interjected, halting Zhang Li's ludicrous tirade against the door. What do you mean, enough? His insult is a slap in my face. I must teach him a lesson today. Zhang Li retorted, panting after his lengthy outburst. It's just a single sentence. I haven't lost a piece of flesh over it. Su Wanwan genuinely disdained Zhang Li's character. He was adept at underhanded tactics, yet trembled at the sight of a knife, only to act tough with his words. This remark irked Zhang Li, and disregarding the number of onlookers, he erupted. Are you still harboring feelings for Zhou Chen? I knew you still had affection for him. What's so great about him? He's just handsome. Su Wanwan was infuriated. Are you an idiot? Your jealousy is misplaced. Look at the situation. You think just because they call you Zhang Zong in private, you're a big deal? They're probably mocking us as heartless dogs behind our backs. Can't you control that mouth of yours? Chen Chong and the others pretended to turn away, feigning ignorance, while inwardly they roared with laughter. A young girl stepped forward, clearly exasperated. What is going on? I'm exhausted and just want to sleep. If you make me sit here any longer, I swear I'll lose it. In a fit of jealousy, Zhang Li lashed out. What do you think you are, throwing a tantrum? If you wish to sleep, then return home to do so. The young lady, irate, turned and walked away. Zhang Li, have you lost your mind? Su Ruoruo, seething with anger, hurriedly chased after her in her high heels. Although the young lady was known for her nightlife, she had a relative overseeing industrial firefighting, and Su Ruo had meticulously invited her to the gathering. With such an outburst, had all her efforts been in vain? If the young lady held a grudge, would it jeopardize the factory's operations? Zhang Li, you are nothing but a blundering fool, achieving little and causing much chaos. Realizing his folly, Zhang Li hurried after her to apologize, pleading, Qing, please don't be upset, let me explain. Once Zhang Li left, others naturally followed suit, and the stairwell echoed with a cacophony of footsteps. Upon returning to the 4th floor, the young lady had been temporarily soothed. From the window of the stairwell, she gazed at the rising floodwaters illuminated by streetlights, while a group of people fretted to the point of nearly losing their hair. At that moment, Zhou Chen initiated a video call. Zhang Li immediately accepted, preparing to unleash a torrent of invective upon Zhou Chen, desperate to reclaim some dignity before the onlookers. Yet, as the video connected, his voice caught in his throat, rendering him speechless. On the screen, Zhou Chen reclined on a plush leather sofa, clad in a pristine bathrobe, a lavish half-finished feast spread before him. He held a glass of red wine in his left hand while feeding a piece of Kobe steak to his dog with his right. Zhang Li couldn't help but swallow hard, the sound echoing in the silence. Zhou Chen's languid and magnetic voice resonated in everyone's ears. Still here? It seems you all will be spending the night in the hallway again. TSK, Zhang Li and Xin Chong. As men, you have failed miserably. How can men allow women to suffer from hunger? Alas, I digress. I'm off to enjoy a relaxing hot bath. Any ladies who have come to their senses, do remember to message me. Zhou Chen, I will not let this go. Chapter 11. Are you not afraid of inviting wolves into your home? After tidying up the kitchen, Zhou Chen lay down, only to find himself pulled back into the homeowners group chat. The community committee's matron was reassuring everyone not to panic while urging mutual assistance. Do not be alarmed. Although this flood is serious, it will recede once the rain stops. The floodwaters had already submerged the third floor, and residents on the same level were helping one another, allowing those on the first to third floors to temporarily stay in their homes. A matter of merely a day or two at most. Furthermore, homeowners affected by the flood were encouraged not to despair, as long as everyone was safe. They could assess their losses once the waters receded. The community committee would assist in reporting and applying for flood relief funds. However, some residents immediately retorted, "How can you say that? The water level was manageable at noon, but you prevented us from going out to secure supplies. Now look, we are all hungry." Indeed, at that time, a few bags of dumplings could sustain us for several days. Alas, my wife is about to give birth, and our home is devoid of fish and meat, containing only a handful of vegetables, utterly lacking in nutrition. The auntie intensified her tone. "It is truly disheartening to be met with ingratitude. I am only considering your safety." The water level at noon was barely manageable for venturing outside. Yet the murky waters pose a risk. What if an accident were to occur? Would you then blame our neighborhood committee for failing to alert everyone? I hereby caution certain individuals, do not create further chaos at this time. As I previously stated, let us assist one another in enduring this night. I am confident that a substantial supply of provisions will arrive in our community by tomorrow. Given the circumstances, all homeowners understand that complaining is futile. Those without shelter began seeking assistance in the group chat. Homeowners lacking food started requesting supplies. Brothers from upstairs, is there anyone who can offer a place to stay for the night? If anyone has surplus provisions, I am willing to pay. A flurry of messages erupted in the group, rapidly accumulating to 99. Zhou Chen shook his head in resignation. The residents of this city are meticulous, adhering to the belief that leftover food is unhealthy. They insist on consuming fresh ingredients at every meal, with few possessing the habit of stockpiling supplies. Typically, they only purchase ingredients for the day, while some exceedingly fastidious residents buy food on a per-meal basis. Even those who heed the typhoon warnings and prepare in advance rarely stock food for more than a week, let alone tomorrow. It is likely that some residents may already be facing hunger tonight. The neighborhood auntie did not hesitate to single out Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, I am aware that you live alone. I included you in this group to convey that if anyone seeks refuge with you, I hope you will not decline. We are all neighbors in this community, and if you do not lend a hand now, do not expect assistance in the future. The final remark carried a hint of personal warning and threat. Zhou Chen, unfazed by her demeanor, retorted, rather than admonishing others, perhaps you should lead by example. Everyone knows your children work abroad, leaving you and your spouse at home. Surely, you would not refuse the pleas of neighbors in the same building who are affected by this disaster? The neighborhood auntie's face turned green at this moment. She had just used her spouse's ill health as an excuse to reject two families rendered homeless by the flooding. This little brat is deliberately confronting her. Do you really need to remind me? If it weren't for my spouse's severe cold being contagious, I would have already taken in all the neighbors from the first to the third floors. How fortunate, indeed. Zhou Chen dismissed the insincere old woman, who often took advantage of her position in the committee, having never missed an opportunity to benefit from others. He casually opened the homeowners group for Building 21, curious about their discussions, only to encounter a plea from Zhang Li. Greetings, I am Zhang Li from Unit 101. Is there anyone who can offer a place to stay? We have not eaten for an entire day. I apologize, but I just agreed to help the owner of Unit 102. I promised the owner on the second floor. Zhang Li from Unit 101. Was it not your residence that hosted a party last night? With so many of you, whose home can accommodate everyone. I apologize, my friends. But with so many of you gathered here, my household lacks provisions to assist. Zhang Li waited for an extended period, yet no one was willing to lend a hand. I understand our numbers may seem overwhelming, and I wish not to impose without compensation. How does 3,000 for a night sound? Meals would be an additional expense. And once the rescue team arrives tomorrow, we shall depart. What a farce. Who among the homeowners would find 3,000 a significant sum? Still, no one was inclined to help. Zhongli was left with no choice but to increase the offer. 6,000. Let us rally together. We are a group of men capable of enduring, yet there are several ladies among us. If necessary, we would be grateful for a shared living room to set up makeshift bedding. 6,000. With so many of you, the chaos in your homes would be unbearable. Perhaps it's best to reconsider. Despite Zhongli's earnest entreaties, he received no response. Meanwhile, everyone remained crammed in the fourth-floor corridor, eyes fixed upon him. He sensed the discontent brewing within Chen Chong and the others. If he could not resolve this trivial matter, it would be a disgrace to his position as the leader. Gritting his teeth, Zhongli felt compelled to raise the offer once more. 15,000, with meals calculated per person, 500 each, and whatever was available. Even a single bowl of eggs per person. Surely, such a generous sum would entice someone. 15,000 for just one night's lodging? Yes. I can transfer the funds to you immediately. Once received, we can come upstairs. Zhongli exhaled in relief, hastily replying while cursing the silent homeowners as worthless. Zhou Chen glanced over and recognized the speaker as a tenant from room 602. She was a single woman from outside, seemingly employed at a foreign enterprise. Possessing a striking beauty, he had little familiarity with her. In his previous life, she had still been alive when he was cast out by his aunt's family and forced to fend for himself. Those who survived the bitter cold were not to be underestimated. Zhang Li and his crew, whom he had deceived, were numerous. Once they realized the impending doom, they would undoubtedly become the dominant force in Building 21, capable of unspeakable acts. Zhou Chen felt a sense of duty to issue a warning. Miss, there are nearly 30 of them, predominantly men. Are you not concerned about inviting wolves into your den? Who can predict whether the rescue team will arrive tomorrow or when the flood will recede? Spending money for one night is one thing, but for 3, 4, or even 10 days, would you still be willing to spend? When the time comes, will you alone have the strength to evict them? As the negotiations teetered on the brink of agreement, Zhang Li was seething, wishing he could dig up Zhou Chen's ancestors. Do not heed his nonsense. He harbors a personal grudge against me and seeks to sabotage this deal. With so many homeowners in this group, how could I, a factory owner, lack integrity? How could I conduct business in the future? Moreover, we live in a society governed by law. Should I truly refuse to pay? You are free to report me once the flood recedes. Zhou Chen's words had some effect, as the woman from room 602 indicated she needed further contemplation. At that moment, Zhongli sent another message. Sister, I will pay the money. My girlfriend possesses a valuable handbag, acquired merely half a month ago, worth several tens of thousands, guaranteed to be genuine. If you are willing to assist, this bag shall be yours. The once silent owner of Unit 602 responded to a message. May I first verify the goods? Upon reading this, Zhou Chen could hardly muster the energy to reply. Just as he was about to cast aside his phone and retire for the night, the group chat erupted with a flurry of voice messages. Brothers from Unit 101. It must be quite inconvenient for all of you to be crammed together. Therefore, I can offer one bedroom and the living room from my home. Just 1,000. And you can use hot water freely. We have eggs and noodles. It will be 300 per person. What do you think? Unit 1101, you can come up now. I will start frying eggs and cooking noodles for everyone. Zhou Chen couldn't help but smirk. Another attempt to invite trouble. His aunt had always been swayed by money. As a notorious gambler, earning over 10,000 for accommodating a group for a night was an opportunity she would eagerly embrace. After all, the house was merely rented. However, the purpose behind her family's rental was to pressure him into financing his cousin's home purchase. Without adequate winter clothing, in a few days of extreme cold, wouldn't they freeze like dogs? A little food might extend their survival for a few days, just long enough to muster the strength to scavenge for supplies. Now, for a trivial sum, they were willing to part with their provisions. A pack of beasts and a family of scoundrels. There would surely be a spectacle to witness. Yet, there was an even greater possibility. They might conspire against him. Chapter 12. The City in Water. Zhou Chen awoke at 5 in the morning. The world outside was engulfed in the cacophony of torrential rain. Through the window, he observed that the water level in the community was still rising. By now, the fourth-floor apartments had been submerged halfway. Many residents had not slept a wink throughout the night, incessantly complaining in the group chat. Zhou Chen hastily consumed a simple breakfast, retrieved dog food and a bowl from his storage, ensuring that De Huang had enough sustenance for the day, and promptly changed his clothes to head out. He had set his sights on several fishing boats that had been swept in by the sea the previous day, preparing to venture out in the rain to investigate, hoping to procure one. Ascending the stairs to the 4th floor, he took out an inflatable boat, inflating it to 80% and gently maneuvering it into the water. Upon witnessing this scene, someone from above mistakenly thought a rescue team had arrived, shouting from the window below. Amidst the torrential downpour, the person shouted until their voice grew hoarse, yet the occupants of the inflatable boat remained oblivious. Hearing the commotion, residents leaned out of their windows, waving their hands frantically. Not a rescue team? Are they owners from the community? Is that an inflatable boat? Brother, are you going out to scavenge for supplies? Take me with you. Brother, could you bring back some supplies? Fish and meat would be best. I'll pay you. Brother, could you check at the nearby police station to see if any organization can deliver supplies to the community today? Zhou Chen skillfully navigated the floating debris in the water with his paddle, feigning ignorance to their pleas. In a water level exceeding a dozen meters, the police station was completely submerged. Where could he seek assistance? It would be a stroke of fortune to find fish or meat, and to have a bowl of porridge in a few days would be a blessing indeed. As Zhou Chen ventured out, he swiftly located a corner to don a speedboat. With the vessel's speed of 50 kilometers per hour, he hastened towards the eastern bank of the river. Along the way, numerous residents trapped in their upper floors waved frantically for help. Zhou Chen encountered a rescue team engaged in the grim task of recovering bodies. Their small rubber boat was laden with no fewer than 10 corpses, and the team hesitated to continue, for the depths of the water left no room for themselves. The encroaching seawater had transformed the city into an aquatic metropolis, flooding the ancient architecture preserved from the Republic era. Once interconnected roads had devolved into a labyrinth of waterways. On any given waterway, amidst the floating debris, one could also see the bodies of people and animals. As Zhou Chen passed by, water rats encircling the corpses squeaked and dove into the depths. Upon reaching the Jiangdong district, the half-submerged Pearl Tower still harbored over 100 survivors. These individuals, gripped by terror, wept and cried out for a return home. Near the base of the tower, police officers and members of the Blue Sky Rescue Team were visible. Zhou Chen surveyed the surroundings and fixed his gaze on a fishing boat stranded between 2 towering buildings, 2 kilometers away. Just as he was about to turn back, he heard someone calling from behind him. "Brother, wait." A figure stood on the ruins, waving at him, clad in the attire of the Blue Sky Rescue Team. The individual appeared to be in his 40s. Even from over 30 meters away, Zhou Chen instantly recognized him, Chen Jinghua, the captain of the first team of the Blue Sky Rescue Team in the city. In a previous life, this man had saved his life. It was during the 2nd year of the apocalypse, when Zhou Chen nearly perished from hunger on his way to Ha City. It was Chen who rescued him. From the very first day of the disaster, Chen Jinghua had dedicated himself to rescue efforts, even as his parents and children succumbed to the frigid conditions. Following the earthquake, with the city in ruins, Chen Jinghua and his team had persevered in their mission, though one by one, his comrades fell victim to the calamity, leaving him the sole survivor. After fleeing to Ha City, Chen Jinghua had resolutely joined the local rescue team, tirelessly saving survivors. Exhausted, he would find a corner to rest briefly, rejuvenating just enough to plunge back into his work. Zhou Chen had once served alongside him as a rescue worker. Being fellow citizens of the city and sharing memories of their hometown, Chen Jinghua had shown him considerable kindness. At that time, Chen Jinghua appeared gaunt, his eyes reflecting both hardship and brightness. Tragically, just 2 months after Zhou Chen joined the team, Chen Jinghua passed away. The rescue team's physician revealed that old Chen had long been aware of his terminal stomach cancer. Faced with a lack of medical resources, he refused to languish in bed awaiting death, opting instead to infuse the remainder of his life with greater significance. This was a rare glimpse of humanity's brilliance that Zhou Chen had witnessed during 3 years of the apocalypse. Zhou Chen gradually approached, halting 5 meters away from the ruins. Chen Jinghua, with a heavy countenance, managed to force a smile. "Brother, we are in extraordinary times. The city's rescue tools are severely lacking. Temporarily, I represent the organization in seeking to requisition your speedboat. It is not mandatory, so please consider your convenience." "Not convenient," Zhou Chen replied, gesturing vaguely behind him. "I believe I spotted another speedboat over there. I will check if it is still operational." "Is there truly a speedboat over there?" "All watercraft in the city are currently concentrated with the various rescue teams. Perhaps it was washed ashore by the sea." Chen Jinghua expressed his gratitude with a smile. I appreciate it, brother. If you can confirm its condition, and if it is usable, I would be grateful if you could tow it back here. The flooding in the city is severe, and every damaged rescue vessel counts. With a swift turn, Zhou Chen sent splashes of water flying. Upon reaching an isolated corner, he retrieved a speedboat from his space, filled its tank with diesel, and then towed the vessel back. Chen Jinghua, engaged in a discussion about rescue plans with his team members, was astonished when the young man returned with a speedboat that appeared to be brand new. Zhou Chen forcefully tossed the rope into Chen Jinghua's hands, stating, I took a glance, and it seems to be in pristine condition. I'm not certain if it has fuel. I need this one for myself. Chen Jinghua's spirits soared. Thank you immensely. I apologize for my earlier abruptness. You have truly aided everyone. The water's surface is littered with sharp debris. Please take care. Observing the man's dark skin, calloused hands, and the wrinkles etched upon his face, Zhou Chen couldn't help but call out to him. Captain Chen, I have a suggestion. Huh? What suggestion? Do not rush to rescue individuals. There are too many to save. To truly assist more people, it would be best to concentrate efforts on gathering supplies for winter. Gathering winter supplies? What need is there for winter provisions in the midst of summer? Zhou Chen had already distanced himself, leaving Chen Jinghua in perplexity. Wait, how did he know my surname was Chen? As Zhou Chen approached a fishing boat, he soon realized that it was severed in the middle. Uncertain if it could be repaired, a task he was ill-equipped to undertake. He spent the morning navigating the nearby waters, discovering 4 additional fishing boats, each damaged but not as severely as the first. He meticulously noted their locations, planning to retrieve them after nightfall. Various supplies floated along the river, drifting farther with the current, presumably originating from nearby shopping centers. Zhou Chen extracted a hooked tool from his space, pursuing these supplies and deftly snagging them one by one. The first item salvaged was a luxurious mattress, valued at 2 to 3 million, reportedly akin to one favored by a certain celebrity. Chapter 13. The frigid invasion. For an entire week, torrential rain inundated the city, causing water levels to rise by an additional 3 meters. Throughout this week, Zhou Chen tirelessly scoured for supplies. During the initial 3 days, he labored day and night along the riverbank, cautiously retrieving materials in broad daylight, carefully selecting what to salvage and discreetly stowing it away whenever no one was around. As night fell, however, his demeanor transformed into that of relentless fervor, feverishly tossing items into his storage space, even amassing over 100 tons of logs floating in the floodwaters. At first, he reveled in the thrill of the salvage, with official, military, and civilian rescue teams passing by, turning a blind eye to his actions. After all, the organizations were overwhelmed and could scarcely manage their existing responsibilities. Rather than allowing the supplies to be swept away by the deluge, it was preferable to assist this young man. In the face of the city's calamity, many citizens were already enduring hunger. Given the youth's tenacity, it seemed likely he might one day support an entire building, or even an entire community. Had Zhou Chen been privy to their thoughts, he would have humbly replied, "Thank you for your esteem, but you are overestimating my capabilities." By the evening of the 3rd day, a rubber boat approached, and a self-proclaimed district leader confronted Zhou Chen, inquiring about his residential community and the current state of its supplies. Ultimately, he revealed his intent, representing the organization. He requested Zhou Chen to distribute the salvaged materials to several neighborhoods suffering from severe food shortages. As a contributor to the nation, the organization promised to issue a certificate of honor and reward him with a banner. However, these matters could only be addressed post-flood. Beneath the relentless rain, Zhou Chen sat in the unstable inflatable boat, pulling the hood of his raincoat low to obscure most of his face. Silent and resolute, he promptly gifted the freshly salvaged blankets, boxes of canned beef, and crates of liquor to the official. In the blink of an eye, he shifted the throttle to maximum power and made his escape. The district leader, still lamenting the merciless flood, found himself drenched by the splashing waves. "Comrade, we do not wish to confiscate the supplies you've worked so hard to gather. We merely seek your assistance." From that moment on, Zhou Chen refrained from lingering near the riverbank. For the next 4 days, he roamed various districts, utilizing the diving equipment he had salvaged to plunge beneath the surface and feverishly collect materials. When fatigued, he would surface to find a concealed nook to rest, replenishing his energy with sustenance before vanishing back into the depths. In truth, this method of gathering supplies proved to be exponentially more efficient than working along the riverbank. He amassed hundreds of tons of metals: gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin. The varieties of screws collected were so numerous they became a blur, rendering them indistinguishable. He gathered over 1,000 machines, including ordinary lathes, precision lathes, and high-precision machines, regardless of their potential utility, seizing any he encountered. Automotive parts from Bosch, Siemens, Denso, Continental, Visteon, and Eisen piled high, filling an area the size of a football field. Only a small portion of these metal objects has been submerged in water. The vast majority have undergone sealing treatment, ensuring that their quality remains largely unaffected during retrieval. The bitter cold is approaching, heralding 3 months of frigid temperatures. The ice, nearly 10 meters thick, has solidified into an unyielding layer, making any attempts at excavation or recovery exceedingly challenging. A dozen containers, scattered from the dock, regardless of their contents, have been collected. An excavator dismantling illegal structures on a rooftop has also been taken away. Numerous pharmacies have been pried open, one by one. In his previous life, enduring 3 years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world, he experienced hunger and hardship to the fullest, instilling in him an insatiable desire for resources. Even though he possesses enough supplies to last for 10 lifetimes, he cannot quell the fervent urge to hoard. As long as he does not perish from the act of hoarding, he will stockpile relentlessly. Zhou Chen is busily occupied, disregarding the incessant chatter in the group chats that bombard him day and night. He knows all too well what they are lamenting. Following the super typhoon, torrential rain has persisted for a week. Water levels are rising rather than receding, and the number of disaster victims continues to swell. Only those whose homes have collapsed or who have been injured are gradually evacuated to temporary aid stations. This is a catastrophic global flood, and despite the organization's full mobilization, they remain stretched thin. They lack the means to conduct comprehensive rescue operations within a short time frame. Television and online platforms feature the same host every hour, repeatedly comforting the affected populace not to panic, urging everyone to support one another and unite to overcome this crisis. Many renowned experts have stepped forward to provide eloquent analyses and assessments of the calamity, ultimately reassuring the nation that the deluge will soon subside. With lighter rains anticipated in the coming days, and the long-awaited retreat of the flood is just around the corner. A week has elapsed, and the residents trapped in their homes are either running out of supplies or enduring hunger. The public scoffs at the expert statements while secretly harboring hope. A few days ago, during a moment of respite, Zhou Chen glanced at his phone. The community group chat, the smaller groups, and WeChat moments were all filled with wails of despair. A single pack of instant noodles was being offered at 100 yuan, yet no one was willing to sell. The neighborhood committee's elderly women have naturally become the targets of the residents' ire. At this juncture, some recalled Zhou Chen's initial warning. If only they had known they would face hunger, they would have rushed out to procure supplies that day. That brother named Zhou, I misjudged you before, and I apologize. Zhou Chen, I too offer my apologies. I should not have berated you that day. Do you still have food at home? Please sell me some. Zhou Chen, don't you live alone? Your food must not deplete so swiftly. In times like these, don't be stingy. Help everyone out. Zhou Chen, of course, chooses to ignore them. He also took special notice of the situation concerning Zhang Li and his companions, who, as expected, were faring quite miserably. This group of brutes had divided into 2 factions. Zhang Li, along with Qin Chong and a few others with whom he had a closer rapport, took residence in room 602, while the lean monkey and Luo Feng led their team to room 1101. The female tenant of room 602, along with her aunt's family, had not stocked much food to begin with, and within 3 meals, this group had devoured everything in sight. Summoning the divine is easy, but sending them away is another matter entirely. After a week, this band neither paid any dues nor showed signs of departure. For days ago, the aunt had begun frantically calling him, demanding provisions. Even those old classmates, once proud, had to swallow their pride and request to purchase supplies from him. Zhou Chen simply switched off his phone. Who on earth had the time to entertain them? As night fell, the bitter cold loomed. Zhou Chen hurriedly salvaged the last box of supplies and immediately set out in his speedboat towards the Sakura community. Upon returning home, he found a large yellow dog. Once robust, now emaciated and curled up in a corner. The fruits, biscuits, and snacks on the coffee table had all been devoured by this creature. Zhou Chen, noticing that the dog had refrained from soiling the place, sheathed his 39-centimeter knife and retrieved a large bone from his storage to toss it over. The yellow dog's eyes gleamed with excitement as it rushed to gnaw on the offering. Zhou Chen took a hot shower and spent an hour tidying up the house. Before drifting off to sleep, he opened the window to enjoy the rain for a while. In a daze, he was awakened by the biting cold, his consciousness still foggy. He heard the anxious barking of the yellow dog. Sitting up in bed, he was immediately struck by the bone-chilling cold. The dog was desperately scratching at the door. The cold wave had effortlessly invaded the building, rendering the air as sharp as a blade. He donned a thermal suit, followed by cotton pajamas, and finally wrapped himself in a thick robe before shuffling to the door in his slippers. The moment he opened the door, the shivering yellow dog clung to his long legs, exhaling clouds of vapor as it barked. Zhou Chen quickly retrieved a pile of firewood from his storage and tossed it into the fireplaces of both the bedroom and living room with the aid of alcohol. A roaring fire was ignited immediately. Survival is an animal's instinct, and the yellow dog promptly leaped onto the sofa, seizing a cushion and racing to the fireplace for warmth. Zhou Chen dragged a single armchair in front of the living room fireplace, poured himself a glass of red wine, and settled onto the sofa to browse his phone. An urgent call from Lao Sun interrupted him, his teeth chattering from the cold. "Little Zhou, wake up. Quickly. Put on all your warm clothes. For heaven's sake, don't fall asleep. The weather is utterly bizarre. It's minus 30 degrees outside." Lao Sun was in a hurry to rouse others, and after exchanging a few brief words, the call ended. Zhou Chen felt as if he had grown a heart of stone, yet he was still somewhat moved that Lao Sun had thought of him in such a moment. At minus 30 degrees, water freezes instantly. The sudden temperature drop of over 50 degrees had left everyone unprepared. Yet the temperature continues to plummet by the minute. And as time progresses, it is anticipated that by dawn, the temperature will plummet to a chilling minus 70 degrees. In this glacial world, frost descends in August. The extreme cold has resulted in billions of individuals worldwide succumbing to the merciless freeze. Chapter 14. Living worse than a dog suddenly. A heavy snow began to fall over the entire city. Initially, the snowflakes were dense and small, but within 10 minutes, they transformed into a flurry of feather-like snow. After half an hour, a thick layer of snow accumulated on trees, rooftops, and balconies, even through tightly shut doors and windows. The mournful wailing of the wind could be heard. The blizzard obscured visibility entirely. Before long, the residents of the entire community were awakened, either by the cold or by others calling to them. One by one, lights flickered on, as everyone hurried to search for winter clothing. However, this is the southern region, where the coldest winters in the past barely reached minus 10 degrees. Homes were stocked only with thin down jackets, utterly inadequate to withstand the frigid onslaught of minus 30 degrees. Residents donned thermal wear, layered on sweaters, pulled on velvet coats, tied scarves around their necks, and wore multiple pairs of socks, yet they still felt the penetrating cold. The chill, piercingly frigid. Some fashion-conscious individuals possessed only cashmere coats. They had no thin-down jackets, nor even a single piece of thermal wear, leaving them to bundle up in all their sweaters, huddled in bed, too afraid to step onto the floor. The most unfortunate were Zhang Li and his companions, as well as the Zhou Lili family. Zhang Li, along with a dozen others, took refuge in apartment 602, where the meager female attire barely sufficed for 2 women. The rest could only curl up in bed, trembling in unison. The 10 thin individuals residing in apartment 1101 rummaged through their cabinets, only to discover that this family possessed neither autumn clothing nor a thick blanket, and thus they too huddled together, shivering. Zhou Lili's family, who had invited trouble into their home for the sake of money, deeply regretted their decision. After this group of miscreants moved in, they had only paid for 2 days' worth of food and lodging, and with the rescue team's delayed arrival, these intruders could not be evicted. What should have sufficed for a family of 4 for an entire week was consumed in just 2 days, leaving not a grain of rice behind. The family of 4, which included a pregnant woman, had not eaten for several days and could only quench their hunger with water. Previously, they feared starvation. Now, with the sudden drop in temperature, they were also concerned about these intruders stealing their only 2 thin air conditioning blankets. They dragged the wardrobe to the door, barricading their room, disregarding any semblance of discretion. They layered the 2 thin air conditioning blankets together, for people huddled closely, trembling in unison. What kind of dreadful weather is this that it could freeze one to death? Dad, do you think those intruders will come to steal our blankets? Honey, I am truly starving. Mom, what will we do if Xiao Yun is hungry? Zhou Lily, with her entire head buried beneath the covers, gritted her teeth and stretched out one hand, her fingers stiff and clumsy as she attempted several times before finally retrieving her phone. It was imperative to have that little brat, Zhou Chen, bring down winter clothing and food. No, even if he is willing to bring those things down. Can we keep them safe? What shall we do then? He dialed the phone, intending to inform him of their plan to stay at his residence. Indeed, he lived alone and had ample spare rooms, having resided in that house for over a decade, surely possessing an abundance of winter clothing. In a frantic attempt to reach him, he suddenly recalled that their numbers had been blocked. The wardrobe was pushed open, and the door to the room creaked ajar. The frail monkeys huddled together on the living room sofa, nearly frozen, gazed with avaricious expressions at the 4 family members wrapped in blankets. Zhou Lily felt a jolt of alarm, trembling from the cold and fear. Let us not act rashly. We'll head upstairs to gather supplies. On the very day the frail monkeys moved in, they had discerned that the matriarch of the household was Zhou Chen's aunt. Having followed Zhou Chen for several years, they were naturally aware of the exploits of the gambling aunt. One party betrayed Zhou Chen for monetary gain, while the other had swindled him and sought to coerce him into purchasing a house. Their mutual disdain for Zhou Chen fostered a congenial relationship. Had it not been for the issues of debts and hunger that arose on the 3rd day, conflicts would have been averted, and several instances nearly escalated into violence. Now, in the biting cold, the stronger faction sought to seize the blankets, while the weaker side found themselves utterly defenseless. The frail monkey was exceedingly agitated. Did Zhou Chen agree to provide you with supplies? Zhou Lily shook her head. Our numbers have been blocked. We plan to go upstairs to find him. After all, I am his aunt, the sister of his deceased father. Rest assured, once we procure the supplies, we will certainly share half with you. This was a prearranged agreement among their family of 4. Without resorting to deceit to outsmart these scoundrels, they likely would not have made it out the door, and even the scant 2 air-conditioning blankets they possessed would have been snatched away. Their family, comprised of gamblers and scoundrels, possessed a deeper understanding of human nature than the average person. As long as they could exit this place, as long as they could deceive Zhou Chen's household into opening their door, they would not return. No matter how abundant the supplies at Zhou Chen's home, they would not be foolish enough to share with such a multitude. Who knew when the rescue team would arrive? Ensuring their own sustenance was paramount. The frail monkey called upon Luo Feng and another man, the 3 of them tightly wrapped in a single blanket. We'll go together. Naturally, Zhou Lily's family was reluctant. You should stay. It's freezing outside. Just wait here. We will definitely return. Stop with the nonsense. What I mean is, if we go with so many people and he refuses to provide supplies, what then? It's either we all go together, or you leave 2 behind. The gambling scoundrel dares to act clever. Thus, the 2 factions formed an impromptu alliance, wrapping themselves snugly in small blankets, like 2 wriggling plump worms, braving the biting wind as they ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, downstairs, Zhongli was shamelessly beseeching Zhou Chen for supplies. I'm not asking for nothing. I'm willing to pay. Just name your price. You must have a few winter garments, and surely you can spare a couple of thick blankets? Also, I need food. Instant noodles, bread, noodles, or steamed buns will do. You can't possibly claim that your household lacks even instant noodles, can you? Before the fireplace, a roaring blaze danced atop a cast-iron skillet, a clay pot, and a grill. Within the skillet, 2 succulent steaks sizzled, while the clay pot simmered with a whole black chicken. The grill was adorned with skewers of lamb, beef, fish, shrimp, meatballs, and an array of vegetable skewers. Zhou Chen snapped a photograph and sent it forth. As for the instant noodles you mentioned, my home truly lacks such provisions. Zhang Li, shivering under the blankets, widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to suppress a swallow. Having subsisted on nothing but water for 5 consecutive days, he felt faint from hunger. His gaze fixated on the delectable feast within the photograph, yearning to leap into the image and indulge. In a bid for warmth, they had rearranged the living room sofas into the bedroom, huddling together in a tight cluster. Upon seeing the photo sent by Zhou Chen, they all instinctively swallowed hard. Zhong, quickly tell him to send down the food. We can go up and retrieve it ourselves, someone suggested. Yes, it's better to go up and grab more food, as well as some clothes and blankets. Ah, he has a fireplace. How splendid. We could stay at his place. Zhong, you must inform him that we are heading over immediately. Zhang Li's expression turned uneasy. Do you truly believe he would grant us entry? At this, everyone fell silent, momentarily stunned, Caught up in the allure of the culinary delights displayed in the photo, they had momentarily forgotten the misdeeds they had committed against Zhou Chen. Only Yang Sitian from room 602 and the young girl appeared bewildered. The young girl, anxious, interjected, "What exactly transpired between you and Zhou Chen? No matter the conflict, he wouldn't abandon you to your fate, would he?" All were silent. Conflict? If only it were merely a conflict. Given Zhou Chen's character, he would likely forget any minor grievances in an instant. Zhang Li wished to conceal his disgraceful side from outsiders. He continued to message Zhou Chen, the allure of food rendering him increasingly desperate. "Zhou Chen, I understand you harbor grievances, but surely we do not deserve such dire fates. We are many, and we are truly on the brink of starvation and freezing. You cannot turn a blind eye to our plight." In the next moment, he received another photograph. In it, a slender, fair hand held a steak, feeding a dog. Zhang Li's face turned a shade of green with fury. Damn it, feeding a high-end steak to a dog. Almost immediately, he received a third photograph. This time, the same large yellow dog was shown, sitting before a large dog bowl brimming with steaming food, a hefty chicken leg, tender grilled meat skewers, and an assortment of vegetable skewers. A wave of anger and urgency washed over the group, their eyes glistening with envy as they swallowed repeatedly. "So much meat. Why do we live worse than a dog?" Zhou Chen sent a voice message. "Alas, the food at my home is sparse, and I must also feed a dog. With so many mouths to feed, I am truly at a loss." Chapter 15. If death must come, let it be elsewhere. Finally, they arrived on the 23rd floor. Zhou Lily's family of 4 and the thin monkey trio were on the verge of tears. From the 11th to the 23rd floor, what should have been a mere few minutes ascent by stairs turned into a grueling hour. Indeed, it was a full hour, each minute and second a torment. The biting cold wind penetrated every crevice, slicing against their faces and feet like a knife through flesh. They huddled beneath their blankets, leaving only their eyes exposed, making movement a cumbersome endeavor. With each step, they collided painfully against the walls, their bodies marred with bruises. They stumbled several times, their bodies meeting the icy floor, causing them to cry out in despair. Countless times, they contemplated turning back. Yet retreat was not an option. Doing so would mean succumbing to the bitter cold and starvation. Upon sighting the doorway of Zhou Chen's home, their eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. They yearned fervently to enter, to don thick winter garments, leap onto the bed, wrap themselves tightly in warm blankets, and have Zhou Chen prepare a feast. Even a pot of instant noodles would suffice. The steaming noodles, cradled in their hands, would surely provide warmth and delight. They were utterly famished. On their journey, they had concocted a plan. Zhou Lily's family would be responsible for calling Zhou Chen to open the door, while the 3 thin monkeys would hide nearby. As soon as Zhou Chen dared to open the door, they would surge forward, storming into his home. Could Zhou Chen possibly expel all 7 of them on his own? If he knew what was good for him, he would obediently present them with winter clothes and delicious food. If he were stubborn, he would soon regret it once they regained their strength. With eager anticipation, Zhou Lily's family shuffled forward, their stiff limbs carrying them to Zhou Chen's doorstep. The 3 thin monkeys closely followed, pressing against the wall, concealed in the shadows where the peephole could not reveal them. Clad in short sleeves and shorts, their thin air-conditioning blankets offered little warmth. The moment they pressed against the wall, they nearly jumped from the cold. The thin monkey signaled for Zhou Lily to knock. Nodding, Zhou Lily, hidden beneath the blanket, gestured frantically to her husband and son. Being a family that spent every day together, they understood her intentions well. As soon as Zhou Chen opened the door, they would rush in, swiftly closing it behind them to keep the 3 nuisances outside. How dare they, who had always relied on them for food and drink, and never repaid their debts, now impose upon them? Their deceitfulness was disgraceful. Not only had they refused to pay for their stay, but they had also consumed all the food in the house, now attempting to seize their blankets and share in Zhou Chen's provisions. Such a dream. All the food in Zhou Chen's home belonged to them. Urged on by the thin monkey, Zhou Lily hesitantly extended a finger and pressed the doorbell. Half a minute passed before sounds emerged from within, footsteps approaching the door. Everyone instinctively held their breath, poised to rush in at the slightest opportunity. However, the door did not swing open as they had hoped. Zhou Chen's voice emerged from behind the door. "Who is it?" Although disappointment loomed, the sound of Zhou Chen's voice stirred excitement among the crowd, particularly for the Zhou Lily family. The 4 of them, related to Zhou Chen, held on to the hope that, despite past grievances, His compassionate nature would prevent them from succumbing to hunger or freezing to death. Zhou Chen, it's me, your aunt. May I ask you to open the door so we can speak? No, just say what you need to say. Came the cold rejection. This refusal sent waves of anxiety not only through the three individuals hiding in the corner, but also gripped Zhou Lily's family, whose hands clutched tightly beneath their covers. If Zhou Chen chose not to assist, their fate was sealed. They would starve, or worse, freeze to death before that. Desperately, Zhou Lily pleaded, Zhou Chen, please open the door. We haven't eaten in days, and we lack even a warm piece of clothing in our rental. Just lend us some winter clothes and a little food. With the warmth from two large fireplaces dispelling much of the cold, the indoor temperature returned to a bearable 10 degrees. Clad in thermal clothing, Zhou Chen felt increasingly comfortable. Even removing his thick robe and loosening the buttons of his blue quilted pajamas. Leaning against the wall, he held a steaming chicken leg in one hand, while the other captured a close-up of it for a message to someone on WeChat, before acknowledging those stationed outside. I need the winter clothes for myself, and I don't have enough food for my own needs. There's no way I can give you anything. His words sent a chill of despair through the individuals outside. An irate Zhou Lily instinctively lashed out. You ungrateful little brat. I am your own aunt. What is wrong with asking for a little assistance? Just like your deceased parents, you act as if it's a sacrifice to part with anything. Everyone was taken aback. Their faces a mixture of urgency and fury. Are you out of your mind? If it weren't for the need to remain hidden, the thin monkey would have rushed forward to slap that old woman. At a time when they should be pleading, she chose to hurl insults. Even mentioning the deceased parents as dead ghosts. Was she intentionally provoking Zhou Chen to shut them out? As expected, Zhou Chen's voice broke through, icy and laden with palpable hostility. Did my parents not give you enough when they were alive? When you and your spouse squandered money on gambling and couldn't afford food? Was it not my parents who provided for you? When your son's tuition was in jeopardy, was it not my parents who paid it? When you borrowed from loan sharks and faced dire consequences, was it not my father who personally retrieved you from that predicament? My parents supported you time and again. Your disregard for their kindness is your choice, but your insults will only lead to your own demise. Confronted by a young man revealing her past misdeeds, Zhou Lily instinctively prepared to retaliate with harsh words, only to be nudged back to reality by her husband. Zhou Lily's complexion turned an alarming shade of pallor as she contemplated her family's dire situation, forcing herself to endure the humiliation for the time being. That wretched little brat shows no respect. His parents passed away early, leaving him without proper upbringing. Just wait until I storm into your home and seize the supplies. I shall unleash a torrent of scorn upon you. Zhou Chen, it was a mistake on my part to speak so thoughtlessly just now. I have always held your parents in high regard in my heart. Were it not for them, your uncle and I would have long resorted to desperate measures, and your cousin would not have had the opportunity for an education. I am acutely aware of this, and I have kept it close to my heart. Truly, Zhou Chen, I understand that our relationship has been strained over the years, and you may believe that I am merely after your money, but you have misconstrued my intentions. You are indeed my dear nephew. How could I ever wish you harm? My request for your financial assistance stem solely from a desire to help you save for the future. I am concerned that your youth may lead you to spend recklessly. And if you squander your family's resources, how could I ever face your parents in the afterlife? From inside the house came the sound of Zhou Chen's mockery. So, I should be grateful to you? Zhou Lily realized that her words would not deceive Zhou Chen, and she had no choice but to concoct further excuses. Zhou Chen, I assure you that I am not deceiving you. It is better that we lay our cards on the table. I promise I will never again ask you for a single penny. Zhou Chen, please open the door. We are family, after all, for the sake of your father. You cannot disregard our plight. Zhou Chen, I implore you. Your cousin has always been in poor health, and your cousin's wife is heavily pregnant. If this continues, it will surely lead to disaster. Do you require me to kneel before you to gain entry? I have made mistakes in the past. Your father was my only elder brother, and his passing has left me heartbroken. If he were still alive, Zhou Chen, leaning against the wall and absorbed in his phone, could not help but scoff at her words. Can the words of a gambling addict be trusted? In his previous life, he had witnessed the true faces of this family, who, in their greed for property and supplies, had resorted to increasingly ruthless measures. His aunt had once struck him with a knife on the arm, his uncle had delivered a blow to his back, his cousin had plunged a knife into his abdomen, and that pitiful pregnant woman had nearly cleaved his skull with a kitchen knife. Had he not reacted swiftly, He could have easily perished right at his doorstep. With a nonchalant tone, Zhou Chen replied, "I'll think about it." Zhou Lily's heart simmered with rage. What was there to contemplate? Simply open the door and let us in. Just as she was about to speak, Zhou Chen's voice interrupted her. "How about this? You all return home, and in consideration of my father, I will provide you with some supplies." Return home? What a ridiculous notion. Zhou Lily was exceedingly anxious, exclaiming, "It is truly freezing outside. Please open the door and allow us to warm up inside. We will don our winter clothing and gather our supplies shortly, and we assure you, we will not overstay our welcome. You must trust us." Zhou Chen flatly refused, declaring, "You either return now and wait for me to gather some supplies to send down, or you can remain at the door and wait indefinitely." After uttering these words, Zhou Chen retreated to the living room, reclining comfortably on the sofa. Supplies? He wouldn't even part with a single packet of instant noodles. Get lost. If you're to perish, do so elsewhere. If you freeze to death at my doorstep, I'd have to deal with the hassle. What a bother. Chapter 16. No solution. Seeing Zhou Chen's unwillingness to open the door, Zhou Lily's family found themselves at an impasse. It was challenging to decide whether to leave or stay, given that the initiative lay entirely with Zhou Chen. The trio of thin monkeys could no longer contain themselves. They tiptoed to the door, pushing Zhou Lily's family back. "Zhou Gu, it's me, the monkey, Luo Feng, and Xiao Shun. Is there something we can discuss?" Zhou Chen, too lethargic to move, languidly responded from the sofa. Though the distance from the living room to the door was considerable, one could still hear if they listened closely. Encouraged by his companions, the thin monkey took a deep breath, summoning his courage to speak. "Zhou Gu, I implore you to open the door. We are on the verge of freezing to death. We have not eaten in 5 days. Please, we beg you for some food." 5 days without sustenance? Zhou Chen inquired. "Indeed. The 10 of us did not join Zhang Li and the others. We are temporarily staying at your aunt's house, which has very little food. After 2 days together, we ran out. How pitiful to be so starved." Zhou Chen remarked. "If you feel pity for us, then for heaven's sake, open the door." The thin monkey pressed on. "Zhou Gu, I understand you're still upset with us, but we had no part in the factory incident. We only learned about it at the last minute. It was Zhang Li. Yes, it was Zhang Li and Su Wanchu who colluded with Chun Chong to deceive you." Zhou Chen replied. "I hadn't even begun to imply that, yet you have taken the initiative." The 2 companions accompanying the thin monkey were left in astonishment. "How can you say such things?" they questioned, bewildered by his audacity. Faced with their skepticism, the thin monkey could only squint and gesture frantically. "Whatever it takes. Let us first get the door open. Do you really want to freeze or starve to death here? Do you think sweet-talking Zhou Chen will compel him to unlock the door? Are you not aware of what he truly desires? If necessary, what does it matter if we betray Zhang Li? In this scheme against Zhou Chen, we eat the meat while they drink the broth. Are we to disregard our own survival for their sake? Preposterous. Zhang Li is not our benefactor. Yet, they knew that unless absolutely necessary, they could not stoop to such betrayal, for even accomplices would be apprehended. Luo Feng, Xiao Shun, and the thin monkey shared a close bond, and he instantly grasped the implication of his words, internally resonating with this line of thought. Footsteps echoed within the room, ultimately pausing at the threshold. Although the door remained shut, it at least indicated that his words had borne some effect. The lean monkey immediately regained his confidence, his lips fluttering as he divulged everything. "Brother Zhou, we are truly coerced into this situation. By the time we realized, the factory had already been sold. Chen Chong is merely Zhang Li's lapdog. He threatened us with dismissal if we did not comply with their corrupt dealings. Brother, you know that we lack good qualifications, technical skills, and supportive families. If we were to leave the factory, we would find it nearly impossible to secure decent employment. Yet, we harbor a profound disdain for individuals like Zhang Li. Had it not been for your assistance, Brother Zhou, could Zhang Li have afforded a home in the Magic City? Chen Chong's family is impoverished. Without your financial help, he could not have purchased a house back in his hometown. And as for Li Sisi, it was you who financed her further education. Regarding Su Wanruan, her pretentious demeanor speaks volumes. You are now well aware of her true nature. Brother Zhou, we are willing to testify that Zhang Li and his associates fabricated evidence and conspired to embezzle your factory, colluding with the opposing company to entrap you, resulting in significant financial loss that nearly led to your ruin." Zhou Lily and her family, crowded at the back, were utterly astonished. Such events had transpired? No wonder they pursued that young scoundrel for money to buy a home, ignoring them entirely. It turned out their careers had been severely impacted, their finances depleted. It was this wretched group that had prevented them from acquiring the funds necessary for a home. The lean monkey grew increasingly fervent, his indignation swelling to the point where he seemed the most loyal of Zhou Chen's subordinates, denouncing Zhang Li and his ilk as nothing more than refuse unworthy of the garbage heap. I understand your sentiments. You may return for now. I will procure additional supplies shortly. The lean monkey and his companions were elated. Indeed, Zhou Chen still possessed a compassionate heart. However, brother, we are cold and hungry. We truly lack the strength to descend. Would you kindly open the door and allow us to enter? Either you return or stay here to freeze. The choice is yours. Zhou Chen ambled back to the living room, his phone in hand, while Zhang Li's expression during the video call resembled that of someone who had tasted something foul. Zhou Chen had reached out to him, leading Zhang Li to believe that the other party was willing to relinquish some resources. Although animosity existed between them, Zhou Chen was known for his soft-hearted nature. With so many lives at stake and their shared history as old classmates, he surely would not wish to see them perish from hunger. He had mentally prepared for a considerable financial outlay, bracing himself for a few harsh words from Zhou Chen as an emotional release. Let them scold me. It won't cost me a fortune. The priority is to fill our bellies. To his surprise, Zhou Chen had merely allowed him to hear those words. Damn it! How dare the three of them betray me? Zhang Li severed the video call, contemplating the group of Chen Chang and others, who had now gathered in the living room for warmth. It was clear that Chen Chang and his associates were harboring ulterior motives, likely having developed a sense of disloyalty. Previously, Zhou Chen's words were already quite evident. He was willing to assist, yet the sheer number of people rendered his efforts futile. Whether this was the truth or merely a tactic employed by Zhou Chen, it undeniably sowed discord among them. Otherwise, Chen Chang and his companions would not have suddenly claimed that the room was too cramped and sought to relocate to the living room. They huddled together, murmuring quietly, casting furtive glances in his direction, fearful of being overheard. In pursuit of resources, the thin monkey and others had already betrayed him. He could not afford to alienate Chen Chang and his group any further, for he still required their assistance in dealing with the traitors above. He intended to make it abundantly clear that any who dared to betray would meet a dire fate. As for Chen Chang's group, they too would be discarded once the calamity had passed and everything returned to normal. Perhaps this was precisely the scene Zhou Chen longed to witness, his adversaries engaging in a dog-eat-dog struggle. Yet, even with an understanding of Zhou Chen's intentions, he found himself powerless to intervene. Resources were paramount. Damn it, a pack of ungrateful wolves. Zhang Li temporarily suppressed his inner fury, forcing a smile, striving to appear as natural as possible. He clapped his hands to garner everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a way to procure supplies that will not only keep you warm, but also provide hot meals. At his words, all eyes gleamed with anticipation. Zhou Chen added a few logs to the fireplace, brandishing a toy ball to amuse the dog. As time passed, the outdoor temperature plummeted to -40 degrees. Yet, within the confines of the warm, crackling fire, the indoor temperature soared to a comfortable 20 degrees. He even shed his padded pajamas in favor of lighter autumn attire. The dog, under the eaves, had to bow its head, while the big yellow dog bounded about, eagerly chasing after the flying ball, having failed to catch it. It was threatened with the prospect of becoming dog meat. Crueler than its previous owner, it displayed no compassion for the animal. As the play continued, Su Rewrote sent a message from her spare phone. Zhou Chen, can we talk? Zhou Chen tossed the toy ball and urged the dog to chase it. Had this pack of beasts already devised a plan to use women against him? Yet he wished to relish the spectacle of dogs tearing at each other's fur. After all, he had sown a toxic seed among these creatures, eagerly awaiting the harvest of its lethal fruits. Even if they guessed his intentions, what of it? This seed was insurmountable. He picked up his phone, a scornful smile gracing his lips. What? Have you decided to crawl back to me, begging for favor? Su Rewrote responded swiftly, her irritation palpable. Zhou Chen, must you speak to me in such a manner? Zhou Chen was no longer swayed by her tactics. If not, what is there left to discuss? Isn't it all just the same matter between men and women? Chapter 17. The performance of the community ant that night was fraught with chaos, as the trapped populace sought every conceivable means to call for help. Although the torrential rain had ceased, the nation faced a terrifying drop in temperature. The situation in the northern regions remains relatively tolerable. Rural areas benefit from traditional heated con beds, while urban heating systems are rendered ineffective. Nevertheless, everyone possesses a few warm winter garments. In stark contrast, the plight of those in the south is dire. Not only has the harsh winter arrived unexpectedly early, but even under normal circumstances, they lack adequate clothing to withstand temperatures plummeting below -30 degrees. Clad in every piece of wearable attire and still seeking refuge under blankets, they find themselves shivering in the cold. Television and internet services have fallen under governmental control, resulting in a monotonous broadcast across all networks, synchronized with state channels. In the central television live studio, hosts and various experts, bundled up against the chill, tremble visibly, their breath forming clouds of vapor as they speak, their teeth chattering audibly. At -30 degrees, the heating capabilities of air conditioning units are utterly inadequate. Now, with temperatures plunging to -40 degrees, the outdoor units have become encased in a thick layer of ice, rendering them inoperative. Alarmingly, meteorological reports indicate that temperatures continue to decline. The onset of this severe cold snap, coupled with powerful typhoons and torrential downpours, has already led to power outages and internet disruptions in certain areas. The sudden arrival of such frigid weather poses a significant threat to the national power grid, potentially leading to widespread failures, compounding the existing hardships. In a state of panic, citizens across the nation find themselves unable to connect with emergency services, resorting instead to various chat groups to voice their fears and seek advice from others. Within the Sakura community group, messages flash incessantly. Is this truly the end of the world? Awakening to temperatures of -30 degrees is staggering. While snow in August may not be alarming, the rapid drop from 29 degrees to -40 is unfathomable, an astonishing temperature swing of 70 degrees. How can anyone endure such extremes? Is the world truly descending into madness? If so, a word of warning would be appreciated. After eagerly anticipating the cessation of rain, they find themselves thrust into a winter more severe than expected. Little did they know, they would face the risk of freezing to death before succumbing to hunger. Is there anyone willing to lend me a down jacket? Or perhaps 2 silk comforters, or even ordinary cotton quilts? I genuinely cannot withstand this any longer. I implore everyone to sell me a bit of food. My children are wailing in hunger. I am on my knees, begging for sustenance. My father's health is deteriorating. If he does not eat soon, it is my fault for being so unfilial. Where are the community workers? Come forth. If you hadn't prevented us from venturing out to procure supplies, I would at least be able to last a few more days. Indeed, food replenishes energy, enhancing our resilience against the cold. Wong, the community elder, you need to show yourself. Didn't you promise that rescue teams would arrive tomorrow? That supplies would be delivered to our doors? How many tomorrows have passed? Where are the rescue teams? Where are the supplies? If old Kai remains silent, so be it. I call upon the residents of Building 10 to bring her out. If she dares to hide, let us confront her and vent our frustrations. Strike. It is this old woman who has brought us to this state. I stand in solidarity with the residents of Building 10, even if the police come to investigate later. Count me among those who take action. Residents living on the same floor as the community committee's matron wrapped themselves like dumplings, braving the frigid temperatures of -40 degrees. Rushed outside and forcefully kicked the door across the street. Under immense pressure, Aunt Wong found herself compelled to address the group. Please remain calm. I fully empathize with your current feelings. I have been in constant communication with the organization, which is working diligently to prepare food and winter clothing for everyone. However, due to the severe cold and rising water levels, the speed of rescue efforts is significantly hindered. It is crucial to maintain composure amidst this escalating situation. Impulsive actions could lead to irreversible consequences. I have received confirmed information that the military has been deployed and the organization is engaged in a race against time and nature. Please await rescue with patience. The residents, upon hearing of the military's involvement, felt their rage dissipate considerably. In their collective consciousness, any natural disaster would be alleviated once the military was mobilized. Nevertheless, these reassurances could not extinguish all the residents' ire. Can we trust what you say, old woman? Haven't you offered empty promises throughout this week? I warn you, if no help arrives by tomorrow, I will personally confront you and tear apart your words. You claim the military has been dispatched. What evidence do you have? Indeed, none of us can reach the rescue hotline. How did you manage to contact the organization? Surely, you're not fabricating this. I am on the brink of starvation and will not easily accept your baseless claims. Present us with evidence for all to see. No chat logs. Surely there must be call records? Produce the evidence. At that moment, the community committee matron felt a surge of panic. Like everyone else, she too could not get through to the rescue hotline. Where would she procure any evidence? At the onset of the disaster, she had taken pride in her management abilities. But in recent days, she had been relentlessly pursued by desperate residents demanding aid and supplies. She had been forced to cling to her initial rhetoric. Now, with the torrential rain subsiding, a far more terrifying cold wave had arrived. No matter how deep the floodwaters, there were ways to swim out in search of food. However, with the sudden onset of extreme cold, entering the water meant freezing to death. She was acutely aware of the residents' mounting anger, their emotions nearing a breaking point. Evident in their denunciations of her and the neighbors' forceful door-kicking. Fear gripped her. She dreaded that the residents' anger might spiral out of control, leading them to unite against her. She wrapped her blanket tighter around herself and gazed out at the vast whiteness beyond the window. This weather was peculiarly aberrant. A Category 17 superstorm, coupled with floodwaters several meters deep, had surpassed the normal bounds of natural disasters, compounded now by the sudden cold wave. She firmly believed that in such dire times, the organization would undoubtedly deploy the military for a nationwide large-scale rescue effort. Thus, she mustered the audacity to fabricate the tale of military involvement in the group chat, hoping to pacify the residents on the brink of losing control. The community committee's matron, with a resolute demeanor, continued to weave her narrative. A call had come from the organization, explicitly mentioning the commendable news of military deployment, urging our committee to prepare for reassurance and to encourage everyone to patiently await rescue. The call was from the encrypted line of the Emergency Management Office, a virtual number consisting of only 4 digits, which would be futile to share. Trust me, the military's assistance will undoubtedly arrive. We must endure for another 2 to 7 days. Zhou Chen, relishing fresh grapes, watched with amusement as the matron performed her role. The mention of military involvement indeed instilled a sense of security. The encrypted phone call from the Emergency Management Office lent credibility to her words. Had it not been encrypted, it would likely have been bombarded by frantic calls from those affected. It must be acknowledged that the matron possessed a certain skill, deftly addressing the psychological needs of the populace, effectively alleviating their vehement discontent with just a few phrases. However, upon hearing that they still had to wait 2 to 7 days, the residents grew restless. What? 2 to 7 days? Just bring me the bodies already. I can't wait a single day. How is this any different from waiting for death? Damn it, my family has survived on tap water thus far. If we do not see supplies by dawn, I swear I'll take you down. Startled, the community matron felt a familiar thought resurface. Gazing at her frail, starving partner and feeling her own empty stomach, she seized the last piece of bread and stuffed it into her mouth, her eyes betraying a glimpse of malice. Everyone, please allow me to finish, she implored. The organization, besides notifying us of the military's commendable deployment, has also issued a decree. To ensure that all residents await rescue and safety, the organization mandates that each household must contribute their supplies for a unified distribution. This order is issued by the organization and executed by our committee. Due to the flooding, I will appoint a leader for each building, who will collect supplies from door to door and rationally allocate them to everyone. This is all for the sake of our collective safety. I hope everyone will cooperate willingly. Those who defy this order will certainly face legal repercussions. I will take responsibility for Building 10. Starting from Building 1, I will name the leaders. Chapter 18. I have concerns. The gathering of supplies from each building for equitable distribution was met with enthusiastic applause from the starving and freezing residents. While they could hide under their blankets to escape the cold, the prospect of starvation loomed larger. Even if they could only receive enough food for a day or two, they were desperate. The group erupted in cheers, expressing their approval of the organization's wise directive. However, for those with remaining provisions at home, this was not welcome news. A week had passed, and even the landlords had no excess supplies. Moreover, some had previously sold or lent out portions of their food. With only a meager amount left at home, how could they surrender any supplies when their own family barely had enough to eat? They were merely everyday citizens. So the notion of boundless altruism was far from their reality. However, the starving residents within the community constituted a staggering 80%, each one vociferously expressing their discontent in the group. Should one dare to voice opposition, they would be swiftly overwhelmed by a tide of vitriol. While verbal assaults may be bearable, the prospect of neighbors from the same building confronting one could provoke far graver consequences. A collective of famished and frostbitten individuals, their tempers frayed, might resort to violence over a mere disagreement. Who could withstand the onslaught of such a multitude? Contemplating this dilemma, these residents not only joined in the cacophony, but also began to secretly stash away provisions. The list of building leaders, as compiled by the community committee matron, emerged, comprising 30 individuals, including herself. Upon reviewing this list, Zhou Chen could not help but raise an eyebrow. This roster mirrored almost exactly that of his past life. Each individual was unmistakably linked to the elderly woman, either by familial ties, mutual interests, or as benefactors of the affluent elite whom she sought to curry favor with. In his previous existence, this cadre had hoarded the resources of the entire community, distributing them unfairly, while they gorged themselves to gluttony. By the time the residents realized the deception, these individuals had relocated to Building 10, forming a tight-knit group. In the throes of hunger and cold, the dazed residents, incensed, sought retribution, hoping to reclaim their rightful share of provisions, only to be ruthlessly subdued by this energetic band of miscreants, with many failing to rise again. Subsequently, each day bore witness to the tragic demise of individuals from starvation, while the cohort led by the community matron emerged unscathed, enduring the harsh winter for 3 long months. The community matron was remarkably proactive. The list has been drafted. Everyone take a look. If there are no objections, the leaders of each building should commence their actions forthwith. Zhou Chen, however, was not inclined to acquiesce. I have objections. What is your problem, Zhou Chen? The community matron seethed, her teeth clenched in frustration. Are you addicted to contrariness? The time is now. Delaying the leader's work could result in someone starving to death in the next moment. Can you bear that responsibility? The ravenous residents immediately erupted in condemnation. Zhou Chen, do you have some sort of issue? I am on the brink of starvation. If you have concerns, keep them to yourself. Anyone who hinders the leaders in distributing provisions will face my wrath. Your objections suggest you are unwilling to share resources with everyone, correct? Leaders of Building 21 and its residents, heed this warning. Someone must ensure that all provisions are made available. Reclining comfortably on the sofa, Zhou Chen listened to the crackling of the firewood. He sent a voice message. Alas, I am merely considering the welfare of all. Everyone should examine this list closely and reflect on the relationships these individuals share with the elderly matron. A group of interconnected relatives and her sycophants. Are you not concerned that they may collude in private, hoarding the spoils while disregarding the plight of the rest of us? The community matron was incensed. Zhou Chen, you are not only slandering innocents, but also sowing discord among us. Do you comprehend that? The designated 29 building leaders quickly rallied to criticize, condemn, and curse him. They have just established a new group and are eagerly discussing the benefits of gathering supplies. Have they been so quickly discovered for their ulterior motives? Zhou Chen, you are judging others with a narrow mind. Only the base-minded would perceive others through the lens of their own sordidness. You possess supplies and hold yourself in high regard. But please do not jeopardize the precious lives of others. We are all neighbors and victims of disaster. How could we engage in such unscrupulous acts of self-enrichment? Do not be swayed by his words. Ultimately, it is his selfishness that drives him. Surely he has supplies at home, but is unwilling to share them with everyone, preferring to witness others starve and freeze. Despite his polished appearance, who would have thought he harbors such a disposition? I have heard that his aunt and old classmates are on the brink of starvation, yet he refuses to spare even a morsel. He is truly a cold-hearted creature. The appearance of a single photograph rendered the group utterly silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The image depicted a kitchen backdrop, with a bag of 10 kilograms of flour, 2 bundles of noodles, a packet of dumplings, 4 eggs, 5 kilograms of potatoes, 5 kilograms of sweet potatoes, and a chunk of frozen pork on the countertop. This sight captivated the eyes of residents who had been subsisting on tap water for days. Particularly, the piece of pork, though weighing only about a kilogram, was marbled with fat and lean meat. Gazing upon this slab of fatty pork, one could almost envision a plate of delectable, melt-in-your-mouth braised pork. At that moment, Zhou Lily's family, along with the 3 gaunt figures, felt an overwhelming sense of despair as they traversed from door to door in the biting cold, begging for supplies. No, this is their rightful share of provisions. Is Zhou Chen truly considering distributing the supplies he promised them to others? The tension among those gathered quickly escalated. their hearts racing with anxiety. If Zhou Chen were to share the supplies with others, what would they eat? After posting the photograph, Zhou Chen followed up with a voice message. Dear all, this is the last of my family's food supplies. I have kept only a handful of noodles and one egg for myself. The rest is for sharing with everyone. In the face of disaster, I can only offer this small contribution. The allure of food ignited a fervent cheer in the group, particularly among the residents of Building 21. Their excitement was palpable and lingered in the air. Brother, I am deeply moved. Brother, I frequently travel abroad. If there is anything you wish to purchase, just let me know. Brother, I can tell this is your last bit of food. If you weren't living alone, you wouldn't be able to produce these items now. Brother, no need for further words. In the future, if you encounter any issues in society, you can always reach out to me. Anyone who dares to bully you shall face my wrath. The residents of Building 29 looked on with envy, regretting that they were not part of Building 21. Zhou Chen felt a sense of satisfaction at their response, prompting him to continue the previous discussion. Everyone, I do not intend to undermine the orders from our superiors. We must unite to weather this storm, a truth that everyone understands. However, can you truly place your trust in those designated by the elderly lady? A team composed of friends and stakeholders has been formed by the landlord. Do you believe there is nothing dubious about this? When they are well fed and you are left hungry, will you be able to confront them when you realize you've been deceived? In a society governed by enlightened minds, how can one person dominate the discourse? The selection of the landlord is a matter for you to decide through your own votes. Moreover, do you not find it peculiar that the members of the community committee are not solely elderly women? With a team of 5 to 11, how is it that only she can establish contact with the organization? Reflect upon this. Consider the committee members and the 29 designated landlords, whose reputations are tarnished. The young ones seem intent on opposing them. Blocking people's access to wealth is akin to slaying their kin. Such grievances are etched into their memory. Unfortunately, they have yet to devise a counter-strategy, and another photo has surfaced. This time it features the community security guard, Lao Sun, holding 2 bags of instant noodles and 3 packets of sausages. Each bag of noodles contains 5 smaller packets, and each sausage package holds 10. Upon the release of this image, the residents' fervor was reignited. These typically disregarded, inexpensive snacks have suddenly transformed into vital sustenance. Lao Sun remarked in a voice message, I believe Xiao Zhou has a point. To be prudent, the selection of the landlord should be conducted through a fair, public voting process, which would garner respect. The landlord from Building 21 will come to collect my supplies at 2302. Chapter 19. What kind of nested dolls are these? Zhou Chen's maneuver was straightforward and effective. Particularly, the residents of Building 21, who were previously indifferent to the appointed landlord, now expressed their dissent. Regardless of whether the committee member harbors ill intentions, the individuals listed as landlords are either related to her or are wealthy heirs, which is undeniable. The group chat descended into chaos, with residents voicing their opposition to a singular voice, insisting on electing their landlord through a vote. Soon after, they dispersed into their respective smaller groups to cast their ballots. The residents of Building 21 were even more direct. Let our landlord be Zhou Chen. In this moment of collective vulnerability, who among us would dare to squander the resources of someone willing to share everything? I agree as well. Naturally, Zhou Chen had no intention of being the landlord. He preferred to enjoy his life in comfort by voluntarily contributing these supplies. His primary aim was to support a group of individuals. The circumstances would only worsen, and in a climate of scarcity, malevolent individuals would inevitably arise. If that day arrives, Zhang Li and his gang, outnumbering others, could easily seize control of the entire building through intimidation. He needed another force to counterbalance their influence without expending excessive effort. I shall not take on the role of landlord. I have recently faced setbacks in my career and lack the spirit to engage in further endeavors. As our lives are at stake, I kindly ask for the selection of another landlord. Dear all, I find Lao Sun to be quite commendable. Although he is not a resident of our community, his work ethic over the years has been evident to everyone, and he possesses a sense of justice. Any concerns can be addressed later. Our immediate priority is to have something to eat. The residents of Building 21 may naturally feel dissatisfied with the security guard taking on their leadership, yet Zhou Chen has spoken in favor of Lao Sun, who has also voluntarily provided supplies, demonstrating his commendable character. Furthermore, with their stomachs growling incessantly, they cannot afford to delay any longer. No one wishes to continue subsisting on tap water. Zhou Chen is absolutely right. When one is on the brink of starvation, why ponder so much? The immediate task is to get food into our bellies. Very well. Let Lao Sun be our leader. At this moment, Lao Sun appeared bewildered, staring at his phone repeatedly. Utterly confused by the message Zhou Chen had sent him, yet he complied without hesitation. Accepting the urgent call to duty, Lao Sun did not decline. The lower floors were already flooded. Thus, I will compromise on the level. To the 2 homeowners on the 15th floor, who among you will take charge of boiling water? I will retrieve the instant noodles and ham to cook, allowing everyone to have something warm to fill their stomachs before we gradually gather supplies from door to door. The 2 residents on the 15th floor eagerly agreed, promptly stating they would boil water. The residents, who had exhausted their supplies, were moved to tears at the thought of soon enjoying steaming hot instant noodles. Zhou Chen, clad in a military coat, opened the door carrying a bag. Simultaneously, Lao Sun, also dressed in a military coat, opened his door. Lao Sun, trembling and carrying 3 large bags of instant noodles, hurried over and handed one bag to Zhou Chen. Zhou, you can't just keep a handful of noodles. With such a big frame, a handful won't last long. You take this bag. I have secretly saved a little for myself. Zhou Chen did not refuse, but inquired with curiosity. How come you live opposite me? The property management has their own duty rest area at the community front desk. However, the head of security is a resident of the 8th floor in Building 21. And after the front desk was inundated, he assumed Lao Sun was staying at the captain's home on the 8th floor. Just as Lao Sun was about to respond, a noise came from the large door behind him. Zhou Chen turned his head and widened his eyes in surprise. What did he see? A matryoshka doll? Lao Sun hurriedly ran back, whispered a few words to the doll, quickly shut the door, and locked it with a key. The next moment, he unlocked the door again, scooping up the doll and presenting it to Zhou Chen. Zhou, could you please help me look after this? I need to go door to door to collect supplies. And it's too cold inside. I can't leave such a small child home alone. Zhou Chen gazed at the adorable doll, which was bundled up snugly, revealing only a pair of round, sparkling eyes. This is quite a predicament. Zhou Chen hesitated to extend his hand, astonished. What is going on here? Lao Sun's expression was one of affection, looking at the doll as a grandfather would gaze upon his grandchild. He chuckled awkwardly, stating that there was an elderly person in Building 1 who could not care for themselves, and whose children were trapped elsewhere and unable to return. Out of compassion, Fong decided to lend a helping hand on the night of the typhoon. Since the child was inconvenient to bring along, Fong, thinking of our shared origins, requested my assistance in looking after the child. Little did I know that this arrangement would extend for an entire week. Upon mentioning the child, Old Sun sighed with pity, lamenting that at such a tender age, the child had lost their parents, and their elder brother was unreachable, which was truly tragic. Zhou Chen could not help but scoff. What compassion was this? Wasn't it merely a guise for taking on private work behind the landlord's back? The Sakura community comprised 2 households per staircase. The father of the doll was a traffic police officer who toiled from dawn till dusk, while the mother, a warm-hearted owner of a seafood restaurant, and the elder brother, a reconnaissance soldier in the military, made for what appeared to be a happy family, tragically shattered by a car accident. On the night of the 3rd of the month, the father was on duty, checking for drunk drivers when a wealthy heir, intoxicated, refused to exit his vehicle for inspection. After colliding with the child's father, he dragged him for 2 kilometers before being forced to stop. By then, it was too late. The mother, overwhelmed by grief, suffered a heart attack and could not be saved. The elder son hurried back to handle the funeral arrangements, hastily hiring a nanny before rushing back to the military to process his discharge. Unfortunately, the doll never got to see their only remaining family member return. In a previous life, Zhou Chen, along with several neighbors, had ventured out of the city in search of survival, intending to take the doll with them. Yet, when they forcibly pried open the door, the child was nowhere to be found, nor could they hear any sounds from within. The nanny sat alone in the dining room, cradling a bowl of meat soup, while in the pot lay the skeletal remains of a 5-year-old child. The flesh had been meticulously stripped away, suggesting it had been boiled repeatedly. In this life, with Old Sun present, one could only wonder whether the doll's fate might be altered. Zhou Chen felt speechless. Had he known the circumstances would unfold this way, he would never have recommended Old Sun as the building manager. Would Old Sun truly assist? Hearing shouts from downstairs, Old Sun hurriedly thrust the child into Zhou Chen's arms. Since the child's parents had passed, they had become somewhat withdrawn, neither crying nor making a fuss. They could be left to play in the sand. Zhou Chen was taken aback. He attempted to call old Sun back, but the limping old Sun vanished swiftly, disappearing around the staircase corner. Dazed, he looked at the doll, who paid him no mind, their innocent eyes fixed on the character for good fortune adorning the front door. A biting cold wind stung his cheeks, prompting Zhou Chen to realize the futility of his situation. With a resigned sigh, he turned and carried the doll back into the warmth of the spring-like room. Wang, a large golden dog clad in a short down jacket, approached, wagging its tail. It seemed slightly wary of this new member, continuously nuzzling Zhou Chen's pant leg, as if fearful of losing its affection and being cast aside. The nesting doll appeared somewhat withdrawn, casting not a glance at the dog, perhaps instinctively wary of the cold, its round eyes fixated on the flames dancing in the fireplace. Zhou Chen placed the nesting doll on the single sofa before the hearth, vexation evident as he scratched his head in frustration. Alas, how careless of me. Chapter 20. Such rubbish, even the dog wouldn't eat the presence of the nesting doll, unsettled Zhou Chen. His kindness and compassion had been worn thin from his previous life. He lacked any experience with children. In this world, children and small animals were the most vulnerable, endearing, and soft, seeking affection. Adults are inherently protective of the weak. And in the process of nurturing, one can unwittingly become enamored, finding themselves holding the fragile being in their palm, unable to let go. Zhou Chen glared at the nesting doll with a stern expression. Once, just this once, when old Sun returns, I shall cast the nesting doll back. To delay even a moment would be a disrespect to the apocalypse. Zhou Chen fought the urge to hurl the nesting doll out the door and instead rummaged through his space for some toys, allowing it to entertain itself. Only then did he find the time to check his phone messages. Brother Zhou, we've returned to the 11th floor. You haven't surrendered all the supplies, have you? Zhou Chen, you promised to send us supplies. If you've given them all away, what will my cousin and I eat? The 7 individuals who braved the cold to return to the 11th floor were pale, their limbs stiff, nearly numb from the chill. If not for the timely delivery of a large cup of hot water by the occupants inside, they might have succumbed to the cold. Once they had somewhat recovered, they immediately reached for their phones to inquire about the supplies. After all, Zhou Chen had promised to send them down. Zhou Chen responded with an expression of helplessness. I did intend to share half of the supplies with you, but hasn't the organization issued a directive? Supplies must be surrendered for centralized management and distribution. If I fail to comply, I will be held accountable. Rest assured, the host is currently preparing instant noodles, and meals should be served shortly. However, with so many of you in there, and being outsiders, I cannot guarantee you will receive a portion. The thin monkey grew anxious, his tone laden with desperation. Brother Zhou, you cannot do this. I know you must have surplus supplies at home. I beg you, help us just this once. And I promise to testify against Zhang Li if the need arises. Brother, isn't the host your friend? Please speak a few kind words on our behalf. Even if each of us could have a bowl of porridge, it would suffice. We truly cannot endure much longer. Brother, we can draft a testimony for you right now. The thin monkey rattled on, yet received no response. Contemplating another visit to plead, he hesitated, recalling the near-fatal experience of freezing. His heart raced with urgency. Compelled to send message after message to Zhou Chen. As the temperature continued to plummet, the desperation in his messages escalated. Returning to the master bedroom, Zhou Lily and her family were equally anxious. Zhou Chen, have you stepped out? Zhou Chen, when will you deliver the supplies? You must not go back on your word. After all, we are family. Suddenly, Zhou Lily realized she might have been deceived. Zhou Chen had no intention of providing any supplies, merely wishing to prevent anyone from perishing at his doorstep. Were they truly destined to starve or freeze to death here? Overcome by the terror of death and her emotional collapse, she struck her future daughter-in-law across the face. It is all your fault, you shameless woman. Is being pregnant such a remarkable feat? Do you think you are the only woman capable of bearing children? With your swollen belly, you demand money, housing, and a car. If it weren't for you, our family of 3 would have food and drink in our own home and would not be suffering this torment. Do not think I am unaware of your past employment at the foot massage parlor, where you undoubtedly enticed numerous men. The pregnant woman, already seething with unexpressed anger, had her fury ignited by the unexpected slap, and she retaliated with 2 slaps of her own. If it weren't for the fact that I cannot fight during this pregnancy, do you think I would willingly marry your son? What good can come from 2 gambling addicts? Outside, a group of 10 anxious individuals were engaged in fervent discussion when a woman, bleeding from her lower body, stumbled out. her face a mask of terror as she cried for help. Help me. Yet, the cold was so biting that she collapsed after just a few steps. Meanwhile, the instant noodles on the 15th floor had been cooked, and the notified residents were filled with excitement. Wonderful. Finally, we have something to eat. Each household sent forth a representative, carrying the largest pot they could find to brave the frigid air. Upon reaching the 15th floor, they were met with a disheartening sight that was far from the delicious noodles they had envisioned. 6 large buckets were lined up, each filled with a broth that resembled slop, a layer of substance akin to flour floating atop, eliciting nausea at first glance. What on earth is this? They exclaimed. There are no noodles, just soup. How are we supposed to eat this? Do you even know how to cook? This refuse is unfit even for dogs. Have you secretly consumed the noodles and left us with nothing but a bucket of broth? The 2 residents and their families on the 15th floor erupted in anger. Are you blind? The noodles are in the soup, with 50 or 60 people in the entire building. How were they to divide the noodles if they were not cut up before cooking? I poured the last half bowl of lard from my home into this pot. What more do you want? It's too late to complain now. Let us starve in peace. A group of residents, their stomachs growling with hunger, reluctantly suppressed their disgust and formed a line to fetch a bowl of the noodle soup to take home. Meanwhile, Zhang Li and others residing in Unit 602 waited in vain for news of the noodle distribution. Driven by desperation, Zhang Li picked up his phone to inquire in the group chat, only to learn that the noodle soup had already been allocated. Zhang Li nearly leaped from his bed. Allocated? What do you mean it's allocated? I am a tenant in Unit 101 on the 6th floor. We never received any notification from you. A man with a prominent beard stepped forward and proclaimed, I am the deputy leader. The leader is currently gathering supplies, and I am responsible for the distribution of food. Zhang Li from room 101 and Yang Sitian from room 602. I have reserved some for both of you. Hurry up and come to collect it. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, the task of retrieving the instant noodles fell upon Yang Sitian and Su Ruan, as they were the only ones among the group, along with a young girl, who had winter clothing. The others, including Zhang Li and his companions, were clad in thin summer attire, huddled together beneath their blankets, even reluctant to venture to the restroom. When the 2 women rushed to the 15th floor with their large soup bowls, they were taken aback. On the kitchen counter, there were merely 2 bowls of broth, each no larger than a fist. Su Ruan, trembling and incredulous, exclaimed, Isn't the distribution supposed to be per capita? How can there be so little? There are still over 10 people in our room. The deputy leader, savoring his own bowl of soup with great care, replied, It is indeed distributed per head. According to the property management's roster, I distribute a portion for each registered individual. Stunned, Su Ruan quickly stepped forward to argue. This cannot be right. Even if we are not owners in the community, you cannot simply disregard us. Are those not on the property list meant to starve? The deputy leader, greedily eyeing the 2 bowls of soup, couldn't help but lick his lips, saying, If there is an issue, take it up with the leader. With limited food, priority must be given to our own residents. If you don't want it, then let me have it. Yang Sitian, unable to contain herself, lunged forward and finished her bowl in a matter of moments. The sight of this sent Su Ruan into a frenzy. The aroma of the broth penetrated her senses. Overcome by hunger, she discarded her remaining rationality and dove in like a starving dog. Chapter 21. White Lotus, please begin your performance, you 2 madwomen. Zhang Li nearly exploded in fury at the sight of the 2 women returning home with empty bowls. Chen Chong and the others looked ashen, their fists cracking ominously beneath the blankets. Had they not been frozen to the core, they would have undoubtedly surged forward to grab their hair, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. After all, those noodles were their lifeline. The audacity of these 2 women to prioritize their own needs over the survival of others was infuriating. Spit out our food, they shouted, their anger palpable. You little wretches. It seems you are courting death. Yang Sitian, still relishing the taste of the broth, sneered, If you're looking for someone to blame, don't look my way. The rationing was not done per head. I drank from my own allotted portion as per the property's resident list. She then cast a disdainful glance at Su Ruan beside her. At this moment, the desperate group of individuals turned their wrathful gazes upon Su Ruan, their eyes sharp as daggers, wishing nothing more than to see her suffer. Yet, Su Ruan felt no guilt. She began to tidy her hair in front of her phone screen. In that instant, she seemed to regain her goddess-like composure. Why rush? Let us not forget our plan. What is there to fuss about over a bowl of meager soup? Moving into a house with a fireplace and enjoying a bowl of egg noodles is quite delightful. Is it not? Zhongli suppressed his anger. Are you suggesting that? Su Wanruan, with an air of confidence, replied, what does a bowl of egg noodles matter? Surely, you do not genuinely believe that Zhou Chen would relinquish all the supplies? Zhongli retorted with conviction, of course not. In the current circumstances, who would be foolish enough to surrender all their food? Chen Chong warned through gritted teeth, you had better persuade Zhou Chen to open the door obediently. If you fail, do not blame us for our lack of compassion. Standing frozen in place, Yang Sitian stomped her feet in frustration, observing the group with a sardonic smile before retreating to her room and promptly locking the door. She took out her phone and located Zhou Chen's WeChat, sending a friend request. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen was at home preparing a fruit salad, featuring fresh watermelon, mango, peach, strawberry, kiwi, cantaloupe, cherry tomatoes, and dragon fruit, topped with a splash of pure milk and a sprinkle of nuts, which looked utterly appetizing. The golden retriever drooled, wagging its tail in a hopeful manner. Zhou Chen gently kicked the dog's rear, sending it back to its bed for dog food. He reserved a large bowl of fruit salad for himself, while handing a smaller bowl to the toy doll, sternly warning, if you need someone to feed you, I will toss you out the door right now. The doll, merely introverted rather than dim-witted, stared blankly at the bowl of fruit salad handed to him. He picked up a spoon and took a bite, indifferent to his surroundings and oblivious to Zhou Chen's threat. Zhou Chen reclined on another single chair, his long legs stretched out, relishing the continuous warmth emanating from the fireplace. Enjoying the fresh fruit, he felt exceedingly content. Setting a frying pan over the fire with a meticulously prepared king crab inside. Ding! His phone chimed once more. Zhou Chen leisurely picked up his phone, noting a message from Su Wanruan, as well as a friend request from a woman identifying herself as Yang Sitian from room 602. He accepted the friend request before turning his attention to Su Wanruan's message. Was she attempting to trick him into opening the door? Ah Chen, let's have a chat. Don't worry, I'm alone in my room, not with them. It's too cold. Would it be convenient to speak directly? Hearing Su Wanruan's voice tremble from the cold, he noticed her change in address, reflecting on how he had never found that term so distasteful before. Zhou Chen curtly replied, inconvenient. Su Wanruan quickly responded, inconvenient? What are you doing right now? Zhou Chen snapped a photo of his fruit salad, capturing a glimpse of the crab legs in the frying pan, replying, not much. Just trying to prepare a fruit salad. The taste is mediocre, and I lost my appetite instantly. Meanwhile, Su Wanruan, shivering under her blankets, gazed intently at the photo. Bastard, she thought. After enduring hunger for so many days, she had just consumed a small bowl of what resembled soup from instant noodles while he sat by the fireplace enjoying a fruit salad. The photograph is remarkably clear, allowing her to distinguish several types of fruit. Wait a moment, is there a crab leg in the skillet over the fire? Such a large crab leg must be from a king crab. Has the household of Zhou Chen amassed such an abundance of resources? The others crowded on the bed, including Zhongli, felt their eyes turn crimson with envy upon hearing Zhou Chen mention his fruit salad. They yearned to rush to the top floor, forcibly break down the door, and violently demand that Zhou Chen yield all his fruit. Not just the fruit, but all the food and the warmth of the fireplace. It all belonged to them. The fact that this fellow had fruit to eat indicated that he must be hoarding a wealth of food he was reluctant to part with. How delightful. This was precisely the outcome they desired. Su Wanruan couldn't help but swallow, contemplating their forthcoming plan. She mustered her composure to exhibit a facade of restraint. That's wonderful. I remember we often went to the Bund to enjoy that fruit salad. No other place can compare to its flavor. Zhou Chen chuckled softly. If you find it delectable, then you should frequently indulge in it after we leave the community. Under the urging of everyone, Su Wanruan spoke with a tone laden with guilt. Ah Chen, I know you must despise me now, but I was coerced regarding the factory matter. Zhongli forced my hand. He has hinted to you several times, yet you didn't pay attention to his words. Zhou Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk. Zhongli forced you? My dear White Lotus, please commence your performance. Su Wanruan hastily responded. Yes. Zhongli has fallen into gambling and owes millions in high-interest debts. If he cannot repay them, they will take him to the mountains and bury him alive. He was terrified, and you were his only wealthy friend. Knowing that you despise gamblers, he believed you would never lend him money, so he threatened me with your life. He said if I did not comply, he would kill you. I feared for your safety, and you were oblivious to his insinuations. The factory matters were all orchestrated by him and Chen Chong. The signatures were forged by them. I truly did nothing. Ah Chen. My loyalty in following Zhang Li is not betrayal. I am secretly gathering evidence for you. You have treated me so well, and I like you so much. How could I possibly assist others in harming you? I have nearly collected all the evidence, and in recent days, I have obtained much useful information. I assure you that we will win this lawsuit, and the factory will surely return to your possession. Ah Chun, this matter is of great significance. Can we discuss it face to face? Let us plan to meet during the next food distribution, and I will come to see you under the pretext of collecting food. After sending this voice message, Su Wanruan felt her heart leap into her throat. Zhang Li and the others felt the same. A factory that belonged to Zhou Chen's parents was at stake. With the opportunity to reclaim the factory, they could not believe Zhou Chen would refuse. Yet, he did precisely that. His response, delivered in a voice tinged with a semblance of a smile, plunged everyone's spirits into despair. Could you conjure a more compelling reason? The entire city is on the brink of devastation. Where would the factories emerge from? Perhaps it would be wiser to contemplate how to avoid freezing or starving. As I have mentioned, my home only provides refuge for women. What was the name of Chen Chang's girlfriend? She appears quite admirable. The young woman, named specifically, was taken aback, her heart swelling with uncontainable joy. Amidst a sea of women, Zhou Chen had chosen her. She was eager to rush to the 23rd floor and summon Zhou Chen to open the door. She yearned for the warmth of the fireplace and the delight of flavorful food. As for the intentions of the other party, she was not blind. Zhou Chen was undoubtedly 100 times more exceptional than Chen Chong. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Some were filled with rage, others with jealousy, while some expressed concern and others trembled in fear. Chapter 22, 70 degrees below zero, an icy world dawn broke. The world lay shrouded in a blanket of white, with skyscrapers, trees, and earth enveloped in snow and ice. The temperature plummeted to 70 degrees below zero. Icicles hung from rooftops and tree branches, and a layer of ice formed atop the floodwaters several meters deep. People suddenly found themselves as if they had traversed back to the Ice Age overnight. In the Sakura Community Owners Group, individuals continuously shared images of icicles the size of their children's arms. Goodness, this is absurd. What on earth is the meteorological station doing? I pay my taxes every year to support this nonsense. Please do not tell me that the apocalypse is upon us. Is it possible that we are collectively dreaming of a world plunged into an icy era, merely lost within a dream? All the clothing available at home has been donned, yet I still feel increasingly cold. Am I destined to freeze to death? Who was it that cried out for a quick-acting heart remedy? I have found it. Which building are you in, and how shall I deliver it to you? No need, thank you. My father has already passed. The chat group, which had buzzed with noise throughout the night, fell into an eerie silence. The residents were stunned. They had not anticipated that someone would truly perish in this calamity. Would there be more casualties to come? Why had rescue not yet arrived? Would those without supplies, along with their families, become the next victims? In that moment, a chilling realization gripped all the residents. They understood they might genuinely face death, and their loved ones could depart from them at any moment. Survival is an instinct. The more one fears death, the greater the inner turmoil. Zhou Chen sensed that those who had previously dismissed the flood and cold wave were now belatedly realizing that this could indeed signify the end of the world. He added several logs to the fireplace, stoking the flames vigorously. He replaced his expensive mattress with one akin to a certain celebrity's, laying down a fine woolen blanket and retrieving 2 down comforters from his space, transforming the bed into a haven of comfort. A knock echoed at the door. Zhou Chen surmised it was old Sun and cautiously peered through the peephole for confirmation. Upon opening the door, a blast of frigid air assaulted him, the exposed skin feeling as if it were being sliced by a knife. Previously, the once resilient Lao Sun now trembles in the biting cold. Had he not donned a cotton hat and scarf, he might have lost both ears to frostbite by now. At his feet lies a cardboard box, containing a scant supply of provisions. Zhou Chen inquires, "What is the situation?" Lao Sun shakes his head in disappointment. Even if the organization did issue such an order, it cannot possibly entail searching every household. Moreover, the inhabitants of Magic City seldom hoard supplies. The vast majority have long exhausted their resources, subsisting solely on water to stave off hunger. Gathering even this meager amount has been a formidable challenge. Surely, some are hoarding supplies, like you, Zhou Chen, who keeps some for himself. Why should others be compelled to relinquish everything, especially in these dire circumstances? isn't that tantamount to pushing them toward death? Lao Sun stamps his feet repeatedly, feeling his toes numb with cold. Xiaozhou, this weather seems rather abnormal. Do you think it could be like those disaster films from America, where humanity's misdeeds weigh heavily on the earth, heralding the apocalypse? Zhou Chen refrains from elaborating. Anything is possible. We must be prepared for whatever may come. Lao Sun stammers. I'll move the supplies indoors. You bring the child out shortly. Zhou Chen halts him, saying, I wasn't aware you were helping with the child. My current advice is to either entrust the child to someone else or find someone to oversee the supplies. In any case, you can only manage one, either the child or the provisions. Lao Sun squints. Are you suggesting someone else take charge of the building? That makes sense. In this frigid weather with scarce food, it is already a struggle to care for a child. Zhou Chen shakes his head. If you cannot part with the child, then entrust the supplies to another. Managing provisions is already prone to scrutiny, and should circumstances deteriorate beyond repair, those supplies may become your death knell. Lao Sun, having navigated the streets in his youth and spent nearly 2 decades as a security guard, quickly grasps the implications. You are quite right. Let you take on the role of building manager. Zhou Chen declines. I have no desire to deal with such matters. Then we shall revisit this later. Lao Sun suddenly lowers his voice, murmuring, I just observed that none of the owners in the building wish to share food with those outsiders in Unit 1001. Zhou Chen finds this entirely reasonable. After all, self-preservation often trumps all else. The food supply is already woefully inadequate, with over 80 residents in the building, 1/3 of whom belong to Zhang Li's group. Everyone is suffering. Who would be inclined to concern themselves with the plight of others? Yet, he finds it curious that Lao Sun specifically mentions Zhang Li and his cohort. Lao Sun clarifies, your factory's situation has already spread throughout the community. Although you haven't explicitly stated it, I surmise you wish to seize this opportunity to deal with them. Those wretches deserve a thorough reckoning for their misdeeds. In my younger days, I would have charged in with a machete, leaving them crying out in anguish, forever haunted by nightmares. Zhou Chen gives a thumbs up. Impressive. Old Sun scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. With age weighing heavily upon him, and one leg rendered useless, all he could do at this ripe age was boast. I will take the supplies down to find someone to watch over them, and return shortly to fetch the child. Half an hour later, Old Sun knocked on the door once more. Zhou Chen, resembling a harbinger of misfortune, handed over the matryoshka doll to Old Sunday. As he cradled the child, he was enveloped in warmth, akin to holding a portable furnace. It struck him then that Zhou Chen's home boasted 2 fireplaces. The cold had been unbearable, and to claim he felt no envy would be disingenuous. Gazing at the remarkably beautiful child in his arms, and then at Zhou Chen, he hesitated, words unspoken. Bang! Zhou Chen swiftly shut the door, intent on avoiding any trouble. Yawning, he made his way to his comfortable bed, sinking into the softness of the woolen blanket. Cocooned by the warmth of the down comforter, the crackling of the fire soothed him, and he soon drifted into a blissful slumber. While he enjoyed his restful sleep, the other residents endured great discomfort, especially for Zhang Li and his group of outsiders. Lacking winter clothing and vastly outnumbered, 2 small beds could scarcely accommodate them all. Yang Sitian was yanked from her warm bed onto the frigid floor. What are you doing? She exclaimed, as Chen Chong and his crew forcefully seized her blankets, brandishing a fist in threat. If you keep babbling, I'll take the clothes off your back for my girlfriend. Startled and indignant, Yang Sitian instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, only able to crawl into the wardrobe for warmth. Scoundrels! Beasts! May you meet your demise. It was already outrageous enough that they had taken her blankets, yet they had even stripped the mattress of its cover. Were they intent on freezing her alive? She curled up in the empty wardrobe, fearing that at any moment someone might forcibly strip her of her winter garments. Shivering, she retrieved her phone, tears streaming down her cheeks as she sent a message to Zhou Chen. Regret washed over her. All for a bag. She had truly invited wolves into her home. Brother Zhou, they are plotting against you. Failing one scheme, they planned for Chun Chong's girlfriend to trick you into opening the door. If you would only take me in, I am willing to help you resolve this trouble. I am prepared to be your blade. Chapter 23. If you don't know me, keep your distance. Zhou Chen slept soundly until the afternoon, and upon waking, his first task was to add firewood to the fireplace. The roaring flames maintained a delightful warmth of about 30 degrees Celsius, creating an incredibly comforting atmosphere. Tired of steak, he decided to prepare a hot pot instead. The space was abundant with hot pot base ingredients, and he retrieved fine cuts of beef and lamb, fish balls, shrimp balls, tripe, yellow throat, duck intestines, duck blood, and an array of vegetables, crafting a splendid hot pot feast. A couple of bottles of beer completed the setting, allowing him to savor the meat while admiring the falling snow outside. His phone, resting on the dining table, buzzed incessantly. Numerous individuals inundated him with calls and messages, expressing a myriad of sentiments, yet he remained unresponsive, indulging in his meal while perusing the notifications. His cousin's girlfriend had passed away. Naturally, his gambling aunt, a relentless source of trouble, laid the blame squarely on his shoulders, accusing him of failing to provide timely supplies, thus causing the unfortunate demise. A fatality with 2 lives at stake. Should the authorities pursue this matter, imprisonment would ensue. She even dared to threaten Zhou Chen, insisting that only by allowing their family of 3 to enter his abode for sustenance would they consider aiding in clarifying matters before the police. The vivid memories of his rebirth remained fresh. Regardless of whether the blow aimed at his head by the heavily pregnant woman was an act of protection for her unborn child or merely a desperate measure for her own survival, he felt no iota of sympathy regarding her death. This time, Zhou Chen decisively blacklisted them, permitting them to fend for themselves. However, a message from Yang Sitian piqued his interest. Residing under the same roof, a frail woman surely faced dire straits. He was intrigued to discover how she intended to assist him in extricating himself from this predicament. If someone was willing to lend a hand without sullying their own hands, why not seize the opportunity? As he savored his hot pot, a cacophony of quarrels erupted from downstairs. Zhou Chen discerned the voices of his aunt, the scrawny monkey, and even Zhang Li's furious shouts. The discord appeared to stem from disputes over food distribution. The clamor intensified, accompanied by the sounds of furniture being shifted, followed shortly by a blood-curdling scream. "Damn it, we can barely feed ourselves in this entire building. Why should we share with you? You've ruined our food. We'll make you pay." The audacity to forcibly seize what wasn't theirs would lead to dire consequences. Before long, Lao Sun called. Zhou Chen activated the speakerphone while placing a slice of beef into his mouth. A few of those folks who harbor animosity towards you came demanding food, incessantly lamenting unfairness, and resorted to forceful theft, only to accidentally topple a pot of dumpling soup. A frenzied group of homeowners, driven by desperation, retaliated against them. How badly were they hurt? Not too severely. Those ruffians were inadequately dressed for winter, wrapped in blankets, and had no chance to dodge a few punches. Exercise caution, a cornered dog is perilous. In less than half an hour, Zhang Li bombarded Zhou Chen with calls. Zhou Chen answered languidly. "Zhou Chen, I know you have ample supplies at home. I'll pay for them. Just name your price." "Have you lost your mind? You wish to purchase my supplies with my own money? What does your money matter? It currently resides in my pocket. If you dare, summon the police to retrieve it." "Huh, before the police arrive. Do you think Zhang Li will freeze to death or starve? There's bound to be a fitting fate for you." At that moment, Zhang Li, battered and bruised, huddled beneath his blanket, trembling incessantly, both from the cold and his fury. He had ventured out with Chen Chong and several robust companions, wrapped in blankets, battling the extreme chill, and nearly perished while climbing to the 15th floor. The neighbors are still unwilling to distribute food equitably. He is a property owner within the community. Although he may receive a meager portion, if he cannot secure sustenance for everyone, will these individuals heed his words? That pot of dumpling soup was not deliberately spilled, yet the reaction was excessively harsh. A band of scoundrels. This matter is far from over. The factory has just secured several substantial contracts, and once the natural disaster passes, a significant profit will be reaped. Those who laid hands on him, one and all, shall feel the weight of his vengeance. As for Zhou Chen, he should have been dealt with long ago. He ought to be luxuriating in a 5-star hotel, indulging in fine cuisine, rather than enduring hunger and cold, subjected to violence. Zhang Li touched his bleeding nose and threatened, "Zhou Chen, if you refuse to sell me supplies, I shall reveal that your home harbors a considerable stockpile of resources, and you will have much to answer for regarding your fireplace." Zhou Chen replied lazily, "Do as you wish. Perhaps you should concern yourself with how to manage your own cohorts, for they are here because of your pretentiousness." Upon hanging up the phone, Zhang Li cursed in anger. A group of cold and hungry individuals made it clear what was amiss. Chen Chong, equally bruised, had abandoned pretense and issued a direct warning. "Zhang Li, we came to this wretched place because of you. and we've been starving for days. If you do not find a way to procure food, do not blame us for being unkind." Zhang Li's face flushed with rage. He struggled to suppress his fury, ultimately choosing to swallow his pride. What is there to panic about? You all know Zhou Chen. He despises me most, yet he cannot be cruel to others. He scanned the women present, his gaze landing on Su Wanswan. You go. Do not use your phone. Simply visit him. A face-to-face meeting may elicit some compassion. Chen Chang's girlfriend expressed skepticism. Her again? If she were capable, we would have already gathered around the fireplace feasting. Zhang Li was well aware that this woman was eager to go. He found it ludicrous. Zhou Chen had merely made a provocative remark. And she genuinely believed she had caught his eye? Did she not look in the mirror? With such oversized headlights, did she think she possessed infinite allure? Observing Su Wanswan's appearance and figure, one could certainly grasp the discerning nature of Zhou Chen's tastes. Chen Chang felt conflicted. He was displeased with his girlfriend's enthusiasm, yet was tempted to let her try. After much contemplation, he still hoped to avoid unnecessary trouble. At this moment, Su Wanswan was equally torn, not solely due to the biting cold that deterred her from venturing outside, but also because Zhou Chen's recent demeanor had sapped her confidence. Nonetheless, women often harbor a sense of competition. As a widely acknowledged beauty and the factory owner, she felt overshadowed by a less intellectually endowed rival. Moreover, she harbored a touch of selfishness. Before heading out, she wished to adorn herself with an exquisite makeup look, but as she trembled while opening her bag, she found that her moisturizer and foundation had all frozen into solid blocks. Zhang Li, standing by, advised, "Without winter clothes, we shall not accompany you. Once you successfully enter the house, find an opportunity to knock Zhou Chen unconscious, then promptly retrieve a few outfits for us. Do remember to take the keys." Su Wanruan meticulously arranged her appearance, seemingly brimming with confidence as she stepped outside, while in reality, she continuously encouraged herself. In the living room, nestled under the blanket on the sofa, Yang Sitian, cradled in the embrace of a young delinquent, sent Zhou Chen a reminder message. Knock, knock. Zhou Chen, curled up on the sofa playing with his dog, heard the knocking and approached the door, peering through the peephole. Who is it? It's me, Ruan. Zhou Chen was taken aback. The disheveled figure outside was indeed Su Ruan. Her hair was a tangled mess, her complexion sallow, dark circles under her eyes. And she was bundled up like a 300-pound pig, adorned in a riot of colors. To claim she resembled a madwoman would evoke no dissent. Shivering uncontrollably, Su Ruan remained oblivious to how dreadful her appearance was, striving to muster a smile she deemed charming. Yet, this smile elicited a visceral reaction of revulsion from Zhou Chen. With a look of disdain, he turned away. I don't know you, get lost. Chapter 24. Another malicious individual seeks to harm me. Zhou Chen picked up his notebook and plugged in his headphones. He opened a trending anime of the year, donning the earbuds to muffle the incessant knocking and her pleas. This woman was toxic, a fountain of deceit. Were it not for his memories of rebirth, he would have undoubtedly softened and let her in. In his previous life, Su Wanruan had deceived him into signing a blank piece of paper, subsequently colluding with Zhang Li to embezzle his factory, showing not an ounce of remorse afterward. 3 years into the apocalypse, when they crossed paths again, Zhang Li and Chen Chang snatched his only piece of bread, beating him mercilessly, while Su Wanruan watched with a detached expression, as if observing a stray dog. It was indeed his fault for allowing his principles to be swayed by mere appearances. From the moment he laid eyes on Su Wanruan in university, he was captivated by her goddess-like beauty and figure. There are many beautiful women, and many with great figures, but few possess the angelic visage coupled with a devilish physique. His heart was tender, and throughout their romantic entanglement, he was exceedingly compliant with Su Wanruan. In daily life, he was generous, frequently gifting her clothing, handbags, and jewelry, taking her on trips both domestic and abroad, and annually bestowing over 100,000 in red envelopes to her family. Regrettably, her family held lofty expectations, demanding 2 properties valued over 2 million each, one for her parents and another for her brother. As the saying goes, in Kyoto, do not compare ranks. In the Magic City, do not compare wealth. With a fixed property and an average-sized factory, Zhou Chen was hardly considered wealthy in the affluent milieu of the Magic City. While the factory's annual revenue was indeed sufficient for him to live comfortably, it merely afforded him a modest existence, never propelling him into the realm of super riches. After several years, Deducting the funds necessary for maintaining the factory's operations, his savings amounted to a mere 10 million, only slightly better than the average person. Zhou Chen had once contemplated proposing to Su Wanwan, yet each time he recalled her vampire family, he promptly dismissed the notion. Particularly when Su Wanwan suggested selling the property bequeathed to him by his parents to purchase a villa for accommodating her family. Thoughts of parting ways began to creep into his mind. Perhaps sensing his inclination towards separation, Su Wanwan, fearing the loss of everything, chose to betray him in a moment of desperation. For a woman with such a venomous heart, no matter how striking her beauty or how adept her poses, Zhou Chen now found himself devoid of any interest. The air was filled with the intense sounds of battle as the anime reached its climactic moment. Zhou Chen had long since cast aside thoughts of Su Wanwan, having downloaded a plethora of the most classic television shows, films, anime, novels, and variety programs from both domestic and international sources throughout the week. As he switched out the new USB drive for storage, he occasionally glanced at the unfolding anime plot. In the harsh environment of a post-apocalyptic world, lacking entertainment to pass the time could easily lead to mental distress. Calculating the time, he realized that power outages and internet disruptions were imminent, and he needed to download more programs. Once the flood had completely frozen, he intended to visit the largest library to collect all the books within it. During the extreme cold of 3 months, when the city faced a scarcity of heating materials, books would quickly become a source of warmth for the affected populace. 3 days had passed, yet the long-awaited rescue personnel had still not arrived. Worse yet, due to the severe cold, the electrical systems and gas pipelines had suffered significant malfunctions, leading to power outages and an inability to ignite gas. This terrified the residents. While the frozen pipes allowed them to collect ice for boiling water and cooking, the lack of electricity and gas was akin to a death sentence. Discussions in the homeowners group were rife with anxiety as everyone vented their fears. Where are the military rescue teams you promised? Community Committee Annie, the community committee member, who had initially prevented everyone from venturing out to procure supplies, continued to obstruct their efforts. The dire situation in the Sakura community made her undeniably culpable. Residents, whose lives were under threat, were increasingly panicked, wishing to wield a kitchen knife and exact vengeance upon the detestable old woman. The harsh living conditions did not affect Zhou Chen, who had stockpiled generators and fuel in his space, ready for use at any moment. Yet, he felt it was not yet the time to act. In a brutal post-apocalyptic world, one must strategize before taking action, never allowing carelessness to lead them into peril. As long as chaos had not erupted, should the masses discover that he had power, he would instantly become a target. In truth, Zhou Chen had sensed danger approaching. The past 3 days had been unnaturally quiet. Even the beasts led by Zhang Li and Chen Chong had shown no signs of activity. And even the skinny monkey had ceased his pleas for supplies. It was a calm reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. Zhou Chen pondered this and decided to contact Old Sun to inquire about the recent developments. Just as he picked up his phone, a resounding crash echoed from the front door. The impact was tremendous, resonating throughout the entire building. Uninformed neighbors, in a state of panic, mistakenly believed an earthquake had occurred. Zhou Chen immediately became alert, while De Huang, lying in the corner, sprang up and bared its teeth at the door. Animals possess an innate sensitivity. They are often more attuned to changes in their environment than humans. During this time, De Huang gradually sensed the shift in the world, instinctively understanding that its new owner would never keep a pet that merely consumed without contributing. It was imperative to behave well at this moment. Outside the door, a group led by Zhang Li was fervently hammering away, each one a fierce visage wielding hammers. However, no matter how they struck, the massive door remained steadfast. Save for a few dents, they were bewildered. Had the door been fortified? Their initial plan to breach the door within 3 minutes and subdue Zhou Chen in 30 seconds, thereby dividing the spoils of the fireplace and all supplies, now seemed utterly futile. Zhou Chen, everyone is now aware of your hidden stockpile. If you willingly surrender all your supplies, we will not make things difficult for you, they called out. Zhou Chen approached the door and peered through the peephole, noticing nearly all the ruffians had gathered. They were clad in winter attire. Zhang Li, Chen Chong, and the thin monkey even donned military coats. If they were truly raiding for supplies, it would undoubtedly create a considerable commotion. In the frigid temperatures of -70 degrees, it was implausible that they had scavenged these resources. This could only imply that someone within the building was aiding these ruffians. Had Zhongli swiftly found an accomplice? It made sense. In recent days, several fatalities had occurred in the community, and the collected supplies, no matter how meticulously conserved, were insufficient to feed everyone even for a few meals. Truly a desperate situation. In the perilous cold, no one dared venture outside recklessly. Regardless of whether Zhou Chen indeed possessed a vast cache of supplies, Zhongli could easily find a partner in crime. Ah, another schemer seeks to harm me. Whoever dares oppose me must perish. Woof, woof. Upon hearing the barking, the threatening group outside became animated, eagerly salivating. Zhongli wore a smug expression. I told you. Zhou Chen must be hoarding a significant amount of supplies. Everyone, including Chun Chong and the thin monkey, enthusiastically agreed. Of course, how could one sustain a dog without supplies? Zhang Gu is brilliant. Whatever he suggests, we follow, and it must be right. They exclaimed, listen, can a starving dog bark so resoundingly? Zhou Chen, you have 1 minute to open the door and surrender all your supplies, including the dog. Zhou Chen, when fortifying the door, had also modified the peephole, allowing him to detach it from within without needing to twist from both sides. As the ruffians outside continued their menacing threats, Zhou Chen retrieved a water gun from his space, filling it with water. To hell with you. If you wish to die, I shall oblige. Zhou Chen inserted the barrel into the peephole and pulled the trigger. The next moment, a series of anguished screams echoed from outside the door. Those who were drenched instinctively sought refuge. Despite their arduous efforts to don winter garments, these wretches found them insufficient against the biting cold. Braving the frigid temperatures of -70 degrees was perilous enough. Now, being doused with water was akin to adding insult to injury. Once reconciled, Chun Chong and the lean monkey, in a bid to pledge their loyalty to Zhang Li, wielded hammers and stood at the forefront, becoming the unfortunate recipients of the worst drenching. The instant the water met their skin, it felt as if a knife was slicing through them. The toy water gun in Zhou Chen's hand possessed formidable water pressure, with a reservoir capable of holding up to 1,000 milliliters. Under normal circumstances, such a volume would be inconsequential, yet at this temperature, even 100 milliliters upon one's skin could prove fatal. Following the initial panic, the rabble quickly retreated. Though they did not surrender, the fire in the hearth blazed vigorously, and Zhou Chen, clad in thermal attire, felt no chill as he stood by the door. He even procured a chair, leisurely enduring the wait. Whenever someone approached from outside, he would promptly discharge his weapon. After several iterations, within mere minutes, the beleaguered creatures could no longer withstand the cold and, shivering, departed with stiffened limbs. Before leaving, Zhang Li spat out a fierce threat. Zhou Chen, I will surely break your limbs and cast you outside to freeze to death. Zhou Chen's gaze sharpened, his tone dripping with disdain. Do your best. Let us see who meets their end first. Returning to the living room, Zhou Chen began to contemplate. These ruffians were merely a disorganized mob. Dismantling their morale required nothing more than tossing them a morsel like one would to a dog. He couldn't bear to squander even a single grain of food. Reflecting on the winter attire worn by Zhang Li and his cohorts, it was evident that the collection of clothing belonged to more than one individual. This implied that Zhang Li was backed by a considerable force. Zhou Chen swiftly devised a plan and attempted to call Lao Sun, only to discover that his phone was switched off. Had Lao Sun encountered trouble, or had he aligned himself with the adversaries? Just then, a voice resounded from outside. Xiao Zhou, are you all right? Uncertain of Lao Sun's allegiance, Zhou Chen refrained from opening the door. He approached the entrance and peered through the peephole, spotting only Lao Sun. I'm fine. As long as you're all right, Lao Sun acknowledged. Understanding Zhou Chen's hesitance to open the door, I've sensed something amiss these past few days. I've noticed individuals clandestinely forming factions, discreetly contacting several homeowners. Though I am unsure of their target, I intended to investigate further, yet it seems your enemies have sought you out. Zhou Chen inquired, what happened to your phone? Lao Sun expressed regret. It was damaged by the cold. It won't turn on. Zhou Chen pondered for a moment before suggesting, here's the plan. Return to your residence, and I will leave a walkie-talkie at the door. Come back in a minute to retrieve it, and we shall communicate through it. Lao Sun nodded, tucking his chin and rubbing his hands together as he departed. Zhou Chen, having confirmed through the peephole that Lao Sun had entered the neighboring door, pressed his ear against the door for an extended period. Assured that no suspicious sounds emanated from outside, he retrieved a sharp machete from his concealed space, cautiously lifted the 3 bolts, and carefully opened the door a crack. After placing the intercom outside, he swiftly closed the door and secured the bolts. Once Lao Sun obtained the intercom, he immediately contacted Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen outlined his plan. Adding that refusal was an option, Lao Sun's expression grew grave as he lamented, "Must it truly come to this?" His words were not directed at Zhou Chen, but rather a heartfelt exclamation. Observing the child curled beneath the blankets, tears streaming from his nose, Lao Sun's heart ached more profoundly with each glance. "I am agreeable to your plan," he stated, "but I have one condition. The supplies must meet your satisfaction." He continued, "If you can offer fewer supplies or none at all, I wish to leave the child in your care." Zhou Chen, who was roasting a crucian carp over the fire, nearly toppled into the flames upon hearing this. "No way," he exclaimed. Lao Sun pressed on, "I still have some food available. You can use it to feed him. It would merely be a temporary arrangement until your matters are resolved, and the child will remain with me thereafter." Zhou Chen frowned. "Lao Sun, do you realize what you are proposing? In this dire environment, your own safety is uncertain. How can you ensure his well-being?" Lao Sun offered a wry smile. "Xiao Zhou, being young, you cannot fathom my sentiments. My disability has left me without a wife to share warmth, and I have no children to experience fatherhood, let alone the chance to embrace a grandchild. This child was once lively, always calling me grandpa upon our meetings. I was deeply moved. Over this time spent together, I have come to regard him as my own grandson." Zhou Chen understood. Lao Sun had developed genuine feelings. Lao Sun's voice came through again. "Xiao Zhou, this child truly has no family left. On the night of the typhoon, his brother was on the high-speed train, and after a night passed, he lost all contact. It is likely that the situation is dire. Since the child has called me grandpa, I cannot turn my back on him. I assure you it will only be a temporary arrangement at your place while I find another solution." After contemplating for a long while, Zhou Chen relented. "In light of the fact that his father is a martyr, I will agree, but only temporarily." He reiterated, "This is merely a temporary measure." Expecting Lao Sun to express his gratitude, they were interrupted by a knock at the door. "Xiao Zhou," Zhou Chen remarked, "that was rather swift." He cautiously surveyed the hallway, spotting only a pair of round eyes peering from a nesting doll and Lao Sun, grinning foolishly. As the door swung open, Lao Sun first thrust the child into Zhou Chen's arms, followed by a heap of bags. "Wait, what are all these?" Zhou Chen inquired. Lao Sun pointed to several bags of varying sizes on the floor. "These are the child's change of clothes, 2 thick blankets, and this small bag contains his food." Zhou Chen examined the deflated little bag, realizing it likely contained Lao Sun's last provisions. Gazing at the pile before him, a strong premonition gripped his heart. Lao Sun was entrusting him with a legacy. Lao Sun was acutely aware that he possessed a wealth of supplies, provisions, medicine, and a fireplace, suggesting he had likely packed his belongings days prior, merely awaiting the opportune moment. This was undoubtedly the case. Zhou Chen felt a wave of frustration as he only carried a bag containing clothing, declaring, "You can take these things back." Without waiting for Lao Sun's refusal, he firmly shut the door. Placing the matryoshka back in its original position, he retrieved an apple and set down a box of milk beside it. Then proceeded to prepare several items: bread, eggs, noodles, dumplings, buns, corn, and potatoes. Given the potential issue of water and power shortages, he deliberately chose not to include rice in his provisions. He stuffed a large bag to the brim and called Lao Sun to the door via the intercom. Upon opening the bag, Lao Sun was taken aback by the sheer quantity of supplies within. "This," Zhou Chen stated, "is far more convincing with tangible goods." Lao Sun instinctively inquired, "How much of this do you have left?" Noticing Zhou Chen's expression, he quickly clarified, "Don't misunderstand. We are truly running low on resources. Several buildings have already descended into chaos, and I believe it is only a matter of time before a major crisis erupts. Any single item in this bag could easily sway the hearts of people, and there are a few in this building who can still be considered reliable." Zhou Chen remained steadfast. "You need only to seek. Harboring any ill intentions is of no concern. Those with corrupt motives, no matter how strong, must not be trusted. Such individuals are not worthy of even a grain of my provisions." Lao Sun, not one to be overly sentimental, replied, "All right. I will make contact immediately." Having barely stood at the door for 2 minutes, Zhou Chen found himself shivering from the cold. It was easy to imagine how difficult the lives of the other residents must be. He rubbed his hands together and moved towards the fireplace, tossing in a few pieces of wood. Just as he extended his hands to warm them, a soft voice called out, "Daddy." Zhou Chen was momentarily stunned. I am not. I did not. Do not shout nonsense. In Chapter 26, a 360-degree icy shower. Is it refreshing? The matryoshka held an half-eaten apple, his round eyes brimming with tears. Following his gaze, Zhou Chen realized it was the figure of a traffic officer from the television series, the uniform strikingly reminiscent of the child's father. At just 5 years old, the child had lost both parents overnight. In truth, children are sensitive and perceptive, even if they do not comprehend the concept of death. They can sense the absence of their parents, leading to an unexpected onset of autism. The only remaining relative was now unaccounted for. Observing the tearful matryoshka, Zhou Chen was reminded that he had also lost his parents on the same day. However, he had been an adult then, having wept countless times, gradually emerging from the sorrow with the cherished memories left behind by his parents. Daddy, the matryoshka called out once more. Zhou Chen switched off the television and turned on Peppa Pig. As the pink pig appeared, the matryoshka looked momentarily confused. After a brief period of bewilderment, his gaze became vacant as he retreated into his own world. The flickering flames danced across the child's face, and Zhou Chen, observing for a while, noticed that the complexion of the child's skin appeared abnormal. When old Sun initially placed the child in his care, the little one was so bundled up that only a pair of eyes peeked through. Now, in pursuit of an apple, the child has pulled down the scarf, revealing a rosy face adorned with frostbite and slight cracks, evidencing the harshness of the cold. A delicate scent reminiscent of baby lotion lingers in the air, indicating that the child has been tenderly cared for by old Sun, yet remains vulnerable to the biting chill. Zhou Chen gently placed a hand on the child's forehead, finding the temperature to be normal. Nearby, the large dog, De Huang, fearing abandonment, wagged his tail eagerly. Zhou Chen shooed De Huang aside and inspected the child's belongings. Although there was an abundance of clothing, none were winter garments. It was evident that the child had been layered in long-sleeved shirts, resembling a matryoshka doll. While the resources in his space were plentiful, winter clothes for children were notably absent. Fortunately, the warmth of the fireplace in his home would suffice. He filled a kettle with mineral water and set it on the fire to boil, retrieving a child-sized bathing tub and toiletries. As Zhou Chen rolled up his sleeves to undress the child, he was not surprised to find an astonishing number of layers, dozens of shirts and trousers, with several pairs of socks forming a small mountain in the living room. The bare child was slightly slimmer than expected, with delicate, fair skin marred by a few red bumps of frostbite on his hands and feet. He gently placed the child into the tub, beginning to wash from the scalp down. The quiet child had the advantage of being untroubled, allowing him to scrub with ease. After the bath, the child sat on the sofa wrapped in a wool blanket, his damp hair thoroughly dried. Zhou Chen fetched child-specific moisturizer and frostbite ointment from his space, spending another 10 minutes attending to the child's needs. In the pleasantly warm environment, the weighty constraints were lifted, and the child drifted into a deep slumber, gazing at the pile of dirty clothes. Zhou Chen felt no inclination to wash them immediately and opted instead to gather them into a bag. After a brief respite, he began preparing dinner. With a roaring fire, it was only fitting to roast a beggar's chicken. There was an abundance of mud in the orchard of his space. After wrapping the marinated chicken in cleaned lotus leaves and evenly coating it with mud, he placed it among the burning logs in the fireplace. The leg of lamb was scored and skewered on the grill, seasoned, and set to slow roast. 8 treasure rice was simmering in a clay pot. As Zhou Chen was busy picking vegetables, there came a loud banging at the door once more. Zhou Chen, you have 1 minute to open the door. We can smell the meat. You've been hoarding something good. Not wishing to face an onslaught from the entire building, he knew he had to surrender his resources. Zhang Li led the charge, shouting and pounding on the door. Anger surged within Zhou Chen as he tossed the basket of vegetables aside. Seeking death, he exclaimed. He retrieved a tank filled with mineral water from his space, found a length of hose, and located a sprinkler head typically used for park irrigation. Connecting one end of the hose to the tank and the other to the sprinkler head, he approached the door and inserted the nozzle into the gap. Opening the pressure valve, a group of audacious individuals outside the door emitted cries reminiscent of slaughtered pigs. This time, they strategically avoided the central peephole, opting to position themselves on either side. Little did they expect that the scoundrel, Zhou Chen, possessed a 360-degree water spray nozzle. As the room temperature mineral water was released, it instantaneously transformed into icy coldness. Those who fled swiftly were doused with frigid water, while the slower ones found themselves drenched in an icy deluge. in the biting cold. Each one of them shrieked in agony. The icy water quickly froze, clinging to their scalps, faces, necks, and hands, rendering every inch of skin as if it were being sliced by blades. Zhou Chen's arrogant laughter resonated through the door, reaching everyone's ears. A 360-degree cold shower, was it refreshing? It was excruciating, prompting everyone to instinctively attempt to remove the ice clinging to them. Chen Chong suffered the most. The freezing water encased his entire face, and the stinging pain made breathing a challenge. In a moment of desperation, he inadvertently slapped his own ear. Chen Chong cradled his left ear in his hands, his emotions spiraling out of control. Zhang Li scolded, "Be quiet, you fool." Chen Chong, with hands outstretched and a look of terror upon his face, pleaded with everyone. My ear. Quickly take me to the hospital." Seeing the left ear in Chen Chong's grasp, everyone recoiled in horror, checking to ensure their own ears remained intact. In a panic, Chen Chong clutched Zhang Li's collar, exclaiming, "Brother Zhang, please take me to the hospital." Zhang Li forcefully pried Chen Chong's hands away and pushed him aside. Chen Chong then turned to others. "Xiao Chui, Xiao Zhang, Skinny Monkey, Xiao Shen, please take me to the hospital. I need to have my ear stitched." Those named and those not named alike sought to distance themselves from Chen Chong. The flood, several meters deep, had long submerged the hospital, entombing the building and its equipment beneath layers of ice. Even if there were operating rooms on higher floors and surviving doctors, were conditions suitable for surgery? Furthermore, they were unable to escape. The temperature plummeted to -70 degrees, their clothing insufficient for warmth, and every venture outside for more than 20 minutes left their limbs stiff and their movements sluggish. A delayed return indoors could mean freezing to death. Zhang Li gritted his teeth. "We must retreat." Upon returning to the 8th floor, the empty living room blazed with a pile of firewood, the remnants of furniture. A few tall men lounged on the sofa, passing around a bottle of Erguo Tu, indulging in strong liquor while exchanging vulgar banter. The doors to 2 bedrooms were tightly shut, from within emanating the raucous laughter of men. "Oh, you've only been gone a few minutes? What a waste, back so soon like a dog. If he weren't a fool, he wouldn't have handed the woman over to our captain. I've never seen someone so willingly don a green hat. Hee. And to think, that woman truly is a gem. She makes my heart race. What's the rush? Let the captain play with her for a couple more days, and he'll surely let us have our turn." Zhang Li's countenance darkened, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. His inner fury had reached a boiling point, yet he could only stand there in silence, lacking even the courage to confront them, let alone resort to physical confrontation. Initially, when the conflict arose, both sides had engaged in a scuffle, yet despite their numbers, they were unable to overpower a mere 5 or 6 adversaries. These individuals were seasoned fighters, their strikes swift and ruthless, wielding clubs and hammers to strike at heads with reckless abandon, showing no fear of fatal consequences. Cooperation thrives on a foundation of equality, and they had been at a disadvantage from the very beginning. As the door to the master bedroom swung open, a burly man with a scarred face emerged, a look of satisfaction upon his features as he adjusted his trousers. Through the crack of the door behind him, one could glimpse a woman on the bed, sobbing inconsolably. With a menacing glare, the scarred man raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Zhang Li, exclaiming, "I do not provide resources to collaborate with a bunch of worthless fools. If you cannot even breach a single door with this many people, what use are you?" Chapter 27. "I do not accept rubbish, Xiao Zhou. I have gathered the information," came Lao Sun's voice through the walkie-talkie, while Zhou Chen was dressing a small child. The little one donned a pair of tiny trousers, a thermal shirt, and woolen socks, topped off with Zhou Chen's oversized sweater, which just about covered the tops of his feet. The sleeves were rolled up, allowing for unimpeded movement. On the dining table lay a fragrant beggar's chicken, golden and crisp on the outside while succulent within, a roasted leg of lamb glistening with juices, 2 plates of vegetables, a fruit salad, and a pot of 8 treasure porridge. Zhou Chen placed the child onto a chair, ladling a small bowl of porridge beside him to cool, tearing off a chicken leg, cutting 2 pieces of lamb, and adding a few greens to the empty plate in front of the child. The ever-hungry Da Huang, drooling, wagged its tail eagerly nearby, as the child picked up his chopsticks. Zhou Chen seized the walkie-talkie, inquiring, "Who is that man?" Lao Sun quickly responded in a hushed tone, "He is our vice-captain, nicknamed Scar." Zhou Chen pressed for further clarification, and Lao Sun explained, "He has connections. I heard he has served time in prison, and a relative of his holds a position of power. He was placed here, and his temperament is peculiar. He doesn't even regard our captain. Do you recall the list of building leaders designated by the community committee? Our candidate from Building 21 is him. However, Zhou Chen understood, obstructing someone's financial pathway is akin to slaying their kin, and it seemed he had incurred their wrath. Someone had sought him out, and they had united against him. Lao's son continued. On the night of the typhoon, Scar happened to have several colleagues over at the captain's house for a poker game, and they have been residing there ever since. The owners across the street were out of town, and they pried open the door, locking those women inside. A vague answer began to form in Zhou Chen's mind. Women? The girlfriends of Zhang Li's gang of beasts? Lao's son offered an affirmative response. Indeed, there is also that female tenant from Unit 602. I acquired this information through the resources you provided. My captain vehemently opposed the actions of Scar and his gang, only to be met with violence, confined alongside those women. At this point, the usually righteous Lao's son was seething with indignation. Damn it, this is utterly lawless, worse than beasts. I swear upon my ancestors, Xiao Zhou. When shall we take action? I, Lao's son, shall lead the charge and eliminate those scoundrels. Zhou Chen took a bite of mutton and inquired, how goes the other matter you were handling? Lao's son replied, it is in progress. Most people are unwilling to take action, being kind-hearted and timid. Zhou Chen could not help but scoff, yet understood, there is no need to force them. Those individuals are not good people and will inevitably come knocking at every door. When they find themselves in dire straits, they will naturally seek you out. That very night, screams and cries echoed from below. What are you doing? Is there no law left? Please, this is the last morsel of food for my family. My child. It was not just Unit 21. Similar violent home invasions occurred in the other 29 buildings as well. The victims were primarily young couples, elderly individuals, and solitary men and women. Through the windows, one could see a group wielding torches raiding from the 6th to the 10th floor, amidst the chaos. A resident was shoved from their balcony. The sound of a body hitting the ground resonated, sending chills through the nearby buildings. In light of the spectacle, many victims who attempted to resist ultimately abandoned their efforts for the safety of themselves and their families, helplessly watching as these nefarious forces ransacked their homes, seizing all provisions, as well as valuables like gold, watches, and cigarettes. These beasts bore the weight of lives lost. They may have felt fear or even regret at that moment. But as the environment worsened and they realized they would face no legal repercussions, their actions only escalated. One life lost is a burden. 2 lives lost are just as heavy. Society began to descend into chaos. This was merely the first night. The turmoil would only intensify, with lives becoming as disposable as straw. Zhou Chen drew the curtains and donned a robe as he made his way to the living room. Next to the fireplace, he had placed a child's bed, layered with cotton mattresses and adorned with a wool blanket, creating a soft and comfortable resting place. The child, clad only in a thin autumn outfit, lay peacefully under 2 lightweight down quilts, sleeping soundly despite the commotion outside. On the second night, the community fell further into disarray. The residents, already suffering from hunger and cold, found themselves utterly powerless against a pack of ferocious beasts. Some homeowners had their winter clothing stripped away, leaving them frozen and lifeless in mere minutes. By the 3rd and 4th nights, civility had eroded, morals had collapsed, and social order was irrevocably shattered. From the 5th day onward, those beasts began to wreak havoc during the daylight hours, leaving the timid and weak residents in utter despair. It was not only the Sakura community that suffered. A similar tragedy unfolded across all neighborhoods in the city, with thick smoke billowing and countless casualties. Zhou Chen placed a cup of warm milk in front of the child, urging him to call him daddy. He had learned from old son that the child's name was Chuzakai. For the past few days, aside from fending off the harassment from Zhang Li and his gang, he had been trying to coax the little one into calling him daddy. Unfortunately, the child was withdrawn, only eating when fed, drinking when given water, and relieving himself without fuss, even when De Huang snatched his toys. He would call daddy when he saw police officers on television, refer to soldiers as brother, and call a certain actress named Jiang Xian mother. Beyond that, he remained ensconced in his own isolated world. Zhou Chen found himself exasperated. Yet he still had to attend to the child's meals with utmost care. Prolonged exposure to heat could accelerate the evaporation of moisture from the skin, leading to dryness. Once the little one had finished his milk, he began applying lotion. Mo City, being a major economic hub, had seen many goods swept away into the river during the seawater surge. During the 3 days Zhou Chen spent by the riverbank, he salvaged numerous luxury skincare products for men and women, as well as items for children. After 10 days of residing with Zhou Chen, the child's skin resembled that of a peeled egg, smooth and tender. Achoo! The little one sneezed, finding the fragrance delightful. Zhou Chen arranged a plate of fruit on the coffee table and applied an exquisite moisturizing mask to his face, stretching his long legs in sheer comfort. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Su Wanwan, who had been absent for a long time. While enjoying the fruit, Zhou Chen answered the call. Silence greeted him on the other end, save for the sound of breathing and a stifled sob. At that moment, Su Wanwan appeared disheveled, gaunt, her face bearing the marks of a slap, and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, curled up naked beneath the blankets. Fearing Zhou Chen might grow impatient and hang up, she quickly steadied her emotional turmoil, knowing that this was her only chance to seek help while those beasts were absent. "Ah Chen, please save me." Old Sun had recently been gathering intelligence in secret, utilizing the supplies to learn about the situation in the entire building, which naturally included the plight of women like Su Wanwan. Initially, Zhang Li sought cooperation with Scarface, who, upon hearing that Zhou Chen had a substantial stockpile of resources and possessing photographic evidence, was inclined to agree. However, Scarface had already discerned the specifics of their situation. The first step in their collaboration was for him to provide food and winter clothing, while Zhang Li supplied women for their amusement. A group of beasts on the brink of starvation and freezing naturally acquiesced to this demand. Women are like clothing. How can they compare to one's own life? Su Wanwan pleaded tearfully. "Ah Chen, I beg you, for the sake of our past, please save me. I know you still have resources at home. If you could spare just a little, they would surely be willing to trade." Zhou Chen inquired, "Why should I save you?" Su Wanwan perked up her ears, attentively listening to the sounds emanating from the living room. The ominous click of the lock sent shivers coursing through her body, compelling her to retreat desperately into the corner. Reflecting on the treatment she had endured in recent days and the increasingly dehumanizing behavior of the scar-faced man, remorse washed over her. She understood that Zhou Chen would not easily forgive her, yet she felt compelled to take a gamble. Su Wanwan staked everything. "Zhou Chen, if you are willing to rescue me, if you permit me to reside in your home, I am willing to serve as your maid." Zhou Chen curled the corner of his mouth, a cold smile escaping his lips. "I do not take out the trash." Chapter 28, Esteemed One. "Please accept my knees." The biting wind howled like a beast, coating the walls within the room with a layer of frost. The temperature had plummeted, and amidst a dire lack of resources, death loomed daily. In room 802, a dozen disheveled women huddled together on a single bed for warmth. No one felt the crowding. They longed to be even closer together. It was unbearably cold. Famished and fatigued, they dared not succumb to sleep, each fearful that once they closed their eyes, they might never awaken. Bang! The door was kicked open, and a lethal gust of cold air rushed in, sending a wave of startled cries from the women as the frigid air enveloped them. A group of men clad in winter coats and hats entered in succession, disregarding their protests as they forcibly dragged each woman from the bed and into the living room, offering a single piece of winter clothing for warmth. Only 2 women, huddled in the far corner, remained motionless. The last to enter, the scar-faced man, greedily scrutinized the faces and figures of the 2 women. The young girl tightly embracing Yang Sitian shot him a wary glance, trembling as she issued a warning. "Stay away. If you dare to touch us, my uncle will surely kill you." The scar-faced man licked his lips, suppressing his impulse momentarily, and with a lecherous grin said, "Little girl, I will wait 3 more days. If your uncle doesn't show up by then, you 2 will obediently submit to me, or I'll drag you out to cell." The door was locked once more, and the 2 women, having narrowly escaped disaster, clutched their heads and wept silently, stifling their cries. These individuals were beasts, worse than refuse. And while they had not yet been violated, they sometimes struck the women with belts for no reason at all. In the extreme cold, a lash felt more agonizing than death itself. After their tears, the 2 turned to wipe the fog off the glass window with their blankets, straining to look downstairs. A group of figures appeared in their view, several men escorting a throng of women across the solidified icy ground. Leading the pack were Zhang Li and Shen Chang, accompanied by 3 other men who concealed weapons, ensuring the women were trapped in the middle to prevent escape. In the frigid temperatures of -70 degrees, the biting cold ravaged the icy landscape, rendering everyone shivering and slow to move. This group, their limbs stiffened to the point where taking a single step seemed a Herculean task, persevered in their struggle to advance. The world had gone mad. To linger outside for even a minute could transform one into a frozen corpse. Yang Sitian meticulously discerned the direction of the group. They were heading towards buildings 9, 10, and 11. The young girl gritted her teeth, reluctantly getting out of bed, braving the biting cold, and stealthily approached the door, cautiously listening to the sounds outside. She returned to her bed, her face filled with despair. It's futile. There are guards outside. We cannot escape. Yang Sitian regained her composure and reassured her, do not panic. Even if we could flee, where would we go? The residents of several floors have been taken control of by these individuals. No one would dare offer us refuge. We must either refrain from fleeing, or if we choose to escape, we must prepare thoroughly. Otherwise, even if we evade capture, we risk freezing to death outside. The young girl appeared anxious. But that beast has given us only 3 days. Who can we rely on in such a short time? I would rather leap off a building than become like them. Yang Sitian embraced her shoulders, a look of determination in her eyes. You saved my life and have always protected me. Rest assured, I will find a way to get you out. If I cannot, I will jump with you. The young girl was touched. Sitian, I am grateful to have you by my side. I truly regret not heeding my uncle's advice. He always taught me that girls should be well-behaved and sensible, warning me against wandering outside, saying that the world is chaotic and that one day, even he would be unable to protect me. Who would have thought? Yang Sitian couldn't help but self-deprecate. Did I not also end up in this predicament for the sake of a bag? You paid the price for your recklessness, and I too must pay the price for my vanity. At this point, she recalled Zhou Chen's earlier warning, inviting a wolf into one's home. It resonated profoundly. Thinking of Zhou Chen, Yang Sitian immediately perked up. I believe there is only one person who can save us now. Fearing they might be overheard by the guards outside, the two girls huddled under the covers and discussed their plans for a long time. On the top floor, Zhou Chen, equipped with binoculars, clearly observed Zhang Li and others leading a group of women into Building 10. Through the stairwell windows on each floor, he saw them ascend to the 9th floor. The door was opened by Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee, and the two parties exchanged a few words at the entrance. 2 women were left behind, while the others were taken to different floors above. Through the floor-to-ceiling window of one homeowner's residence, Zhou Chen saw a portly man handing over a packet of instant noodles, selecting one woman from the group to take into the room. Su Ruan and Li Sisi were among these women, once a campus belle and a class flower, now appearing disheveled and haggard. With visible scars on their faces, Zhou Chen barely recognized them. There's a cause for every effect. Now they were treated as mere commodities to be exchanged for supplies. This was their fate. Zhou Chen felt an unshakable calm within, harboring no sympathy for their plight. However, Aunt Wang piqued his interest. With the power out and phones rendered useless, the once boisterous homeowner group had fallen silent. He had assumed Aunt Wang, at her advanced age, would have perished from the cold or hunger, yet she not only survived but appeared quite well fed, now even running a brothel. Impressive. Indeed, those unashamed can become invincible. But how could there be so many resources in Building 10? The abundance of supplies has reached a point where they could be utilized as mere commodities. Zhou Chen felt an unsettling premonition, sensing that someone was concocting a more sinister plot. A crackling sound emanated from the walkie-talkie. It was Old Sun calling for him. After several days, it seemed that Old Sun had finally made significant progress. Zhou Chen picked up the device and spoke. Old Sun's breath was heavy, and he sounded quite frozen. It's done. Initially, these individuals were reluctant. Some feared losing their homes, while others harbored various concerns. However, they have come to realize the precariousness of their situation and have agreed to follow your directives, albeit with one condition. They hope you can provide supplies. Zhou Chen chuckled coldly. Of course, but only if they comply. He had grown weary of the relentless harassment by these beasts. The longer this dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for them as they amassed greater resources. He needed to cultivate his own force to confront them. He would provide supplies while these pawns would expend their efforts. In this brutal world, it was a matter of survival of the fittest. One either perished or thrived based on their capabilities. The resources in his possession were more than enough for a lifetime. Yet he could not squander them on a bunch of useless individuals. Moreover, how would he sustain them? The principle of reciprocity was well understood. If today he generously bestowed supplies, tomorrow, if he could not provide, he would be condemned. Those who earnestly wish to survive should strive for their own means. After deliberating for half an hour, they ultimately resolved to act that very night. As Zhou Chen prepared to draw the curtains, he inadvertently caught sight of a woman on the 14th floor across the way, fervently waving at him. Clad in a thick winter coat and sporting binoculars around her neck, she gestured wildly while pointing at a writing board in her hands. Zhou Chen raised the binoculars to his eyes, magnifying the scene several times, revealing a young girl whose hair was tousled yet not unkempt. She belonged to a class of individuals with ample resources. However, after a month, even the most abundant supplies would dwindle. He focused on the writing board, which displayed the words, "Zhou Chen, look here." Upon noticing that he was observing her, the girl became animated, frantically waving her arms before hastily erasing the text and scribbling an 11-digit number, accompanied by a gesture indicating a phone call. Who was this girl? Zhou Chen's memory was sharp. He noted the phone number with a mere glance. The phone rang once before the other party answered immediately. Her voice trembled, whether from the cold or excitement, or perhaps a combination of both. "Sir, please accept my submission." Chapter 29. The comical young lady with the phone on speaker. It rested upon the table by the fireplace. On either side of the table sat an adult and a child, with a large yellow dog lounging nearby. Both the adult and the child cradled cups of fruit salad, and even the dog had an apple to munch on. Life was undoubtedly indulgent. Amidst the girl's animated discourse, Zhou Chen discerned her identity and the reason for her approach. Rewrote, 20 years old, a privileged individual and a first-year student at a normal university. She, a scion of wealth, stands apart from her peers of similar fortune. Unlike others who indulge in nightlife, extravagant parties, shopping sprees, travel, reckless driving, or studying abroad, her sole passion lies in seclusion, engrossed in novels. Her mother passed away at a young age, and her biological father remarried, producing a younger brother. With a stepmother comes a stepfather, who, aside from providing a modest allowance, shows little concern for her well-being. Consequently, Rewrote has become increasingly reclusive, immersing herself in her own world. As soon as summer vacation commenced, she ventured to the supermarket, hoarding supplies worth 20,000 yuan, opting to remain indoors each day. To facilitate her literary pursuits, she possesses 5 mobile phones and 10 power banks. Given her solitary lifestyle, her grandmother, prioritizing her safety, had fortified the family home 2 years prior. The entrance now boasts an additional iron gate beyond the outer security door, complemented by fortified windows with security grills. When calamity struck, she found herself comfortably ensconced at home with ample provisions for sustenance and entertainment, suffering only from the chill. Recently, her community has witnessed a surge in violent incidents, with a gang attempting to breach her residence in Building 19 on 3 separate occasions. Each time they pried open the security door, they were thwarted by the 2 additional barriers. Due to the extreme cold, lingering outdoors was impractical, leading the assailants to abandon their plans after 3 unsuccessful attempts. Indeed, Rewrote had invested 20,000 yuan in supplies, yet she had shopped at an imported goods market, acquiring mostly imported delicacies. Although her expenditure appeared substantial, the actual stock was limited. Staple foods were scarce, with snacks such as beverages, chips, and nuts comprising half of her inventory. By the day of the typhoon, her provisions had dwindled significantly, leaving her with just enough to scrape by until now. As her neighborhood descended into chaos, having narrowly escaped harm thrice, she began to feel a gnawing anxiety due to her dwindling resources. Several days prior, she had taken notice of the household atop the opposite building, the Zhou family, in the frigid temperatures plummeting to -70 degrees. Other residents resorted to burning their furniture for warmth, now huddled under blankets much like herself. However, the Zhou family's home was perpetually aglow with fire. Peering through a telescope, she was astonished to discover not only children within, but also a dog. While the presence of children was not particularly surprising, having warmth ensured their survival. The existence of a dog was remarkable. To her knowledge, nearly all pets in the community had perished. During the floods, residents had resorted to killing dogs for sustenance, the anguished howls echoing both day and night. In the face of this bitter cold, dogs either succumbed to starvation or frostbite, were consumed by their owners, or stolen by others. In any case, she had not heard a single bark in over 2 weeks. The occupants of the upper floor not only refrained from slaughtering their dog for meat, but had nurtured it to a state of robust health, its coat gleaming with vitality. This indicated an abundance of resources within their home. After quietly observing for several days, she made another astonishing discovery, as other residents appear haggard and disheveled. The gentleman on the top floor indulges in a daily ritual of facial masks, elegantly donning a robe that accentuates his physique, exuding an aura of charm and charisma. Oh my goodness! With a discerning eye honed by a decade of literary exploration, she is certain of her assessment. Such a figure, in the realm of apocalyptic narratives, undoubtedly embodies the quintessential male protagonist. Indeed, she has set her sights on this captivating individual. Summoning her courage, she readies a kitchen knife and a can of pepper spray. Intending to pay him a visit today, hoping to barter her scant resources for a spot on his luxurious couch. After all, the male lead enjoys the comfort of 24-hour heating in his abode. Yet, she is not naive. She won't venture outside without caution. Perched on her bed, she listens intently to the sounds of the building, employing binoculars to survey the neighboring apartments, waiting for the local ruffians to vacate before she makes her move. In her observations, she spots two women on the 8th floor across the way. In a chilling temperature of -70 degrees, these women dare to open a window, frantically waving at her. Having studied lip reading in her youth, she discerns that they are in distress. As a mere girl herself, younger than the two women, she realizes they are not seeking her help, but rather hoping she could connect them with the esteemed gentleman above. What a serendipitous turn of events. Chi-Ro feels as though her throat might ignite with urgency. Esteemed one, do you comprehend? Those two young ladies have conveyed that if you are willing to part with a modicum of your supplies for their release, they are prepared to serve you loyally. The one named Yang Sitian has expressed that if given a chance, she would be the first to confront your adversary. Zhou Chen puts down his half-eaten fruit salad, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Then why don't they act now? Are today's young women so eloquent? After half an hour of chatter, I've only just had the opportunity to utter my first words. My head is throbbing. Chi-Ro scratches her head. It seems they have been stripped of their winter coats, and someone is keeping watch outside. Zhou Chen chuckles mockingly. Are you playing the role of a good Samaritan? Not at all, merely a side endeavor. A voice on the phone, sweetly ingratiating, pleads, esteemed one. I still possess a few supplies and humbly request a spot on your living room couch. My home lacks firewood for warmth. Even if I do not perish from the cold, I cannot cook. The buns are harder than stones, and my teeth are at risk of breaking. Moreover, those ruffians will undoubtedly not spare my family. Zhou Chen is left speechless. Absolutely not. Were it not for old son's assistance, I would not have temporarily taken in this child, and certainly would not entertain outsiders. Women cannot be trusted. In this day and age, there are plenty of young girls adept at deception. Who knows if this is merely a trap laid for me? No, my esteemed sir, came a mournful wail. I can care for children, and I can tend to dogs. As long as you grant me the humble favor of a sofa, I shall be the most loyal and diligent caregiver in the galaxy. With a hint of amusement, Zhou Chen responded, Are you truly willing to part with your home? Chi-Ro replied resolutely, Money is but a transient concern. When one closes their eyes, it is a mere box that serves as humanity's ultimate resting place. What good is a house if one has lost their life? Zhou Chen found a measure of admiration for her nonchalance. If the residents that old son had clandestinely contacted shared such a carefree disposition, matters would have been resolved by now. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Chen remarked, It is impossible for you to enter my abode, but I can arrange alternative accommodations for you, provided you remain obedient and care for the child. You shall not lack for supplies. Chi-Ro exclaimed with excitement over the phone, Esteemed sir, I promise to speak little, perform well, and avoid causing trouble. Zhou Chen, still energized by her enthusiasm, did not forget to mention the dire plight of the two young ladies on the 8th floor. Esteemed sir, what about those two young ladies? Zhou Chen absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the table. Convey to them that I will not exchange supplies for their freedom. The opportunity to survive must be earned by their own efforts. He was unaware of the identity of the woman accompanying Yang Sitian, but perhaps she was someone of potential. The ability to devise a means of seeking help in dire circumstances is, in itself, a testament to resilience. Yet, what relevance did that hold for him? At 2 o'clock in the morning, when most people are in the depths of slumber, a portion of the residents of Building 21, instead of resting, quietly packed their belongings and stealthily exited their homes. They exchanged no words, treading lightly as they ascended the stairs. Zhou Chen shed his usual languor, clad in thermal gear, insulated boots, and a helmet, projecting an imposing presence. For precaution, he had secured steel plates to both his chest and back. armed with a mountain knife in his left hand and an electric baton in his right, and an axe dangling from his belt. He stepped out of the door fully equipped. Chapter 30. The disposable neighbors in the biting cold. The residents who were stealthily relocating gathered on the 15th floor. A woman covered her child's mouth, clinging tightly to her husband, as each person remained tense, anxiously awaiting the unknown. The dimly lit hallway was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint beam of moonlight illuminating a corner window. The sound of soft footsteps echoed from above, and a tall figure emerged into the moonlight. Old Sun stepped out from the crowd, lowering his voice. Xiao Zhou? Zhou Chen shone his flashlight around, counting approximately 25 individuals. The men and women appeared gaunt and weary, with no elderly figures in sight. The few children present were all over 10 years of age. It seemed that the elderly and infants in the building had not survived. In the span of merely a month since the calamity, half of the residents in the building had perished. How many had died in the city? And how many across the nation? Yet, this is merely the beginning. As various natural disasters descend upon us, the conditions for survival continue to dwindle, and resources are in dire scarcity. The number of survivors will inevitably diminish. He tossed a bag. Head to 1502. Let us first have something to eat. Gazing at the bag on the ground, the crowd could sense the provisions within, and the sound of swallowed saliva echoed among them. A father of 2 children gently patted his wife's hand in a gesture of comfort, trembling as he stepped forward to retrieve the bag, turning to lead his wife and children into the house. Tempted by the prospect of food, others followed suit. The bag was not large, and the supplies were scant, merely sufficient for tonight's meal. However, for those who had not eaten for days, it was a source of considerable joy. With food comes motivation. Several women settled their children, braving the bitter cold to open a window, collecting ice to boil water. They cracked a handful of eggs and tossed several bundles of noodles into the boiling water, then awaited the outcome. Steam rose from the pot, releasing the aroma of egg soup, causing both adults and children to feel their stomachs growl. Meanwhile, the men congregated in the main bedroom, deliberating on the next steps. A candle flickered on the table, while Lao Sun huddled with others in a corner, and Zhou Chen stood alone at the doorway, weapon in hand. The loss of civilization had revealed the treachery of human hearts. He dared not turn his back to others. The group outside, with children in tow, posed little threat. The men, burdened by hunger and cold, were initially taken aback by Zhou Chen's fully armed appearance. Soon, however, their attention was captivated by his winter attire. They were bundled up in thick layers, shivering from the cold, while Zhou Chen appeared to wear little, yet seemed unaffected by the chill. Zhou Chen inquired of Lao Sun, "Is everyone here?" Lao Sun had already counted heads and replied, "Not yet. 2 households are missing. One is guarding the remains of their parents, unwilling to leave, while the other likely fears retribution from the scar-faced man." Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. Such timid souls could accomplish little. Their presence would only waste food." He surveyed the crowd, familiar faces among neighbors of many years. Zhou Chen addressed them directly. "I shall not waste words. You are well aware of our current predicament. If you are willing to comply, the provisions will be ample." From within the group, a voice rose. "Zhou Chen, can the supplies you hold truly sustain so many of us?" They could barely muster a single pack of instant noodles. Could he really provide for over 20 individuals? As this thought crossed some minds, a sense of greed began to stir in the darkness. Zhou Chen, raising his machete, tapped it against his clothing. "I can venture out to gather supplies. Can you withstand the elements outside for 20 minutes? Understanding dawned upon them, and the questioning voice fell silent. The greedy thoughts of others were momentarily quelled. Zhou Chen stated, "This collaboration exists solely due to our common adversary. We are all striving for survival. You contribute effort, and I provide resources. This is a fair trade. However, if your aim is merely to buy time, I regret to inform you that there is no place for you here. Soon, I shall require you to take action. Even if you manage to survive this meal, you shall not be guaranteed the next. As for whether you choose to seclude yourselves at home to await your demise, or to seek refuge with the enemy, I shall not intervene. However, should you choose the latter, be assured that there will be no mercy shown." Upon hearing these words, silence enveloped the room. It became apparent that they could easily become expendable pawns, risking their lives with no assurance for their wives and children. Is there truly any alternative? If they endure tonight, how many more nights can they withstand? In truth, they find themselves with no viable escape. The ruthless band led by Scar still trades women for supplies. Once the resources within the community are depleted, it is likely they will resort to cannibalism. Even if starvation does not claim them, they will become mere sheep to the slaughter. The only feasible option appears to be collaboration with Zhou Chen. Furthermore, Lao Sun has been providing them with a modicum of sustenance each day, a half bag of dumplings, a couple of buns, a packet of instant noodles, however meager. These are precious resources for survival. According to Lao Sun, these provisions are what Zhou Chen scavenges for each night in the darkness. During such frigid weather, he truly ventures out in search of supplies. Without Zhou Chen's aid over the past 10 days, they would have surely perished from hunger by now. Aware that Zhou Chen lacks the gift of eloquence, Lao Sun stepped forth to speak on his behalf. Friends, what is there to deliberate? If not for yourselves, should you not consider your wives and children? How many of your elderly parents have starved themselves to save food for you? How many have locked themselves away to preserve their warmth for your sake? Having made such sacrifices, should you not strive to survive, no matter the peril? Otherwise, how will you face your parents? Lao Sun's words struck a chord, and soon the room filled with muffled sobs. One man, choked with emotion, declared, "Scar has taken my mother and wife. Were it not for my son, I would have confronted him long ago. I fear not death, but my son is only 11. Zhou Chen replied, "In a confrontation, there are no guarantees of survival. Yet, if you strike harder than the enemy, it is they who shall fall." However, Scar's group currently possesses ample resources and will inevitably seize control over everyone in this building. At that point, you will be mere cannon fodder. If you do not serve as their dogs, how will your wives and children survive? These scoundrels will not hesitate to withhold food from their own children. Consider the fate of the women in their grasp. In truth, the thugs on the 8th floor have already begun to cast their eyes upon their wives, having attempted to forcefully take them on several occasions. Zhou Chen was unwilling to waste any more time. Let me reiterate. Those unwilling to comply may partake in this meal and then depart. However, if you decide to cooperate, you must heed our arrangements. What is there to fear? We are all human. In a skirmish, injuries are inevitable. I can venture out for medicine, but can they? A man with a buzz cut stepped forward and said, "Zhou Chen, your insistence on obedience suggests you wish to use us as cannon fodder, does it not?" Zhou Chen regarded him with a sardonic smile. "What else would you expect? I am not your parent, providing you with resources for free." Upon hearing this, the men collectively gasped. The winter clothing in the South is quite lightweight, inherently less resilient to the cold compared to the winter attire of the North. At -70 degrees, no amount of clothing would sustain these brutes outdoors for more than 20 minutes. Zhou Chen, equipped with temperature-regulating attire, layered with several sweaters and thermal pants, along with a warm coat, still felt a chill while standing in the corridor. Old Sun quickly concurred, stating that given the current scarcity of resources, it was unreasonable to send Xiao Zhou out on a perilous quest for supplies for everyone. Would any of you dare to do so? I will lead the charge. You can follow closely behind me. It is entirely natural to feel apprehensive during the first skirmish. With more encounters, courage will grow. Let us not forget that these beasts have recently allied with the rubbish from other buildings, and it won't be long before they attempt to seize control of the entire community. Many who previously defied them have met with misfortune, having been thrown from windows. Regardless, death is inevitable. Why not take a chance? These individuals, driven by a primal instinct for survival, felt their concerns dissipate as they inhaled the aromatic scent of egg noodles. In the presence of food, their hesitations vanished. Whether they acted or not, death awaited. Yet if they fought, there remained a glimmer of hope for survival. They resolved to act. Zhou Chen opened the door, instructing them to fill their stomachs first, while he and Old Sun would venture out. Women and children awaited eagerly, their eyes fixed on the large bowls of egg noodles sprawled across the table. A throng of men streamed out, their eyes gleaming as they beheld the heaping bowls of noodles. These were indeed egg noodles, complete with eggs and noodles. A far cry from the meager broth they had previously consumed. After enduring hunger for so many days, they were finally able to enjoy a satisfying meal. As the first mouthful of egg-infused noodles entered their mouths, their noses tinged with emotion. What once seemed ordinary had transformed into a most luxurious feast. The women present understood what was to come. As they swallowed, they transferred the noodles from their bowls to their husbands. Though they were starving, they resisted the urge to indulge, ensuring that their men received the last strands of noodles. The more they consumed, the better equipped they would be to withstand the cold and avoid injury. They sipped the broth, rich with the essence of fried eggs, each sip a delightful reminiscence. If only they could fill their bellies at every meal. Chapter 31. A resounding victory. In the first battle, Zhou Chen summoned Old Sun to the stairwell on the 16th floor, where, shrouded in the cloak of night, he revealed a takeaway meal. The box contained rice, pork chop, egg, and vegetables. Hurry, eat. Old Sun, uncertain of what Zhou Chen had presented, accepted it and began to devour it with his hands. Upon biting into a piece of meat, he finally reacted, exclaiming, "What the hell? How do you have meat? You didn't slaughter your dog, did you?" Zhou Chen was nearly amused. The dog was quite clever and had become increasingly obedient. He couldn't bear to harm it. Don't rush ahead foolishly, just supervise from behind. Make a note of those who exert themselves the most. Those who contribute significantly deserve their rewards. Lao Sun devoured his food ravenously. Having not tasted meat in quite some time, it was delightful. Let me take the lead. I am well acquainted with these homeowners. They are generally good-natured, and without someone to steer them, they lack the courage to act. Besides, they were brought here by me. Zhou Chen understood Lao Sun's intent. Lao Sun was inherently righteous and would certainly not wish to hide in the rear while letting these individuals face danger. However, Lao Sun, have you ever considered the true reasons behind the deaths of those neighbors' parents? There must be some elderly who starved themselves for the sake of their children. Yet it is likely that many more were starved by their own offspring. But Lao Sun is rather single-minded. He would never believe it even if told. 10 minutes later, Lao Sun produced a 1-meter-long pointed steel rod from his overcoat. In terms of lethality, it was far more terrifying than a kitchen knife. Lao Sun led the group stealthily downward. Zhou Chen brought up the rear, eager to gauge the resolve of these individuals. If they were sufficiently determined, he would not hesitate to provide them with better supplies. After all, one must instill hope. With hope, they would fight harder, thus serving him better as cannon fodder. On the desolate 8th floor, under Lao Sun's direction, everyone split into 2 teams, blocking the 2 main doors. Lao Sun had long since ascertained the situation with Scar's group. He knocked on the door of room 801, straining his voice. "Captain, open the door." A voice emerged from within. "Who is it?" Lao Sun continued with his strained tone. "I saw someone sneaking out. It might be that scoundrel Zhou Chen." Zhou Chen, on that frigid night of -70 degrees, thought the occupants inside had no desire to leave their beds. You must be seeing things. Even if he did sneak out, in this freezing weather, he would surely return. Let's discuss it tomorrow. Lao Sun's voice was filled with concern. I saw him carrying a large bag. Could it be that he knows we are coming for him and has fled in advance? Upon hearing that Zhou Chen might have escaped, a flurry of rustling sounds arose from within, footsteps approaching the door. A group of residents outside, armed with kitchen knives, were tense enough to break into a sweat. As soon as the door opened a crack, Lao Sun forcefully pushed it open, thrusting the steel rod forward and charging in. "Liseer, you rascal. Where's the captain? Where is he now?" The room quickly lit up with flashlights. Lao Sun took the initiative, piercing the shoulder of an opponent with his steel rod, kicking him over, and immediately began attacking others in the living room. The residents, who had been tense and fearful, suddenly found courage upon witnessing Lao Sun's ferocity, and they raised their knives to strike. It was all so sudden. Scar's henchmen were promptly met with cries of agony. "Damn it! I want to see who the hell has the audacity to come here seeking death." Scar emerged from the master bedroom, brandishing a hammer. One moment, he wore a fierce expression, and the next, he was taken aback. Where did all these people come from? A steel rod lunged toward him with relentless ferocity. "You bastard! Scarface, where's the captain? Hand him over." Scarface paused for a brief moment, then quickly regained his composure, bending low to evade the attack, while swinging his hammer to clash with Old Sunday. From the adjacent room, several individuals burst forth, causing the group of residents that had overturned the living room to turn and flee. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of cries for blood, the anguished screams of men, and the terrified gasps of women. Nearby buildings were roused, their inhabitants peering through windows to discern the commotion. In the face of overwhelming odds, anger surged through the residents as they recalled the various transgressions committed by the security guards who had formed a nefarious gang against them. Their reason faded, replaced by a frenzy of violence. A pack of half-dressed brutes, some without even weapons, were driven back relentlessly, retreating to their bedrooms where they desperately barricaded the doors. Scarface, robust and youthful, dismissed the limping Old Sun as a trivial threat. However, the enraged residents, having struck the door several times and witnessing the cowardice of their assailants, turned their ire towards Scarface himself. Scarface received a glancing blow on his back, though his thick clothing spared him from serious injury. He was nonetheless unsettled by the ferocity of the attack, and he retreated to safety after injuring 2 individuals with his hammer. Zhang Li and his companions, residing in apartment 802, quickly armed themselves upon hearing the chaos and rushed out to assist. Yet, as they opened the door, they were met with a face full of pepper spray. While they screamed and shielded their eyes, several residents outside charged in, delivering a few swift strikes before fleeing. Zhang Li, who had managed to avoid the spray, pursued the assailants to the doorway, just as Old Sun and his group charged in from the opposite side, leading to an immediate clash. Inside the apartment, 2 security guards remained, primarily to monitor Zhang Li's group and all the women. These 2 had been indulging in their lewd pursuits, taking advantage of the women during this time. When the sudden attack erupted, they were still in bed among the women, only to be jolted awake by a sharp pain in their heads, followed by 2 swift strikes to their necks and backs. Yang Sitian, who had stealthily armed herself with 2 kitchen knives, raised them high and began to shout wildly as she hacked away. A group of frightened women cowered in the corners, clutching their heads and screaming. Transforming into a fierce avenger, Yang Sitian felled one of her attackers and then urged a young girl to flee toward the front door. Amidst the chaos, she seized Chen Chong, delivering a decisive blow that severed his remaining ear. "You bastard! Stealing my food and my winter clothes, die!" When Yang Sitian and the girl finally burst outside, their bodies were smeared with blood. Zhou Chen was astonished that the 2 women had the audacity to escape, carving their own bloody path. Observing the 2 women, who were now without winter clothing and on the brink of freezing to death, Zhou Chen instructed, "Let us head to the 15th floor. Wait for Old Sun's orders." "No, I told you I would help you take down your enemies," Yang Sitian insisted, urging the young girl to ascend while she turned back to continue the fight. Zhou Chen could not help but feel a twinge of admiration. This woman was formidable. According to the original plan, the ambush was set for 3 minutes, and regardless of the outcome, they were not to engage in battle. As Zhou Chen glanced at his watch, the moment the time elapsed, he immediately called for a retreat. Old Sun led the way, limping, burdened by another person on his back. Zhang Li, having suffered a significant setback, burst forth in a fit of rage upon hearing Zhou Chen's voice, exclaiming, "Zhou Chen, I curse you!" Zhou Chen, with his hands in his pockets, stood elevated on the steps, exuding an air of superiority. "What? Do you still wish to fight?" Old Sun and the others halted in their tracks, gripping their kitchen knives tightly, their expressions fierce as they fixed their gazes upon Zhang Li. Upon seeing this, Zhang Li's legs trembled in fear, and with his tail tucked between his legs, he scurried back inside, slamming the door shut, unable to utter a single threat. The group on the 8th floor was grievously wounded, each still enveloped in a palpable fear. At that moment, Zhou Chen's voice echoed through the corridor, reaching each of their ears. "Get out of this building. If you dare linger here after dawn, you shall face death." The victorious residents were filled with exhilaration, promptly responding in unison, "Kill! Kill! Annihilate this pack of beasts! Scum! Brutes! May you all meet a wretched end. Depart at once, or we shall slay you." Chapter 32. Mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Upon returning home, Zhou Chen was greeted by the loyal golden retriever at the door, wagging its tail incessantly. In the living room, a small child, awakened by the uproar, sat quietly on the bed, his clear eyes fixed on the entrance. Zhou Chen set down his weapon and playfully pinched the soft cheek of the child. Time for sleep. Half an hour later, a knock sounded at the door. Peering through the peephole, Zhou Chen saw Old Sun standing alone, prompting him to open the door. Old Sun's eyes were red-rimmed. "This time, we injured too. They are not severely hurt, but given the weather, if they are not bandaged." Zhou Chen had been supervising the operation, and whether out of a desire for revenge or mere showmanship, the 2 injured had indeed charged fiercely. The first taste of blood warranted some medical supplies. With proper care, the expendables would fight even more fiercely next time. "Wait here." Zhou Chen closed the door, feigning a search in the living room, then opened it again to hand Old Sun a first aid kit. "I will go out tomorrow to gather more supplies." Old Sun understood the implication. Even if the individuals downstairs were considered a collective, it was essential to keep Zhou Chen's stockpile of medical supplies a secret. Noticing Old Sun's grim expression, Zhou Chen surmised the cause and inquired, "What about that person?" Old Sun shook his head. "He just left. He has a daughter married out of town. Even if he is alive, I don't know if we can get in touch, and if we do, I have no idea how to explain. The old captain was a good man, had it not been for him. How could a disabled person have worked as a security guard in such an upscale community for over a decade? Yet, it was precisely his kindness that led to this unfortunate fate. Reflecting on the untimely demise of the old captain, a surge of bitterness coursed through him, causing him to gnash his teeth in anger. Those scoundrels, I shall personally ensure they meet a gruesome fate. Zhou Chen cautioned, do not act impulsively. Our recent triumph was achieved by exploiting their unpreparedness. If those beasts had been ready, the losses would have been catastrophic for us. They will certainly be on guard now. If Lao Sun acts rashly seeking revenge, he may well sacrifice his own life. The night's lopsided battle left the adversaries wounded, many severely, and without medical resources. They would not endure the night. Moreover, if you perish, who will take care of that little brat? You ought to focus on surviving. Unconsciously clutching the first aid kit, Lao Sun nodded. I understand. One day, I will exact vengeance upon those vile creatures. Zhou Chen instructed, first, administer the medicine, then gather everyone else. I have matters to arrange. After Lao Sun departed, Zhou Chen retrieved several iron plates, a generator, diesel, components, and welding tools from his space. When the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from below, he feigned returning from the rooftop. Everyone was astonished at the sight of the tools laid out before them. Zhou Chen explained, I had intended to renovate the rooftop garden, but never got around to it. These materials will serve perfectly now. Under his direction, they toiled through the night installing an iron door in the stairwell of the 9th floor, planning to seal the ground floor windows once the beasts had fled at dawn. 2 iron doors would take turns on guard, ensuring the entire building was firmly under their control. The 15th floor served as a makeshift dining hall, where the generator was kept for lighting and cooking, and an electric wire was connected to the 9th floor's iron door. Even if formidable foes breached the ground floor, they would either be electrocuted or stunned upon reaching this level. As dawn broke, under Lao Sun's fierce threats, the group of scoundrels was driven from the building like frightened dogs. Having suffered grievously the previous night, while completely unprepared, the extreme cold claimed lives. With several bleeding out within half an hour, their bodies left behind on the 8th floor. Standing in the snow, Scar did not forget to hurl threats. I, Scar, will remember this dead. Mark my words. I shall hunt each and every one of you down. Lao Sun brandished a steel rod, ready to charge. Stop your blather. Come and try to kill me now. Zhou Chen stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, a warm cup of milk in hand, witnessing the forlorn dogs accompanied by a group of women as they made their way to Building 10. Their numbers had evidently dwindled. Yet Zhang Li and Qin Chong were still alive. Truly, they were resilient as cockroaches. After finishing the warm milk, he donned his cold weather gear. Aware that he would be outside for an extended period, layering it with several sweaters and thermal pants. He pulled the ear flaps of his hat down to his chin, wrapping his entire face, leaving only his eyes exposed. The little brat in the children's bed slept soundly. For some unknown reason, the quirky girl from the opposite building had not made her timely appearance. The ground floor is now what was once the 5th. Old Sun is diligently sealing the windows, believing that an additional layer of protection brings a greater sense of security. Armed to the teeth, Zhou Chen descends the stairs, and the bustling group around him is filled with excitement at the prospect of his venture to procure supplies. Old Sun, rubbing his hands together, nervously inquires, Xiao Zhou, the outdoors is no match for the indoors. Can you endure it for long? Others share his concerns. At -70 degrees, a mere 20 minutes outside without shelter from the wind could turn a person into a frozen corpse. They have long desired to search for supplies, yet the harsh conditions have confined them indoors. Xiao Zhou, don't stray too far. No one can withstand this wretched weather. Indeed, there are a few small supermarkets nearby. Just venture there and return. Zhou Chen steps through the window, firmly landing on the solid ice. I'm well aware of my limits. You all focus on securing the iron gate and then rest. Within 3 days, I doubt anyone will have the audacity to trouble us. Old Sun raises the walkie-talkie in his hand and says, remember to contact me on your way back. If anything arises, I'll gather people at the community entrance to assist you. This distance, we can manage. Zhou Chen gives an okay sign, and under the gaze of everyone, retrieves a pair of ice skates from his backpack. The crowd is taken aback. He possesses that too? Zhou Chen dons the skates, and, after a brief trial, swiftly regains the grace of the ice prince from his childhood at the cultural palace. I'm off, he waves, and with a whoosh, he glides away. The commotion from the 10 buildings last night has left many still lurking in the shadows, observing. Witnessing this spectacle, both ordinary residents and violent gangs stand astonished. Zhou Chen glides effortlessly across the ice, skillfully avoiding frozen corpses and debris, moving fluidly as he navigates the route towards the entrance. More and more residents witness this scene, left in a daze until his figure disappears through the gate. Shock, envy, jealousy, and greed ripple through the crowd. Some wish to attach themselves to him, while others harbor malicious intent. Zhou Chen remains unconcerned with their thoughts. The moment he bursts through the gate, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration washes over him, akin to a caged bird finally soaring free. After being trapped in the community for a whole month, he is liberated at last. It feels as if the very air carries a scent of freedom. The city beneath the ice and snow is eerily silent. Streets and alleys have vanished, leaving no trace of familiarity. The outdoors is desolate, devoid of human presence or living creature, as if he were the sole survivor in a world abandoned. In truth, many have managed to survive. As he races forward, Zhou Chen senses countless eyes from the surrounding tall buildings fixated upon him. This sensation prickles at his back, inducing discomfort. Fortunately, these onlookers cannot emerge, and even if they could, they would never catch up to him. Zhou Chen runs freely for several kilometers, eventually encountering a group of individuals. Those individuals were dragging supplies back, their bodies stained with fresh blood. Upon discovering Zhou Chen, they were momentarily stunned, then swiftly discarded their burdens and brandished weapons, charging onto the road to rob him. The speed of their reaction indicated they were seasoned criminals. Zhou Chen remained composed, showing no signs of slowing down as he unsheathed a hammer from his belt. Although he could have chosen to remain uninvolved, they insisted on provoking trouble. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. With vivid memories of his past life, he would not show leniency nor entertain any notion of guilt, regardless of their identity. He would eliminate them without hesitation. Utilizing his speed advantage, at the moment of their approach, he struck a resounding blow to one criminal's head. The fastest among them collapsed instantly, blood gushing forth and quickly congealing into a pool of crimson, his eyes wide open in a final, lifeless gaze. The marauding gang that followed could not even graze the hem of Zhou Chen's garment and could only vent their fury at his retreating figure. Without looking back, Zhou Chen offered them a dismissive gesture. Chapter 33. The authentic zombie flesh. Zhou Chen's true purpose for venturing out today was simply to enjoy a breath of fresh air. To put it bluntly, to indulge in some freedom. After relishing this sense of liberation, he sought a sheltered spot to replenish his energy. Supplies were undoubtedly necessary. As a group of people awaited assistance in one of the buildings in the neighborhood, his spatial storage contained an abundance of goods. It would be no issue to sustain 20 or more individuals for 2 to 3 years, even for a military unit. However, the challenge lay in the preservation function of his space. Many supplies were inconveniently stored. The entire city had been encased in ice for over 20 days. It was nearly impossible for any food to remain intact, and the quality of any supplies retrieved would likely be subpar. The human heart is treacherous, necessitating caution. He certainly did not wish to be ensnared by some refuse, subjected to dissection for research purposes. After consuming a piece of chocolate and a can of Red Bull, Zhou Chen meticulously examined the surrounding buildings to ascertain the correct direction, promptly setting off towards Wanda Plaza, located 5 kilometers away. This area was a new commercial district, with the nearest residential building 3 kilometers distant. Given the inclement weather, it was unlikely that anyone would venture out, reducing the chances of being robbed. Zhou Chen raced against the wind and soon arrived at Wanda Plaza. The low-rise shops had been buried beneath layers of ice, leaving only a few department stores standing amidst the snowstorm. One such department store, a hub of dining, entertainment, and leisure, contained a considerable amount of food. Zhou Chen located this building and utilized his hammer to break through the ice and shatter the glass. As the glass shattered, light instantly flooded the interior. The ground was 3 meters high from the platform, so he retrieved a ladder from his spatial storage and began to ascend. Upon entering through the window, he remembered to take the ladder back with him to prevent it from being taken by others. Fearful of intruders utilizing ladders to gain entry, he cautiously entered the building, only to discover an interior adorned as a 24-hour Hadaleo restaurant. What a splendid establishment this is. Given Hadaleo's impressive daily footfall, provisions were undoubtedly plentiful, while vegetables would perish. Meats were resilient against freezing, and in these times, the hearts of unscrupulous merchants run dark. How much so-called zombie meat does the average citizen unknowingly consume each year? Reflecting deeply, one could only marvel at the iron constitution of the common folk of Huaxia. As the light illuminated only a limited area, it wasn't long before darkness enveloped him. Zhou Chen produced a flashlight, and after 10 minutes of searching, he found the kitchen. The moment he pushed open the door, a ghastly sight greeted him: over a dozen frozen corpses. Judging by their attire, there were managers, chefs, cleaners, and predominantly servers, all-night shift workers trapped within the establishment by a typhoon, ultimately succumbing to the bitter cold. The plight of laborers is indeed the most tragic. Zhou Chen surveyed the kitchen's condition. An abundance of ingredients lay before him, albeit encased in a thick layer of ice. The vegetables were severely dehydrated, crumbling at the slightest touch. The meats, though frozen, had transformed into authentic zombie meat due to the frigid temperatures of -70 degrees. Even as such, one could easily acquire a platter of this so-called zombie meat, a coveted resource sought after by countless souls. He set about collecting ingredients, beverages, hot pot base, seasoning, dishes, and even the furniture, leaving no item unturned. Though he had no intention of consuming these delicacies, opting instead for the unpalatable zombie meat seemed masochistic. Upon exiting Hadaleo, he had thoroughly pillaged the establishment. This floor, dedicated to culinary delights, yielded an impressive collection of several tons of chicken, duck, fish, meat, frog, shrimp, crab, and various offal. Zhou Chen replicated his efforts, not only taking food but also seizing furniture, kitchen utensils, decorations, and napkins, all carefully stored within his space. Ascending to the next level, he found a cinema. The resources were scarce, beverages had frozen solid, snack packages were swollen, and the popcorn had rotted, exuding a foul odor. He collected the drinks and snacks, ensuring not to overlook the 10 massage chairs in the resting area. He also salvaged the movie screen and high-quality speakers, as well as the audience seating. In the future, he envisioned creating a home theater to pass the time. On the next floor, a gym awaited, filled with an array of professional fitness equipment. After thoroughly clearing this level, he prepared to change venues. He intended to visit the nearby Yantai, hoping to find winter clothing for children. The solitary child at home had only a single set of winter attire, and it was in dire need of cleaning. Upon entering the Yantai department store through a broken window, darkness enveloped him once more. Under the beam of his flashlight, the circular layout of the mall revealed a series of stores, each showcasing exquisite items, luxurious clothing, shoes, hats, bags, yet all remained unclaimed in this moment of abandonment. This floor is filled with summer and autumn attire. As Zhou Chen gazed upon the splendid and pristine fabrics, memories of his previous life flooded back. In the 3 short years of the apocalypse, he and all he encountered were reduced to tattered rags, resembling beggars. The relentless natural disasters forced survivors to flee for their lives, abandoning their belongings in the chaotic scramble for resources, engaging in conflicts for survival. Even the finest garments became mere rags. When he succumbed to his severe injuries and perished on the road, he was left with nothing but a worn-out t-shirt and a pair of tattered jeans, lacking even a single shoe. The thought sent chills down his spine. Regardless of whether the clothing was for men, women, or children, he resolved to collect it all. It mattered not that he had no immediate use for it. In the future, it could serve as valuable trade or a means to win hearts. Setting aside the external world, within the Sakura community, violent gangs were certainly not in short supply. With resources in hand, there would always be those willing to become his loyal followers. Zhou Chen meticulously scoured every floor, gathering an impressive amount of bedding until he finally discovered 2 children's autumn and winter clothing brand stores on the topmost floor. The quality of the clothes and shoes was commendable, sufficiently warm and durable. He swept through the place like a cataclysmic whirlwind, leaving no trace behind. By the time it was 4 in the afternoon, he realized he had been out for 8 hours. Such a prolonged absence would undoubtedly have the others in the building anxiously awaiting his return. Wasting no more time, Zhou Chen swiftly skated homeward. When he was a kilometer away from the Sakura community, he found a secluded corner to stop. He retrieved wooden boards and ropes from his storage space, fashioning a makeshift shelf to pack some of the supplies before dragging them across the street. Building 10 was becoming increasingly crowded with anxious individuals, each one agitated and impatient. The gang of beasts had been driven away, and with the 2 iron gates in place, the building's safety was temporarily assured, yet the threat of starvation loomed without supplies. Why hasn't he returned yet? Wasn't he supposed to search for resources nearby? Where could he have gone? Could something have happened? Old Sun huffed, stamping his feet in distress. Yet he forced himself to calm the others. Rest assured, he has returned unscathed on previous outings. Perhaps he has found an abundance of supplies. Causing a delay in his return, a woman, wielding 2 watermelon knives, scoffed, "What's the rush? In this freezing weather, even if Brother Zhou has skates, carrying supplies is still exhausting." As darkness enveloped the sky, the world was shrouded in blackness due to the power outage. A mere handful of residential buildings emitted faint flickers of light. Old Sun pulled out a steel bar, declaring, "I'll go check the front entrance." Just then, the crackle of the walkie-talkie in his pocket broke the silence, followed by Zhou Chen's voice. "Old Sun, open the door and call everyone down to help with the supplies." A surge of excitement coursed through everyone. This was the moment they had long awaited. Brother Zhou had returned, triumphant, and had brought back precious resources. The massive iron gate swung open, and a beam of light cascaded into view, flickering and drawing nearer. With a sudden jolt, Zhou Chen made a sharp turn and braked, causing the makeshift cart trailing behind him to be flung against the wall, spilling its contents everywhere. Everyone was left astonished. Good heavens, so many supplies? In the next moment, tears streamed down their faces, their hearts overflowing with gratitude towards Zhou Chen. They had been apprehensive, fearing that their partnership was merely a facade, and that Zhou Chen viewed them as expendable. They suspected that his quest for supplies was just a pretense. Yet, unexpectedly, joy surged through them. They would not starve. Their wives and children would not suffer hunger. By striving to survive, hope emerged. Chapter 34. 3 Women with a Creak. The iron gate closed and was locked. Under the beam of the flashlight, Zhou Chen spotted a fierce woman. Yang Sitian had retrieved her winter coat and was wielding 2 watermelon knives as she approached. "Brother Zhou," she said. Zhou Chen inquired, "What brings you here?" With unwavering determination, Yang Sitian replied, "I cannot rely on handouts. I am more than capable of taking on guard duties." Zhou Chen nodded in approval. He admired women who understood the value of self-reliance. It was even more commendable that she was willing to brandish a knife as a protector. Nearby, their desperate neighbors, who had been suffering from hunger and cold, eagerly tore open several bags. Upon discovering the bountiful supplies within, they gasped in disbelief. "My goodness, these provisions are astonishing. Is that meat? I only hoped for something to eat. Yet here we have meat. And there are clothes for the children and frostbite ointment. My son's frostbite has become infected, and now I need not worry. Little Zhou, I cannot thank you enough. Brother Zhou, you have worked hard." Everyone knows how to act. Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Everyone has been hungry all day. Let us quickly prepare the supplies for cooking. For now, given our limited resources, we should all share a communal meal. We can discuss further arrangements when circumstances improve." Despite the neighbors' current expressions of gratitude, their appreciation was solely for the supplies. Had he not returned with them today, their demeanor would have likely been quite different, possibly even harboring thoughts of violence against him. A group of jubilant neighbors cheerfully began transporting the supplies upstairs. "Brother Zhou, we heed your words. Brother Zhou, you've toiled outside all day. Hurry home to rest. We'll bring the meal to you." Zhou Chen had no intention of consuming that zombie meat. "No need. I've already had a few pieces of bread outside. I simply wish to get some quality sleep." The neighbors were elated. In such frigid weather, Zhou Chen had truly brought back supplies. Collaborating with him, it seemed, was not such a bad arrangement after all. Noticing Yang Sitian remaining still, Zhou Chen remarked, "I've brought back quite a number of women's clothing. You should take some as well. Since you have decided to partake in the defense efforts, you cannot afford to dress too lightly." Although she had retrieved her winter coat, the clothing beneath was insufficient, leaving her shivering uncontrollably, her complexion a ghastly pale. "Thank you, Brother Zhou." Finally liberated from the abyss, Yang Sitian was obedient to Zhou Chen's commands. She recognized that he held sway over the entire building. As long as she complied, sustenance would naturally follow. However, she was acutely aware of the scarcity of resources. No one would be willing to support the inept. And Zhou Chen was certainly not the type to tolerate those who sought to benefit without contributing. This realization was the impetus for her decision to brandish a knife and descend the stairs. Furthermore, she had to support Xiaoyan, necessitating even greater effort on her part. Upon Zhou Chen's return to the top floor, the neighboring door swung open, and a flash of red darted forth. Were there enemies? Zhou Chen's senses heightened instinctively as he raised his machete. The crimson figure executed a perfect kneeling slide, and clung to Zhou Chen's leg. "Boss, please accept my submission." Zhou Chen did not lower his weapon, but instead gazed down at the woman grasping his thigh, clad in a vibrant red down jacket. A fluffy hood framing her youthful face, it was Chi-Ro. "Boss, it's me," she exclaimed. The ground was too frigid for her to remain seated, and she hastily stood up, her expression one of eager servility. Zhou Chen frowned. "Keep your distance." Chi-Ro promptly retreated 3 steps, her legs trembling as she stomped. A sycophantic smile plastered across her face. "Boss, I've been waiting for you all day." Zhou Chen turned his attention to the unfamiliar woman lingering by the doorway. "Is she your friend?" Chi-Ro, sensing his displeasure, quickly clarified. "No, I'm too reclusive to have many friends. Even if I did, I wouldn't dare bring anyone without your consent." The woman at the door hesitated for a few moments before stepping out against the biting wind. "Brother Zhou, my name is Long Xiaoyan." Zhou Chen found her somewhat familiar. Noticing the nose ring, he recalled, "You are the girl that Zhongli brought, the one with the wild hairstyle." During a previous altercation in the hallway, she had stood out among the crowd with her dramatic makeup and frizzy hair. Had it not been for the nose ring, her now clean visage and ponytail bore little resemblance to that of a delinquent. The girl nodded, eager to explain. "Brother Zhou, please don't misunderstand. I had no idea that those scoundrels had wronged you. My uncle oversees the public fire department, and Sururo approached me with ulterior motives. I've only known them for less than a month." At that moment, Yang Sitian approached, clutching 2 pieces of clothing, her exuberance fading as she sensed the tension, and hurriedly advocated for her friend. "Brother Zhou, Xiaoyan is not affiliated with Zhang Li and the others. They plotted against you, trying to deceive you into opening the door and invading your home, but Xiaoyan had no part in it. When I was nearly frozen to death, she defied everyone's objections to rescue me. Brother Zhou, I assure you Xiaoyan is a good girl. She will not be a burden to anyone. While she may not excel in combat, she will certainly not take advantage of your kindness. I heard from Uncle Sun that as long as one performs well, there will be rewards. Brother Zhou, I will certainly strive to excel. Regardless of who wishes you harm, I will be the first to confront them. If it comes to it, I will share half of my supplies with her. Please, do not cast her away." Yang Sitian spoke with increasing fervor, and the little girl, deeply moved, embraced her friend, tears streaming down their faces. Zhou Chen, irritated by the sight of women crying, furrowed his brow and said, "Enough. You are giving me a headache." The 2 women quickly dried their tear-streaked faces, nervously looking at Zhou Chen. He regarded the little girl seriously and stated, "You are well aware of the current situation. If you are hesitant to engage in violence, listen to Old Sun's arrangements and do what you can. No place can afford to harbor a layabout." The little girl finally exhaled in relief, eagerly nodding. "Thank you, Brother Zhou." Zhou Chen waved his hand, saying, "All right. Hurry back to your room." Suddenly, a thought struck him. "How are you living here?" Yang Sitian replied, "We were originally staying on the 15th floor, squeezed in with those older sisters. This afternoon, Uncle Sun asked us to move up here." Old Sun, inviting 3 young and beautiful girls to reside in his home? If it were any other man, Zhou Chen would certainly suspect ulterior motives, but not with Old Sunday. Chi-Ro stamped her feet, her nose turning red from the cold, and proactively explained why she was living across from him. "Last night, I heard a commotion and was preparing to come over, but the ruffians on the 19th floor attempted to break in, which frightened me from going out. This morning, I quietly moved over. Initially, they wouldn't let me in, but after I offered some supplies and heard that you agreed to my staying, they finally allowed me in. Uncle Sun learned I was majoring in education and arranged for me to live with him to help take care of children. Considering the scarcity of firewood, it would be wasteful for one person to keep warm alone, so he invited the 2 of them to live together, ensuring mutual support." Zhou Chen nodded. "Indeed. A girl caring for children is certainly more attentive than a grown man." Having dispatched the 3 women, Zhou Chen entered his room. After a long day away, the temperature inside was not as warm as usual. The large yellow dog was gnawing on a piece of firewood, trying to shove it into the fireplace. Upon seeing his master return, it immediately wagged its tail, seeking praise. Zhou Chen set down his backpack and tossed a bone. The large yellow dog excitedly pounced to chew on it. Although he had trained the dog to add wood to the fire, its intelligence resembled that of a 5- or 6-year-old child, making the task of maintaining the fireplace's blaze quite challenging. He reached out to feel the little one's forehead, hands, and feet, slightly cool but not frozen. After adding sufficient wood to the fireplace and properly handling the ash, he lifted the little one from the bed to change her diaper and warmed a large cup of milk before attending to his own matters. He drew all the curtains in the house, retrieved another household generator, and connected it to a water pipe for hot water. Now that the entire building was relatively safe, there was no need for concealment. One must enjoy what can be enjoyed. In the face of extreme cold, how many people cannot even sip a cup of hot water, let alone dream of the luxury of a hot bath? Zhou Chen reclined in a tub brimming with steaming hot water, his expression one of pure indulgence as he luxuriated in the soothing bath. Chapter 35. So wild, everyone in Building 21 feasts. After an hour of delightful soaking, he felt remarkably rejuvenated. Having toiled throughout the day, it was time to treat himself to a sumptuous meal. With the convenience of electricity at home, he busied himself for an hour and a half, and soon the table was laden with an array of delectable dishes: braised pork, assorted braised fish, spicy prawns, steamed hairy crabs, taro and milk-steamed ribs, a medley of vegetables, fish head tofu soup, and a refreshing fruit salad, complemented by a glass of exquisite red wine. A large and small dog, gnawing on a bone halfway through, was drawn by the enticing aroma, wagging its tail and circling its master eagerly. Zhou Chen savored his meal with immense satisfaction, while downstairs, the less fortunate neighbors also reveled in their feast. Having endured a day of hunger at home, they had anticipated little more than instant noodles, bread, or steamed buns. Yet Zhou Chen had unexpectedly returned with an abundance of meat: lamb rolls, fatty beef slices, beef balls, duck blood, and sweet potato noodles simmering together, filling the air with a mouth-watering scent. This unexpected bounty stirred profound excitement in their hearts, especially after such a prolonged absence from meaty fare. The quantity was substantial, a generous bag brimming with enough to sustain them for a day. Full. Content. This was the most satisfying meal they had experienced since the calamity struck. The men were elated, relieved that their wives and children would not go hungry. The women, too, felt joy. Sacrificing a bit for their children was inconsequential, as the men, being the pillars of the family, could not afford to be hungry. The children donned winter clothing and new shoes, albeit ill-fitting, yet they provided warmth, allowing them to venture out of their blankets without fear. Friends with toys scampered about, quickly forming a lively group. Hearing the laughter of children and witnessing their beaming faces filled the parents with immense gratification. Old Son, holding a bowl, ladled out a serving of meat soup from the pot, which contained slices of lamb and beef rolls, a piece of duck blood, and 2 beef balls. After a moment of thought, he scooped up an additional meatball and tossed it back into the pot. A neighbor of similar age noticed and promptly remarked, "Old Son, why are you being so modest? We are grateful to Zhou Chen, and we equally appreciate you. Were it not for your efforts in locating us, we might have perished from hunger. You deserve to partake more." With that, he set down his bowl and made to serve Old Son a larger portion. Old Son waved his hand. "No, I am already full. I was thinking of that young man on the 6th floor." Everyone understood immediately. Old Son's heart was soft, contemplating the young man who could not bear to abandon his parents' remains, reflecting on the fact that the supplies were brought back by Zhou Chen and now belonged to all. He wished to offer the young man some food, but felt it inappropriate to take more for himself. A moment of silence enveloped the room as everyone exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say. It was unfathomable to claim indifference. After all, when one is struggling to fill their own stomach, who can afford to care for another's plight? Lao Sun pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about this? I will first send him a bowl, urging him to join us. The more hands we have, the greater our strength. If he still declines, then we shall let it be." Given the current icy conditions that have besieged the city, it is no small feat for Xiao Zhou to bring back these supplies. At this juncture, considering Lao Sun's standing, everyone nodded in agreement. After Lao Sun departed, the others continued to eat, stuffing their mouths with slices of meat, juices dripping down their chins. Across from them, in Building 19, a gang of thugs congregated on the 16th floor, peering eagerly out the windows, their eyes glinting with greed, salivating at the sight. Damn, the folks in Building 21 are truly feasting on meat. They not only had meat, but each indulged in 2 large bowls. How outrageous. I can't even get a taste of the broth. Didn't T. Scar say he had already hoarded all the food? Scar, who usually strutted around with bravado, had been reduced to a pitiful state after being attacked last night, now resembling a stray dog, begging Brother Fei for refuge at Building 10. What a useless wretch. Boss, they have meat over there. It must be Zhou Chen who brought it back today. Everyone saw him this morning. He was gliding swiftly on his skates. On the sofa by the bonfire, a middle-aged man adorned with a gemstone ring pressed a woman's head firmly with his left hand, grunting softly before pushing her away. The woman, her face obscured by hair, rose to spit into a trash bin, wiping her mouth with her sleeve. The middle-aged man fastened his pants, took a swig of warm liquor, his small eyes glimmering with cunning. Does anyone know Zhou Chen? A dozen younger men shook their heads, until one with green hair stepped forward. I don't know Zhou Chen, but everyone is familiar with Lao Sunday. How about the middle-aged man sat upright, declaring, tomorrow morning. You go find Lao Sun and let him relay a message to Zhou Chen. Tell him the Sakura gang is planning to deal with him. As long as he supplies us with meat, we on the 19th floor will not interfere. Otherwise, green hair accepted the task. How much are we to be supplied daily? The middle-aged man sneered. The more, the better, at least 10 pounds of meat. A younger thug voiced his concern. What if he refuses? Before the middle-aged man could respond, several of his cohorts erupted in anger. What does he think he is, to dare refuse? If he doesn't comply, we'll storm his door with knives. Does he think a solid iron door can stop us? We could strike now, even if we can't get meat. We could at least have a pot of meat broth. Be mindful. I'm craving it terribly. The gang grew increasingly agitated at the thought of meat, eager to act immediately. Pathetic. The middle-aged man slammed the table. What? Do you think following me entitles you to free meals? The gang fell silent, hastily apologizing and seeking favor. Look at your cowardly faces. It infuriates me to see it. After scolding them a few more times, he finally reined in his temper. As he spoke, he suddenly noticed a woman still standing nearby. Why haven't you left yet? Suddenly inspired, she picked up a packet of instant noodles from the table and flung it to the ground, as one might dismiss a dog. The woman remained silent, quietly retrieving the noodles before hastily departing. As she stepped through the doorway, the chill of the air made her shiver, and she wrapped her coat tightly around herself. Descending the stairs in darkness, upon exiting the building, she involuntarily raised her head, gazing up at the top floor with a heavy heart. Surely, the fireplace in Zhou Chen's home was burning brightly? Even with the curtains drawn, a faint glimmer of light escaped. Did even his neighbors enjoy meat? Suddenly, a beam of light struck her face, and Su Ruren instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. Zhang Li approached with a woman from the adjacent building. What are you standing there for? Did you get the supplies? He asked brusquely. Su Ruren retaliated by hurling the instant noodles at him, her anger propelling her to turn and walk away. Zhang Li bent down to retrieve the noodles from the icy ground and quickly pursued her. What the hell is wrong with you? If you've been bullied by guests, didn't I tell you to be more docile? Just endure it. Endure your nonsense. Su Ruren could no longer contain her contempt and abruptly slapped Zhang Li, recently burdened with his own frustrations. Zhang Li was not one to tolerate such an affront from a woman. He retaliated with 2 swift slaps of his own, then kicked her to the ground, gripping her hair tightly as he scolded. You wretched woman, are you tired of living? Do you still fancy yourself a goddess pursued by men? Were you longing to return to Zhou Chen while gazing at his home? Dream on. You are nothing but a worn-out shoe, so spread your legs and earn your supplies. Chapter 36. The Cherry Blossom Gang? Amidst the day's chaos, Chi-Ro lay in a drowsy stupor, mistaking the knocking at the door for a figment of her imagination. She was somewhat unaccustomed to the new bed, having moved in with 2 other women to avoid freezing in her sleep. They had shared a single bed, finally drifting off around 3 or 4 in the morning. Was someone knocking? It seems so. I will go check. Yang Sitian, thinking something was amiss, quickly dressed and grabbed 2 watermelon knives before heading to the door. Upon opening the door, she was met by Zhou Chen, fully armed, cradling a bundled child in his arms. At his feet lay 2 large bags, and behind him stood a children's bed along with a pile of firewood. Brother Zhou, where's Chi-Ro? She inquired. I'll go fetch her, he replied. 5 minutes later, Chi-Ro emerged, her hair disheveled and her body trembling from the cold. Wow, what an adorable little one, she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the child. The rosy cheeks and round, sparkling eyes, accentuated by a fluffy hat, made the little face even more charming. Is he the grandson of Uncle Sun? Zhou Chen handed her the child. His name is Chu Zakai, and he has autism. If you take good care of him, I will reward you handsomely. The child, placed into the arms of a stranger, showed no reaction whatsoever. Zhou Chen tossed the 2 bags into the room. These are his clothes and food. Make sure he doesn't get cold. After nurturing it for a while, it is impossible not to develop some feelings. However, in the apocalyptic world, such sentiments are merely a burden, it is better to sever them early. In the future, he has no intention of taking anyone with him when he leaves the city. Chiro quickly promised, "Rest assured, I will ensure the little one is well taken care of." On the 15th floor, two gatekeeper neighbors trembled while stifling yawns. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, their faces instantly transformed into cheerful smiles. "Brother Zhou, are you heading out so early?" They hastily shut off the power and pushed open the heavy iron gate. "Brother Zhou, take care." On the 8th floor, Old Sun was leading a few neighbors to carry the bodies down the stairs. The corpses were already heavy, and being frozen made them even colder and more cumbersome. Zhou Chen remarked, "Why go through all this trouble? Just toss them out of the window, right?" Everyone considered this and realized the practicality of his suggestion. Although the dead deserve respect, these were mere beasts. What was there to honor? At Zhou Chen's prompt, several neighbors retreated indoors, opened the windows, and began tossing the bodies out. The once quiet community was immediately filled with the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. The frozen corpses shattered upon impact, scattering into pieces. Just as Zhou Chen finished putting on his ice skates, Old Sun chased after him. "Xiao Zhou, we discussed it last night. With so many people in the building, you can't be the only one venturing out for supplies. If danger arises, you'll have no one to assist you." The consensus was that today, instead of searching for food, he should look for warm clothing, and tomorrow, a few people would accompany him. Strength in numbers would lighten his burden. Zhou Chen placed thermal shoes into his backpack and adjusted his cotton hat. The disaster struck in August, and the stores were filled with summer apparel. Autumn clothing hadn't even arrived, let alone winter wear. What a joke! Would the cannon fodder truly listen and remain obedient once they gained survival skills? Even if found, they wouldn't share. Old Sun sighed indeed. This dreadful disaster is truly devastating. Zhou Chen replied, "Today, I primarily seek firewood. The furniture in the building is nearly exhausted. The warmer the indoor environment, the less the cannon fodder will want to endure the cold. As the desire to venture outside dwindles day by day, they will inevitably cling to me." Old Sun nodded. "Yes, most of what can be burned has been." With a wave of his hand, Zhou Chen propelled himself forward. In a matter of hundreds of meters towards the community entrance, he glided as if riding on wheels of fire, his figure a blur to the eyes. This scene evoked envy and irritation among those who watched in secret. Zhou Chen was out again. They needed to devise a plan to acquire those skates. And the clothing. Without his winter gear, even with the skates, he wouldn't dare linger outside. Indeed, this young man had ventured out at this very hour yesterday, returning late with several large bags of supplies. Fei Gu suggested waiting a couple more days, then they would set an ambush at the entrance. In the Sakura community, countless individuals waited with bated breath until, just before dusk, they finally caught sight of Zhou Chen's return. Initially, no one could see him, but a distant rumble echoed through the air, reminiscent of a heavy truck laboriously rolling over the road. The sound grew louder and closer, causing the very ground to tremble beneath them. Despite knowing they could not see him yet, many leaned out of their windows, straining to discern the source of the noise. What could it be? Was rescue finally at hand? In temperatures plummeting to -70 degrees, could a vehicle still function? Of course, it could not. Zhou Chen had spent the day indulging in leisure, but with the remaining time, he managed to procure 5 weighing scales, securing them in a row with ropes. He retrieved over 20 logs from his storage, binding them tightly and tossing them atop the scales. During his 3 days of revelry by the river, he had gathered a considerable number of logs carried downstream. The scales, equipped with 4 iron wheels, could be effortlessly dragged even when laden with heavy cargo. Thus, the entire community bore witness as Zhou Chen returned, dragging the logs behind him. This sight ignited a frenzy of jealousy among the onlookers. After enduring over 20 days of extreme cold, with every possible garment worn and no means of heating available, numerous residents had succumbed to death in their slumber. Ordinary households had burned through nearly all their combustible furniture. Violent gangs had ransacked homes, but the stolen wooden furnishings could only sustain them for a few days. They had forced a number of residents to venture out in search of firewood, only for them to freeze to death in the bitter cold. With the relentless chill threatening their survival, it was imperative to find firewood, lest they all face the same grim fate. Now, witnessing Zhou Chen's return with such an abundance of logs for Building 21, envy consumed them, their eyes gleaming like those of rabid rabbits. As the intercom crackled to life, Old Sun promptly gathered 10 individuals to assist at the entrance. In the dimly lit community, tension simmered beneath the surface. Fearing a robbery, all 11, including Old Sun, rushed to the rear to push with all their might. With the assistance of the scale's iron wheels, they swiftly made their way back to Building 21. Without a moment to spare, they deftly severed the ropes and hurriedly transported the logs inside, ensuring not a single scale was left behind. As the heavy iron door swung shut, a wave of relief washed over them, though their hearts raced with exhilaration. Old Sun, flushed with excitement, exclaimed, "Little Zhou, from where did you drag back these logs?" Zhou Chen, seated on a stool and changing his shoes, bore a flushed complexion, beads of sweat dotting his brow. Though he had only dragged them for a kilometer, the effort had taken its toll. Yet, to illustrate the challenges he faced to his neighbors, he felt compelled to embellish his tale. "I recalled a small private furniture factory in the suburbs and hoped to find some firewood. Most had been swept away by the flood, but a few remained lodged in the structures. These logs have buoyancy, so they weren't frozen beneath the ice. Yet moving them proved quite cumbersome." Upon hearing that he had traversed such a distance from the suburbs, the neighbors' emotions became a tangled web of complexity. Contemplating the arduous journey through the icy expanse, Zhou Chen is but a solitary figure. Had they been in his shoes, they would undoubtedly falter. The few who have served as mere cannon fodder have begun to experience a shift in their hearts, touched by genuine emotion. As for the others, their thoughts remain unspoken, cloaked in hesitation. In the entire building, only Zhou Chen can endure prolonged hours outdoors. He possesses both the skill to procure supplies and the fortitude to endure hardship. In the current state of affairs, they truly cannot do without him. How audacious of those rascals on the 19th floor to conspire against Zhou Chen. One shall be met with swift retribution, two shall face double the wrath. Zhou Chen is quite pleased with the reactions of his neighbors, those mere pawns. Whether their sentiments are sincere or merely theatrical matters not. What is paramount is that they come to recognize his significance. Without him, they might as well await their demise by hunger or cold. Zhou Chen retrieves 2 bags of flour from his backpack. Hauling wood is exceedingly laborious. And today, as provisions are scant, let them first enjoy a hearty meal. The expressions on everyone's faces convey profound gratitude. "Xiao Zhou, I scarcely know what to say." One remarks, "Brother Zhou, you are like a rebirth of my parents." Another exclaims, "Xiao Zhou, I, Lao Hu, declare here and now, should anyone dare to harm you, I shall swiftly dispatch them." Upon hearing these ambiguous declarations, Zhou Chen naturally responds with a few perfunctory remarks. Perhaps a handful are genuinely grateful. Yet he feels no guilt within. His stockpile of resources is vast, enough to circle the globe thrice. What he offers is not even the finest. Yet humanity is the most avaricious of creatures. To show excessive kindness from the outset only leads to the other party feeling entitled over time. Their insatiable appetites grow, ultimately desiring to drain every last drop of blood from you. What began as mere cooperation, if these supplies can simultaneously assist those neighbors who uphold their principles, then this collaboration shall indeed be mutually beneficial. Lao Sun swiftly takes charge. "Lao Hu, bring the flour upstairs. Xiao Huang, go find a saw on the upper floors. There are a few axes in the fire safety boxes above the 15th floor. Xiao Zhang and Xiao Chun, you two go retrieve them. We must work through the night to convert the logs into firewood." Once everything is arranged, Lao Sun approaches Zhou Chen, his expression grave. "Xiao Zhou, after you left today, the landlord of Building 19 sent a green-haired fellow over. They claim the Sakura gang is preparing to deal with us." Zhou Chen pauses, bewildered. "What gang?" Lao Sun reiterates. "The Sakura gang. Every building among the 29 has its landlord, and these landlords have formed a gang called the Sakura gang." A smirk crosses Zhou Chen's lips, revealing a cold smile. This is quite ordinary. In this apocalypse, the law of the jungle prevails. The small devour the smaller, and the larger consume the small. Not only in Sakura community, but the circumstances in other communities are similarly dire. Contrary to Lao Sun's concerns, Zhou Chen scoffs. What a nuisance. One can tell they are up to no good. Chapter 37. The Cherry Blossom Gang's restless night. The sound of lumber being sawed echoed throughout Building 21, resonating through the night. This night, the Cherry Blossom Gang found themselves unable to sleep, not due to the noise, but rather consumed by jealousy. It was not merely the clamor of the saw. Residents of Buildings 18, 19, and 20 across the way, every survivor among them, could detect the aroma of noodles wafting through the air. Delicious, exceedingly delicious. It was not the mundane scent of instant noodles or a hodgepodge of rice and other ingredients, but rather the unique fragrance of authentic handmade noodles. As the hand-rolled noodles were plunged into boiling water, the air became saturated with the rich scent of wheat. The violent crew from these 3 buildings was irresistibly drawn in by the scent of barley, each member leaning out of their windows, inhaling deeply the aroma that filled the atmosphere. Straining their eyes, they gazed at the group on the 15th floor, watching as they stuffed their mouths with noodles. Each bowl of noodles devoured, followed by another steaming bowl of broth. What sheer bliss it was! Despite the considerable distance between the buildings, they could distinctly see the noodles on the chopsticks, white, wide, and long, resembling belts. How outrageous! They were indulging in the very belt noodles from my hometown. It was absurd. They had finished 1 bowl and were already reaching for a second. Had they lost their minds? Even women and children were consuming 2 bowls. Such a waste of resources. How extravagant! Did they not fear hunger tomorrow? Just how many supplies had Zhou Chen brought back? A middle-aged man adorned with a gemstone ring sat alone on the sofa, having swallowed countless times in anticipation. "Get back here and sit down properly," he commanded. A group of young subordinates reluctantly gathered around the fire. The middle-aged man turned to Green Hair. "Did you convey my message clearly to Old Sun today?" Green Hair chuckled. "Boss, rest assured, I made everything clear." Old Sun was so frightened he nearly collapsed. "Ha ha ha." The middle-aged man snorted, instinctively brushing his hair, now slick with scalp oil rather than gel. Yet, this did not diminish his pretense. "My patience is limited, Wang Dachui. I will give them 2 days. If by the 3rd day there is no meat in sight, they shall witness my wrath." A chorus of subordinates immediately praised him. "Boss is formidable. Truly our leader." Across the way, 3 young women, each more beautiful than the last, caught their attention, and one bald man remarked, "Boss, did Fei Ganot say that our Cherry Blossom gang must stand united against external threats? Will this not offend him?" Wang Dachui spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground, disdainfully replying, "Nonsense. What does the Cherry Blossom gang have to do with us? Those talkers were merely the initial occupants of the building. I, Wang Dachui, am not one of them. If the Cherry Blossom gang could provide us with 10 pounds of meat daily, we could certainly unite against others. But they offer nothing but empty words. As long as we brothers have meat to eat and wine to drink, let the dogs fight among themselves. I, Wang Dachui, shall never become cannon fodder." My loyal followers all raised their thumbs in admiration. "Our leader is formidable. Our leader is wise." A gleam of brilliance shone in Wang Dachui's eyes. However, the group opposite served as a reminder. "Starting tomorrow, you will dismantle several gates and seal them on the ground floor to establish a checkpoint. We mustn't allow anyone to be envious of Zhou Chen's daily delivery of meat and sneak in for a midnight raid." The mere thought of meat sent my followers into a frenzy of excitement. Only the bald man sitting at the periphery harbored a look of disdain, silently calculating his next move. From that night onward, for the next 2 nights, the entire Sakura community resonated with the sound of sawing wood. In the pitch-black night, the flickering flames from Building 21 signified how much firewood Zhou Chen had brought back. The aroma of food was tantalizingly torturous. The howling wind and snow carried the scent, reaching the nostrils of everyone in the community. The residents of Building 21 were living exceedingly well. This was intolerable. The neighbors, oppressed by the violent gang, had suffered further losses to hunger and cold. The increasingly desperate gang, running low on supplies, was in a frenzy. Today, the heads of each building gathered at Aunt Wang's residence in Building 10 to discuss strategies. Wang Dachui from Building 19 also attended, but simultaneously dispatched 4 members of the Green Hair Group to inquire about the situation at Building 21. The Green Hair Quartet strode confidently to the iron gate of Building 21 and boldly knocked with a kitchen knife. A small slot in the gate opened, revealing a pair of eyes. The Green Hair member smugly declared, "Summon Zhou Chen to respond." Suddenly, the heavy iron gate swung open, and Old Sun emerged with a throng of followers. Their movements were swift. They surged out, unleashing a flurry of chaotic strikes before retreating back inside in less than 30 seconds. Bang! The iron gate slammed shut, leaving 4 individuals sprawled in a pool of blood. The 4 from Green Hair had narrowly escaped death, struggling to rise and flee. Just as they reached the base of Building 19, they collapsed onto the icy ground, eyes wide open in eternal slumber. Within the iron gate, a roaring fire elevated the temperature of the entire room. Warmth enveloped them, a soothing embrace. The neighbors who had just dispatched their foes gathered around the fire, roasting potatoes and sweet potatoes, overflowing with happiness. Brother Zhou was right. They were not good people. If they desired our resources, They ought to crawl over like dogs and beg for scraps. Humph, how dare they act arrogantly and issue commands, truly mistaking themselves for something significant. After all, we possess this gate. Why should we fear such rabble? Even if they were to breach it, we could retreat to the 15th floor and let them experience the true power of the electric gate. One pull, and a multitude would meet their end. Though only a few days had passed, our lives were improving significantly, all thanks to Brother Zhou. Old son, I heard that Brother Zhou has found a batch of mushroom spores. Are we soon to enjoy fresh mushrooms? This is undoubtedly exhilarating news that has ignited excitement among everyone. All eyes are fixed on Lao San, who is burdened by immense pressure. Xiao Zhou mentioned it yesterday, but is it really difficult to retrieve? He pondered. How about we send 2 people tomorrow to assist Zhou Go? At worst, we can each contribute a piece of clothing for them. We have firewood for warmth indoors. So missing a garment is manageable. Indeed, those are the fungal spores. Once planted, we can enjoy fresh mushrooms and delightful mushroom soup. Lao San's heart raced at the thought. Just days ago, these individuals were merely wishing for a morsel to eat. The mention of fungal spores by Zhou Chen had been a casual remark. Yet it spread like wildfire, and now everyone is fixated on it. As for the winter clothing, it had already been stated that it was hard to find due to the season, yet it was being brought up again. Xiao Zhou was correct. One must not overfeed the dog. Lao San adopted a serious demeanor. Everyone, cease your daydreaming. Even if we obtain the spores, they must be kept at a constant temperature for 24 hours to grow. It is not a task that can be accomplished in a day. Zhou Chen exerted considerable effort just to bring back those logs. Upon hearing this, the crowd understood the rationale. While they indeed possessed a fair amount of firewood, the consumption for cooking and heating was substantial. One could not help but reflect. Who would have imagined that even a single log could become so precious? They were aware that Zhou Chen's home boasted 2 fireplaces, continuously burning 24 hours a day. Wastefulness was inevitable, but the firewood had been purchased by Zhou Chen himself, and the wood they now benefited from was also brought back through his hard work. Who would dare to approach Zhou Chen and suggest he conserve some firewood for mushroom cultivation? If they offended him, they would risk losing his cooperation altogether. What would they eat then? Chapter 38. A group of pitiful souls awaiting their demise. What right do they have to discuss cooperation? Beneath Building 10, a throng of over 100 underlings stood, each operating independently, weapons in hand, keeping their distance and remaining vigilant. Footsteps echoed from within the building, and Wang Dachui was the first to emerge. The bald leader approached him immediately. Boss, how did the negotiations go? Huh. Wang Dachui spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground, his face contorted with displeasure. What negotiations? A bunch of worthless scoundrels expect us to be their cannon fodder. What? How can this be? The underlings were taken aback. They wanted to avoid direct confrontation and merely wished for them to take the lead. Wang Dachui sneered. We'll discuss it later. As he neared Building 19, he inquired, what about green hair? How did they respond? When will they begin supplying us with resources? At this, the faces of the bald leader and his underlings darkened. Green hair and his companions. Wang Dachui gazed down at the 4 corpses on the ground. Initially struck with shock, then consumed by fury. Damn it, they dare to kill my men. They are courting death. The underlings, upon seeing the bodies of Green Hair and his companions, were equally horrified. The inhabitants of Building 21 are not to be trifled with. Their unwillingness to cooperate is evident. An outright refusal is commonplace. Yet, someone has resorted to violence, wielding a blade with reckless abandon, and upon the slamming shut of the heavy iron gate. It is as if nothing untoward has transpired. Just when everyone anticipated that the leader would issue a command to retaliate, Wang Dachui ascends the stairs in silence. His bewildered subordinates hastily follow in his wake. One of the younger members discreetly tugs at the shirt of the bald man beside him, inquiring, Brother Guang, are we not going to deal with the bodies of the green-haired ones? The bald man casts a cold glance and retorts, do you wish to handle it? Then you may dig their graves. The young man promptly falls silent. Realizing the futility of such an endeavor in the biting cold, digging a grave only to meet his own demise from the frost. Returning indoors, Wang Dachui kicks over a table in frustration, exclaiming, damn it, they show me no respect. My people are attacked without hesitation, and they wish to use me as cannon fodder, treating me as if I were nothing. His subordinates dare not utter a word. With only a few scraps of firewood remaining, and with no directive from their leader to kindle a flame, they huddle together, shivering. The bald man speaks up, boss. We are outsiders. The Sakura gang surely intends to use us as pawns, but perhaps there is still room for collaboration with Building 21. Wang Dachui glares. What do you mean? The bald man continues. You know green hair's character. Always boasting, convinced he is the greatest of all. He may have spoken ill of us in front of others, prompting their retaliation. Wang Dachui snorts derisively. So what? A group of weaklings targeted by the Sakura gang. I am inclined to refrain from involvement for the sake of our resources. One less enemy is a cause for their secret delight. They must endure whatever insults are hurled at them. The bald man is left speechless, questioning whether there is any survival in following such an arrogant leader. Wang Dachui's gaze turns fierce. Guang, this time you shall lead the others. Demand they immediately surrender 1,000 pounds of firewood and 10 pounds of meat. If they have no meat, let them offer 30 pounds of grain in its stead. Otherwise, for the sake of my own survival, I will not hesitate to strike against them. Guang descends with 2 companions, deliberately halting 10 meters from the imposing iron gate to ensure they do not share the same fate as Green Hair, adopting a notably courteous demeanor. Old son, our building's master wishes to confer with your master. The gate opens slightly, revealing Old Son, framed by a roaring blaze behind him. The 3 gaze at the flames, their eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. Truly, how infuriating it is to witness the privilege of the 21 Building's residents, who can maintain a fire for warmth around the clock. As Guang prepares to speak, Old Son interjects, I am indeed the building master. You are the master? Guang retorts incredulously. Are your ears deaf? Does this mean you hold sway here? Old Son replies, not I, my word does not carry weight. Guang, perplexed, questions, if you are not the master, then who is? Old Son, as steadfast as an ancient sentinel, responds, in Building 21, it is naturally Zhou Chen who holds authority. The bald man comprehended that Lao Sun, the host, was merely a puppet. Very well, summon Zhou Chen down. Our host has something to convey. Lao Sun, with a fierce expression, retorted, Bah, who do you think you are? And what is your host? Do you think Zhou Chen is someone you insignificant wretches can summon at will? The bald man's countenance darkened, and his 2 lackeys, incensed, bristled with aggression. Son, you are courting death. Do you believe I won't eliminate you right here and now? At that moment, several figures emerged behind Lao Sun, brandishing knives and axes, poised to charge. Recalling the fate of the green-haired quartet, the 2 lackeys promptly fell silent, retreating a couple of steps in fear. The bald man felt a surge of anxiety, yet forced a smile. Lao Sun, do not be so agitated. We are not here to cause trouble. Our host merely wishes to discuss a collaboration. Collaboration? Lao Sun scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. What qualifications do you possess to collaborate with us? You are on the brink of freezing and starving to death, yet you still wish to play the part of the tough guy. You are nothing but a pitiful bunch awaiting demise. Pierced by his words, the bald man's face turned pale. He glanced at his 2 companions, then towards a window in Building 19, and surveyed the surrounding structures. Compared to the people from Building 21, were they not merely a group of wretches awaiting their end? Lao Sun sneered. Zhou Chen has already made it clear. If you wish to act tough, do it elsewhere. If you are unwilling to comply, we can settle this with a confrontation. The fate of the green-haired ones awaits you. The faces of the bald man and his companions shifted. Was there truly no room for negotiation? The bald man hastily interjected, Lao Sun, you may not be aware, but the Sakura gang is numerous and powerful. If a confrontation occurs, they will leave you as nothing but remnants. He could not believe that Zhou Chen's group would not be terrified. Lao Sun interrupted him with scorn. What is the Sakura gang to us? Are they not simply another group of pathetic souls awaiting their end? He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away bothersome flies. Do not threaten us with that trash. If you have the guts, let us engage in a genuine battle. Whoever perishes is merely unfortunate. What if you have numbers? We can simply wait behind closed doors until you all perish. The bald man exclaimed, this is unacceptable. You may be able to wait, but we cannot. The supplies in Building 19 can barely last a day before we face hunger. The garbage from the Sakura gang will not provide any food to force us into becoming cannon fodder. Should a fight break out, we would either be butchered by the people from Building 21 or be taken down by the opportunistic Sakura gang. Whoever strikes first is a fool. As the bald man broke out in a cold sweat from anxiety, Lao Sun let out another cold laugh. Zhou Chen has stated that he can acquire abundant supplies. Not a morsel will be given to you. However, I can offer you an opportunity. If you desire supplies, you must present a declaration of loyalty. Chapter 39. A Song of Liang Liang is dedicated to you. Just as the bald man entered, he received a resounding slap. Wang Dachui erupted with fury. Are you out of your mind? In front of a cripple, you cower like that and dare to insult us as lesser than dogs? Why don't you just charge at him with a knife and finish him off? He scorned the green-haired one, declaring him a coward. With a swift motion, he plunged the blade into his opponent's abdomen, twisting the handle with force. Boss, we never strike a face. Heed this warning for your next life. Wang Dachui collapsed to the ground, sending the onlooking subordinates into a state of sheer terror. The two followers trailing behind the bald man, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, immediately retreated to a safe distance. You've killed the boss. The bald man squatted down, wiping the blood from the knife onto the corpse, his expression fierce as he cursed. Did he not deserve to die? How much supplies did we gather initially? We must conserve. Will it last our brothers 2 months? Wang Dachui spent his days indulging in women, squandering a third of their resources on vices. Did he ever consider our survival? And he dares to slap me in the face. My mother has never done that. Zhou Chen remained oblivious to all this, relishing a feast in the comfort of his home. His space was stocked with an abundance of fresh, semi-finished delicacies, allowing him to indulge according to his whims. Today, he prepared squirrel fish, sautéed shrimp, Sioux-style eel, braised ribbon fish, boiled conch, poached chicken, oil-braised bamboo shoots, corn rib soup, and 2 platters of vegetables. He opened a bottle of matai, its smooth, crisp flavor and rich body lingering on the palate, a testament to its esteemed reputation. It is often said that those who purchase it seldom drink, while those who drink seldom buy. Zhou Chen had previously gifted several cases. Yet now he hoarded tens of thousands in his space, a fact that would make many a wine enthusiast weep with envy. Just as he poured his second glass, an ear-piercing noise erupted outside, sharp enough to ruffle one's nerves. It was soon followed by a crackling sound, signaling someone testing a microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Wan Baojia, the head of Building 10. We are currently facing challenging times, and as neighbors, we must unite to overcome these hardships. To better protect everyone's interests, the Sakura Gang has officially been established. I am honored to have been entrusted with the role of leader during this critical juncture. I assure you, I will strive to procure more resources for the remaining neighbors. Those who act selfishly, disregarding the lives of others, are the enemies of the people. Zhou Chen of Building 21, listen carefully. According to reliable information, you not only have a fireplace for warmth, but also a significant stockpile of supplies. You cannot be so self-serving. You must share your resources with everyone, as you are the only one in our community capable of venturing out for supplies. It is your duty to provide for the community's needs. Of course, the Sakura Gang operates democratically. If you find this burdensome, we understand. In addition to your household supplies, please also surrender your outdoor gear for fair distribution by the gang. Now, let us dispatch a team to procure supplies. Please prepare promptly. Next, I invite the representatives of 2 neighboring households to speak. The leaders of the violent gang gathered at Building 10 wear broad smiles, unable to contain their glee. This plan is splendid. Surely the survivors from the surrounding communities have heard? Without venturing outside, we can roast Zhou Chen over an open flame. From this day forth, should Zhou Chen dare to step outside, he will undoubtedly find himself ambushed. To ensure his own safety, he must capitulate to the Sakura Gang. The faces of the expendable neighbors from Building 21 turn pale. Lao Sun and others grip their weapons tightly, stationed behind the iron gate. The frightened expendable neighbors hurriedly descend the stairs. The members of the Sakura Gang are arriving, and their numbers are surely substantial. What if we cannot fend them off? Is retreating to the 15th floor truly safe? Suddenly, a rustling noise emanates from the loudspeaker, followed by an elderly woman's voice. Zhou Chen, the rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of every citizen. The citizens of our city are suffering immensely. As a citizen, you must fulfill your obligations. Helping your neighbors is a contribution to the nation. Refusing to contribute makes you a sinner against the state. Those who are deemed sinners will surely be held accountable by the organization, facing imprisonment and repercussions for 3 generations. In more severe cases, execution is the consequence. Think carefully. Zhou Chen tosses a chicken leg to the dog. Everyone recognizes the voice of Aunt Wang from the residence committee. Is this old hag still alive? Listening to her voice, she is filled with anger, yet lacks the strength to act, having been reduced to skin and bones. How could a gang of beasts capable of murder and plunder spare precious resources to sustain an elderly woman? Moments later, a man's voice crackles through the loudspeaker. Zhou Chen recognizes it. It is his good brother, Zhongli. Zhou Chen, as old classmates, your selfishness disregards our bond. Even if you refuse to assist us, do you have the heart to watch our neighbors starve to death? You may forsake our friendship, but we old classmates cannot neglect your plight. Are you willing to send yourself to prison for a few morsels of food? When so many perish due to your selfishness, can your conscience bear it? Do you not fear that when night falls, the vengeful spirits of those you have wronged will come for you? Zhou Chen, heed my words, voluntarily surrender the supplies. We share both hardships and blessings. At the very least, you will sleep soundly at night. The microphone returns to the hands of the Sakura gang leader. Zhou Chen, our people will soon be at your doorstep. If the supplies are not forthcoming within 10 minutes, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. We, the Sakura gang, are also considering the well-being of the surviving community. The intercom on the table crackles with Lao Sun's anxious voice. Xiaozhou, what now? They are bringing a large force. At least 40 or 50 people. The ground floor will surely fall. Zhou Chen wipes his mouth with a tissue. With a serene expression, he replied, You shall remain at the door. If anyone attempts to betray us and open it to let others in, eliminate them without hesitation. Zhou Chen drew back the curtains and opened a small window. Below, a throng of beggars brandished their weapons, exuding an air of arrogance and bravado. Open the door. Surrender your supplies. Overthrow the capitalists. Zhou Chen retrieved a spray alcohol machine and a large plastic water tank from his space. 5 tons of mineral water, poised to fetch exorbitant prices during the peak heat, were a boon for these wretches. He extended the retractable nozzle through the small window, aimed it at the unruly crowd below, and without a moment's hesitation, pressed the switch. A torrential downpour erupted, spraying in a fan-like arc for several meters. As icy rain cascaded from above, the frigid droplets drenched the heads, faces, and bodies of the 40 or so ruffians, who momentarily froze in shock. Mere seconds later, they erupted into screams, clutching their heads and fleeing in terror. Soaked from head to toe, they were subjected to an ordeal in the frigid outdoor temperature of -70 degrees. The rain transformed into ice upon contact, and several individuals succumbed to the freezing conditions on the spot. Help! Save me! The cacophony of their cries filled the air. Those who failed to escape were left to perish in the cold. The speediest among them froze to death mid-flight, while others succumbed in the hallways of nearby buildings. Only a fraction, less than 1 in 10, managed to salvage their lives. Zhou Chen stowed away his tools and busied himself immediately. So you wish to compete in volume? He mused. A mere $10 horn could rival the professional sound systems of a cinema? Soon, survivors within a 2-kilometer radius surrounding the Sakura community heard a voice resonating clearly. Zhou Chen's mellifluous tone reached every ear. Listen well, you detritus of the Sakura gang. Conceal your hypocritical countenance. If you wish to live, you better behave like dogs with your tails tucked. Having attempted to rob, only to lose dozens of your own, do you find yourselves trembling in fear? He then quipped. Here's a tune, cool, for you. Chapter 40, A Warning to the Monkey's Madman. Zhou Chen was undoubtedly a lunatic. Room 1101 of Building 10 housed the 29 leaders of the Sakura gang. The pallor on their faces and the shock in their expressions could not mask the profound terror that lurked beneath. Among them, who had not stained their hands with blood. Yet, compared to Zhou Chen, they seemed like mere novices. He who does not bark does not bite. A dog that bites does not bark. To extinguish 30 lives without so much as a blink was a display of chilling resolve. The fortunate few who survived bore varying degrees of frostbite. Some had lost ears, others fingers, and still others toes. The Sakura gang, beyond their leaders, had merely 100 underlings. In just 5 minutes, Zhou Chen had significantly diminished their combat strength by half. A profound sense of shock, anger, apprehension, fear, terror, and regret enveloped the newly appointed bald leader, who had reluctantly taken the place of Wang Dachui. He had no desire to serve as cannon fodder for the Sakura gang, yet circumstances dictated otherwise. Witnessing the gang mobilizing in earnest, he feared that if he refrained from participating, the unruly mob would seize supplies and swiftly turn their aggression towards the 19th floor. Fortunately, the 2 subordinates he dispatched remained at the back, untouched by the icy deluge. He had previously believed that the Sakura gang could effortlessly crush Zhou Chen like an ant. only to now realize that Zhou Chen possessed an arrogance backed by formidable strength. Reflecting on Old Sun's words, he began to ponder whose life he might use as a badge of loyalty, stealthily assessing the leaders before him. His gaze flitted between the gang leader Wan Baojia and the scarred man. At that moment, the scarred man's countenance was grim, yet his heart brimmed with satisfaction. A group of self-righteous fools had previously mocked him as a dog without a home. But now, how the tables had turned. Zhou Chen had dealt them a crushing blow. What he had anticipated was the ferocity of Zhou Chen's actions. The only reason he survived that night was that Zhou Chen had not intended to annihilate them completely. A cautious leader from a nearby faction inquired, "What shall we do now? Shouldn't we retaliate?" Wan Baojia slammed his fist onto the table, exclaiming, "Retaliation is inevitable. But not at this moment. We underestimated Zhou Chen. Before we act, we must devise a comprehensive strategy." The Sakura community resonated with the haunting melody of Liang Liang, echoing throughout a 2-kilometer radius. The city had languished in silence for far too long, and the sudden emergence of music caught the attention of many survivors, who paused to listen. For a fleeting moment, it felt as if they had returned to a bygone era of peace. Survivors from nearby communities, having learned of the recent fatalities within the Sakura community, observed from a distance as the mob, armed and ready, charged towards a building, believing Zhou Chen, named over the loudspeaker, was doomed. Yet, the reversal of fortune occurred with astonishing swiftness. One man had single-handedly claimed the lives of over 30, displaying ruthless decisiveness. Words spread rapidly, from 1 to 10, and then to 100, reaching the ears of survivors further afield. "Huh, that was exhilarating," exclaimed one. "I was terrified just moments ago. What good is sheer numbers if they can be so easily vanquished?" The once timid residents of Building 21, who had contemplated surrender just 10 minutes prior, now stood tall, emboldened by their survival. 2 of them were particularly animated, caught up in a state of exhilaration. Old Sun cast a discreet glance at the pair, advising, "Hold your horses, don't rush back upstairs just yet. Remain here while I check on young Zhou to see what plans he has." Upon meeting Zhou Chen, Old Sun raised his thumb in admiration, genuinely impressed. "I am in awe. I thought we would have to retreat to the 15th floor. I didn't expect you to have such a solution." Zhou Chen glanced at the tightly shut door next door and quietly inquired, "What about our neighbors?" Old Sun's expression darkened. "As of now, I can confirm too. I had previously sensed that these 2 individuals were untrustworthy, considering that they were initially drawn by the prospect of resources. Since we all share the same fate, it is quite natural for them to act with a hint of cunning. However, had it not been for your swift action against those ruffians just moments ago, these 2 would undoubtedly have betrayed us by opening the door after having just slaughtered over 30 people." Zhou Chen, radiating an aura of lethal intent, declared, "They cannot be allowed to remain." With that, he descended the stairs with Lao Sun, taken aback, remarked, "Is it really so urgent? Perhaps we should position them at the forefront during the next skirmish, or feign giving them some task. I can accompany you outside the community to deal with them." "What if doing so incites panic among the others?" Zhou Chen retorted, hands buried in his pockets. "There is no need for such complications." In the dimly lit safety passage of the building, flames erupted sporadically, casting sparks into the air. The neighbors, mere pawns in this grim game, sat huddled in a circle, seeking warmth while engaged in idle chatter. With a mere glance from Zhou Chen, Lao Sun promptly stepped around the corner, calling out, "Xiao Huang, Xiao Shun. Come here for a moment. Xiao Zhou has a task for you." The 2 approached without a shred of suspicion and, amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, cheerfully left their spots. Zhou Chen had previously mentioned that in addition to consolidating efforts to defend the building, there would be other assignments available. Accepting such tasks would yield substantial rewards and resources, and the mere thought of the bountiful provisions made their faces light up with anticipation. Yet, as they drew nearer, Zhou Chen and Lao Sun revealed their fierce intent. One met his end by a cleaver across the throat, while the other was impaled by a sharp steel spike. The neighbors by the fire were left in stunned silence. In an instant, they scattered like frightened birds, their expressions taut with apprehension as they regarded Zhou Chen and Lao Sunday. What transpired? Why did they suddenly turn against their own? Old Hu finally regained his voice after a prolonged silence. "Lao Sun, this," Lao Sun, wiping the blood from the steel spike with a torn piece of fabric, replied, "Do not overthink it. Their deaths were well-deserved. They were inherently fickle in their allegiances, living off the bounty without contributing. Yet, they entertained malicious thoughts. plotting to betray us by letting those ruffians in. Had Xiao Zhou not acted decisively, would we have survived the onslaught of those marauders? At this revelation, the neighbors trembled. In truth, under the violent threat posed by the mob, each had momentarily considered surrendering. No one wished for death, in the face of overwhelming fear. Such thoughts were not unusual. However, with families to protect, the grim prospect of their loved ones falling into the hands of the Sakura gang quelled those thoughts, albeit temporarily. Yet, had Zhou Chen not intervened, and the mob breached their defenses, they would undoubtedly have capitulated. Fear of suffering pales in comparison to the terror of death. The two neighbors now lifeless on the ground had lived for themselves alone, failing to conceal their true intentions, foolishly allowing their innermost thoughts to manifest upon their faces. Old who could not help but swallow hard, stammering, "There's no need to kill them, right? We could just drive them away and let them fend for themselves." Zhou Chen's icy gaze met him. Drive them away? Where can they go? To survive, they will undoubtedly divulge every detail to the Sakura gang. Once the Sakura gang learns of the voltage secret at the entrance, will they fall for the same trick again? Only the dead can keep secrets. Upon hearing this, the expendable neighbors fell silent, for this was a shared secret among them all. Two living souls could be extinguished at a whim. Behind Zhou Chen's ruthless demeanor lay a stark warning, an explicit message that those who dared to betray the two corpses beneath the surface would meet the same fate. Zhou Chen surveyed the crowd, issuing a stern reminder. "I want everyone to remember this. I, Zhou Chen, despise those who stab from behind. Anyone who even contemplates betraying me, regardless of who they are, must die." Chapter 41. Ahead for 10 packs of instant noodles. As the night passed, Zhou Chen's notorious reputation spread like wildfire. Survivors within a 10-mile radius quickly learned of the madman named Zhou Chen residing in Sakura community. Just how mad was he? While others reveled in their own authority and resources, killing a few in their quest for power, Zhou Chen stood unfazed before the lethal threat of 50 thugs. His composure unwavering. With a single strike reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, he dispatched dozens on the spot, an undeniably formidable figure. Various gangs began clandestine discussions, eager to recruit Zhou Chen. If they could enlist such a formidable ally, his mere presence would command respect. The Sakura gang, having suffered significant losses, found themselves unable to devise a lethal plan and were forced into temporary retreat. After some pressure, the expendable neighbors calmed their restless hearts and gradually gravitated toward a shared interest: survival. Who could guarantee their existence? Zhou Chen. He maintained order within, ensuring the entire building was fortified. While the Sakura gang sought to avoid provoking Zhou Chen, he, in turn, could not tolerate their presence. After all, he was now meticulous to a fault, seeking vengeance for every slight. Had it not been for the citywide blackout, which made covert action difficult, he would have sought revenge without delay. At dawn, the first thing he did upon opening his eyes was to turn on the loudspeakers for retaliation. His clear voice resonated for 2 kilometers around. "Attention, everyone. The Sakura gang in Sakura community engages in murder and pillaging, treating human life with utter disregard, coercing the innocent, and exhibiting vile behavior. Such creatures must be eradicated. I, Zhou Chen, hereby offer a generous bounty. Anyone who takes down one of the 29 leaders of the Sakura gang will be rewarded with 10 packs of instant noodles. Whether as an individual or a team, the rewards will accumulate. One may exchange the life of a single individual for 10 packets of instant noodles. 2 lives yield 25 packets, while 3 lives can be traded for 40 packets. Should an individual or a group accumulate 10 kills, in addition to the corresponding quantity of noodles, I shall bestow upon them an additional bag of 10 kilograms of flour and 10 kilograms of frozen meat. I, Zhou Chen, hereby pledge that the resources will be dispensed on the spot, without fail." At that moment, the 29 leaders of the Sakura gang found themselves paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The faint-hearted collapsed to the ground, a puddle forming beneath them, while the most cowardly amongst them were rendered incontinent by sheer terror. Zhou Chen, this madman, dared to issue a bounty on their lives. In the face of calamity, the notion of trading 10 packets of noodles for their heads seemed utterly ludicrous. Yet now, survivors were turning on each other over a mere morsel of bread. Among these survivors were those capable of the most heinous acts: cannibals, fratricides, and murderers of their own kin. With no provisions, starvation awaited them all the same. Thus, 10 packets of instant noodles represented a fortune, drawing countless survivors like moths to a flame. The leaders of the Sakura gang experienced an unprecedented terror. Even though Zhou Chen had dispatched over 30 of their underlings just the previous day, nothing compared to the dread they felt now. Not only were the marauders outside the community eager for their lives, but even their own subordinates were now tempted. Each individual sensed the chilling call of death. Stop! Help! You bastards, how dare you betray me? What are you doing? No, don't kill me. Within merely 3 minutes of the bounty being announced, the anguished cries of the slaughtered echoed from several buildings in the Sakura community. Upon hearing those horrific sounds, the nearby survivors, who had been hesitating, could no longer remain idle. They seized their weapons and rushed toward the Sakura community. Those further afield, fearing they would miss out on the spoils, employed every means possible to hasten their arrival. Some rode bicycles, others skated, some utilized their dogs as sleds, and one zookeeper galloped atop a gaunt Siberian tiger through the wintry landscape. The more distant survivors were astonished by the swiftness of these individuals. They had only just begun to discuss gathering their winter clothing to distribute among the strongest members of their group, aiming to secure 10 kills. Now they lamented their procrastination, their hearts filled with regret. Kill. The heads of the Sakura gang are mine. Wan Baojia, the leader of the Sakura gang, come forth and meet your demise. 10 packets of instant noodles are mine, all mine. I demand meat, kill. Hundreds of armed survivors surged toward the Sakura community like a pack of ravenous wolves from all directions. As the throng of survivors grew, their disheveled appearance resembled a horde of zombies besieging a city. Each survivor, more ruthless than the last, brandished their weapons and howled with primal fury. Upon breaching the residential complex, the assailants charged into whichever building caught their eye, kicking down doors and attacking anyone in sight. When they failed to uncover the whereabouts of the building's owner, they swiftly turned their attention to another structure. The owner had already been slain by his own subordinate, who, in a brutal twist, dispatched the traitor and dragged the corpse away to claim a reward. In that moment, chaos reigned throughout the Sakura community, filled with frenzied marauders whose screams and cries echoed incessantly. A blood-drenched bald man desperately fled toward the ground floor of Building 21, clutching his wounded abdomen with one hand while the other held a severed head. Old son, open the door. I've killed the owner of Building 20. I'm here to claim my reward. Brother son, I'm one of you. Please, just open the door. Suddenly, a blade pierced through his back, and with each thrust, the attacker's bloodied belly spilled forth intestines, continuing the assault with relentless ferocity until both collapsed into a pool of blood. Boss, I avenged you, shouted a pursuing accomplice, cursing him as he swung his blade, severing the bald man's head and hastily seizing another. With a newfound lightness in his step, he approached the iron gate as if on a joyous pilgrimage to paradise. However, before he could take a single step, he was engulfed by a swarm of marauders. The throng of savages, having finished their gruesome work, dispersed, leaving behind 2 severed heads and a dismembered corpse. Another group of assailants turned back upon sighting the heads, raising their weapons to attack the first group. In the ensuing chaos, the invaders could no longer discern friend from foe. They slaughtered indiscriminately, driven by a singular desire to present a head for a mere 10 packets of instant noodles. The identity of the victims, whether they belonged to the Sakura gang or not, had become insignificant. One by one, bodies fell, and on the icy ground of the Sakura community, blood bloomed like flowers in spring. Zhou Chen stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, one hand in his pocket, the other holding a red cup. 99, 103, 121, 125. Damn it, I can't keep counting. My eyes are blurring. Madame Wang, hiding beneath a pile of corpses, waited for the marauders to move on before daring to escape. Just as she turned her head, she came face to face with a ravenous northeast tiger, which pounced with excitement. Chapter 42. I and the law. Old son stood in the corridor, peering through the small window of the iron door to tally the heads outside. With each count, he felt the urge to retch. These were blood-soaked trophies. The brutality was overwhelming. In times of peace, a single head was a rarity, yet now, he faced a gruesome display of 70 or 80. These madmen had gone berserk, initially seeking the owners, but soon resorting to slashing at anyone who crossed their path. Some of the heads did not even belong to the residents of Sakura community, but to these savages, any severed head was fair game. For every confirmed head belonging to the Sakura gang, Old Son tossed a packet of instant noodles out through the small window. The recipients of the bounty supplies were naturally elated, Yet a deadly peril lurked nearby, with a pack of ravenous wolves surrounding him. His survival and ability to return with the goods hinged upon his own skills. However, this was no simple task. One individual, having seized a packet of instant noodles, fled only to be swiftly overtaken and brutally slain before he could even escape the community gate. Another, clutching his noodles, sought refuge in a nearby building, but was soon pursued inside, where screams of anguish echoed forth. In an instant, a new wave of chaos erupted. Yet, none of this concerned Zhou Chen. To him, the marauding thugs outside were merely adversaries. The more of them that perished, the better. After distributing the last packet of instant noodles, Lao Sun promptly shut the small window, isolating himself from the surrounding carnage and cries. His fellow neighbors, mere pawns in this grim scenario, were tense and drenched in cold sweat, clutching weapons against the iron door, fearful that the marauders might target them. Lao Sun, what if these thugs refused to leave? Isn't that inviting disaster? One inquired anxiously. The number of assailants far surpassed that of the Sakura gang. Lao Sun himself was even more apprehensive, having ventured outside to distribute the bounty supplies alone. At this moment, his legs felt weak, and he found a place to sit, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Fear not. The Sakura gang's meager supplies have already been seized by the marauders. Their presence here is merely a waiting game for death, he asserted. Xiao Zhou was stationed on the top floor with a water gun, ready to defend against any who dared to encroach upon them. The 30+ who had perished from the cold yesterday were a testament to the fate that awaited them. Lao Sun's words rang true, following this new round of upheaval. The ground was strewn with bodies and scattered remnants of instant noodles. Those marauders who had gained nothing sought warmth by breaking furniture in the hallways and gradually dispersed over the next few hours. Armed to the teeth, Zhou Chen descended the stairs. At this moment, the gazes of the neighboring pawns had entirely shifted towards him. Eliminating the Sakura gang signified the eradication of the greatest threat within the community. Now, the entirety of Sakura community was under Zhou Chen's command. Are there still 2 households remaining in this building? Zhou Chen inquired. There were initially 3. However, the young man on the 6th floor left 2 days ago and could not be persuaded to stay. Now, only 2 households remain. A couple on the 7th floor and your uncle on the 11th, Lao Sun replied. Zhou Chen paused in surprise. My uncle? How have they managed to survive without supplies? Lao Sun's expression turned peculiar. Shall I take you to see? Upon reaching the 11th floor, the door to 1101 was locked from the outside. Lao Sun produced a key to unlock it. Before pushing the door open, he felt compelled to offer a warning. Well, Xiao Zhou, prepare yourself mentally. Zhou Chen nodded, his heart already grasping the likely situation within. Pushing open the door, the disheveled living room revealed not a single intact piece of furniture, with the floor strewn with the remnants of a fire's black ash. Beside it lay a cold pot containing several bones that bore no resemblance to those of any animal. Lao Sun, armed with a sharp steel rod, scanned the area before forcefully kicking open the door to the master bedroom, revealing 2 men huddled on a foul-smelling bed. Only the 2 men were present. There was no sign of Zhou Lily. It dawned on Zhou Chen why Lao Sun had referred to his uncle by marriage rather than his aunt. Upon seeing visitors, the famished father and son glared with desperation in their eyes. In their extreme hunger, they yearned to rise and commit murder for flesh. Yet they lacked the strength even to lift themselves from the bed. Lao Sun shook his head in pity. They had first consumed the deceased pregnant woman and her fetus, before turning on your aunt. Zhou Chen remained utterly unperturbed. The minuscule bond of affection he once held for his aunt had long been eroded. Sorrow was an impossible sentiment. It was entirely just that a gambling wretch, who had stolen his parents' inheritance, defrauded his brother-in-law and sister-in-law, and coerced his nephew into purchasing a home, should meet such a fate. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder what despair gripped her heart when she witnessed her husband and son brandishing a butcher's knife against her. Zhou Chen had no desire to cast another glance at the father and son. Dispose of them, he commanded, and the accompanying neighbors complied without hesitation. The emaciated pair, resembling aliens, were forcibly dragged from the bed. You cannot do this, Zhou Chen. We are cousins, they protested weakly, struggling like 2 dogs as they were cast outside into the snowy expanse. After a mere 2 minutes on the ground, they had become lifeless corpses. At that moment, the 6th floor residents were summoned. The disheveled couple, upon seeing Zhou Chen, immediately wore expressions of ingratiation. The recent commotion had made it clear whom they ought to align with. Zhou Chen's expression remained impassive. You have 10 minutes to gather your belongings and vacate this building. The couple was taken aback. Why? Zhou Chen's cold laughter echoed. Why? You refuse to contribute, yet wish to enjoy the fruits of others' labor? The man retorted, no, we were merely afraid of retaliation from Scarface. Though we did not lend a hand, we did not take your supplies. Besides, this is our home. On what grounds do you expel us? Zhou Chen's gaze hardened. There are plenty of vacant apartments in the community. Will you leave on your own, or shall we escort you out? No sooner had he spoken than Lao Sun and a dozen others encircled them, each brandishing sharp weapons with menacing expressions. Oh no, the woman exclaimed, realizing the precariousness of her situation, and promptly collapsed to the ground, wailing, oh heavens, is there no law left? Zhou Chen found women's histrionics particularly irksome. The sight of a woman throwing a tantrum recalled memories of his aunt, who had once found him at the factory, sitting on the ground, beating her thighs and cursing him for his lack of conscience. That image was utterly revolting. What a fool. In this post-apocalyptic world, is this really the time for such antics? Zhou Chen forcefully kicked the person to the ground, declaring, in this community, I am the law. With a mere glance from Old Sun, the expendable neighbors surged forward, seizing the couple by their collars and tossing them out the door, followed shortly by a heap of their belongings. The air was frigid, and corpses lay scattered everywhere. The couple hastily gathered their belongings from the ground and rushed to the entrance, incessantly knocking and pleading for re-entry. In the blazing inferno of the hallway, Zhou Chen sat upon a stool, extending his hands toward the fire for warmth. Not a single one of the expendable neighbors dared to sit. They stood obediently across from him, ready to follow orders at a moment's notice. Zhou Chen, with an air of elegance, delicately rubbed his slender fingers together and commanded, summon all survivors to assist in moving the bodies. Those who disobey will be cast out to fend for themselves. Chapter 43. The Cost of Greed. Everyone, gathered downstairs. The expendable neighbors paired up, calling out to the residents from each building with booming, fierce voices. After a few days of improved rations, they had gained some strength and were emboldened, feeling capable of overpowering the emaciated survivors. Within half an hour, 45 survivors were divided into two groups, shivering in the snow. One group comprised ordinary residents oppressed by the Sakura gang, while the other consisted of low-ranking members of the gang itself. Zhou Chen, clad in a pristine winter outfit, strode forth with an imposing presence. As he appeared, a woman from the survivor group lunged towards him. Ah Chen, please save me. Yang Sitian swiftly grabbed the woman's hair and kicked her back into the ranks. This kick bore a hint of personal vendetta. The woman, who fell hard to the ground, struggled to rise and attempted to rush towards Zhou Chen once more, only to find a cold watermelon knife pressed against her throat. Yang Sitian issued a warning move again, and you'll regret it. Su Rewrote knelt on the ground, desperately extending her hands, her face a mask of pleading as she gazed at the striking man. At that moment, her condition was 10 times worse than before. Her hair was a tangled mess, and her clothing was stained. Her face was gaunt, covered in a thin layer of yellowish skin from hunger, with deep-set eyes and prominent cheekbones, resembling a beggar more than anything else. Ah Chen, it's me, Rewrote. Don't you recognize me? Zhang Li and a few others in the crowd were too frightened to look up. Zhou Chen paid them no mind, directly assigning Yang Sitian the task. You pick them out and throw them all out of the community. Yang Sitian, harboring a grudge, immediately set to work, dragging individuals out one by one. These people had nearly brought about her demise, and she would remember them even in ashes. Zhang Li, the skinny monkey, Li Sisi, and several other women quickly fell to their knees, begging for forgiveness. Brother Zhou, I was wrong. Grant me a chance to redeem myself. I implore you. Do not cast me out. I do not wish for death. Ah Chen, I beseech you, do not be so heartless. I can assist you with laundry and cooking. If you desire, I can bear you children, as many as you wish. Zhang Li, in a state of despair, crawled on his knees until he was before Zhou Chen, weeping profusely. Zhou Chen, no, brother Zhou, it is all my fault. I beg you for another opportunity. I am willing to be your loyal servant. Bark, bark, bark. A few emaciated figures followed suit, crawling towards Zhou Chen, eager to lick his shoes. Brother, please forgive me this once. Treat me as you would a dog or a cat. I truly do not wish for death. Initially, I was blinded by greed. The 200,000 given to me by that wretched Su Rewrote remains untouched. I shall transfer the money to you now. Please do not expel me. Brother, It was Zhongli who incited us to betray you. I have recognized my errors. Just say the word, and I shall eliminate him for you. The one who harmed you is Chen Chong. I have long since severed ties with him, and he is already dead. These matters have no bearing on me. Zhou Chen, filled with disdain, kicked away the filthy hands reaching for him. Witnessing these wretches pleading for mercy, he felt nothing but revulsion. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. The neighbors, emboldened, raised their clubs and knives, striking these individuals mercilessly, causing the remaining survivors to tremble in fear. Once incapacitated, they were dragged away like livestock towards the community gate. A few desperate souls, fearing abandonment in the cold, clawed at the snow with bloodied fingers, leaving trails of crimson behind them. They were expelled from the community, taken behind a wall, and surrounded. Confronted by faces filled with hatred, they suddenly realized that a more dreadful fate awaited them. What do you intend to do? Zhou Chen had merely suggested their expulsion. He had not ordered their execution. Yang Sitian brandished a watermelon knife, and her fellow neighbors formed a circle, brandishing their own weapons. Under the sunlight, a glint of cold steel flashed, and blood splattered. Yang Sitian wiped the blood from her face with a cold smile, declaring, "Who said we would kill you? Just wait to die slowly." They turned away, leaving behind a gruesome scene. The snow was stained red, and dismembered limbs lay scattered. Those who had lost their arms and legs cried out in terror and agony. Su Rewrote struggled desperately, yearning to return to Zhou Chen's side. Yet, without her limbs, she resembled a helpless maggot, exerting every ounce of strength to move as best she could. Eventually, she spent her last bit of energy gazing vacantly at the sky. In her dying moments, memories flooded back to her. Zhou Chen had treated her with unmatched kindness, nearly indulging her every whim. If only she had known contentment, she would not have allowed Zhongli to treat her as mere cargo, exchanging her for trivial resources. Zhou Chen regarded her as a treasure, never having laid a finger on her. Yet, for Zhongli, she was worth but a packet of instant noodles. She, along with Zhongli and Li Sisi, were all of the same ilk. Now, they lay in pieces, a grim testament to the price of avarice. Upon seeing the fresh bloodstains on Yang Sitian and her companions, Zhou Chen surmised the fate that had befallen Zhongli and Su Wanruan. To expel someone was tantamount to severing their lifeline. The manner of their demise held no significance for him. The grievances with these former classmates were, at this moment, reduced to dust and ashes. The survivors, trembling in the frigid cold, particularly the members of the Cherry Blossom Gang, were gripped by fear at the thought of being sent back to freeze to death. Zhou Chen's piercing gaze swept across them, leaving no room for dissent as he declared, "From this day forth, I shall govern Cherry Blossom Community. To survive, you must obey. Whatever I command, you shall do." The 30-odd survivors dared not even breathe loudly. Pointing at the corpses on the ground, he instructed, "Everyone must work. Clear out all the bodies in the community, dismantle the security doors, and repair the perimeter wall. If you fear freezing to death, you may warm yourselves in the corridor every 10 minutes until I am satisfied. Furthermore, upon completing these two tasks, men and women shall take turns guarding the front and back doors." Among the crowd, a woman, trembling, raised her hand. Zhou Chen gestured for her to speak. She stepped forward, hastily adjusting her greasy bangs, and, believing herself charming, cast a flirtatious glance. "Do we women need to lift the bodies too? That requires physical strength. I can mop the floor, wash clothes, and cook instead." The expressions of everyone in the group turned to disdain. After their moment of contempt, envy crept in. A beautiful woman held an advantage. Perhaps she would indeed get her way. In a ragged assembly of beggars, this woman appeared comparatively clean, her face bearing a hint of flesh, presenting an overall better image. Yet, in Zhou Chen's eyes, she was no different from a madwoman on the street. Zhou Chen coldly instructed Lao San, "This woman's clothes are too clean and her face too plump. It is evident her life is more comfortable than the others. Assign her the dirtiest tasks. If she fails, she will go hungry." The woman, who sought to leverage her beauty for an easier life, turned pale with fear. No, I am willing to lift the bodies. I will do it." Zhou Chen's expression hardened. "Since you are so eager to take charge, you are free to do so outside the community." No sooner had the words left his lips than Lao San acted swiftly, seizing her as two neighbors pulled her away. Amidst her pleas, the other survivors trembled in fear, each silently reciting, "Do not question. Do not refute. Hold your opinions." In short, whatever Zhou Chen says goes. Chapter 44. The attitude of the cannon fodder neighbors. Under the supervision of the cannon fodder neighbors, the survivors of the community toiled diligently throughout the afternoon. Lifting corpses is an outdoor endeavor, a veritable nightmare for those involved. At a frigid -70 degrees, lacking adequate winter attire, even a few steps prove arduous. The weight of a corpse is already considerable, but an icy body is even heavier. It takes 3 or 4 individuals to maneuver a frozen cadaver. After every few paces, they must pause to catch their breath, timing their brief respite to avoid succumbing to the cold themselves. Otherwise, they risk becoming the very bodies they are transporting. Working in such extreme temperatures, beset by hunger and unable to replenish their energy, the gradual depletion of their strength hastens their demise. Many have already collapsed to the ground, their vacant gazes fixed upon the snowflakes falling from the sky, embodying a strange tranquility akin to that of one nearing death. The rumblings of hunger resonate, a constant reminder of their tenuous grip on life. As they caress their emaciated bellies, a flicker of the desire to survive reignites within them. They exchange glances, each discerning the other's yearning for sustenance. Some eyes are particularly haunting, glimmering with a feral light, as if on the verge of lunging for a morsel of flesh. Could they truly be contemplating cannibalism? The thought sends a shiver down the spines of many, prompting them to laboriously rise and distance themselves as quickly as possible. Among the few survivors driven nearly to madness by hunger, a primal yearning arises as they observe the unsteady figures moving about. Are humans merely sources of sustenance? Stripped of their clothing and roasted over a fire, they would resemble a succulent piglet, the pale meat gradually turning golden and sizzling as fat drips away. As those bearing corpses pass by, an icy chill runs down their spines. Food is ready. A voice pierces the veil of terror enveloping some minds. Is there truly a meal to be had? The idea is almost unimaginable. All survivors can scarcely believe it. Surely, they will not be treated like livestock, fed nothing but slop as the Sakura gang did? Old Sun leads the way, for women carrying large buckets of food flanking him, while 2 individuals wielding sticks maintain order behind them. Food is ready. Gather in the hallway of Building 1. The survivors, driven by instinct, rush forward, reluctant to part from Old Sun's procession. Curiosity compels them to peek into the buckets, revealing a clear broth that appears nothing like refuse. The air is perfumed with the aroma of wheat. It is noodles. They cannot help but inhale deeply, savoring every whiff of the enticing scent. Delicious. Exquisite. In the hallway of Building 1, over 30 survivors clutch filthy bowls, their throats working tirelessly as they fixate on the 2 pots suspended over the fire. Although only a few hundred meters away, the broth has frozen en route and must now be heated before it can be consumed. Brother Sun, how much longer must we wait? Brother Sun, the food has thawed. It is ready to be consumed, is it not? They are all too aware that steaming hot noodles would be far more delectable and warming. Yet, their impatience is palpable. No need for Old Sun to speak. They are already being chastised. What is the rush? Are you all so starved that you would perish? If you could just wait a few more minutes, would you truly wither away? Whoever dares to complain will find their portion redistributed among others. In this moment, silence envelopes them. Beneath the roaring flames, 2 suspended pots exude vapor, and soon the long-awaited sound of boiling water fills the air. To hell with symphonies. This is the most exquisite melody in the world. Unable to contain themselves, they surge forward in eager anticipation. What are you doing? If you topple the pot, can you afford to pay for it? Do you wish to gamble with your lives, to starve in vain? Form an orderly line. I insist you line up. 2 irate neighbors, tasked with maintaining order, shout and lash out with sticks. The swiftest among the survivors each receive several strikes. Even as they are beaten, their bodies instinctively push forward, their eyes fixated on the food within the pot. Observing this, the 2 neighbors unleash their fury, each blow more forceful than the last, finally pushing the crowd back. The milky broth, neither thick nor abundant with noodles, is nonetheless the finest meal these survivors have had in a month. Each receives a full bowl, the aroma intoxicating. Before they receive their food, they would have eagerly swallowed both soup and bowl whole. After receiving it, they suddenly become reverent. They inhale deeply, take gentle sips, eyes closed in bliss. Each mouthful is savored, lingering on their lips for moments, and tears of gratitude begin to flow. What was once merely a bowl of plain vegetable noodle soup, previously dismissed, has now transformed into their most treasured sustenance. They sip slowly, greedily extending their tongues to clean the bowl thoroughly. Everyone craves a second helping, yet the pots are already empty. Old Sun observes this with a twinge of sympathy. You have been hungry for far too long. Indulging excessively on your first meal may prove detrimental. As long as you remain compliant and cause no trouble, there will be ample supplies for you in the future. On the way back, the two disgruntled neighbors murmur their dissatisfaction. Old Sun, why not simply boil a few packets of instant noodles to appease them? Why waste such precious flour? Indeed, providing flour to these people is sheer folly. The four women share similar sentiments. Our resources are already scant. Perhaps it would be better for them to starve. A whole bag of flour. My heart aches at the thought of it. After all, these individuals are not even our neighbors. In my opinion, Old Sun, you are far too soft-hearted. Old Sun's expression subtly shifted, and the words he was about to utter were swallowed back. The voices of these 6 individuals likely encapsulated the sentiments of the entire building, did they not? After enjoying a few days of good fortune, have they forgotten the harrowing experiences they endured under the oppression of the scar-faced man? Has the dragon slayer inevitably transformed into a dragon himself? Contemplating Zhou Chen's temperament as a harbinger of death, Old Sun, out of goodwill, sought to offer a timely warning. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he heard the distant sounds of an altercation. The survivors had been uniformly settled in Building 1, and the entire community had but one location where disputes erupted. By the time Old Sun returned to the top floor, he found Long Xiaoyun, who resided in his home, curled up on the ground, her hair disheveled, and her face marred by scratches. 3 women were not enough. Now, one after another, they stood with hands on their hips, pointing accusing fingers at her. Yang Xitian, emotionally charged, exchanged heated words, tightly clenching her fists, fearful that in a moment of impulse, she might resort to violence. Old Sun inquired, "What is going on?" One of the women immediately began to spew vitriol. "Old Sun, we have tolerated her for far too long. She does nothing all day, merely consuming our resources. We have deliberated and decided to cast her out to carry corpses. If she refuses, she deserves to be thrown out of the community to perish. So she won't waste our supplies any longer." The sound of leisurely footsteps broke the tension as a tall figure descended from the rooftop. Zhou Chen, hands tucked in his pockets, sneered, "Since when did it become your prerogative to dictate matters here?" At the mere sound of Zhou Chen's voice, the 3 women who had been aggressive trembled in fear. The neighbors who had accompanied Old Sun, initially anticipating a spectacle, now wore expressions of restraint, standing in proper alignment. Zhou Chen had always been generous to them, providing resources without ever oppressing anyone. Yet, the chilling recollection of his initial foray into violence, claiming the lives of over 30 individuals, his subsequent act of slitting a throat, and thirdly, orchestrating the demise of the Sakura gang while simultaneously eliminating numerous external thugs, all loomed large. 3 acts of violence had resulted in over 200 lives extinguished. Even the beasts of the Sakura gang had not exhibited such audacity or cruelty. They had initially presumed that Zhou Chen would be sleepless in the following days. However, to their astonishment, he appeared unperturbed, his demeanor unchanged, and even more buoyant than before. It was as if he had not extinguished over 200 lives, but merely slaughtered a flock of chickens and ducks. This contemplation instilled a profound sense of dread within them. The woman shivered, unable to meet Zhou Chen's gaze. In a stuttering explanation, one woman said, "Zhou Gu, we didn't mean it that way. Of course, you have the final say in the entire community." Another eloquent woman, trembling with fear, stepped forward and added, "Zhou Gu, we absolutely did not intend to overstep. The situation is that this Long Xiaoyan does nothing at all, merely indulging in a life of leisure while casting flirtatious glances at our men." Zhou Chen coldly interrupted, "So you came here to stir up trouble? Where exactly are we?" "This is my home." The 3 troublemaking women immediately recoiled. The articulate woman quickly closed her mouth. Zhou Chen's piercing gaze swept over them, landing on Yang Xitian. "You speak." Yang Xitian's cheeks bore the marks of distress, and though she felt a surge of anger, she restrained herself. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her emotions and recounted the situation. Long Xiaoyan had never worked a day in her life and was utterly clueless about household chores. Yet she certainly did not shirk her responsibilities. While she might not know how to cook, she took on the tasks of chopping wood, starting fires, boiling water, and washing dishes all on her own. Previously, they had washed dishes with hot water, but now that it was Long Xiaoyan's turn, they complained about the waste of firewood and insisted she use cold water. causing her hands to become frostbitten, yet they remained perpetually dissatisfied and critical. They gossiped maliciously behind her back, accusing me and Long Xiaoyun of being involved with those scoundrels, calling us shameless and fox spirits. Unable to find fault with me, they were solely intent on driving Long Xiaoyun away. Upon hearing these words, the three women glared at Yang Xitian, itching to retort. But Zhou Chen's sharp gaze intimidated them into silence. The two onlookers behind Lao Sun exchanged perplexed glances, their expressions shifting as they listened to Yang Xitian's account and observed the reactions of those present. Zhou Chen began to grasp the underlying issue. The warmth of their bellies had led to base thoughts. The men in the building, upon seeing two young, beautiful girls, inevitably entertained some unsavory notions. Having been under the control of those scoundrels for a time, they believed these girls' virtue was compromised, thus emboldening themselves to think they might take advantage. Can men hide such base instincts from married women? Who could tolerate such underhanded behavior right under their noses? If it were the days of peace, these women would have long returned to their families, demanding divorce at every opportunity. However, in this apocalyptic world, men had become their sole reliance. Zhou Chen shifted his gaze to Lao Sun, who wore a bewildered expression. Clearly, he had not bothered to concern himself with women's affairs. Zhou Chen was even less inclined to pay attention to such trivial matters. In the face of the apocalypse, could the squabbles among women be more significant than a pack of instant noodles? Yet, daring to cause a ruckus at his doorstep was not a trivial matter. This was an affront to him. Zhou Chen's expression darkened. I have shown you too much leniency, leading you to believe you can disregard my authority. Three women, who had just taken action, felt a sudden chill in their hearts. Zhou Chen turned to Lao Sun, who replied, let us punish them by making them skip one meal. Or perhaps two. What do you think? Yang Xitian, with a grave expression, added, there is another matter. When Uncle Sun was secretly rallying everyone, the scar-faced gang caught wind of it. Long Xiaoyun and I once overheard them discussing that those on the 13th and 14th floors were willing to act as their informants. However, that group of beasts has been wiped out, and we have been unable to find any evidence, which is why we refrained from mentioning it. These three women happen to belong to those two floors. Lao Sun's heart raced. Is that true? Yang Xitian swore, if I uttered even a single falsehood, may I suffer a miserable fate. They were hastily trying to distance themselves, as if fearing we might uncover some truth, their guilty consciences exposed. The three women quickly defended themselves, vehemently denying being informants, but their evasive glances betrayed their unease. Zhou Chen turned to Lao Sun, as the leader of the building. How do you propose we handle this? Lao Sun looked troubled. This is no small matter. Had they not launched a surprise attack that night? We cannot fathom what horrors might have occurred afterward. Yet, precisely because of their sudden assault, they caught the scar-faced gang off guard and drove them all out. The informants became nothing but useless pawns. Zhou Chen glanced at Yang Xitian again. If you were in charge, what would you do? Yang Xitian suddenly appeared invigorated, her demeanor transforming into that of a cold-blooded creature. She made a slicing gesture across her throat, indicating the need to eliminate potential threats. Zhou Chen remarked, then what are you waiting for? With a flash of dual blades, blood splattered against the wall. One woman had her trachea severed, blood gushing forth like an open faucet. The other two women, paralyzed with terror, collapsed to the ground, unable to utter a plea for mercy. Lao Sun and his 6 companions were equally taken aback by the gruesome scene, which unfolded too suddenly. Yang Xitian, resembling a loyal hound, wielded her 2 knives, dispatching one after another. In less than a minute, 3 lifeless bodies lay cold on the ground. At that moment, Zhou Chen inquired, what comes next? Covered in blood, Yang Xitian, with a fierce countenance, declared, eradicate the roots to prevent future troubles. With that, she charged down the stairs, not only preceding herself, but also beckoning 2 men beside Lao Sun. You too, come with me. Lao Sun gazed at the bodies on the ground, then at the departing trio, and finally at the living, who were so frightened they could scarcely stand. At that moment, he began to question his very existence. With a numb expression, he looked at Zhou Chen and asked, is it truly necessary to proceed in this manner? Even if they were willing to act as informants for Scarface, it was merely a means of survival. Their crimes do not warrant death. Zhou Chen inquired, have you ever contemplated what might transpire if the bounty had never been issued, and Scarface covertly contacted them, requesting that they stealthily open 2 grand gates on a particular night? Upon hearing this, Old Sun's heart raced with trepidation. Zhou Chen's reasoning was rather straightforward. Regardless of whether the matter at hand involved jealousy among women or some personal vendetta, their private quarrels were of no concern to him. However, today you may be Scarface's informant, but tomorrow you could very well become an informant for another faction. The city is not limited to just the Sakura district. There exists a principle that one cannot perpetually evade detection while engaging in thievery. Zhou Chen's gaze sharpened. Old son, I am merely taking the initiative to safeguard myself. Chapter 46. Appointing a deputy leader in the corridor lay the gruesome remains of 3 couples. Except for Chi-Ro, who was with child. All the expendable neighbors had been summoned to witness the scene. In the biting cold, faced with the horrific sight of the deceased, they trembled uncontrollably. Some women could not suppress their nausea and covered their mouths to vomit. Zhou Chen sat casually in a chair. One leg crossed over the other. You all comprehend the cause of death for these 6 individuals, do you not? The expendable neighbors remained silent, too afraid to speak. Zhou Chen's demeanor turned icy. I offer you an opportunity. If anyone among you has previously consented to serve as Scarface's informant, now is the time to step forward, and you shall not be held accountable for past actions. Should you be exposed in the future, the consequences need not be articulated. I, Zhou Chen, will not permit myself to risk my life scavenging for resources to sustain you, only to end up being betrayed. Upon hearing this, all the expendable neighbors hastened to declare their innocence, vehemently denouncing the deceased as treacherous individuals. Had it not been for Zhou Chen's initiative to eliminate the Sakura gang, they feared that one day these individuals might conspire to open the Iron Gate in the dead of night, leading to their demise in a frenzied attack while they slept. The mere thought sent chills down their spines, leaving them shaken. Zhou Chen surveyed the group, meticulously scrutinizing their subtle expressions, and found no cause for concern. Following this incident, as long as they possessed a modicum of sense, who would dare collude with the outside world? At this moment, Old Sun had regained his composure and produced a small notebook. Little Zhou, I can assure you that the remaining individuals pose no threat. The 9 of them have fiercely stood by my side. Zhou Chen glanced at the names listed in the notebook, though he was unfamiliar with who was who. Very well. Zhou Chen rose. Those who perform well shall be rewarded. Old Sun, arrange a feast for everyone tonight. The mere mention of a feast ignited excitement among the crowd. Resources were scarce, and they had been rationing their food meticulously for the long term. Otherwise, they would not have felt such anguish over today's bag of flour, wishing instead that the surviving group would starve. Aside from the mixed meat soup from that night, they had not tasted meat in several days. The prospect of a feast tonight promised a return to meat. The thought of savoring long-forgotten flavors made them salivate with anticipation. Zhou Chen continued, there are 3 more matters to address. 1. The individuals in Building 1 have been entrusted to your management, and the tasks I assigned must be completed within a month. 2. A vice leader will be appointed, and starting today, Yang Sitian will assume this role, assisting Old Sun in managing the relevant affairs. All the neighbors exchanged glances, a mix of envy and jealousy evident among them. Yang Sitian's ruthlessness in her actions was akin to that of a cold-blooded predator, swift and emotionless. However, they were not lacking in strength either. They simply lacked her fierce obedience, akin to loyal hounds. Perhaps this was the true reason behind Zhou Chen's promotion of her. In contrast to a group of mere thugs, Zhou Chen required a fiercely loyal enforcer. Old Sun was somewhat taken aback, yet felt no discomfort. He understood that his own soft-heartedness warranted the presence of someone with a strong, aggressive demeanor to keep the neighbors in line. The third matter at hand, I will be venturing outside for several days. The number of survivors capable of outdoor activities is steadily increasing, and I must seize the opportunity to gather supplies. Lagging behind could leave me with nothing. Upon hearing this, all the neighbors became tense. Brother Zhou, there's no need to be away for several days. Outdoor activities are inherently perilous, and if you tire or become weary, there won't even be anyone to keep watch. Perhaps let Old Sun accompany you? Old Sun is not spry. It would be better to choose someone to go with you. All of this was mere chatter. Here, aside from Zhou Chen, anyone outdoors for more than 30 minutes would surely meet their demise. Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively. No need. I have my skates. Even if you could accompany me, you would only hinder my speed. You all just need to secure the community. In the event of an external threat, retreat to the 15th floor. Having conveyed this, he suddenly recalled something. Zhou Chen turned his gaze towards a group of women. Among you, who can sew? Sew. The women exchanged glances, each looking at the other. Do you require clothing to be made? As homemakers, they all possessed basic sewing skills. Zhou Chen shook his head. No, I mean making garments, thermal tops, socks. The fabric for these remains in storage, and my current attire has long been worn and washed. It is time for new garments. If no one here possesses that skill, we shall inquire among the survivors of Building 1. To everyone's surprise, the beleaguered Long Xiaoyan slowly raised her hand. I studied fashion design. And I can certainly make clothing. However, I lack a sewing machine, so the hand sewing will be rather slow. Moreover, my hands have become frostbitten in this cold. Yet she dared not voice this concern, fearing Zhou Chen would deem her worthless and that she might one day be cast out. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up, and he snapped his fingers. You return to your room. I shall fetch the materials shortly. He gestured towards the corpses on the ground. Old son, take care of this. And also the bloodstains at my doorstep. Old son promptly organized the effort. A group of men began to move the bodies while a group of women retrieved mops and brushes. Zhou Chen quickly gathered tools, fabric, needles, and thread to hand over to the young girl. The young girl was utterly astonished. She had initially believed that she would need to hand sew with needle and thread. But to her surprise, the tools were remarkably comprehensive. These several pieces of fabric, while appearing uniform in color and texture, possessed subtle differences upon closer examination. Finally, the moment had arrived for her to showcase her skills. With unwavering confidence, she declared, Zhou Gu, making autumn clothing and socks is exceedingly simple, and with the sewing machine, it becomes even easier. I just need to pull a wire. No, I'll head downstairs to do it. Zhou Chen, however, vehemently disagreed. There are people downstairs, and I'll have Lao Sun bring a wire up shortly. If someone discovers the secret of the fabric, even without ill intent, it could lead to complications. We've only just managed to keep these troublesome neighbors in check. It's best to remain discreet for now. He pointed at the fabric, meticulously cautioning her. Remember, do not mix them up and ensure that no one downstairs sees them. The young girl promptly tidied the table, laying out a clean sheet. She organized all the tools according to her usual habits, placing each item in its designated spot. Blowing on her frostbitten hands, she exclaimed with excitement, Zhou Gu, aren't you going to be away for a few days? I have an address for you. If you get the chance, you should check it out. There's a considerable stock of furs there, and nothing keeps you warm quite like fur. Her words struck a chord with Zhou Chen. Natural disasters were relentless, and he had only survived 3 years in his previous life. Who knew what calamities awaited in the next 3 years? What if a tectonic shift pushed the entire Arctic into the mainland? Or if the mainland sank, forcing survivors to seek refuge on glacial plateaus? Once again facing the bitter cold, his future was long, and thus, the more resources he could gather, the better. Chi-Ro stood nearby, cradling a small child, joining in the excitement. Though there was a fire in the room, it could not compare to the efficiency of a fireplace. To avoid frostbite, the child was bundled like a little dumpling, with hands tucked deep within thick sleeves and a face rosy from the cold. Chi-Ro looked at him with longing. Boss, if you manage to bring back fur, could you reward me with a fur coat? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. Give me a reason. Upon hearing the possibility, Chi-Ro immediately perked up. I'm youthful and invincible, as beautiful as a flower, obedient, and my work is splendid. Chapter 47. A trap? Not a single living soul left. Clap, clap, clap. Zhou Chen applauded, utterly speechless at the antics of the comical young girl. If you dare to be so indiscreet again, I shall punish you by sending you downstairs to chop firewood. No, boss, I was wrong. Chi-Ro wilted instantly, obediently returning to the warmth of the fire with the child. The wire had yet to be brought up, and the young girl extended her frostbitten hands, beginning to thread the needle. However, the cold was so intense that her trembling fingers struggled to find the eye of the needle. Zhou Chen feigned rummaging through his pockets, retrieving a box of frostbite ointment and placing a pair of cotton gloves on the table. The young girl was taken aback. Zhou Chen, maintaining a stoic expression, remarked, completing additional tasks comes with rewards. I wouldn't want your hands to leave bloodstains on the fabric. It would be rather unsightly. Nonetheless, gazing at the 2 items on the table, the young girl was moved to tears. After all, she was a youthful maiden. Who wouldn't desire a pair of exquisite hands? As Zhou Chen departed, Chi-Ro immediately embraced the matryoshka doll and stepped forward. With a bright smile, she sincerely reassured her, now you must feel at ease, right? Once the big boss returns with more fabric, there will be ample opportunities for you to be busy, and the rewards shall be plentiful. Let us not forget those who have aided us in our times of prosperity. Early the next morning, Zhou Chen set off fully equipped. He could not remain in hiding indefinitely. Otherwise, the source of his supplies would soon be questioned, arousing suspicion. His skates glided swiftly across the ice, and within mere seconds, he burst through the community gate. Several binoculars from various angles locked onto him. According to his trajectory, gangs from neighboring communities began to mobilize. Zhou Chen soared across the icy surface, reveling in the sense of freedom while inhaling the crisp air. Ahead, an individual sprinted forth, raising a white flag from a distance. Zhou Chen's gaze sharpened as he reached for the hammer secured at his waist. "Brother Zhou, do not be alarmed. I bear no weapons." The person presumed that such words would compel Zhou Chen to halt. However, in the blink of an eye, a gust of wind swept past him, and the figure flew by. One moment they were nearly shoulder to shoulder, and the next, when he turned back, all he could see was a retreating silhouette. Zhou Chen continued his sprint. Over the course of 2 kilometers, he encountered a dozen survivors, all waving small white flags and calling out to him. He was well aware of their intentions. They either sought collaboration, wished to depend on him, or harbored malicious thoughts of seizing his equipment. The previous day's bounty had drawn a throng of survivors, yet those from the neighboring communities, situated over 1,000 meters away, dared not venture out. Fearing they might perish in the freezing cold, Zhou Chen had no desire for anyone to rely on him. The group of cannon fodder in his building was already troublesome enough. He also preferred not to engage in partnerships unless the other party possessed unique resources that warranted trade. As for those with ill intentions, the lessons of the past served as a warning. He was unafraid to invite them to a chilling baptism. Following the address provided by the young girl, Zhou Chen arrived at his destination after over an hour. This area was a wholesale clothing market, expansive in size with several stories. At that moment, buildings under 5 stories were submerged in ice, leaving only the second-floor rooftops standing amidst the wind and snow. The rooftops were blanketed in ice and snow, with only a few glass windows visible, rendering it impossible to discern the signs of each building or locate the fur district. But was this a problem? Certainly not. Having come this far, he resolved to thoroughly search each building, with no choice, given the capacity of his storage space. Zhou Chen seized his hammer and began to strike. After each blow, he would hastily move on. The sound of shattering tempered glass resonated, scattering shards across the ground, mingling with the fallen snow. Once assured of his safety, Zhou Chen exchanged his ice skates for sturdy shoes and approached the window to survey the scene below. The interior was shrouded in darkness, with only a few faint beams of light flickering in the gloom. Retrieving a flashlight from his supplies, Zhou Chen illuminated the area, revealing that the doors and corridors below remained intact, untouched by other survivors. The eclectic names of the shops, Dama, Treasure Pot, Love Attire, Trendy, Prosperity, Fashion Heart, stood out in stark contrast. The frigid air seeped in, causing frost to form instantly along the walls of the passage. The flashlight featured a clip design, allowing it to be secured to his helmet, freeing his hands. Zhou Chen promptly retrieved a climbing rope, fastening one end to the iron framework of the glass window while securing the other around himself, ready to descend. Each floor of the wholesale market was expansive, with numerous corridors flanked by clothing stores. The quality of the garments here was undeniably inferior to that of a department store. However, they offered a complete selection of autumn attire, and even some winter options. In the current circumstances, these were far more favorable than the short-sleeved shirts available in the department store. The fashion industry is inherently forward-thinking, perpetually guiding consumer spending throughout the seasons. As spring nears its end, summer collections emerge. As summer wanes, autumn styles are introduced. Even before winter arrives, down jackets are already on the market. In a lawless environment, the hammer swings freely. Initially, Zhou Chen approached each shop with patience, meticulously examining every item. Yet, as time wore on, his patience waned, and he began to be selective. The process of gathering supplies demanded a constant use of his hands, which soon became tiresome. The market was vast, brimming with goods. How long would it take to inspect each item one by one? Suddenly, a loud crash pierced the stillness, drawing Zhou Chen's attention. The sound emanated from the dark expanse ahead. If no gaps allowed the cold wind to seep in, it suggested human involvement. The rhythmic banging continued, echoing insistently. Was it a call for help or a trap? Zhou Chen quickly extinguished his flashlight, retreating into a shop to take refuge beneath the counter. With a hammer in his right hand and a machete drawn from his belt in his left, he refused to take any risks without understanding the situation. The knocking persisted. now imbued with a sense of urgency. Perhaps the sudden silence from his end prompted concern that he might leave. Is anyone there? Zhou Chen called out, swiftly shifting positions and moving into another shop. The knocking intensified. Help! I am a wholesaler trapped here for a long time. Is there any food? I have money. I can pay you. This time, the urgency of the knocks was unmistakable, accompanied by faint cries for assistance. Zhou Chen pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming loudly, I heard you. Don't rush. I'll be right there. With those words, he switched on his flashlight and dashed back. What a nuisance. After a month of calamity, trapped here without food or water, how could he still muster the strength to shout and wield a stick? The mere fact that he could still draw breath was already remarkable. The quiet corridor echoed with the sound of his retreating footsteps, growing fainter and fainter. Damn it! That man has fled. Pursue him. A beam of light illuminated the scene, as several figures hidden in the shadows swiftly chased after Zhou Chen. He brought his heavy footsteps upstairs, then quietly slipped back to the corner downstairs. He raised his weapon, calmly awaiting the enemy's emergence, listening intently to the chaotic footsteps. He estimated there were about 4 or 5 opponents. A gang or a group capable of sending several members out simultaneously is certainly not to be trifled with. In plain terms, they are fierce adversaries. I heard him run upstairs. Hurry, follow. Zhou Chen held his breath tightly, raising the iron hammer. Just as the first man peeked around the corner, he struck down with a resounding thud upon the man's head. This blow was undoubtedly lethal. The man's body stiffened, and in the next instant, he collapsed to the ground. His cap flew off, revealing a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. Zhou Chen slashed with his knife, toppling one man, then swung the hammer to crush the third man's skull and executed a kicking maneuver that sent the fourth man sprawling. With a hammer in his right hand and a knife in his left, he struck with speed and ferocity, exuding a palpable aura of death. In a mere 5 seconds, 3 lifeless bodies lay upon the ground. The last man, who had been knocked down, stared in shock at the corpses of his 3 companions, only to despairingly realize that the killer was advancing towards him. No, don't kill me. His face was etched with terror as he discarded his weapon and scrambled to escape. Yet, just as he regained his footing, an iron hammer struck him squarely on the back of his head. Under the beams of several flashlights, Zhou Chen left no survivors. He lifted his right foot, stepping over a blood-soaked corpse. Chapter 48. I can save you, but what reward can you offer? Help, please. In the pitch-black corridor, a woman's cry for help pierced the air. Zhou Chen, who was rummaging through the bodies, felt a surge of alarm. Are there more traps? Is anyone else here? Please, help me untie these ropes. I don't want to die here. The woman's sobs trembled, growing increasingly heart-wrenching, sounding all too genuine. If this were merely an act, it would only suggest that the woman possessed considerable talent. Zhou Chen gripped his weapon tightly and moved towards the source of the cries. Not to save her, but to kill. He had been deceived by a woman before. Once was enough. Only by eliminating her could he confidently gather supplies. Little did he expect that she truly was a woman in desperate need of rescue. Under the beam of the flashlight, the woman lay bound, her limbs restrained, her winter coat torn open, and her cotton trousers dragged down to her knees, trembling as she writhed in fear. Disheveled and dirty, she appeared to be in her mid-20s. Yet her exquisite features marked her as a stunning beauty. The harsh glare of the flashlight rendered her unable to open her eyes, and the hope she had moments ago for rescue was now replaced by sheer terror. Had she merely escaped the jaws of a wolf only to fall into the clutches of a tiger? Tears streamed down her face as she stammered through her shivers. If you wish to proceed, then do so, but I implore you, spare my life. Zhou Chen retorted, what nonsense. Setting aside any moral considerations, he reflected on the month of calamity that had left everyone starving and unkempt. Even the most refined beauty would appear disheveled under such circumstances. In Zhou Chen's eyes, the woman, once regarded as a beauty by others, was no different from a madwoman on the street. He approached and crouched down. The woman instinctively recoiled, particularly upon noticing the bloodied hammer in his hand, her fear reaching a peak. Zhou Chen did not untie her bonds, but queried, Are you the last one left here? She trembled even more violently and nodded obediently. I can rescue you, he continued, but I will not do so without compensation. What provisions do you have to offer? Looking around at the garments, the woman replied, Isn't there enough material here? Zhou Chen's tone hardened. The resources here are rightfully mine. How domineering, she exclaimed, her voice quaking. One must bow their head under the eaves. Shivering, she gestured towards a nearby backpack. I have a piece of genuine beast skin in my bag. Sensing the urgency in her voice, she quickly added, please don't misunderstand. This is a family heirloom, passed down through 5 generations, and certainly not illicitly obtained. Despite the chaos that had ensued, her subconscious still held a fear of the law. Zhou Chen opened the bag to reveal indeed a genuine piece of beast skin. No wonder she was so anxious. It was a tiger skin from a nationally protected species, a treasure beyond mere wealth. As he unfurled the skin, a complete tiger pelt was revealed, its fur glossy, with a honey-yellow base adorned by deep brown stripes, thick, soft, and smooth to the touch, radiating warmth. Upon closer inspection, the tiger skin bore signs of age, lending credence to her claims of inheritance. However, whether it truly belonged to her family remained uncertain. After all, such prized items were not easily acquired. He tossed the tiger skin onto the sofa and settled down, instantly elevating the atmosphere of the room. Zhou Chen was thoroughly pleased with this form of compensation. As he stuffed the tiger skin into his own backpack, the bound woman felt a pang of anguish. Only after securing his prize did Zhou Chen finally cut the ropes that restrained her. Gratefully, she quickly pulled up her trousers and turned to fasten her clothing. While Zhou Chen surveyed the state of the shop, on the ground lay over 20 plastic bags, accompanied by a few cigarette butts and some instant noodle and biscuit wrappers. The oversized black bags, renowned for their ample capacity, are quite popular in the fashion industry. Each bag was stuffed to the brim. Upon casually opening one, several fur coats were revealed. The contents of other bags were similarly filled with fur. Although these coats were crafted from synthetic materials, they possessed considerable warmth. A rough estimate suggested there were over 200 pieces. Zhou Chen exclaimed in recognition of the situation. The 4 marauders had entered the building ahead of him, driven by a singular purpose to collect fur resources. It was unclear how this woman had fallen into their clutches, but it was certain that just as the marauders intended to commit unspeakable acts against her, Zhou Chen's arrival disrupted their sinister plans. In such a vast market, it was peculiar that they all chose to converge in the same building. Perhaps it was fate. With an outsider intruding, the marauders had no choice but to bind the woman and lurk in the shadows for some time. Once they ascertained that he was alone, they had intended to take advantage of their numbers, only to be outsmarted by him. What foolishness! Zhou Chen could not suppress a harsh rebuke. Surviving in such frigid temperatures, reaching as low as -70 degrees, was an incredible stroke of luck. Yet, the lack of appreciation for one's life was astonishing. Having acquired the best resources in this building, they should have retreated promptly and avoided confrontation. Had the marauders not harbored ill intentions, Zhou Chen might have considered vacating the premises for his own safety. Nonetheless, it was fortuitous for him that these resources ultimately benefited him. In haste, Zhou Chen began to store the fur in his space when he noticed the woman still lingering. She sluggishly lifted her empty bag, hesitating as she gazed at him. Brother, do I still have a chance to redeem my family's ancestral fur? Zhou Chen, exuding an air of authority, retorted, are you wishing for death by coveting my belongings? The woman recoiled in fear, her heart heavy with sorrow. My father was right. My family truly fell into ruin because of me. Zhou Chen, disinterested in her display of despair, warned, I will count to 3. If you do not leave, I will not hesitate to take another life. The woman shivered at his words, quickly bypassing him and making her escape. In her panic, she knocked over a trash can in the corridor. The building fell into a profound silence. Zhou Chen collected the fur bags from the ground and proceeded to gather everything from the store. Without legal constraints, he swung his hammer with fervor, working industriously. By the time he had finished with that floor, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Zhou Chen sat down to replenish his energy. In this new life, his guiding principle was to ensure he never suffered a loss. He kindled a fire, hung a pot, and prepared a steaming tofu and fish head soup, while also grilling himself a steak. After a brief respite, he ascended to the upper floor. Upon arriving, he casually swept his flashlight across the room. The items illuminated by the beam caused a flush of embarrassment to rise within him, a momentary heartbeat quickening. As the flashlight scanned further, it revealed an array of Victoria's Secret merchandise, a dazzling spectacle of styles that provoked both intrigue and discomfort. Zhou Chen instinctively considered retreating. The situation was undeniably awkward. Furthermore, these items held no practical value for him whatsoever. Did they truly possess no worth? Are you certain? The sight of the black stockings adorning the models seemed to ensnare his thoughts, rendering his legs immobile as if they possessed a will of their own. Deep within, a voice seemed to taunt and tempt him. Zhou Chen scoffed in disdain. "Ha, women! I have no need for such trivialities." As the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhou Chen climbed out of the window, his expression betraying a hint of unease. Behind him lay the emptied building. Chapter 49. What is hell? I am hell. A biting wind accompanied the light snowfall. A woman tugged at the scarf around her neck, cautiously peeking out from behind the desolate ruins. She watched intently as Zhou Chen approached another building and decisively broke a window with a hammer to gain entry. Was he not returning home? How could he know where he resided? How then could she reclaim the prized pelt that had been passed down through her family for generations? In the dead of night, Zhou Chen, nestled within his makeshift tent, caught a whiff of acrid smoke. From his vantage point, he could see the windows of the building ablaze. Through the glass, he observed individuals emerging, covering their mouths and noses, frantically escaping the inferno. Zhou Chen hastily donned his coat and approached the window with caution. Coughing violently, a survivor emerged from the flames, their face smeared with soot, collapsing onto the icy ground in a fit of tears. Turning back, Zhou Chen realized the fire had consumed the entire structure. This was perilous. He feared he had revealed his position. The woman, alarmed, glanced back at the adjacent building. Illuminated by the raging fire, a tall figure appeared. Zhou Chen stepped through the window, wielding a hammer stained with dark crimson remnants. The woman scrambled to flee, her heart racing as she stammered, "I am not following you. I merely sought to gather supplies." In less than 5 seconds, Zhou Chen's long strides closed the distance between them. Knowing escape was futile, the woman crouched down, cradling her head, pleading, "Please, do not kill me. Do not kill me." Zhou Chen stood resolute before her, his piercing gaze brimming with menace. "This is the consequence of your own actions." Sensing the imminent danger, the woman fell to her knees. "I beg you, I never intended to harm you. That pelt is a cherished heirloom of my family. I merely hesitated to part with it. I only wish to know where you live, hoping to find other supplies to trade for it back. My family is gone. I seek only a remnant of our past. Please, I beg you, do not kill me." The woman cried, her voice trembling as she prostrated herself in desperation. At that moment, a group of survivors, resembling beggars, swaggered into view. There were 6 of them, each wielding a weapon. Their clothing was insufficiently warm, and they moved toward the burning building with an unsettling eagerness. The heat of the flames invigorated them, and their eyes gleamed with a predatory glint as they beheld the 2 living souls illuminated by the fire. One of the shorter men eagerly swallowed. "Brother, see? I told you there is a woman here." The leader, a tall brute, laughed heartily. What a beautiful maiden. They had gone days without food, and as they approached, they had intended to toy with the woman before devouring her. But with a man now in the mix, their plans had shifted. They could slaughter the man for meat and keep the woman for their amusement. The towering ruffian brandished his weapon, attempting to intimidate the 2. A lewd grin spreading across his face. "Fear not, my beauty, let me protect you," he leered. The others followed suit, brandishing their weapons with brazen arrogance. "Leave this pair of sheep to us." The woman was taken aback. Sheep? Did these thugs truly view people as mere livestock? Did they still possess any semblance of humanity? Faced with these 6 demons, she found herself wishing for a swift death at the hands of the man beside her. Zhou Chen's expression darkened ominously. "Consider yourself fortunate. There are far worse fiends about to arrive." He turned to the woman, flexing his wrists and cracking his neck. The 6 thugs paused momentarily, then erupted into raucous laughter. "This sheep dares to defy us," one of them jeered. "Just wait until we sever his limbs. He'll soon quail in terror. I have a brilliant idea. If he doesn't kneel and beg for mercy, we want to grant him a swift end." Another suggested, "Let us start by blinding him, then gutting him, keeping him alive just to watch us fry his innards." They cackled, reveling in the horrors they envisioned. Zhou Chen did not turn back, warning the woman, "Are you not going to flee? Shall I administer a swift blow to motivate you?" Finally, the woman snapped to attention, her limbs stiff, and after several attempts, she managed to rise and flee without looking back. Seeing her escape, the thugs immediately split up to pursue her. Zhou Chen stepped forward, declaring, "You little scum. Did I grant you permission to leave?" The leader of the thugs scoffed, "Hurry and kill him, but do not let our lovely maiden escape." In the days gone by, they had claimed the lives of 8 or more, and no matter how formidable a foe, they could not withstand the onslaught of 6. In such a dire environment, even a single strike from one of them would seal the fate of their victim. Finish him, they shouted, as the fire crackled ominously around them. 6 marauders, fierce and menacing, charged forward, brandishing their knives and iron rods. Unfazed, Zhou Chen calmly secured his hammer back to his belt and retrieved a high-pressure water gun from his spatial storage. The marauders, in their rush, instinctively slammed to a halt. Upon realizing it was merely a water gun, they erupted into laughter. "Oh my goodness, you nearly scared me to death. I thought he might pull out a real gun. Who would have imagined it was just a water gun? Ha ha ha. Is he out of his mind, thinking he can confront us with that?" Yet, as they continued to mock, a realization dawned upon them. Wait, a water gun? A high-pressure water gun? Good grief. In this frigid weather of -70 degrees. Being hit by that could very well cost us our lives. The marauders' laughter ceased as they grasped the gravity of the situation. Zhou Chen switched on the device, and a water jet, the size of a child's arm, shot forth. Each of the 6 marauders was met with the icy spray, soaking them from head to toe, transforming them into drenched wretches. The frigid water froze upon contact, and the wet, cold fabric clung to their skin, inflicting a torment akin to being flayed alive. Their movements slowed. One by one, they collapsed, writhing in agony and despair. The shortest marauder, in his struggle, recalled the blazing fire behind him, an overwhelming yearning for warmth compelling him to rise and dash toward the flames. In an instant, he became a human torch, emitting a more harrowing wail. The other marauders, filled with terror, watched this unfold in horror. The sound of steady footsteps echoed behind them. Fear-stricken, they turned to behold a towering figure, wielding a blood-stained hammer, advancing towards them. "No, please don't kill me. Spare us," they pleaded, their limbs paralyzed with fear, reduced to begging for their pitiful lives. Zhou Chen approached, raising his hammer. With a resounding crack, the sound of shattering bones pierced the air, sending chills down the spine. "Two-legged sheep? Call me daddy. Gouge out your eyes? Snap your spine? Fancy a stir-fried kidney dish? What is hell? I am hell." Zhou Chen's countenance was grim, resembling a demon risen from the depths of the inferno. He lifted the hammer, striking with each query. With every blow, he spared no effort. The sound of bone breaking resounded as the limbs of the 5 marauders were shattered completely. Yet, the torment was far from over. Zhou Chen dragged the 5 marauders, like dead dogs, to the front of the burning building. The searing heat of the flames instantly dispelled the chill that had gripped their bodies, slowly restoring sensation to their frozen limbs. But the true agony was just beginning. The fire radiated warmth, while the ground remained icy. The excruciating pain from their mangled limbs was more torturous than death itself. Their cries for mercy went unanswered, echoing throughout the night, the area resonating with their profound suffering. "We, the Jiaozhia gang, shall not let you escape." Nearby, some survivors hoping to bask in our glory were terrified by the horrific cries before they even approached, fleeing in panic. Chapter 50. It is time to showcase true skill. After a night passed, the wholesale market's ghastly wails echoed like wings, reaching the ears of countless survivors. In no time, the local survivor community was abuzz with chatter. "Have you heard? The wholesale market is haunted. Did you hear? Someone is pretending to be a ghost to scare people. Have you heard? A twisted spirit is killing in the market. I heard that too. The perverse little book is out killing everywhere. No way. The little pickled cabbage is masquerading as the twisted little book, chasing after the Jiaozhia gang." What? The little pickled cabbage from the Jiaozhia gang encountered a few little A3s, screaming all night. How perverse. The survivor circles around the market erupted in chaos. The pickled cabbage community, in disbelief, banged their heads against the wall, exclaiming, "Damn it, damn it." The book community, filled with rage, drew their blades, declaring, "This is an affront. I shall commit seppuku." The A3 community, deeply affected, clasped their hands in prayer, saying, "Great Shiva, I curse the slanderer. May he be blessed with a daughter." The leader of the Jiaozhia gang slammed the table in fury, shouting, "Bastard! Spread the word immediately. Whoever captures the murderer will be generously rewarded by our gang. 3 packs. No, 2 packs of instant noodles." The eager gang members relayed the message, their eyes gleaming with excitement. None of this concerned Zhou Chen. He was preoccupied with scouring the buildings for supplies. By evening, he stumbled upon a fur shop owned by a bear merchant. Truly a warrior nation. The walls, adorned with various realistic animal decor, featured a roaring black bear at the center, with wind chimes made from liquor bottles hanging at the entrance. Zhou Chen burst through the door, the bottles clinking melodiously. Shelves were lined with an array of furs: mink, sable, Arctic fox, silver fox, wolf, opossum, and black and brown bear, each hide genuine, glistening, soft, and warm, carrying a faint scent of leather. The store offered not only raw furs, but also finished products: cloaks, hats, gloves, coats, pants, boots, and even leg bindings, each exhibiting remarkable warmth. Among these was a prized possession, a grand cloak made from black bear skin, reaching down to the calves, with a patch of gray wolf fur exquisitely sewn onto the shoulders. Zhou Chen decided to try it on. It felt slightly heavy in his hands, and upon wearing it, he initially found it cumbersome. However, as he adjusted to its weight, he quickly recognized its advantages. The thick bear skin combined with the plush wolf fur offered wind resistance and warmth, exuding an air of authority. It bore a striking resemblance to a cloak worn by a character named Jon Snow from a globally popular television series over a decade ago. After wearing it for a short while, Zhou Chen found it so warm that he felt reluctant to take it off. However, despite its imposing presence, the practicality of this coat pales in comparison to my own cold weather gear. In a world fraught with treachery, this garment merely incites envy and jealousy, perpetually inviting peril. Let it serve as a mere collectible for now. Once I discover a stable refuge and establish adequate perimeter defenses, I shall adorn my territory with it. Draping the coat over my shoulders, I shall exude an air of grandeur at my leisure. Having procured the fur, I shall gather all the supplies from the building without hesitation. Zhou Chen laced up his skates and promptly made his way to the nearest armed police unit. Compared to the rural encampments, the urban center's armed police unit was undoubtedly the prime choice. This unit, a combat establishment, housed an astonishing arsenal of firearms and ammunition. All fear stems from a lack of firepower. Thus, he sought to acquire as many weapons as possible. The buildings of the combat unit were modest in height, typically 2 or 3 stories, designed for rapid mobilization in emergencies. The only challenge was that these structures lay buried beneath layers of ice, making it arduous to locate the armory. Nevertheless, he could utilize the excavator he had previously collected to gradually dig, albeit at the cost of time and energy. The desolate city was eerily silent, the only sounds being the wind and the crispness of his skates gliding over the ice. A stark white expanse lay before him, with only a few high-rises breaking the monotony of the landscape. Zhou Chen swung his arms, maintaining a swift pace, deftly maneuvering around obstacles on the ice like a soaring eagle. As he sped along, shadows flitted behind the glass of some tall buildings. Some noticed him, their astonished faces pressing against the windows, excitedly waving at him. Humanity possesses an indomitable spirit, akin to the resilient grass by the roadside that, even when bent by storms, springs back to life within days. After a month of frigid desolation, the survivors who remained had adapted to the extreme cold, no longer suffering as acutely as they did at the onset. Yet, the absence of adequate outdoor insulation remained a stark reality. Surviving in temperatures plummeting to -70 degrees Celsius cannot be conquered by mere faith alone. In the shadows of the buildings, occasional figures lurked, watching. Each survivor, though their methods may differ, had endured hardships, and every one of them could potentially become a foe. In this apocalyptic world, trust in human nature is a perilous folly. After an hour, Zhou Chen arrived at the armed police unit. The landscape stretched before him, and had it not been for his daily commutes in the past, even a map might not have sufficed in guiding him. He switched into his insulated boots and sought a sheltered spot to rest. As darkness fell, he retrieved the excavator from his storage. After a tentative 10 minutes of familiarization, he grasped the basics of operating the machine. It was time to showcase his true skills. With this expertise, even a seasoned instructor from a vocational school would be left speechless. The ground began to tremble with a resonating clang, as the excavator emitted a jarring mechanical sound. Zhou Chen's excavation efforts were both frantic and seemingly aimless. The ice layer was excessively compacted, rendering his digging progress excruciatingly slow. With each house he penetrated, he would leap down to investigate whether it concealed an arsenal. After breaching several structures, he found himself jumping repeatedly, traversing from the cafeteria to the office building and then to the dormitory. Surprisingly, he encountered not a single corpse. The floodwaters rose to a meter, making it implausible for soldiers to relocate at will. Yet, when seawater suddenly surged into the city, it swiftly inundated buildings below 5 stories, resulting in the demise of more than half of the city's inhabitants. with terrestrial transportation rendered inoperable in the absence of large vessels or submarines. One would expect a multitude of bodies to remain. However, there were none, only the lifeless forms of various fish, including a shark. What had become of the 300 soldiers of the armed police brigade? Zhou Chen pondered, and the only plausible explanation was that amidst the city's deluge, they were engaged in outdoor rescue operations. The inundation of the city had displaced the brigade, necessitating their relocation. In truth, this was a stroke of fortune. Each soldier possessed robust physiques, organizational discipline, camaraderie, and a profound sense of patriotism. There was no suspicion, no deceit, no violence. Their chances of survival were 1,000-fold greater than that of ordinary citizens. Chapter 51. A Man's Paradise. The clang of machinery echoed as soldiers engaged in flood relief efforts would not bear arms. The mere thought of a fully stocked arsenal ignited Zhou Chen's fervor, propelling him to work with relentless vigor. His vigorous operations were so intense that the excavator began to emit smoke. Before dawn, he finally unearthed the armory. Zhou Chen couldn't help but marvel at the timely arrival of the armed police brigade. Had he foolishly rushed towards a force of thousands? Given the extensive area of the buildings, it might have taken him until next year to locate the arsenal. Silently, he commended his own astute decision. Under normal circumstances, accessing an armory would entail numerous procedures. The main door required a remote infrared key. The external door's key was secured in a safe, and unlocking necessitated both a fingerprint and a key. The entire process was exceedingly meticulous and stringent. Zhou Chen could not hope to find a single key. He could only rummage through his supplies for dismantling tools. Donning a protective mask, he wielded a metal cutter and commenced a forceful breach. The shrill, piercing sounds of machinery, coupled with the incessant sparks, along with his relentless endeavor, culminated in success 2 hours later as he gained entry to the armory. The moment he penetrated the steel door, the sight within was enough to ignite the fervor of any man. Welcome to a man's paradise. As an ordinary citizen, this was his first genuine encounter with an armory. Contrary to cinematic portrayals, there were no towering stacks of ammunition boxes. Instead, gleaming black firearms were meticulously displayed on specially designed racks, organized by model. The Type 95 assault rifle and the Seed-Cell S7 submachine gun lay before Zhou Chen, who casually picked one up and turned, striking a pose as if aiming. With a fully loaded assault rifle and ample spare magazines, who would dare to challenge him? Just give him a few minutes, and he would return to them a world devoid of fear. At a slightly lower position, a black metal box, rectangular in shape, caught his eye. Upon opening it, he discovered a sniper rifle. Taking a deep breath, he stifled the urge to immediately touch it. Beside it were 2 large, heavy black metal boxes. As he opened one, he gasped in astonishment. It was the Type 04 grenade launcher, capable of being operated by a single soldier or a squad. Boasting a terrifying firing rate of 400 rounds per minute and remarkable precision. With its extended range and immense power, it was a formidable weapon. Aptly dubbed the cannon of infantry, Zhou Chen felt as if he were in a dream and hastily stowed all these weapons into his space. Next, he sought various ammunition and equipment, including helmets, camouflage clothing, bulletproof vests, and a complete set of bomb disposal gear, leaving nothing behind. With this cache of firearms, the future appeared promising. Zhou Chen soared with joy, so elated that he began to gather the weapon racks into his space one by one. Yet he was mindful of a wise adage: excessive joy leads to sorrow. Before climbing out onto the rooftop, he retrieved a mirror to survey his surroundings. The night's excavation work had undoubtedly attracted the attention of nearby survivors. However, the dark and windy night had deterred them from approaching recklessly. Now that dawn had arrived, the bitter cold posed the greatest threat to these survivors. Those who could not draw near were huddled within the buildings, observing in silence, while a few, clad in heavy winter clothing and armed, cautiously approached. The excavator had roared throughout the night. Why was it silent now? Perhaps it had been taken away. Or maybe it had fallen into an ice pit. If it had indeed fallen, they reasoned, it could be retrieved later, and the nearby supermarket would not be beyond their reach. Zhou Chen chuckled to himself, envisioning sleeping with 10 internet celebrities. Excitement rippled through the group of survivors as they rubbed their hands together in anticipation. Suddenly, a lithe figure emerged from underground. Upon seeing the figure clad in cold weather gear, their expressions turned greedy. Quick, don't let him escape. Strip off your jacket and shoes. We want to kill you. In temperatures plummeting to -70 degrees Celsius, Could one survive after shedding their outer coat? Even if they spared him, would he not succumb to the frigid air? Their hypocrisy in robbery was palpable. With a powerful kick, Zhou Chen propelled himself outward, not gliding toward the uninhabited areas, but charging directly towards the group of survivors. Drawing the hammer from his belt, he swung it to deliver a fatal blow. The first survivor collided with him, spinning thrice before collapsing to the ground, bloodied and motionless. The survivors hidden within the building bore witness to this gruesome spectacle. In their hearts, they were certain that this individual would be the first to flee. To their astonishment, he charged forward to confront the danger head-on. With each swing of his hammer, he ruthlessly dispatched his foes. The sound of skulls shattering echoed from afar, sending chills down their spines. Utilizing the speed and agility of his skates, Zhou Chen struck anyone he encountered with unrelenting force. He executed a grand pirouette, leaving behind several lifeless bodies with shattered heads. A dozen or so survivors, who had just burst from the building, were instantly repelled in fear. Yet, soon after, they ventured forth again, scrambling to sift through the corpses, only to disperse in a frenzy. The bodies on the ground were reduced to mere underwear. The frigid morning wind howled around them. Zhou Chen's eyes sparkled with a newfound brilliance. This outing had proven immensely rewarding. Not only had he amassed a collection of pelts, but he had also successfully gathered an impressive array of firearms, a feeling beyond compare. Zhou Chen could not contain his exuberance, letting out a series of triumphant howls. On the edge of the street, a survivor cautiously rummaging through a trash bin was startled by his sudden outburst. Looking up, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure. Shocked, she dashed out, desperately chasing after him while calling out frantically, "My furs! The ancestral furs of my family!" Her frozen feet, battered by the speed of his skates, were left in shambles. After just a few dozen meters, she watched helplessly as the figure vanished completely. On the white, desolate street, only plastic debris, swept by the icy wind, remained. In an exceptionally buoyant mood, Zhou Chen made his way home, casually raiding 2 small supermarkets along the route, collecting over 1,000 pounds of zombie meat and a heap of spoiled cabbage. He attempted to peel away the rotting layers of one cabbage, revealing a heart still edible, albeit no larger than 2 fingers. Once, such cabbage would have been unfit even for pigs. Yet for the current survivors, who were bereft of resources and vitamins, it had become an exceedingly rare delicacy. It was now 5 in the afternoon, and Zhou Chen was merely a kilometer from home. Soon, he would luxuriate in a warm bath. However, at that moment, thick smoke billowed from the Sakura community. Zhou Chen noticed immediately and halted in his tracks. Pulling out his binoculars, his expression darkened. The inferno engulfed his very own residential building. Smoke billowed from the 15th floor, melting the surrounding ice and snow, which tumbled down in chunks. The large windows of his home were blackened by soot. Something had gone terribly wrong. Suddenly, a crackling sound emanated from the walkie-talkie in his backpack. "Xiao Zhou, can you hear me? Do you see the smoke? That's south from my place. It's dangerous. Do not come back. Do not return. Run." Lao Sun's voice trembled on the verge of breaking, amidst the cacophony of women and children weeping. In the midst of a cacophonous environment, the relentless pounding on the door reverberated with fierce intensity. "Open the door or perish," they shouted. "Weren't you so brazen yesterday, causing the demise of so many? Why is the power out now?" Cursing vehemently, the desperate old man, Sun, wiped the blood trickling into his eyes. Throughout the entire building, apart from the withdrawn children, even those barely in their teens rallied together, strenuously resisting against the heavy iron door. With each assault from the mob, they endured yet another blow. A day and a night had passed, and exhaustion had set in. It was merely a futile struggle. Despair had begun to seep into their hearts. Suddenly, the intercom, which had lain silent for days, crackled to life with a clear voice, cold as ice. "Tell those scum to clean their dogs' necks. Anyone who dares to provoke me, Zhou Chen, shall meet their demise." Chapter 52. Murder and Incineration. It's Brother Zhou. He has returned to rescue us. The cries of hope surged through the group. Instantly, their previous despondency was replaced with renewed vigor. Though they had been on the brink of exhaustion, it was as if they suddenly possessed boundless strength. Rallying to brace against the door, the horde outside was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Just as they were about to break through, how had the defenders found the strength to resist once more? "Keep pushing," they urged, convinced that they were on the verge of victory. The spoils behind the door, laden with supplies and women, were tantalizingly close. The staircase was too narrow, Over 20 assailants divided into 3 groups, taking turns to batter the door. In their desperate bid for warmth, they even dragged firewood from the ground floor. Despite their relentless efforts through the day and night, the door remained unyielding, not due to their inadequacy, but because hunger had sapped their strength. The residents had managed to hold them off for 24 hours, a testament to their resilience against starvation. After such a prolonged struggle, the residents were wearied, and the thought of the bountiful resources behind the door only fueled the assailants' fervor. At that moment, Zhou Chen had swiftly arrived at the community entrance. The 4 watchful thugs, spotting his approach, brandished their knives and clubs to obstruct him. With a swift sweep of his assault rifle, Zhou Chen cut through the chaos like a tempest. The sound of gunfire froze the nearby survivors, who had been merely spectators. Gunfire? Am I mistaken? As dusk settled, none witnessed the unfolding events at the entrance of Sakura Community. Those equipped with binoculars had been diligently monitoring the mob's attempts to breach the door. Zhou Chen descended to the ground floor, where the iron gate stood wide open, revealing devastation within. Donning thermal boots, he advanced through the corridor, his expression dark and determined, racing upward. This was his territory, his home, a legacy left by his parents, and he would not let it fall. A group of scoundrels dared to assault the home bequeathed to him by his parents. They all deserved to perish. The cacophony of violent banging on the door was accompanied by the raucous cheers of a mob. Hurry, they can't hold on much longer. This door is about to give way. Brothers, exert yourselves once more. Victory is at hand. Resources and women await us. Even those recently relieved from duty could not remain seated, rushing forward to join in the fervent cries of excitement. One careless thug stumbled and fell. As he attempted to rise, the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against his forehead. Before he could comprehend the situation, he looked up to find himself at the mercy of the weapon. The individual wielding the gun wore a countenance darkened by malevolence. A sharp gunshot rang out, and a splatter of brain matter decorated the wall. The sudden gunfire startled both those inside and outside the iron door. The relentless battering ceased abruptly as the throng of frenzied marauders instinctively turned, gazing in shock at Zhou Chen. Upon seeing Zhou Chen clutching a rifle, their expressions of astonishment swiftly morphed into sheer terror. In a panic, they scrambled backward, each fearing for their life, unwilling to be at the forefront. Every thug sought refuge among the crowd, only to be thrust forward by their comrades behind them. Those unfortunate souls who were pushed into the line of fire, trembling in fright. One thug, eyes wide with horror, pleaded, "Do not kill me." Zhou Chen raised his weapon without a flicker of hesitation and pulled the trigger. The gunfire erupted, bullets streaming forth as if they were free. Shell casings clattered to the ground at his feet. The wails of the mortally wounded echoed as one thug after another collapsed, rolling down the staircase. Zhou Chen's initial discharge was devoid of rhythm or precision. He unleashed a frenzied barrage upon the marauders. After expending 30 rounds, he swiftly reloaded and resumed his onslaught. The continuous gunfire resonated for a mile around, each survivor in the vicinity hearing it distinctly. Survivors, armed with binoculars, witnessed through the shattered stairwell windows the ruthless slaughter of the marauders, each body bearing at least 2 gunshot wounds. Some had been rendered into a sieve. Others had their intestines spilled upon the ground, and still others had half their skulls reduced to fragments. A scene of shock and horror unfolded, a massacre of chilling brutality. Indeed, this was an unrelenting slaughter. The overwhelming firepower mercilessly crushed the mob, who resembled helpless insects, incapable of resistance. Nearby survivor factions, no longer astonished by Zhou Chen's possession of a firearm, began to fear his ruthless nature. With over 20 lives extinguished, Zhou Chen offered no opportunity for those on their knees to plead for mercy. In that moment, countless survivors stirred, not out of envy for the weapons and ammunition, but out of a primal fear of their own mortality. Members of various gangs congregated within their respective factions, primarily to deliberate on how to cultivate a favorable relationship with Zhou Chen. At this moment, the Iron Head Gang, situated directly across from Sakura Community, was engulfed in trepidation. The recently slain thug, a victim of gunfire, was one of their own. Zhou Chen wielded a firearm, leaving them defenseless. The mere thought of Zhou Chen seeking retribution sent chills down the spine of every member, from the leader to the lowest ranks. As the echoes of gunfire faded, Old Sun and his companions behind the iron gate remained in a state of bewilderment. Gunfire? Where could it have originated? It was not their fault, as ordinary citizens. Hearing a barrage of gunshots at such close range would lead anyone to question their existence. Little Zhou? Old Sun grasped the now quiet iron gate, trembling as he called out. Aside from Zhou Chen, he could think of no one else. It is I? Zhou Chen was crouched on the ground, rummaging through the pockets of the deceased. He uncovered the answers he sought on several identification cards, each bearing the same residential address. Without delay, he turned and made his way downstairs. Armed with a rifle, Zhou Chen strode confidently out of the community and across the street. Upon reaching the adjacent Jinyuan community, he opened fire, taking down 2 sentinels. The sound of gunfire at the entrance sent the Iron Head gang into a paroxysm of fear. He has come. It's Zhou Chen. He is here for revenge. The leader trembled uncontrollably, utterly at a loss. The 2 vice leaders exchanged glances, instantly understanding one another. One seized the leader from behind, while the other brandished a kitchen knife, chopping frantically. All members were paralyzed with fear, retreating to the corners as the leader's agonized screams filled the air. His bloodied head was held aloft. Those thugs have nothing to do with us. It was all the leader's doing. The panicked gang members gradually comprehended the implications of the vice leader's actions, suddenly perceiving a glimmer of hope for survival. Yes, it was all the leader's orders. We were opposed to it. They echoed. Indeed, it was the leader's unilateral decisions that implicated us. Yet, would Zhou Chen believe their justifications? The crashing sounds emanating from the security door revealed everything. They had no opportunity to deceive him. A breach was made in the security door by a cutting machine, soon filling the space with thick smoke. The Iron Head gang, hidden inside, covered their mouths and noses while desperately attempting to explain themselves to the outside, yet received no response. The encroaching smoke grew denser, leaving them with nowhere to escape. Jumping from the building was not an option. Opening the door was their only slim chance at survival. As the security door swung open, they disregarded the pile of embers on the ground, surging outside in a frenzy, only to face the ominous muzzles of firearms. In the dimly lit corridor, the crackling of gunfire accompanied by flashes of light claimed the lives of countless thugs. Bodies piled up at the narrow entrance, forcing the terrified criminals to retract their heads in a desperate plea for mercy. Zhou Chen could not possibly attend to the corpses, nor could he allow the few remaining thugs within to escape. He retrieved a canister of gasoline and doused a heap of bodies. Without any extinguished fire on the ground, flames erupted instantly, soaring high into the air. The few thugs, still clinging to life amidst the charred remains, shrieked in agony as the inferno consumed them. Desperately struggling to free themselves, yet immobilized by the weight of the corpses, ultimately succumbing to the flames. Inside the dwelling, several thugs, terrified of being shot and unable to bear the suffocating smoke, found themselves with no recourse but to leap from the windows. From such a height, a jump would surely result in death. Zhou Chen stood impassively, rifle in hand. One came boldly in, and one left boldly. The massacre left no survivors. Chapter 53. The moniker of Zhou the Madman. It was imperative to forge an alliance with Zhou Chen. Within half an hour, witnessing his formidable presence and ruthless methods twice, all nearby factions harbored but one thought. They must connect with Zhou Chen. They must cultivate a rapport with him. Those who had previously considered harming the Sakura community now broke into a cold sweat, relieved they had refrained from action. With the Iron Head gang as a cautionary tale, which faction among the city's survivors could dare challenge Zhou Chen? He was a merciless killer, unflinching in his actions, who not only took lives but also incinerated the evidence. Zhou Chen was a fiend, a true madman. Moreover, he possessed unmatched firepower and strength. Anyone who dared provoke him would be a fool indeed. From this moment forth, the survivors outside bestowed upon Zhou Chen the epithet of Zhou the Madman. Upon returning to the community, Zhou Chen found a group of survivors trembling in fear, with timid women and children weeping in distress. It was terrifying. They had narrowly escaped the clutches of the thugs. Zhou Chen had once again saved their lives. He placed the rifle upon the table and, with a foot, pulled a chair to sit down. Reflecting on how Old Sun had alerted him to danger by setting a fire, desperately urging him not to return via the intercom, Zhou Chen felt a surge of appreciation. He retrieved a first aid kit he had prepared in advance and instructed them to bandage one another. Each person bore injuries, mostly abrasions or minor cuts, with no serious consequences. Old Sun had sustained a stab wound to his back, but fortunately, his thick clothing had prevented severe damage. Under such circumstances, he had persevered for a day and a night. The roaring fire quickly dispelled the chill in the air. Under the warmth of the flames, the neighbor's spirits gradually stabilized after being bandaged. Zhou Chen inquired, "What transpired?" Old Sun, bent over in pain stitching his wound without anesthesia, could only grit his teeth and remain silent. The shaken neighbors trembled at the thought of their recent experiences, struggling to articulate their fears. A blond-haired man stepped forward, asserting, "Let me speak." Zhou Chen had already noticed an unfamiliar figure in the building. "Who are you?" The young man with golden hair tossed his locks and nonchalantly replied, "I am from the explosive gang of the Hongyan community." As he mentioned his faction, he quickly clarified, "It's the explosive gang, not the neighboring district's blasting gang. Our leader has a vendetta against theirs." Zhou Chen reached for his firearm, urging him to get to the point. The youth's heart sank, and he immediately corrected his posture. Standing upright, "Brother Zhou, here's the matter at hand. 2 days ago, the Iron Head gang approached us, claiming that your Sakura gang was pouring alcohol on Yang Xitian's wounds." I lost my temper and exclaimed, "What Sakura gang? Who is the Sakura gang? That bunch of beasts has already been dealt with by Brother Zhou." "Oh, my apologies, my mistake." He quickly retracted, feeling the fierce demeanor of the woman. "The Iron Head gang mentioned that there are substantial resources in your Sakura community. And given that the two communities are merely a few hundred meters apart, they can smell the delicious food wafting over, even the scent of meat. They intended to seize your supplies and split them, but our leader rebuffed them. He asserted that resources should be sought through one's own efforts. Killing and looting is not a mark of skill, but rather a despicable act by despicable individuals. The explosive gang categorically refuses to engage in such behavior." In truth, they hadn't been driven away, but it was essential to present the narrative that they had been. "Yesterday, our leader sent me to find the building owner, hoping to negotiate a trade, a mutual exchange of resources to foster a long-term, amicable partnership. However, just as I located Master Sun, those scoundrels from the Iron Head gang attacked. Fortunately, Brother Zhou returned just in time. Otherwise, I would have lost my life here. Brother Zhou, you are like my rebirth parents." Zhou Chen glanced at Old Sun, who nodded in affirmation of the young man's claims. Furthermore, the golden-haired youth regarded the group of survivors before him, giving a thumbs up. "You people from the Sakura community are tenacious, resilient, and united. Brother Zhou truly exemplifies great leadership." Flattery flowed like a river. Zhou Chen's sharp gaze scrutinized the young man. He was carefree, eloquent, with a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, revealing the shrewdness of a small-time trader. Zhou Chen remarked, "Your gang operates as middlemen, do you not?" The young man raised his thumb once more in admiration. "Brother Zhou, you possess remarkable insight. Your judgment of character is impeccable. Middlemen trade various goods, profiting from the price differences. This profession often carries a negative reputation, frequently met with disdain. Yet, when the young man acknowledged his role as a middleman, his eyes sparkled with pride, as if he were engaged in a most honorable pursuit. Rubbing his hands together, he beamed with servility. "Brother Zhou, my leader has been in this business for many years, building a reputation that stands at the pinnacle of the industry. Our prices are absolutely fair, honest dealings for all. I wonder if you have any specific resources you might need?" Zhou Chen interlocked his fingers, resting his hands on his thighs. "Can you procure anything I might require?" The young man beamed with delight, immediately invigorated. "Rest assured, Brother Zhou, the customer is king, whatever the king desires. The explosive gang will go to great lengths to fulfill." Zhou Chen inquired, "Can you manage a helicopter?" Huang Mao, taken aback, pressed a hand against his chest, struggling to regain his composure. "As expected of Brother Zhou, your first thought is to mention something as grand as a helicopter. Rest assured, we shall find a way to acquire it." Zhou Chen, ever forthright, asked, "What do you wish to obtain from me?" Huang Mao gulped nervously. "Brother Zhou, to be candid, food is currently the most valuable commodity. Of course, other supplies can also be traded." He cast a furtive glance at the rifle on the table, wary of the consequences of lingering too long. Zhou Chen couldn't suppress a smirk. Food. He had an abundance in his space, enough to last several lifetimes. If this ragtag group could indeed procure a helicopter, he wouldn't hesitate to part with a stash of zombie meat. Huang Mao left, elated, convinced he was on the verge of a significant profit. As soon as he departed, the stomachs of those remaining grumbled in protest. The thought of the fire consuming all their supplies weighed heavily on their hearts. Brother Zhou had rushed back to save them, but even if he had found provisions, they were likely discarded along the way, now scavenged by other survivors. Exhausted, hungry, and drained, their spirits plummeted. Zhou Chen took his gun and ventured outside, instructing Yang Sitian to ensure everyone's well-being. After a brief exploration, he returned carrying a bag filled with not only zombie meat and wilted cabbage, but also some biscuits and instant noodles. The neighbors, fearing they would go hungry, rejoiced at the unexpected bounty. Soon, a steaming pot of cabbage and pork was prepared. Lao Sun, still draped in a bloodied military coat, shook his head at the food offered by the young girl, indicating he wasn't ready to eat just yet. In a surprising turn, a previously withdrawn child suddenly began to wriggle in Chi-Ro's embrace. What's the matter? She wondered, suspecting he needed to use the restroom, and gently set him down. The child, now resembling a little ball, wobbled over to Lao Sun, gazing up with wide, innocent eyes. In a soft voice, he called out, "Grandpa." Lao Sun froze, as did everyone else. In that moment, all eyes turned to the pair, including Zhou Chen, who was preparing to retire to his room. Lao Sun stood in shock for what felt like an eternity. When he finally processed the moment, tears welled in his eyes, choking on his words. "Oh, my dear grandson." In that instant, he felt that everything had been worth it. He was indeed a man with a grandson. Chapter 54. Elimination of burdens. The hot water was ready. Zhou Chen had shaved his beard and eased himself into the bath. The temperature was just right. Indulging in a hot soak on a frigid day was pure bliss. Relishing the comforting warmth, he gradually organized the supplies in his space, gazing at the piles of clothing and shoes, lost in contemplation. He had a dreamless night. Upon waking, the first thing Zhou Chen did was summon Lao Sun to the rooftop. Old Sun, unlike Zhou Chen, was ill-equipped to withstand the cold. He stood against the wall, clutching his military coat tightly, too apprehensive to take a single step outside. Zhou Chen offered him a cigarette, and Old Sun hesitated before joyfully accepting it. The two of them shared a moment of indulgence, exhaling clouds of smoke. Old Sun, a seasoned smoker, took a couple of deep puffs, his face alight with pleasure. "This is hard to come by these days, isn't it?" Zhou Chen placed the remaining half-pack into Old Sun's hands. Indeed, it was procured from a fallen thug. Old Sun, without pretense, happily tucked it away. "Little Zhou, you specifically called me here. Is there something important you wish to discuss?" Zhou Chen nodded and inquired, "Are you truly committed to taking care of that child?" Old Sun's expression turned resolute. "Of course, he calls me Grandpa. I cannot abandon him, no matter how difficult it becomes." At this point, he expressed his earnest request. "Little Zhou, could you take me along next time you venture out? I couldn't sleep at all last night. When the child called me Grandpa, I felt the weight of the responsibility to provide for him. Relying on you indefinitely is not a viable solution." Zhou Chen responded thoughtfully. "I contemplated a great deal last night. My plan is to supply you with a batch of resources so that you can relocate." Old Sun was taken aback. "Relocate? To where?" "Last night, I nearly fell victim to a mob. It wasn't just him. The entire building's residents recognized that the world had become far more perilous than they had imagined. They were few in number, often burdened with families, and even with ample resources, they lacked the capacity to defend themselves. It was likely that within 3 days, they would meet an untimely end." Zhou Chen exhaled a plume of smoke and clarified, "No, the Sakura community is vast. What I mean is that you should find a cleaner building. A larger space would be more comfortable. The survivors on the first floor will still be under your management. Whether to enslave or incorporate them is your decision. The world has changed, and everyone must experience the crisis of survival firsthand in order to better protect themselves and their families in the future." Old Sun pondered for a long while. "Little Zhou, how long do you think this extreme cold disaster will last?" Zhou Chen chuckled lightly. "Perhaps after this, new calamities will arise." Old Sun's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he felt it was unlikely, he was nonetheless startled. Must we truly move out? Internally, he was reluctant, sensing that the neighbors shared his sentiments. On one hand, they were overly reliant on Zhou Chen for supplies. On the other hand, residing with him afforded them a semblance of safety due to his possession of firearms. Yet, Zhou Chen had a valid point. Their dependence on him could gradually erode their capacity for self-sufficiency. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, this was undoubtedly a grave concern. Zhou Chen smiled, though his expression bore a hint of frost. "Old Sun, let me speak candidly. Sooner or later, everyone must part ways. You have no ties to me. To be blunt, you are merely a burden. I intend to leave here, but I do not wish to embark on my journey with a group of burdens in tow." Old Sun's face reddened, feeling a pang of shame. "Indeed, you have assisted everyone to an extraordinary extent, yet we truly lack the means to repay you. Zhou Chen shook his head and said, Old son, I am not you. You wish for everyone to thrive, but their future hinges upon following your lead. He patted Old Son on the shoulder. During this outing, I have concealed a considerable amount of supplies. Tonight, I shall retrieve them, ensuring there is enough to sustain you all for a month. With that, he relinquished his concern. Old Son had initially intended to decline, but upon reflecting on the fact that all the supplies in the building had been incinerated, and with only a few blankets remaining, it became evident that they were in dire need of resources. Xiaozhou, thank you. I understand your intentions. From now on, I will endeavor to lead everyone in searching for supplies and swiftly adapt to the perils that lie beyond. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Zhou Chen nodded, certainly. If I truly require your assistance, I will offer supplies in exchange. Old Son wished to urge Zhou Chen to reconsider. Yet the conversation had reached this point, and he felt reluctant to speak further. They were not related, and Zhou Chen's willingness to assist to this extent was already a testament to his kindness. One must be strong to forge ahead. Let us wait until everyone is fortified before proceeding. Old Son acted swiftly, gathering everyone together that very day for a discussion. When the neighbors, who were merely pawns, heard the proposal, none were eager to move out. Old Son implored them earnestly for a long while. Why such pessimism? We are merely relocating from this building, not leaving the entire community. As long as we remain in the same vicinity with Xiaozhou around, which marauder would dare to trouble us? However, they needed to acclimate to the new survival rules. Separation among individuals was inevitable. If this calamity were to pass, it would be splendid. But what if further disasters were to follow? What if the misfortunes persisted? Was it realistic to expect Xiaozhou to sustain them indefinitely? That evening, Zhou Chen ingeniously fashioned a sled from a skateboard, trailing supplies that extended several meters behind him. Each person received 2 cotton blankets, a winter outfit, and a pair of cotton shoes. He distributed zombie meat, instant noodles, biscuits, flour, and corn in generous quantities, as well as hundreds of pounds of rotten cabbage. This cache of provisions was enough to drive the outside survivors to frenzy and desperation. Upon witnessing these supplies, every pawn neighbor was left astounded. Just moments earlier, they had felt anxious and believed that without Zhou Chen, their fate would be starvation or freezing. Now, a sense of hope for the future enveloped them. Once again, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Zhou Chen. However, Zhou Chen did not seek their appreciation. He was merely ridding himself of burdens. To facilitate the management of the survivors in Building 1 while remaining close to Zhou Chen, the pawn neighbors opted for a building situated in the center of the community. Fearing that their ample supplies might attract the attention of marauders, they decided to relocate under the cover of night. They quickly mobilized, bustling with energy as they prepared for the move. Yang Sitian directly inquired, Brother Zhou, do I need to move as well? Zhou Chen, with an impassive expression, remarked, You are the deputy leader. If you do not assist in the relocation, who will help Lao Sun manage the entire community? He gestured towards the young girl, saying, Do not move just yet. Remain here to craft the garments. The girl nodded vigorously and pulled her close friend aside. Sitian, you should relocate first. Once I have completed the clothes that Brother Zhou requires and received my reward, I will come to find you. Qiro, clutching a nesting doll, approached Zhou Chen and said, Big brother, I cannot bear to part with you. Zhou Chen nearly kicked her out of the building, exclaiming, Lao Sun is very loyal. Following him will lead you to a better path. Qiro nodded in agreement. Having relied on Zhou Chen for some time, she found him commendable in every regard, albeit somewhat aloof, as though he wished to avoid forming deep emotional bonds with anyone. Indeed, who would not grow cold after being betrayed by family, lovers, or friends? Lao Sun, carrying a suitcase, announced, I have packed most of my belongings. Zhou Chen instructed, be sure to take that generator with you. He had already given too much. As for the diesel needed for the generator, they would have to procure it themselves. Lao Sun felt deeply moved. Such an item was exceedingly precious. With a citywide power outage, all manner of creatures emerged at night, engaging in unspeakable acts. Having a generator would electrify the building's main entrance, providing a safer living environment for everyone. Once Lao Sun and the others departed, the entire building fell silent. Zhou Chen immediately placed a pile of furs before the young girl. This is your task. Complete it well, and I shall reward you handsomely with resources. However, if you dare to disclose this matter, even to a single soul, both of you shall meet your demise. Chapter 55. News of the helicopter time passed swiftly. A month had elapsed. The extreme cold claimed the lives of many. The makeshift wall of the community was completed, yet of the 30 survivors in Building 1, only about 10 remained. Bodies were discarded outside the community and disappeared that very night. Throughout the city, hordes of ghouls emerged, starving survivors who had lost their sanity, prowling each neighborhood. Whenever a body was removed from any community, they would take action. Initially, they snatched corpses under the cover of darkness, but eventually, they grew bold enough to seize them in broad daylight. A trembling blonde man arrived at Sakura community, first seeking out Lao Sunday. Upon receiving Lao Sun's consent, he entered the community and headed for Building 21. Zhou Chen had already received word through the intercom. The blonde guy? That petty trafficker? Zhou Chen questioned. After a month of silence, he had presumed the individual dead. Zhou Chen did not allow him to ascend the building, permitting only a brief stay on the ground floor for safety. The blonde man, brimming with excitement, declared, "Brother Zhou, I have news about the items you sought." Zhou Chen urged, "Elaborate." The blonde man immediately became animated, recounting, "Finding a helicopter is indeed a challenge. Our gang has inquired for quite some time and finally learned that a wealthy merchant is willing to sell one. The boss took us to inspect it. It is a fine piece of equipment, but the merchant has a large family and is demanding a high price." Zhou Chen inquired, "What does he desire?" The yellow-haired individual trembled as he extracted a piece of paper from his pocket, inscribed with a list of supplies: 10,000 pounds of Wuchang rice, 10,000 pounds of premium flour, 10,000 pounds of pork, 20,000 pounds of vegetables, and luxury brand down jackets. Zhou Chen interrupted directly, exclaiming, "Enough! Let the wealthy perish from hunger. What do they think this is, a time for Wuchang rice and premium flour? Have they lost their senses in their prolonged affluence? Completely oblivious to the current state of affairs?" The yellow-haired man crumpled the paper into a ball, emphatically expressing his agreement. "It is indeed preposterous. Countless individuals die of starvation daily. Alas, these affluent merchants hoarded supplies in their secluded villas, untouched by the chaos, leaving them ignorant of the suffering of the world. Our leader's intent is to let them languish. When their entire family is on the brink of starvation, they will naturally cease their pretentiousness." At this point, the yellow-haired man excitedly rubbed his hands together. "Brother Zhou, I had no news regarding the helicopter matter and felt too embarrassed to disturb you. Now that we have leads, we will keep a vigilant watch on this affair. Pray tell, do you require any additional supplies?" Zhou Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "Books, do you have any?" The yellow-haired man was taken aback. "Books? This elder brother appears quite astute. Why would he need such items? To tear them for warmth? Surely wood would be more practical, as it burns better than books." Zhou Chen gestured in a particular direction. "There lies the largest library in the city. The top floor should remain unscathed. Retrieve the books, and I shall take as many as you can procure, calculated by weight. Say 30 pounds of instant noodles for each package. In times of peace, the average price of a book is several dozen yuan. Some tomes cost hundreds or even thousands. Yet, amidst the calamity of scarcity, they could only be valued as scrap. 30 pounds of instant noodles per package? What are we waiting for?" The yellow-haired man eagerly agreed, showered Zhou Chen with compliments, and hastened away. Finding books would prove far simpler than locating a helicopter. The following day, the yellow-haired man returned with a large contingent, including himself. There were over a dozen survivors resembling beggars, each hauling a cart into the Sakura community. Lao Sun and the others rushed out to witness the spectacle. The yellow-haired man produced a small notebook. "Brother Zhou, the total weight of the books here amounts to 2,415 pounds. Rounded down, that makes 2,400 pounds. You may exchange that for 80 packages of instant noodles. Do you have a scale? We can weigh them again in your presence, with so many of us. It won't take long." Zhou Chen waved his hand. "No need to weigh, just leave the books in the stairwell." He then feigned a look of difficulty. "I do not possess 80 packages of instant noodles. Can the deficit be compensated with other supplies?" The yellow-haired man nodded vigorously. "Of course. Every item has its value. However, food holds the highest worth. For other supplies," Zhou Chen interjected, "steamed buns, noodles, that should be acceptable." The yellow-haired man was overjoyed. "That is absolutely no problem." The prospect of exchanging mere books, which could only be torn for firewood, for the most coveted food was a fortune beyond his wildest dreams. The members of the explosive hang gang who accompanied the yellow-haired man were equally elated, unable to conceal their delight. As Zhou Chen gazed upon the eyes of the crowd, It was as if he were beholding a sumptuous sheep, seizing the opportunity while they busied themselves with transferring the books from the cart into the corridor. Zhou feigned an ascent to retrieve supplies. A half-hour later, he descended, clutching a black plastic bag. Within it lay 20 packets of instant noodles, 10 bundles of noodles, 15 heads of wilted cabbage, and several dozen hard steamed buns. The buns, dark and moldy, possessed a surface akin to that of stone. Yet they remained a precious resource sought after by countless survivors. What good were winter garments? What value was knowledge of food sources? The thick ice, plunging several meters deep, could not be excavated by mere hands. Zhou feigned agonized regret, expressing, "Were it not for my profound love of literature, I would find it hard to part with such invaluable provisions." Huang Mao sincerely empathized. How precious food was. At present, even a moldy bun could incite a bloody conflict. He clutched the bag of food tightly against his chest, his face flushed with excitement. "Brother Zhou, do you still want books? We haven't yet finished moving everything from the library." In truth, this endeavor was merely a test, a trial to ascertain whether food could genuinely be exchanged. Now that they had succeeded, they naturally intended to work diligently. However, he feared Zhou might decline, considering the books were already sufficient for years of reading. The mere thought of this possibility caused him a pang of anguish. Zhou, well aware of Huang Mao's thoughts, replied, "Yes, but my supplies are also limited. Here's the deal. You can come every 2 days. I need time to gather more resources." Huang Mao nearly lunged forward to embrace him, exclaiming, "No problem, Brother Zhou. You are my benefactor." When the delivery from the gang arrived, his heart was tumultuous, but leaving with provisions filled him with elation. Once the group departed, Old Sun approached. He had endured hardship recently, his face marred by 2 scars. Old Sun could not comprehend Zhou's motives. "Xiao Zhou, why do you want these books?" Trading a bag of food for useless tomes, it's painful to watch. Zhou chuckled lightly, out of boredom, to pass the time. Initially, he had considered visiting the library himself. But now that someone else was doing the legwork, he found it rather enjoyable. This transaction swiftly spread among various factions, leaving all astonished. The infamous Zhou madman, it turned out, had a penchant for reading. For those gangs who had long wished to befriend Zhou, yet had failed, the moment prompted contemplation of whether to indulge his interests by gifting him books. From that day forth, Huang Mao, accompanied by gang members, arrived every 2 days pulling carts laden with goods, each delivery exceeding the last. Zhou ventured out daily, pretending to search for supplies. Over the span of 2 weeks, he amassed tens of thousands of books, encompassing both domestic and foreign literature across various fields of knowledge. He stored them within his space, casually selecting one to read during moments of ennui, enriching his spiritual world and enhancing his mental entertainment. Recently, Huang Mao has been making significant strides. His complexion has noticeably improved, and he has gained a bit of weight. Brother Zhou, that affluent businessman who was left hanging for half a month, has finally relented these past few days. Our leader has instructed me to inquire when it would be convenient for you to engage in the transaction. Zhou Chen replied, "The sooner, the better. The extreme cold is about to conclude, giving way to sweltering heat, pestilence, and earthquakes. The city is a veritable hotbed for disease. He plans to exit before the scorching heat subsides and the epidemic erupts. In the wilderness, survival is precarious, and when the earthquake strikes, where on land can one find safety akin to the skies? It is imperative that he procure escape tools like helicopters as soon as possible." The next morning, Zhou Chen armed himself thoroughly before heading out. The affluent merchant resides in a villa complex outside the city, a considerable distance away. Prioritizing his safety, he donned a significantly different outfit from his usual attire today. This time, he wore an entire set of riot gear provided by the armed police. With a riot helmet, protective clothing, riot leggings, a baton, and dispersal equipment, he presented himself with an imposing aura. Fully equipped from head to toe, he lacked only a riot shield. Given the impracticality of carrying a cumbersome shield, he opted instead to carry a firearm. The Type 95 assault rifle, slung around his neck, could be readily accessed in case of danger. He also bore a large backpack, now a staple for survivors. Some survivors even carry multiple bags of various sizes. Each expedition to scavenge for supplies leaves them eager to fill every available space. However, while aspirations are grand, reality often proves stark. To fill even half a bag is a feat worthy of envy. Strapping on his roller skates, Zhou Chen swiftly made his way to the community entrance. Huang Mao and his leader had been waiting at the gate. During this time, Huang Mao had become quite familiar with Lao Sun and the others, currently engaged in casual banter. In this frigid weather, everyone was bundled up tightly, with only their eyes visible, rendering their faces unrecognizable. As Zhou Chen made his grand entrance, everyone was taken aback. Their eyes widened in astonishment, envy, and admiration. Wow, this outfit is simply magnificent. Huang Mao could not help but swallow hard. Brother Zhou, you look absolutely stunning. Lao Sun found it hard to believe. Xiao Zhou, where did you acquire this riot gear? A middle-aged man, with 2 machetes strapped at his waist, looked on with longing. Brother Zhou, do you have any more of that gear? Zhou Chen replied, no, I was merely fortunate to obtain this set. The middle-aged man, feeling a sense of disappointment, remarked, such equipment is indeed rare to find. I also wish to procure a set from the police station. But the ice is both thick and hard, making it impractical to dig by hand. Seizing the moment, Huang Mao introduced the two. Brother Zhou, this is my leader, Yang Ziming, the head of the bombing gang, and this gentleman is our esteemed client, Brother Zhou. Zhou Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Ziming, well-versed in etiquette, acknowledged with a nod from a distance of 3 meters. Lao Sun, aware of their serious business, wisely took his leave. Zhou Chen scrutinized the attire of Yang Ziming and the youth with yellow hair. They were well equipped for winter, donning thick garments and weapons at their waists. However, it was their footwear that intrigued him most. Yang Ziming was eager to facilitate this lucrative transaction, one that promised him extraordinary benefits. The wealthy merchants resided in the opulent villa cluster on the outskirts of the city, a 2-hour drive from here before the calamity struck. In the current frigid weather, vehicles refused to start, and if they set off now, they would likely arrive by 4 in the afternoon. The challenge was not merely the distance on foot, but the extreme cold, which made endurance difficult. The thicker the clothing, the more it hindered movement. Zhou Chen circled the area, reluctant to spend an entire day with these two, wasting time and energy. Pretending to rummage through his bag, he produced 2 pairs of ice skates. You can skate, can't you? He inquired, sparking a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. The youth with yellow hair nodded eagerly, exclaiming, of course, my boss and I are both from Harbin. We never forget to skate, even when we skip meals. Zhou Chen placed the skates on the ground and stepped back 3 meters to maintain a safe distance. You can borrow these, but they must be returned. Yang Ziming nodded enthusiastically, relieved that the skates would simplify matters. Rest assured, Brother Zhou, when doing business with me, you can be completely at ease. No one who has ever transacted with Yang Ziming has ever claimed I lack integrity. In a world fraught with uncertainty, Zhou Chen remained cautious, unwilling to lower his guard simply due to flattering words. The two donned the skates and glided around in place, immediately struck by the desire to acquire a few pairs for themselves. Brother Zhou, let us set off. With these, we can reach our destination in half a day. Zhou Chen squinted slightly. You two lead the way. Yang Ziming, not taken aback, smiled and surged ahead. The youth with yellow hair excitedly shouted, Boss, let me take the lead. You stay in the middle. Under normal circumstances, Yang Ziming would have had no objections, but now, reveling in the exhilarating freedom, he retorted, Get lost. When I was out on the streets, you were still in diapers. I don't need your protection. As a result, they quarreled, both eager to be at the forefront and savor this moment of liberty. Yang Ziming occasionally glanced back at Zhou Chen. Both he and the youth hailed from Harbin and had been influenced by their hometown culture, starting to skate at the tender age of 2, so their skills were unquestionable. To his surprise, Zhou Chen's skating ability was also commendable. No matter how swiftly they moved, he kept pace, maintaining a safe distance of around 3 meters. Each time he turned his head, his gaze inadvertently lingered on Zhou Chen's riot gear and the rifle he carried. Envy. Such envy. He wondered if Zhou Chen possessed another firearm. If they could negotiate for one, he could monopolize the entire city as trading market. Zhou Chen, noticing Yang Ziming's repeated glances, felt no malice emanating from him. However, should any ill intent arise, he would not hesitate to aim his weapon and respond decisively. The swift shadows of 3 figures darted through the bustling streets. Survivors hidden within the buildings watched with a mix of envy and longing, their hearts aflame with desire. Those who ventured outside in search of supplies, risking their very lives, felt a burning jealousy that turned their eyes crimson. Some survivors, having lost all reason, were driven to madness at the sight of the trio, yearning to rush out and seize what they could. Yet, the speed of the 3 was such that not even a scrap of fabric could be grasped. Upon exiting the urban landscape, they encountered towering ice sheets. nearly concealing all structures beneath a blanket of white, rendering any sense of direction impossible. Along the way, groups of survivors, resembling beggars, struggled to pull a cart laden with damp timber. Though wet wood burns poorly and produces considerable smoke, it was certainly preferable to the chilling embrace of death by exposure. Humanity possesses an extraordinary resilience. In the face of adversity, there are always those who rise to confront it. With the furniture in their homes consumed by flames, they sought wood outside. When the timber there had also been depleted, they ventured into the wilderness to fell trees. As long as there is a will to survive, solutions abound. Every step they took was fraught with difficulty. When the trio on skates passed them, the survivors felt a profound shock intertwined with envy and even jealousy. For every tenacious survivor, there existed a band of marauders. These brigands sat encircled by a fire, their eyes glinting with malice as they scrutinized the crowd of survivors. A family of 3, lagging behind in the throng, caught the attention of the marauders. They surged forward, brandishing weapons and seizing the cart while stripping the deceased of their winter garments, awaiting the next vulnerable family or group to prey upon. The arrival of the skating trio sent waves of excitement coursing through the veins of the brigands. Upon seeing Zhou Chen clad in formidable anti-riot gear, their minds were consumed with frenzied thoughts of conquest. They howled and charged, intent on using their numbers to intercept. Just as Yang Ziming and the blonde youth drew their machetes, a bullet whizzed between them, striking the lead marauder. The sudden gunfire rendered the brigands momentarily paralyzed. Zhou Chen raised his ominous weapon, his eyes unwavering as he unleashed a barrage, leaving the marauders sprawled upon the ground, lifeless and cold. Any who dared to approach, driven by the illusion of participating in the looting, were now fleeing in disarray, their hearts racing with primal fear, wishing fervently for wings to escape. A gun. This man possessed a firearm. Insanity. How could anyone have a gun? Chapter 57. The majestic villa district gazing upon the field of corpses, Yang Ziming was drenched in cold sweat. He turned to Zhou Chen, giving a thumbs up in admiration, yet simultaneously feeling a chill from the ruthless determination displayed. Truly, this was the notorious Zhou, known for his merciless actions. These brigands were once vibrant lives, yet Zhou had dispatched them without hesitation. He has become quite the seasoned veteran, having engaged in numerous skirmishes with thugs during this period. Just moments ago, his intention was merely to incapacitate a couple of them before making his escape. Little did he anticipate that Zhou, in a fit of madness, would eliminate them all without hesitation. In the face of calamity, the law of the jungle prevails. The ruthless are the ones who endure. Alas, it seems my perspective remains rather limited. Yang Ziming gestured towards the southeast. The hill over there marks the entrance to the Maohua Villa district, where the affluent merchant resides in the central area. Having just collected a dozen heads, Zhou Chen bore no moral qualms. He gazed upward, spotting a distant bald peak. The actual size of the hill was undoubtedly greater than it appeared from afar. The journey to the mountain was arduous. After more than an hour, the trio finally reached the foot of the hill. The once verdant landscape was now entirely cloaked in ice and snow. The trees lining the path were bent low beneath the heavy frost. Shadows flitted through the forest, accompanied by the sounds of timber being felled. From this point onward, the ascent began, and the advantage of their skates was lost. They were left to traverse on foot. Yang Ziming, adhering to principles, promptly exchanged his skates for warm boots, returning the 2 pairs to Zhou Chen, primarily to prevent any misinterpretation of his intentions. After sprinting at full speed for several hours, the trio felt pleasantly warm. Yet, after 10 minutes of trekking along the mountain path, Yang Ziming and Huang Mao began to shiver from the cold. "Brother Zhou, are you not cold?" "Not at all," replied Zhou Chen, clutching his gun as he trailed behind. He needed to remain vigilant, monitoring their every move and scanning the surrounding woods for any lurking thugs. One should not underestimate the survivors engaged in logging. One moment, they may be diligently chopping wood, and the next, they could seize the opportunity to snatch away supplies from others. Survival knows no morality. The Maohua Villa district is indeed a splendid locale, nestled among mountains and forests. It remains untouched by typhoons or floods, and even the harshest cold can be mitigated with local resources. Unlike the urban survivors, who risked their lives to trek 12 hours for mere damp timber, they walked along the road for an hour before finally arriving at the gates of the Villa enclave. While chaos reigned throughout the city, here, surprisingly, security personnel were on patrol. The influx of survivors seeking timber had increased, inevitably attracting those with greedy intentions. The once comfortable wealthy residents began to recognize the looming threat, leading them to agree that each household should contribute a bodyguard, replacing those who had perished from starvation and exposure, to patrol around the clock. As the three approached, the guards stationed at the gates immediately assumed a defensive posture. Upon noticing individuals clad in riot gear brandishing firearms, they were struck with fear, their legs trembling. Indeed, they were professional bodyguards, but no amount of skill could rival the power of a gun. Furthermore, the wealthy themselves were scarcely able to secure enough provisions. With the meager rations they could muster barely sufficient for 3 meals a day. In conclusion, despite their numbers, they appeared emaciated, struggling to take even a few steps. Should these three wish to pillage the villa complex, a single firearm would suffice. Yang Ziming, panting heavily, waved his hand and jogged a few steps forward to negotiate. The gate swung open, drawing the attention of all bodyguards to Zhou Chen. His imposing attire was nothing short of formidable. If I possessed such an outfit, the entire villa estate would be at my feet. The bodyguards who entertained such thoughts felt an immediate chill, as a dark barrel of a gun was aimed squarely at them. Zhou Chen coolly stated, "Should you gaze upon me with such greed, I would not hesitate to add a few more lives to my tally." The bodyguards promptly raised their hands, retreating cautiously, signaling their intention to remain non-threatening. There were over 100 villas here, most devoid of life, with only a handful of shadows moving behind the windows. Witnessing Zhou Chen's riot gear, the survivors mistakenly believed rescue had arrived, excitedly banging on the glass. One individual leaned out from a second-floor window, desperately shouting, "Hey, are you here to save us? Wonderful. Is there food?" Another voice chimed in, "Hey, don't leave. Do you have any idea how much tax I pay each year? Without taxpayers like me, what do you all eat and drink? Come back." A blond man picked up a stone and hurled it. "Fool. Which of your eyes saw us as a rescue team? Keep talking, and I'll come in and give you a taste of my blade." The formerly arrogant, wealthy individuals, undeterred by the stone, were instead frightened by the blond man's words. Has the world truly changed? Is chaos reigning outside? Are there truly merciless thugs everywhere? When will rescue arrive? Damn it, I'm a taxpayer, and after nearly 3 months of entrapment, no one has come to our aid. Immigration. Once help arrives, I shall emigrate. The sudden appearance of the three stirred a sense of excitement among the affluent. Particularly Zhou Chen's attire led them to mistakenly believe they were in the presence of an organized force, prompting them to flail joyously. Yang Ziming remarked, "Indeed, the wealthy have ample supplies. After nearly 3 months, they may be thin, but their spirits remain high. Unlike us, who resemble beggars." The blond man licked his lips, cheerfully adding, "Boss, these rich folks must have enough birds' nests to feast on for months. Unlike us, who only have a few packets of instant noodles at home." Yang Ziming, ever the shrewd trader, replied, "I've been meaning to say this since my last 2 visits. Birds' nest cannot replace meals. Let these wealthy merchants go hungry for a while. When the time comes, we can exchange a pile of rotten cabbage for their delicacies. And we too shall savor the experience of dining on birds' nest." The blond man's eyes sparkled. "Truly, you are the boss. It's good to follow your lead. Come back. Damn it, are your ears deaf? Return to me. Do you not know who I am? Are you here for rescue? Do you have a vehicle? If not, I require assistance as my legs are weak." A man hurriedly emerged from behind, prompting Zhou Chen to frown. In this apocalyptic world, such foul language was unexpected. Zhou Chen spun around, aiming the dark muzzle of his gun at the man. "Your legs may be weak, but my temper is worse. What do you propose we do?" The man, trembling in fear, collapsed onto the ground. "What do you intend to do? Help. The police are killing people." Huang Mao interjected, "Brother Zhou, don't waste ammunition on scum like him. Allow me." He brandished a sharp machete and strode towards the man, swinging the blade. As he did, he cursed. "You think you're some revered tycoon? I could slice you into pieces, and no one would care." Zhou Chen observed that Huang Mao was merely slashing at the man's clothing, intending only to frighten him. The man, indeed terrified, curled up on the ground, clutching his head and begging for mercy. A woman rushed out in a panic. "What are you doing? Is there no law left? Do you know who my husband is? If you're sensible, kneel and bow 10 times, or we have 100 ways to dispose of you." Just as Huang Mao was about to retort, Yang Ziming intervened. "Let us not escalate this. This area has already been targeted by several groups of thugs. It's not worth arguing with the dead." The man, huddled on the ground, was engulfed by even greater fear. "Wait, what do you mean by thugs? Huh, you must be joking. even if there are thugs. This is the most luxurious villa area in Demon City. Those of us who reside here are either wealthy or noble, far beyond the reach of you commoners. Where are the police? I demand protection this instant. Right here, Yang Ziming said, gesturing towards a grand villa. In the next moment, his expression darkened. Damn it. How did that scoundrel Su Laosan end up here? Zhou Chen gazed at the villa through the glass windows of the living room. He spotted an elderly man conversing with a middle-aged man. Several bodyguards flanked the elder, while the middle-aged man was surrounded by fierce-looking henchmen. Yang Ziming instinctively retreated. But upon recalling Zhou Chen's impressive gear, he felt emboldened once more. Meanwhile, Huang Mao quietly explained, Brother Zhou, that is Su Laosan, the leader of the explosive gang. He has ruined many lives through usury and gambling. Our leader's younger brother was lured into a trap by his men and ultimately forced to jump off a building. Since the calamity struck, Su has been encroaching on our business. Yang Ziming turned to Zhou Chen. Brother Zhou, this scoundrel is likely after the helicopter as well. With their numbers, negotiations may not go smoothly. Zhou Chen, his right hand resting on his weapon, replied, Not smooth, you say? Are you certain? He understood Yang Ziming's implication, essentially suggesting that he should take the lead in the upcoming confrontation. It mattered little to him. He was resolute in his pursuit of the helicopter. Having arrived at this juncture, he would stride in boldly, even if he were the sole individual present. Yang Ziming appeared resolute, confidently pressing the doorbell. The occupants inside had already noticed a visitor. Though obscured by a few snow-laden trees, they could not discern the attire. As the door swung open, Yang Ziming marched in with an air of feigned authority. The fireplace within blazed fiercely, sending waves of warmth rushing forth. Upon recognizing him alongside Huang Mao, the members of the Hanging Bomb Gang immediately assumed a menacing stance, encircling him. Su Laosan, with a cigar gifted by a wealthy merchant clutched in his mouth, smirked sinisterly. Yang Ziming, I've heard you've been facilitating helicopter purchases for others. Too bad Boss Lu has already committed to a deal with me. The well-dressed merchant wore a strained smile, clearly coerced. Yang Ziming, unfazed, spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground. Pa, I am well aware of your vile nature. Su Laosan, are you attempting to intimidate me with your usual tricks? Su Laosan chuckled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth that had not seen a brush in months. So what if I am? Boss Lu has no objections, so who are you to speak? Knowing I'm here, you still dare to step in. Today is the day I deal with you. Upon hearing this, Boss Lu hastily retreated, visibly shaken. Yang Ziming casually dug at his ear, dismissing Su Laosan entirely. He turned to Boss Lu. Name your price. My client has made it clear they intend to secure the helicopter. Boss Lu was drenched in cold sweat. While the other affluent residents in the villa complex may still be oblivious, the seasoned Boss Lu had already grasped the impending calamity and its cascading repercussions. With civilization crumbling and morals disintegrating, violence and bloodshed loomed everywhere. He was merely a businessman, having dealt with unsavory matters and even crossed paths with death. But in comparison to these thugs, he was insignificant. No one dared to offend him. Su Laosan was clearly the greater menace. Better to provoke a gentleman than a rogue. Ha ha ha, Su Laosan laughed with unrestrained arrogance. See, even Boss Lu can't be bothered with you. What was it you said? Your client intends to secure a helicopter? Huh. Who the hell is he? Let him show himself. If he dares to meddle in my affairs, I shall turn him into a two-legged sheep. The mere mention of two-legged sheep sent shivers down Boss Lu's spine. This scoundrel had just threatened him in such a manner. Yang Ziming regarded his adversary with disdain, casually blowing at the earwax beneath his fingernails. He then stepped aside, gesturing to someone behind him. Brother Zhou, please. Su Laosan shot a venomous glance, and several of his henchmen swiftly drew their knives. As they obstructed half of the entrance with greenery, a dark gun barrel emerged, followed by a man armed to the teeth. With the weapon now in view, the atmosphere intensified dramatically. The previously smug group recoiled in fear. Zhou Chen aimed the gun at Su Laosan. I just heard you say you'd turn me into a two-legged sheep? The ferocity on Su Laosan's face vanished, replaced by sheer terror. This was, after all, a gun. He glared fiercely at Yang Ziming, then immediately donned a sycophantic smile. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. Zhou Chen fired a shot into the floor, causing the other party to cower in fear. Get lost. Su Laosan, terrified by the gunfire, trembled at the knees, not daring to utter a single harsh word in the face of overwhelming strength. He cautiously circled around Zhou Chen, fearing he would be riddled with bullets at any moment. And upon reaching the entrance, he bolted away. The 7 or 8 underlings hurriedly followed suit, fleeing for their lives. Boss Liu, aged and startled by the gunfire that left him with temporary tinnitus, finally regained his composure but found himself in a dismal mood. With one villain gone, another had appeared. And once again, he was the unfortunate one caught in the crossfire. Zhou Chen sat majestically on the sofa, his gun still pointed unwaveringly. Boss Liu, let us discuss the goods you wish to exchange. Boss Liu, wearing a bitter smile, replied, how can I dare to propose any exchange? Just look at Zhou Boss. Zhou Chen interjected. Yang Ziming's displeasure was evident. Boss Liu, our Zhou Boss is a man of remarkable talent, not some scum like Su Laosan. While I may not have the fame of you wealthy elites, I am somewhat renowned in the Pudong district, with thugs roaming everywhere outside. If I truly wished to harm you, I wouldn't have to keep coming back here. Upon hearing this, Boss Liu, understanding the truth in Yang Ziming's words, cast a wary glance at Zhou Chen before hesitantly producing a list. The quick-witted Huang Mao snatched it up and handed it to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen glanced at it, letting out a cold laugh. Boss Liu, you haven't ventured outside since the calamity, have you? I suggest you take a stroll, not too far, just to the foot of the mountain. Bring your bodyguards. If you make it back alive, I'll give you 10 times what's on this list. Boss Liu's expression stiffened, ultimately left with no choice but to acquiesce. After some negotiations, they finalized the goods and the terms of the exchange. Zhou Chen acquired a helicopter at a bargain price, lifting his spirits considerably. The three of them swaggered out of Boss Liu's residence. In the distant snowy forest, someone stealthily peered out and then quickly retreated. Boss, they've come out. Su Laosan, hiding in the woods, felt a mix of tension and excitement. Everyone be sharp. When I give the signal, charge out and take them down. Anyone who hesitates will be chopped up for meat. We must retrieve that gear, especially that gun. Half an hour later, the group, nearly frozen, awaited the arrival of their targets but saw no sign of them. What is going on? They should have reached here in 10 minutes. Have they possibly entered another villa? There are several female stars living there. Who knows? Su Laosan snapped. Quiet. Once we have the gear, I will lead you all in. Whether they are stars or wealthy heiresses, they will be at our mercy. As a few young men were still basking in their moment of joy, a mocking laughter echoed from behind them. Instinctively turning around, they spotted an individual perched high up, about 20 meters above. Clad in a striking black riot suit, the figure stood out against the stark white of the forest. The group had been fixated on the road ahead, oblivious to the presence that had stealthily circled behind them. Zhou Chen discarded his cigarette. Are a bunch of cowardly rats waiting for me? He mused. I shall send you on your way now. The sound of gunfire erupted, followed by the agonizing screams akin to those of slaughtered pigs, as blood sprayed onto the snow, quickly crystallizing into ice. Chapter 59. The helicopter acquired in the snow. The assailants clutched their wounded legs, wailing in despair. Su Laosan, who had shielded his men from bullets, was paralyzed by fear, his trousers soiled. He believed he was doomed, only to realize that the adversary had ceased fire after a few shots. Huang Mao shared his confusion. Zhou Gu, why have they stopped? Zhou Chen felt a pang of regret, conserving bullets. Despite possessing thousands of rounds, each fired was one less in his arsenal. Who wouldn't he feel a twinge of pain? Had he not sensed Su Laosan's intent to seize his equipment, he would not have engaged. The feuds among others, who lived or died, were of no concern to him. At that moment, Yang Ziming had drawn his twin blades. Indeed, it's wise to conserve ammunition, but now it is my turn to strike. Observing his leader leap into action, Huang Mao swiftly followed suit. Zhou Chen aimed for their legs, yet due to his lack of expertise, several assailants fell, groaning from wounds to their backs and abdomens. Su Laosan, your demise is at hand. The terrified Su Laosan, having soiled himself, pushed aside his men and scrambled for his life. However, the freezing fabric clung to him painfully, a sensation akin to tearing. Zhou Chen remained stationary, surveying the scene from his elevated position. Yang Ziming and Huang Mao charged down the slope, disregarding the injured assailants, intent on pursuing Su Laosan. Huang Mao, being the swiftest, leapt and tackled Su Laosan to the ground, where a struggle ensued. Yang Ziming arrived promptly, delivering a kick to Su Laosan, raising his machete menacingly. With a face of terror, Su Laosan attempted to rise repeatedly, but to no avail. Yang Ziming, do you dare to kill me? Do you know who stands behind me? Yang Ziming's blade struck Su Laosan's calf, blood spraying onto the snow. Kill you? A scoundrel like you isn't worth a life in my debt. With that, he aimed another strike at Su Laosan's other leg. Oh, you have someone backing you? Who? Call them forth to save you. Su Laosan, his life spared, was left to linger in agony. I shall not kill you. You may await your demise here. Spit. The trio retraced their steps along the mountain road. And just as they donned their shoes, anguished howls reminiscent of slaughtered pigs resonated through the snowy woods. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. The Jiaojia gang had suffered injuries and would not endure the extreme cold for long. If the intent was merely to claim their supplies, it would have sufficed to wait for their demise before acting. Yet, the cries indicated a far more gruesome fate. It is highly probable that another group of marauders lies hidden within the mountains, their sights undoubtedly set on the affluent villa district. Upon returning to the community, the three emerged drenched in perspiration. Yang Ziming returned the roller skates, exclaiming, "These are splendid. Otherwise, we would only be able to return by tomorrow evening." He pondered for a moment before adding, "Brother Zhou, may I make a humble request? Once you and Boss Liu finalize your transaction, could my remuneration be adjusted to include a pair of those skates?" Zhou Chen stowed the skates into his bag, replying, "Certainly." The extreme cold would soon come to an end, and opportunities to use them would be scarce. Why not seize the moment to fetch a handsome price? Yang Ziming beamed with delight, but inquired once more, "Are you truly not in need of our gang's assistance in transporting supplies?" Zhou Chen shook his head. "No, I have a cache of supplies not far from the Malwa villas." Yang Ziming gave a thumbs up, affirming his belief in Zhou's capabilities. At that moment, Yang Sitian approached from a distance. "Brother Zhou, after you departed this morning, those individuals returned, expressing a desire to befriend you. I have no need for friends." Zhou Chen was well aware of whom she spoke. Gangs from nearby communities had persistently sought to forge connections, only to be repelled by their resilient neighbors. The neighbors, too, harbored ulterior motives. These gangs vastly outnumbered them and possessed tenfold the strength. What if Zhou Chen was flattered into fleeing? Their frail existence would render them vulnerable to future bullying. This was not an era of peace. The act of oppression was no trivial matter. It could very well cost lives. Just then, Old Sun returned with several neighbors in tow. They bore minor injuries, and their spirits were notably low. "Xiao Zhou, fortunate that you are here. We have procured a batch of seeds. Take a few packets to plant by the fireplace. Perhaps they will yield some vegetables." Zhou Chen was about to depart, but turned to inquire, "Seeds?" Old Sun nodded, his countenance grim. "Today, while we ventured out in search of supplies, we stumbled upon a seed shop. Initially, there were several bags of corn seeds, enough to sustain everyone for several meals. But we encountered a group of survivors on the brink of starvation. Driven by desperation, they acted without reason and, in their frenzy, scattered the corn seeds everywhere. Seizing the moment while the survivors scrambled to collect the seeds, we managed to escape safely. The world has truly changed. During this time, Old Sun had repeatedly ventured out with neighbors in search of supplies, each experience revealing the chaos that reigned outside. A single bag of corn could incite a massacre. One moment, a marauder would kill for resources, and the next, they would be slain by another. Just moments earlier, they would be brothers, only to betray one another in a ruthless scramble for supplies. Zhou Chen, filled with excitement, asked, "How many seeds did you manage to obtain?" Seeds are indeed a true treasure. Who knows how long this natural disaster will persist? In the last apocalypse, it lasted merely 3 years, and as resources dwindled, many seeds were consumed by survivors. The presence of productivity alone, devoid of seeds, leaves the survivors of humanity to gnaw on tree bark and forage for wild vegetables, while heartless marauders confine the survivors as if they were mere livestock. Old Sun rummaged through his belongings and counted. There was not much, dozens of packets of vegetable seeds and grains. "Take all the vegetable seeds. We lack the means to cultivate them," he stated. Zhou Chen replied, "Since you have no conditions for planting, it would be best to trade all of them with me." Upon hearing this, Old Sun and the neighbors were invigorated by the prospect. With no way to plant vegetables, and the grains insufficient for more than a few meals, direct trade was indeed preferable. Less than 100 packets of seeds exchanged for 5 pounds of zombie meat, 10 packets of instant noodles, and 10 black buns brought great joy to Old Sun and the others. They enjoyed a dreamless night. Zhou Chen relished a satisfying lunch before donning a full set of riot gear and stepping out once more. He returned to the Malwa Villa district. Boss Liu's men awaited him at the main entrance. As the sun set, the imposing figure from the previous day reappeared, pulling a cart laden with supplies, which eased everyone's anxiety. They all understood the absurdity of this transaction, yet Boss Lu's family faced starvation. None wished to perish from hunger. But the fear of venturing out in search of resources loomed large. The cart was piled high with supplies. Hundreds of pounds of zombie meat, rotten cabbages, moldy buns, instant noodles, as well as some waterlogged flour and aged rice. Boss Lu observed as his bodyguards unloaded the supplies into the storage room, trembling as he produced a key to open the door to the underground warehouse. A helicopter had been exchanged for a cart full of such refuse. A bitter pill to swallow. Dad, a young man stormed out in a fit of frustration. Are you out of your mind? A helicopter for a pile of garbage. The aging Boss Lu, weary and worn, commanded, "Return to your room." The youth, ignorant of the harsh realities, failed to comprehend his father's difficult choices. The bodyguards escorted him back indoors amidst his protests. As the underground warehouse door opened, a nearly new helicopter came into view, dazzling Zhou Chen. Boss Lu felt a pang of reluctance, but, in the name of family survival, had to make this painful sacrifice. According to their previous agreement, he summoned a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner, who spent an hour explaining the fundamental theories and operations to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen listened intently. Had it not been for the frozen fuel tank, he would have eagerly taken it for a test flight. Under the assistance of the bodyguards, the helicopter was transported to the mountain road outside the community. By now, darkness had fallen, and the bodyguards, fearful of marauders, hurriedly navigated with flashlights. Zhou Chen stored the helicopter in his space, feeling particularly elated. Just as he prepared to depart, a woman's voice called out behind him. Wait. Chapter 60. The journey home is too idle, all the way hammering away. Two bundled women, clutching flashlights, shivered and stomped their feet. It's too cold. The outdoors is frigid. The shorter individual shouted towards a beam of light descending the hillside. Uncertain whether the other party could hear, she was aware that there were marauders outside, causing them to hesitate at the threshold. Handsome, you haven't left, have you? Could you return for a moment? We are in dire need of supplies, and wish to negotiate with you. The beam of light wavered slightly, and soon the person holding it was making their way back. This filled the two women with immense joy. 3 minutes later, Zhou Chen halted 5 meters from the entrance. As the flashlight illuminated the area, he instantly recognized one of the women as a renowned actress. This locale was a haven for the affluent, and it was not uncommon for several celebrities to reside here. During her peak, this actress had graced the Cannes red carpet multiple times, adored by countless fans as a goddess. However, following a scandal in the entertainment industry last year, she had publicly declared that she was suffering from depression and was recuperating. In stark contrast to the disheveled survivor women outside, this actress appeared merely gaunt, her visage unmarred. Zhou Chen had never been one to idolize stars, yet he was familiar with the most popular figures in the country. Zhang Chuchu stamped her foot, instinctively directing the flashlight towards the figure, revealing only a tall shadow in the faint glow. She urged her assistant to initiate conversation promptly. The assistant, trembling, managed to say, "We require a batch of supplies. Can you procure them?" Zhou Chen pondered for a moment before responding, "That depends on what you have to offer in exchange." The assistant, nearly frozen, received a nod of approval from the actress and hastily added, "Could we discuss this at our home? It's freezing out here." Zhou Chen replied, "No, we will speak here." The assistant conveyed Zhang Chuchu's frustration. As a leading actress in the country and a goddess in the hearts of millions, she was incredulous that her request to discuss matters at home was declined. The assistant glanced at the actress and suggested, "If you could provide us with some food, our sister Chuchu could offer you an autograph." Zhou Chen turned to leave, muttering curses under his breath. He had hoped to obtain useful supplies, but felt his time had been squandered. Zhang Chuchu, who had remained silent until now, widened her eyes in disbelief. What did he mean by that? Was this man a fool? Her signed photographs were highly sought after, often leading her to delegate signings to her assistant due to the overwhelming demand. In a moment of desperation, recalling the emptiness of her refrigerator, Zhang Chuchu finally spoke up. "Wait, I am Zhang Chuchu, a top-tier actress. A signed photo can fetch tens of thousands. Fans would do anything to get their hands on one." From the dark woods came a lewd chuckle. "A big star, huh? How about we make a trade? I'll give you a pack of instant noodles for a signed photo." Hee hee. Zhang Chuchu gasped, instinctively clutching her assistant tightly. The bodyguard stationed at the door felt a chill run down his spine. Compared to the ignorant wealthy residing in villas, these individuals are far more attuned to the changes in their surroundings. Previously, There had been marauding thugs furtively observing the villa district, but they typically departed after a mere glance, retreating to a cave nestled in the mountains. To their astonishment, they have now ventured beyond the community's periphery, drawn by sounds of laughter, and there are quite a number of them. Rumors suggest that some of these thugs regard people as mere livestock. Should the villa district come under attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bang! Zhou Chen discharged a shot into the sky, its echo resonating both up and down the mountainside. No matter who you are, if you impede my descent, my gun is indiscriminate. In the face of absolute power, all manner of nefarious beings fell silent, and the surroundings descended into an eerie stillness. This prompted Zhang Chuchu to contemplate an alternate possibility. She sprinted a few paces, halting at the iron railing to shout, "Handsome, I possess jewels. I am willing to exchange them for your food." As a prominent first-tier female celebrity, her collection of jewels is beyond measure. Trading a few relatively inexpensive pieces for a supply of food is hardly a concern. Most importantly, this man wields a gun, capable of safeguarding her. Perhaps he harbors no interest in the entertainment industry. Otherwise, why would he refuse to assist her? Her intention was to bring him home for a conversation, to shed her unattractive and bulky winter attire, revealing her exquisite visage and enchanting figure. As she believed no man could remain unmoved. By captivating this man, she could secure both safety and sustenance. Having navigated the entertainment world for many years, she possessed a deftness in dealing with men. However, Zhou Chen did not even glance back. Jewels? Perhaps some might still have value now, but in a year or so, a piece worth millions would be overshadowed by a mere packet of instant noodles. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Zhou Chen noticed a vast blaze erupting at the summit. It was situated in the villa district. Such an enormous fire could only indicate that a house was ablaze. If it were merely a warm-up gone awry, the flames would not take on the form of a fire dragon. The marauders, who had been lurking in the shadows for so long, had finally struck. Amid the chaos, as the thugs rushed uphill to plunder, the survivors who had ventured out to gather would hastily drag their timber towards the city. Those with carts found it relatively easier, while those without had to fashion sledges from wood. They heaped the heavy, damp logs onto the sleds, securing them with ropes slung over their shoulders. Trudging forward with great difficulty, these survivors may have emerged yesterday or perhaps had been out for several days. Even when obtaining wet wood, they dared not proceed alone. Only when a group of dozens or even hundreds was assembled would they embark together. Even if they managed to return home safely, it would at least be by the following afternoon. They had encountered the darker facets of humanity long before the wealthy on the mountain, leaving them little time to ponder the fate that awaited those affluent individuals under the thugs' assault. They were solely focused on the path home tonight, which felt safer than ever before. Nonetheless, a few scattered thugs had kindled fires along the route to rob passers-by. All were swiftly dealt with by Zhou Chen, who struck each one down with a hammer. Having procured a helicopter, Zhou Chen's spirits soared. On the way home, feeling rather bored, he fixated on the thugs rampaging about. The assailants charging towards him had their skulls crushed, while those resting by the bonfire met the same grim fate. Some women, forcibly detained by the thugs, seized the opportunity to flee towards the city. "Let me go, you beasts." One woman found herself pinned to the ground by two thugs, while her companions were being mercilessly beaten by a group of assailants. Just as the thugs were about to tear her clothing, a shadowy figure emerged. With two resounding thuds, two thugs collapsed, their heads smashed. The woman, momentarily stunned, had just risen when the shadow vanished into the distance. The thugs surrounding her companions shrieked in terror, some succumbing immediately, while others clutched their heads in a desperate bid for escape. The shadow pursued, delivering a crushing blow to a fleeing thug. Beneath the flickering light of the bonfire, the figure glided with an elegance akin to skating, striking with brutal precision. In the span of half a minute, the figure had vanished into the darkness. Suddenly, the woman regained her senses. It was him. It had to be him. She sprinted desperately in the direction the shadow had disappeared. Chapter 61. The ice melts. Is the calamity coming to an end? Zhou Chen indulged in a leisurely slumber. In a haze, he was stirred by the sound of jubilant cheers from outside. With a bemused expression, he opened his eyes, lingered for a moment, and then drew back the curtains. From the 23rd floor, the view was splendid. He saw that throughout the nearby neighborhoods, people were rejoicing. On the snowy street below, ghouls abandoned their grisly burdens, clutching handfuls of snow, alternating between laughter and tears in a mad frenzy. A young girl knocked on the door. under normal circumstances. She would never dare to do so, yet her excitement was overwhelming, compelling her to dance with glee as she rushed to share the good news with Zhou Gu. Approaching the door, Zhou Chen inquired through the barrier, "Is there something you need?" The girl, brimming with joy and wiping away tears, exclaimed, "Zhou Gu, the snow has melted. The calamity is coming to an end. You must come and see." Zhou Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and responded with feigned annoyance, "Have you finished the clothes? Do you dare to believe I'll withhold your payment?" Momentarily taken aback, the girl was undeterred by his reprimand, her excitement unyielding. "They're all ready, Zhou Gu. When will you inspect them?" Zhou Chen, still grumpy from his sleep, replied curtly, "Just wait." The implication was clear. He intended to sleep for another 2 hours, wash up, and savor a delightful feast. At 2 p.m., the girl, glowing with delight, presented the completed fur coats before Zhou Chen. "Zhou Gu, these are all the finished products, tailored to your measurements, each one guaranteed to fit perfectly. Would you like to try them on?" Zhou Chen casually flipped through the garments, noting the craftsmanship was commendable, with each piece neatly finished, devoid of unsightly seams. The young girl pointed to a pile of scraps, exclaiming, "These are the remnants. If you have any thoughts on what to create, I shall endeavor to complete it swiftly. As soon as the weather warms, I must return home, for my uncle will surely be waiting for me." Zhou Chen glanced back at the girl, his expression tinged with complexity, a hint of pity flickering in his gaze. Yet, he refrained from voicing it, tossing a few short fur garments her way. His prior warning to keep things confidential stemmed from a desire to avert unwanted attention. However, with the bitter cold nearing its end, there was no longer a need for secrecy. "This is your remuneration. Manage the scraps as you see fit, and I shall provide you with a sewing machine as well." Instinctively, the girl caught the fur garments, her face betraying sheer astonishment. The prospect of receiving even a few pieces was beyond her wildest dreams, and she never anticipated being given both the scraps and the sewing machine. With the larger remnants, she fashioned socks and gloves, and despite the remaining bits being mere fragments, her deft hands would surely transform them into additional garments. The thick ice, measuring several meters, would not melt away in an instant. It might require a month, possibly 2 or 3. Yet, the warmth offered by the fur garments remained one of the most coveted resources. However, her greater desires lay in food and firewood. During this time, whenever Zhou was absent, she would occasionally visit Yang Sitian for a chat, becoming well acquainted with the circumstances over there. Everyone had grown gaunt from hunger, and many bore injuries. Some, unable to endure such a life, had taken their own lives by jumping from heights. Besides Yang Sitian, she was also grateful for Uncle Sun's care. "Zhou Gu, may I?" Zhou Chen returned home, cradling a collection of finished products, and spoke in a calm tone. "This is your additional reward. Remember to come to the door later for your remuneration." The young girl, still fraught with anxiety, was suddenly overcome with joy. Yang Sitian and Chi Ro hurried over to help her relocate, their faces awash with astonishment at the supplies Zhou Chen had provided: meat, rice, potatoes, flour, eggs, and cabbage, along with 2 boxes of frozen yogurt, all neatly packed in plastic bags. Chi Ro was moved to tears, exclaiming, "Zhou Gu is truly generous. Xiaoyan, you are remarkable. I am envious beyond measure." Long Xiaoyan, clutching the compact sewing machine, responded with a smile, "There's no need for envy. What is mine is yours. We shall share together." Yang Sitian chimed in, "Xiaoro is right. You are truly impressive, Xiaoyan." Long Xiaoyan shook her head. "In these trying times, if we can survive together, we are family. Let us first seek out Uncle Sun and ask him to exchange some food for a batch of firewood. Having food without wood to kindle a fire is futile. Venturing outside the city to gather wood is perilously dangerous." As they descended the stairs, the trio instinctively gazed upward. The snow was gradually melting, signaling the end of their hardships. Perhaps inspired by the glimpse of a promising future, they found today's icy landscape far more agreeable than before. In the evening, Huang Mao arrived, spotting Zhou Chen from afar and greeting him with delight. "Zhou Gu, the snow has melted. The calamity has finally come to an end." Zhou Chen handed him a bag of rewards. "Do you still want those skates?" Huang Mao nodded vigorously. Yes. The ice and snow won't melt completely in just a day or 2. With these skates, our gang can still conduct a few more businesses." However, a cloud of worry crossed his face. "It's a bit troublesome, though. The end of the natural disaster means that many of our supplies will be left in our hands. The boss has been feeling down. Otherwise, he would have surely come personally today." With the disaster's conclusion, there's much to be rebuilt. Given the astonishing labor force of our people, it won't take half a year to return to our former state. By then, fresh chicken, duck, fish, and meat will be abundant. Who would still want to eat those moldy buns? As the temperatures began to warm, they rose from a frigid -70 degrees to 0 in just a week. Throughout the city, wherever there were survivors, cheers erupted. This damned extreme cold was finally retreating. Zhou Chen's life continued as usual, with hardly any changes. He slept until he naturally woke each day, preparing a lavish spread of dishes. His dealings with the fried skewer gang remained uninterrupted. He provided Huang Mao with a list, and for each item found, the other party would deliver it. Yet, the demands of the fried skewer gang had shifted. Previously, they accepted even rotten cabbage, but now they only wanted money, gold, silver, jewelry, watches, and high-end liquor. Zhou Chen had long run out of money, but during his scavenging expeditions, he had retrieved a box of figurines. In peaceful times, a wall of figurines could be worth a house in Kyoto. Now, they were quite handy. Old Sun delivered 2 handfuls of greens. They could hardly be called vegetables, merely thin, delicate sprouts. However, for the survivors who had not tasted fresh vegetables in 3 months, they could hardly wait for them to grow. Spotting the 5-inch green shoots in the pot, they quickly plucked them to savor the first taste. Old Sun beamed with joy. "Xiaozhou, we've made it through." Zhou Chen graciously accepted the meager greens and offered a can of milk powder and a pack of cigarettes in return. Old Sun had not initially expected a gift, feeling it too formal, but upon seeing the children's milk powder, he graciously accepted it without hesitation. The greens were a collective effort, and the cigarettes would be shared among the neighbors in the building. Another week passed, and a dozen military trucks arrived like divine messengers. The first few trucks carried soldiers, while the subsequent 10 were loaded with food. The survivors were overwhelmed with joy, chasing after the trucks. The city was under military control, and the organization not only began restoring electrical power, but also provided food to the survivors. The first batch of supplies had arrived in the city. Due to the impact of the extreme cold disaster, the available food was limited to rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and salt. Each survivor received half a kilogram of rice, 1 potato or 1 sweet potato, and 5 grams of salt each day. This left many survivors dissatisfied. They had been eagerly waiting, hoping for good meals. But what were these offerings? The rice was moldy, and the frozen potatoes and sweet potatoes had an awful texture. They yearned for rice, fresh meats, vibrant vegetables, and succulent fruits. Chapter 62. Refugees entering the city. At 0 degrees, the survivors no longer faced the terror of the frigid, sub-zero temperatures. Those confined indoors emerged from their homes, laughing, dancing, and cheering. Snow and ice intermittently tumbled from the buildings above, tragically claiming the lives of several exuberant survivors. The organization managed to restore a portion of the electricity, providing the city with power for 1 hour each day. However, conditions remained dire both inside and outside the city. This prompted many refugees to pack their belongings and relocate to the city. The moment power was restored, the long silent broadcast resumed. The host emotionally recounted the myriad hardships this natural disaster had inflicted upon the nation and its citizens, solemnly mourning the deceased while passionately urging unity and the collective construction of a better home. Old Sun brought 2 seedlings, even thinner than bean sprouts. Zhou Chen reciprocated with a handful of genuine greens. Upon seeing the lush vegetables, Old Sun's jaw dropped. "Xiaozhou, where did you get such greens?" Zhou Chen casually fabricated a tale. "I have plenty of firewood and dog manure for fertilizer. They grow better than yours." Unable to resist, Old Sun disregarded the dubious fertilizer and plucked a succulent leaf to taste. "Damn it, now this is real greens. Who needs dog manure? I'll take some home to plant." Zhou Chen laughed, nearly in tears, and actually retrieved a bag of dog manure from his house. Old Sun treasured it, exclaiming, "Xiaozhou, we really must be out of our minds. With all this manure, why didn't we think to use it for planting?" Zhou Chen raised a hand to stop him, saying, "Please, don't say that, or I might be sick." Old Sun scratched his head. "By the way, the organization is recruiting. They need technicians with no limits, but are only taking 1,000 ordinary workers for now, with an additional half kilogram of rice available each day. Will you go?" Zhou Chen shook his head. "No, working is out of the question. I could never work in my lifetime." Old Sun felt a pang of envy. "You're resourceful and don't lack for food, but I'd love to go. Yet, they just shake their heads when they see my leg." Zhou Chen, with his hands in his pockets, replied, "Then let us continue to seek supplies, keeping what is useful and trading what is not." Old Sun sighed. "That is all we can do." As the temperature soared to 0 degrees, it seemed as if a pause button had been pressed. Someone pulled out a thermometer and, after several days of testing, discovered that the outdoor temperature consistently hovered at 0.1 degrees. Nobody saw this as a problem. Instead, they accepted it as the most normal weather. In just a few days, a flood of refugees surged into the city. This unprecedented natural disaster highlighted the advantages and disadvantages of urban versus rural life. In times of peace, medical care, education, and all that is good concentrated within the city, driving the populace to desperately seek roots in urban areas. After 3 months of extreme cold, the survival rate of city dwellers plummeted, while rural residents fared significantly better. In urban areas, procuring food is remarkably convenient, and households do not typically engage in stockpiling provisions. However, the situation in rural regions is starkly different. Families possess chickens, ducks, rice, and vegetables, allowing any single household to sustain itself for a month or two without issue. When floods strike, they gather their supplies and retreat to the mountains. If their homes are submerged, they take refuge in caves. When extreme cold descends, stepping out of the caves reveals vast expanses of trees. Meanwhile, in the city, numerous homes lie vacant, with abandoned properties dotting the landscape. A multitude of refugees, upon spotting a community, eagerly infiltrate and swiftly occupy a vacant residence, much to the chagrin of the original residents. All of them have endured natural disasters, harboring a collective frustration that demands an outlet, leading to inevitable confrontations that have even resulted in fatalities. With insufficient manpower to manage the situation, authorities resort to broadcasting messages, urging original residents to accept newcomers while simultaneously warning the refugees against causing disturbances. Sakura community has also seen an influx of refugees, prompting Old Sun to lock the ground floor door, refusing to share a building with outsiders. Some refugees attempted to move into Building 21, where Zhou Chen resides alone, only to be thwarted by a formidable iron gate. They pounded on the door and shouted, eventually cursing as they departed for another location. As the population swells, so do the complications. Thieves dismantled security doors to create makeshift barriers, only to have them replaced almost immediately. The survivors, having taken over these homes, are filled with exhilaration. A property in the Magic City, which an ordinary family would take generations to afford, is now theirs for free, invigorating them with energy as they busily renovate their new dwellings. Zhou Chen finds himself falling asleep amidst the cacophony, only to awaken to the same din frustrated. He sets up his sound system and connects it to his laptop. Whenever the broadcast is not in session, he plays music, unleashing the powerful sound system at full volume, allowing the melodies to resonate for a kilometer around. Zhou Chen had anticipated strong objections from the survivors, yet the response was unexpectedly positive. The music served as an emotional outlet, alleviating anxiety and significantly reducing conflicts within the vicinity, gradually fostering a semblance of harmony. However, this tranquility is merely superficial. Among the refugees, more than half are former thugs, once shrouded in anonymity, their identities concealed beneath layers of clothing, recognizable only to their accomplices. Now unmasked, they blend seamlessly into the crowd as ordinary survivors. Yet, the seeds of malice have already been sown. Fearing exposure of their crimes, some continue their nefarious activities. Once an individual embarks on a path of wrongdoing, particularly in committing acts of murder, the notion of redemption becomes a mere jest. These thugs break into homes under the cover of night, steal supplies, and, upon encountering attractive women, kill their male counterparts, leaving no witnesses. They then scurry down the street with their plunder, returning after a couple of hours, masquerading as dutiful, ordinary refugees. Such heinous acts instill fear and anxiety in the true, innocent refugees, rendering them sleepless through the night. After enduring a calamity and narrowly escaping death, on the brink of a new life. Is it truly fate to perish under the vile shadows of the night? Old Sun, alongside his neighbors, revived their former occupations by establishing a community self-defense force, diligently visiting each household to inquire and register concerns. Upon discovering any suspicious activity, they would promptly issue warnings. A group of habitual wrongdoers, hesitant to confront openly, began to covertly incite other refugees to create unrest. We, as newcomers, possess our own rights. Why must we heed the words of the native residents? Who do you think you are, dictating that we cannot step outside our homes past 10 o'clock at night? This so-called community self-defense force is merely a guise for exclusion. The Qing dynasty has long fallen, yet you still carry yourselves as if you were superior beings. Zhou Chen descended with De Huang for a stroll. He donned not the ostentatious riot gear, but rather his usual winter attire, a machete and a hammer secured to his belt. The hammer, stained with the blood of many, had developed a thick patina of dark red. After being cooped up for over 3 months, the dog reveled in its newfound freedom, scampering about with exuberance. A group of emaciated survivors gazed hungrily at the glossy, plump dog, their eyes glinting with envy. A dog. Let us seize it. Dog meat is for everyone. De Huang, no fool, sensed the encirclement and swiftly returned to his master's side seeking protection. A throng of refugees confronted Zhou Chen, their greedy eyes fixated on the large dog at his feet. One of the ruffians, licking his lips, donned a smile that belied his ferocious gaze. Brother, is this your dog? Zhou Chen, hands thrust into his pockets, replied, Are you blind? If it's not my dog, is it yours? Chapter 63. Whose dog? From below. The clamor of many voices echoed, clamoring for dog meat. Refugees, barely able to fill their stomachs, salivated at the mere thought of dog meat, rushing out of their homes in a frenzied bid for a share. The crowd swelled, encircling Zhou Chen and De Huang. Old Sun, leading the self-defense team, arrived and attempted to reason with them, but a conflict erupted. In that moment, whether ruffians or refugees, all minds were consumed by the thought of dog meat. This was dog meat, and it was fresh. The ruffian, wiping his saliva, transformed from fierce to sinister. Heh, you're right, it was my dog. It went missing these past few days, only to find out you had stolen it. Zhou Chen let out a cold laugh. Do I appear to be easy prey? In the next instant, he drew his hammer and charged forward. The ruffian barely had time to react before he felt a jolt, something warm splattering onto his face. The crowd recoiled in horror. A murder. The refugees were startled, and the hidden ruffians among them were taken aback. This man was utterly audacious, daring to commit murder in broad daylight. Zhou Chen stepped upon the fallen body, his right hand gripping the hammer, rhythmically tapping it against his left palm. His piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd. Who else desires to feast upon my dog? At that moment, all beheld the thick patina of blood upon his hammer. My heavens, how many lives must he have taken to accumulate such a layer of patina? To say he is a ruthless killer would be an understatement. While ordinary refugees may cower in fear, the thugs remain undeterred. Have they not taken lives before? Beyond murder, their transgressions are numerous. Another thug steps forward, proclaiming, I can bear witness, this dog belongs to him. You stole his dog and killed him, striking him with a hammer, causing his teeth and blood to spew forth. Zhou Chen, young and vigorous, well-nourished with ample protein and vitamins, possesses physical prowess that far surpasses that of the thugs. The thug collapses to the ground, clutching his shattered jaw, and promptly loses consciousness. Zhou Chen delivers 2 kicks, as if dispatching a dying dog, remarking, Speak not in tongues, henceforth remain silent. This incites the rage of the thug assembly present. They had already forged clandestine ties, plotting to exert control over the entire refugee community, including the original residents. Through intimidation and coercion, they intended to ensure that these individuals, upon receiving their daily rations, would dutifully surrender a portion. Little did they anticipate that before their plans could unfold, a hero would emerge over a mere dog. The refugees, having witnessed the event, would surely perceive this individual as the most formidable in the community. Action must be taken to make all refugees aware that they themselves are the most formidable force. With synchronized intent, the thugs brandish knives and clubs concealed beneath their garments. The majority of the refugees, frightened, turn to flee, yet some, unable to resist the spectacle, seek refuge nearby to observe. The thug leader steps forward, adopting a righteous demeanor, exclaiming, Brothers, this man has stolen our brother's dog and killed him. We must avenge our fallen comrade. Avenge him. The dog thief is shameful. Kill the dog thief and restore justice for our brother. Over 20 thugs echo in agreement, their eyes glistening greedily at the thought of the plump dog. Zhou Chen, securing the hammer back at his waist, reaches beneath his clothing and retrieves a submachine gun, clicking the safety off with a decisive sound, aiming the dark muzzle directly at the thug leader. The thug leader, momentarily stunned, incredulously touches the wound on his chest. He falls to the ground, lifeless, eyes wide open. Zhou Chen raises his weapon, a palpable aura of menace surrounding him, demanding, "Whose dog is this?" The thugs, now realizing the gravity of the situation, tremble in fear, their legs quaking and urine trickling down their pants. A gun. This man possesses a firearm? Zhou Chen pulls the trigger, randomly shooting another thug. Whose dog? A wave of terror washes over the thugs, their faces stricken with fear. "Please, don't shoot. The dog is yours, brother. We were wrong. We won't dare again." Zhou Chen retorts angrily. "Just days ago, several refugee households were robbed in the dead of night by your vile kind, were they not?" Under the gun's threat, the thugs desperately deny. No. It wasn't us." Zhou Chen, fuming, commands, "Old son, bind them all and interrogate each one. Anyone daring to commit evil in Sakura community shall not escape unscathed." Old Son and his companions had long been acquainted with Zhou Chen's prowess, and swiftly procured ropes to bind all the assailants. The refugees, who had been watching from the sidelines, were still in disbelief. This man possesses a firearm? He has taken a life. How ruthless he is. Zhou Chen fired a shot into the sky, causing all the refugees to tremble in fear. He issued a loud warning. Anyone entering the Sakura community must adhere to its rules. One must either live a decent life or be cast out. Should anyone dare to commit evil deeds in the dead of night, they would face a merciless beating. Moreover, anyone who dares to lay a hand on my dog shall experience the taste of gunfire. With heads bowed, the ordinary refugees dared not glance at the formidable dog again, while the dominant dog, Da Huang, barked fiercely. Woof, woof. Zhou Chen continued his stroll with the dog. Seizing the opportunity, Old Son began to rally the spirits of the people. "Fellow compatriots, lend me your ears." Old Son eloquently recounted Zhou Chen's deeds, embellishing the tale as he went. He not only gilded Zhou Chen's image, but exaggeratedly hailed him as a savior. In essence, were it not for young Zhou's repeated thwarting of the assailants, none of us in the community would have survived. Today, young Zhou once again took action against a band of ruffians, all for the sake of our safety. With a larger crowd, disputes are inevitable, but as long as we refrain from causing chaos, we are all kin. Having weathered floods and extreme cold, who wouldn't desire to live in peace? I caution those with nefarious intentions. If caught, our community's self-defense team will mete out severe punishment. Being expelled from the community is lenient. In serious cases, they shall be beaten to death. To unite the hearts of the people, Old Son publicly interrogated the bound assailants. Initially, the assailants adamantly denied their involvement. However, after enduring a severe beating, they could bear it no longer and ultimately confessed to 5 incidents of burglary that occurred in the community the previous night. Fearing for their lives, the assailants began to implicate one another, revealing a myriad of heinous crimes. "We hid among the ruins, robbing anyone we encountered. Men were killed, while women were spared. Some children were sold off, and those unsold were left to freeze to death. Upon entering the city, to eradicate evidence, all the women were murdered, exterminated entirely." The refugees listening were filled with dread. The thought of sharing a community with such fiends sent shivers down their spines. They began to condemn the crimes of these assailants. "Beasts, worse than animals, devoid of conscience. You are all human. How could you bear to act so cruelly? You deserve to die." Chapter 64. Words of wisdom cannot persuade the damned with food in short supply. The relief rations distributed by the organization were limited. The survivors, after a futile uproar, gradually resigned themselves to their fate. They began to cultivate their own crops. Each day, the potatoes and sweet potatoes I receive are too precious to consume. I devised a plan to bring soil and plant them in flower pots, eagerly awaiting their sprouting, blossoming, and fruiting. However, this batch of potatoes and sweet potatoes had long succumbed to frost, rendering them incapable of germination or flowering. In a bid to stave off hunger, the survivors began to seek ways to salvage their situation. Some formed teams to scavenge for supplies. The current weather was far less frigid than before, making both outdoor excursions and resource gathering considerably easier. The city was now occupied by military forces, causing the concealed marauders among the refugees to refrain from brazen acts of robbery or violence, instead lurking in shadows, waiting for opportunity. As long as they remained within the city, the survivors faced little risk to their lives. Yet, this precarious tranquility did not endure for long. On Christmas night, as the temperature, which had been stagnant at 1 degree, suddenly soared to 30, many were roused from their slumber by the oppressive heat. Upon awakening, they were momentarily disoriented. taking several minutes to comprehend the sudden rise in temperature. The refugees residing on the lower floors noticed something amiss with the ice layer. What had been a solid sheet of ice in the evening was now visibly melting. Leaning out of the window, they felt a cool draft rising, reminiscent of air conditioning in summer. An emergency broadcast blared, with the host repeatedly cautioning survivors against venturing outside, warning of the myriad dangers posed by the melting ice. However, many refugees disregarded these warnings, rushing downstairs at dawn to jump and make noise. Zhou Chen was also awakened by the heat. He went to the kitchen and turned on the faucet, which sputtered before releasing a stream of murky yellow water. The large dog, panting heavily, stared anxiously at the fireplace. Zhou Chen extinguished both fires and stepped out onto the rooftop. From his storage space, he retrieved a dozen plastic water containers, filling the rooftop area. He also connected 3 hoses to the faucets in the kitchen, bathroom, and master bathroom. The murky yellow water flowed into the containers, and after nearly an hour, the water quality gradually improved. Although still cloudy, it no longer expelled mud and, after settling for some time, became potable. However, Zhou Chen would never consider drinking it, as his storage was filled with bottled water. Recently, Lao's son had been associating closely with a middleman from the explosives gang, trading supplies for a telescope. He was surveying the nearby neighborhoods and found their conditions to be quite similar, even though it was winter during a typical seasonal cycle. For the survivors who had endured the torment of freezing temperatures, the warming weather was a cause for celebration. As he scanned the area, he suddenly spotted Zhou Chen bustling about on the rooftop. Lao's son grabbed his walkie-talkie and called out, "Xiao Zhou, what are you doing?" After shouting for a while without receiving any response, he presumed that Zhou Chen had left the walkie-talkie behind. He continued to watch as Zhou Chen returned home and made another attempt to call out. Zhou Chen had only been on the rooftop for an hour, but by the time he re-entered the house, he was drenched in sweat. Just as he turned on the air conditioning, he heard Lao's son's call. Sitting on the sofa, he directed the cool air at himself and replied, "Storing water." The temperature, which had languished around 0 degrees for over 10 days, surged overnight to 30 degrees. Even in the dead of night, if the survivors remain oblivious to the impending crisis, then their fate is left to chance. Old Sun was taken aback. "Stockpiling water? Are you implying that a drought is imminent?" Zhou Chen refrained from revealing too much. "Weather is unpredictable if we avoid drought. It's all the better for watering our plants and vegetables." Old Sun began to murmur to himself. This temperature is indeed peculiar. It can plummet or soar without warning. As fierce as cannon fire. I should consult with everyone. Better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. Zhou Chen took a shower and sat by the floor-to-ceiling window indulging in a cold drink. Old Sun had gathered the community as refugees, urging each household to stock up on water. The refugees dispersed in a flurry, dismissing Old Sun as someone who had grown addicted to authority, meddling in matters both trivial and significant. Only the initial neighbors remained by his side. "Old Sun, do we really need to stockpile water?" One queried. "Old Sun, are you overthinking this? We're not in Ningxia. How could there possibly be a water shortage?" Old Sun sighed. "I saw Xiao Zhou stockpiling water." "Xiao Gu is stockpiling water? If he is, we should too. I still regret not heeding his advice to go out and gather supplies sooner. Indeed, whenever I recall that, it gnaws at my insides and robs me of sleep. Had we taken Xiao Ji's warnings to heart, our community wouldn't be reduced to just us." Yang Sitian wiped the sweat from her brow and remarked, "I believe we should stockpile water. As for Xiao Gu, I think we should follow his lead. He is never wrong." The group nodded in agreement, finding wisdom in her words. Old Sun turned to Yang Sitian. "Didn't you take Long Xian home? What is the situation? Is her uncle still alive?" Yang Sitian shook her head. "Their house has been occupied by refugees, and they even fought to reclaim it. I accompanied her to several places, but I couldn't find any news about her uncle. She asked me to return home. She's waiting there." Upon hearing this, the group felt a sense of foreboding. Chi-Ro approached, holding her child. "I believe it will be fine. Her uncle is a firefighter. His survival skills surpass those of ordinary people by 10-fold, if not 100-fold. He must have comrades around him, and any assailants would likely steer clear." The group found solace in her reasoning. If such ordinary individuals could endure, then Long Xiaoyan's uncle, with his survival capabilities and daily physical training, would surely be all right. Old Sun embraced his frail grandson, resembling a mere sprout. He needed to find Huang Mao to procure 2 water tanks and, if possible, some infant formula. Chi-Ro removed her Cartier bracelet. Uncle Son, all the middlemen in the city now only accept cash. You might want to trade for different supplies. Old Son was troubled by this matter. During the extreme cold, food was the most valuable commodity, but as temperatures rose to 0 degrees, those middlemen began to accept only cash. In recent days, everyone had traded away anything of value they possessed. Uncle Son, please take this, Rose said, as she pressed the bracelet into Old Son's hands. This bracelet is worth more than gold. Do not let anyone deceive you. Old Son felt a surge of emotion. Little Chi, should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall certainly repay you with an even finer piece. The relentless heat persisted, hastening the melting of ice and snow. The solid ice layer began to crack, revealing murky waters beneath, littered with various debris. Refugees wandered precariously on the ice, heedless of the danger. Old Son, exasperated, tugged at his scalp in frustration, sharing heartfelt pleas and rational warnings, all to no avail. Zhou Chen remarked, observing Old Son's distress. At this rate, your head will become bald from worry. Let it be, Old Son. No amount of good advice can reach those determined to court disaster. In a fit of anger, Old Son chose to ignore them. Go ahead and court your doom. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen, enjoying hot pot under the cool air conditioning, was startled by a sudden scream, followed by a series of anguished cries. The large dog, De Huang, startled from gnawing on a bone, rushed to the window, barking furiously. Zhou Chen approached the window to witness a 20-square-meter section of ice collapse, plunging several refugees into the frigid waters below. Those who could swim struggled toward the shore, while others flailed in panic. The icy water was numbing, and within mere seconds, those submerged began to lose feeling in their limbs. Some refugees attempted to rescue their comrades, but they could not find suitable tools in time. By the moment they managed to strip off their clothes and tie them together to form a lifeline, a few refugees had already sunk beneath the surface. Lives, vibrant yet fleeting, extinguished before their very eyes. Those who had rushed downstairs in a reckless bid for heroism stood frozen in shock and reflection. Chapter 65. The arrival of extreme heat. The melting of ice and snow occurred at an alarming rate. Apart from the soldiers diligently collecting water, no more foolish refugees dared to venture outside. Old Son squatted on the 4th floor, gripping a rope with a brick tied to its end, which he cast into the water. After some time, he pulled the hard head back up and measured the wet portion of the rope with a ruler. Neighbors gathered around, wiping the sweat from their brows. What is the verdict? Old Son furrowed his brow. The water level has dropped another meter. The hourly decline of the water level signified an alarming rate of evaporation, unprecedented even in the scorching desert. A sense of unease spread among the neighbors. I fear that 2 water tanks may not suffice. After pondering deeply, Old Son rose, dusting off his trousers. Come, let us make some wooden planks. I will seek out Huang Mao to exchange for 2 more water towers. The neighbors sprang into action, some searching for wood, others for ropes. A slender woman hesitantly approached, removing a gold necklace from around her neck. Old Son, please try to bring back as many as you can. Given the current rate of evaporation, we may soon face extreme heat. Old Son paused in surprise. What do you mean by extreme heat? The neighbors, who had been bustling about, turned in unison to regard the woman with keen interest. A woman remarked that typically, each year there are only around 16 days of extreme heat, during which many companies provide their employees with a heat allowance. Upon the mention of this increase in benefits, everyone nodded in agreement. Among this group of neighbors, there were business owners and mid-level managers who were well acquainted with the heat compensation. For those working in air-conditioned offices, the sweltering days were manageable. However, for small enterprises or outdoor laborers, the heat was unbearable, often leaving their clothes drenched in sweat, a true torment. Ironically, while those in air-conditioned environments received the heat allowance, outdoor workers such as migrant laborers received not a single cent in compensation. The woman elaborated that extreme heat refers to a sustained period of high temperatures, where heat stroke is merely a mild concern. The most dreadful outcome is heat illness, which can lead to multiple organ failure and death. Rewrote interjected, acknowledging her awareness of heat illness, noting that every summer, there are individuals who succumb to it during the hottest days, and a prolonged heat wave would indeed be terrifying. The woman nodded, recalling her father, a doctor, who had shared cases of heat illness with her, emphasizing the high mortality rate. Once diagnosed, survival was nearly impossible. A bespectacled neighbor then posed a chilling question. After enduring 3 months of extreme cold, Could we expect 3 months of extreme heat to follow? The room fell silent. The gravity of the statement sinking in. If temperatures could plummet to -70 degrees in August, what other calamities could befall them? Lao Sun furrowed his brow. We cannot dismiss that possibility. Anxiety rippled through the neighbors. What could they do? Having barely survived the bitter cold without freezing or starving. Were they now to face the threat of overheating? Perhaps even dying of thirst? Lao Sun quickly sought to reassure them. This is merely a hypothesis. Let us not frighten ourselves. However, we should indeed prepare some supplies in advance. The woman reminded everyone, if extreme heat is imminent, we must stockpile not only water but also salt. Lao Sun nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of replenishing salt in scorching summer days. The woman handed a gold necklace to Lao Sun, urging him to exchange it for as much water and salt as possible. A man removed his watch, offering it to Lao Sunday. A frail 10-year-old boy approached, saying, "Dad, this watch was given to you by Grandpa when you were in college. Since Grandpa is no longer with us, you should keep it. I will give you my piggy bank." The man fondly stroked his son's head, reassuring him, "Do not worry. Grandpa up there will not blame me." Lao Sun raised his hand to halt the commotion. "Calm down. First focus on gathering wood. Let me ponder this further." He then ascended the stairs discreetly to retrieve a walkie-talkie. In the kitchen, Zhou Chen was chopping duck, preparing a dish of beer duck for lunch. Upon hearing Lao Sun's call, he set down his knife and returned to the living room. "Xiao Zhou, are you busy?" "Not at all. What is there to be busy with at home?" Lao Sun explained the situation and inquired, "Do you truly believe that extreme heat could befall us?" Zhou Chen was taken aback by how swiftly the neighbors reacted. Uncertain, but convinced that being prepared was preferable to being unprepared, Lao Sun hesitantly inquired, "What other supplies? Aside from the water tower and salt, should we stockpile?" Zhou Chen casually suggested, "Food, perhaps, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, canned goods, sugar, items with a long shelf life." With great determination, Lao Sun set out with 2 men. At the second-hand market, although food had lost some of its previous value, prices remained high. In addition to the water tower and salt, Lao Sun engaged in a protracted negotiation with Yang Ziming, ultimately trading for a substantial quantity of zombie meat. By nightfall, the neighbors were bewildered. "How did you manage to acquire so much zombie meat? It's thawing, and the meat is on the verge of spoiling." Breathless from exertion, Lao Sun hurriedly explained, "That's why we must act swiftly to cure this meat into jerky and then seal it for preservation." One of the companions remarked, "Canned goods and biscuits are prohibitively expensive. Given the current market rates, we wouldn't be able to barter for much." Lao Sun's approach is wise. Instead of purchasing those items at high prices, it is more prudent to acquire zombie meat at a lower cost for curing. Without delay, they commenced their task. Once the snow melted, a plethora of wooden furniture floated on the water's surface, which, after being salvaged and dried for an hour, was ready to be chopped for firewood. For several consecutive days, the aroma of cured meat wafted from the 15 buildings where Lao Sun and his companions resided. By the time they had labored tirelessly through the night to cure all the zombie meat into jerky, the water level outside had nearly evaporated, and the outdoor temperature soared to a staggering 50 degrees Celsius. What was even more alarming was that the temperature continued to rise by 1 degree every hour. In such oppressive heat, how could the survivors endure? The indoor air was stifling, while outside, the relentless sun beat down without a whisper of wind. The ground was scorching enough to fry an egg. Standing in one place for too long caused even the soles of shoes to melt. The broadcast issued a heat warning, advising citizens to stockpile water and salt. Upon hearing the organization's alert, the refugees in the Sakura community sprang into action. However, the market price for water towers had skyrocketed, multiplied by dozens, and with demand soaring, even those with money might struggle to acquire them. The disappointed refugees returned empty-handed, regretting not heeding Lao Sun's counsel. In contrast, Lao Sun and his companions had fared significantly better, filling 10 water towers to capacity. They had drawn out every container capable of holding water, buckets, bowls, and basins, and managed to cure over 100 pounds of jerky. While survivors clad in tank tops and shorts sweated profusely, Zhou Chen ventured out in long sleeves and trousers. The temperature-regulating clothing truly proved its worth, making him feel as though he were living in spring. Zhou Chen descended to the basement, rolled up his sleeves, and set to work on the chaotic array of vehicles, draining every fuel tank completely. With the fuel tanks in the community emptied, he continued his relentless pursuit for an entire week. Seizing the opportunity, He drained dozens of gas stations in the district, leaving only abandoned cars in his wake. Just as he contemplated moving on to the neighboring district, he encountered a squad of soldiers engaged in fuel extraction, compelling him to feign nonchalance as he merely passed by. Chapter 66. The frenzied rush for water resources. While others frantically sought supplies, Zhou Chen hoarded water. As others clamored for water, Zhou Chen stockpiled oil and vehicles. In the entire city, his wealth overflowed. The extreme heat returned, revealing the roads and low-lying structures once more. The vast majority of resources had already been seized by the military. However, limited manpower meant that numerous small supermarkets still provided a haven for desperate refugees. Grains, soaked and chilled, had spoiled and required sun-drying anew. After drying, the taste was unpleasant, accompanied by a distinct moldy odor, leading many to suffer from severe gastrointestinal distress. An increasing influx of refugees into the city indicated an escalating scarcity of resources, particularly water. The tap water had ceased to flow, and some refugees, burdened with their families, ventured to the Pujiang River in search of water, only to find the banks parched, reduced to dry yellow sand and black mud. In the face of dwindling supplies within the city, the search extended beyond its confines. Outside the city, a reservoir lay, once boasting a water level of 150 meters, now dwindled to less than 10. The banks of the reservoir were teeming with refugees, embroiled in fierce conflicts over water resources. Bang! A squad of soldiers, also hoarding water, found their leader unable to endure the chaos any longer and fired a shot into the air. Ascending to a vantage point, he hoarsely implored, "Fellow compatriots, cease your fighting. If this continues, the water will evaporate." Some refugees, realizing the futility, abandoned their fights and desperately pressed forward with their water buckets. Others, overwhelmed by despair, collapsed to the ground in tears. Old Sun, accompanied by a group of neighbors, retreated to the outskirts of the crowd. Aware that some refugees had set their sights on the heavy buckets they carried, eager to seize them, Yang Sitian unsheathed her watermelon knife without hesitation, declaring, "If you dare, come and take it." Upon returning to the community, Old Sun remained shaken. Through the intercom, he recounted the day's events to Zhou Chen. "Xiao Zhou, you cannot fathom the chaos at the reservoir today. There were at least tens of thousands fighting for water. The refugees were like madmen, and we nearly fell victim to their desperation several times." Zhou Chen was applying a hydrating facial mask. Having suffered severe sunburn on his neck and face during the week spent outdoors, his hands peeling from the harsh sun. No sun hat could shield him from the relentless ultraviolet rays. The reservoir? A round trip must take an entire day, right? Old Sun rubbed his aching thigh. "Indeed. We set off last night, and the path was filled with refugees heading to the reservoir. Filling the water took considerable time, and we returned only by evening." Zhou Chen retrieved a cold drink from the refrigerator, savoring the refreshing taste. "Since the entire city of refugees is rushing outside for water, perhaps we should consider a different approach." "What do you mean, Xiao Zhou?" "I mean, the round trip consumes too much time. Why not seek out other supplies and then trade them with the refugees for water? Wouldn't that be more efficient?" "What supplies do you think we should search for?" "Food." Old Sun exclaimed in surprise. "Food? But didn't the broadcast say that another batch of grain would arrive in a few days?" Zhou Chen was left speechless. "Let us consider that I have said nothing at all." As the call concluded, Lao Sun fell into deep contemplation. The neighbors, who were taking a break, were equally perplexed. Was Zhou Gu implying that stockpiling food held greater significance? Every resource possesses its own value. I surmise Zhou Gu emphasized the importance of water sources, yet food is equally vital. The second batch of relief supplies is about to enter the city. Should we gather those spoiled food items in hopes of exchanging them for water? Will we still venture to the reservoir tomorrow to seize water? Lao Sun proposed a compromise. "Tomorrow, we shall split into two groups. One will proceed to the reservoir, while the other will venture out to collect food." For heating advice leads to a full stomach. Chi Ro, cradling a sleeping child, wiped the sweat from her brow with one hand. "We should not merely collect food. Other supplies are essential as well. The high temperatures can easily spoil stored water, so we must find some purification tablets. I measured the surface temperature earlier, and it has already reached 70 degrees. To prepare for the likely onset of prolonged heat waves, we should gather as much salt and sugar as possible." She contemplated for a moment before glancing at a weary woman. "Hong Jia, you are already suffering from heat stroke. Please stay behind to care for the child while I go out for a few days." Yang Sitian, clutching her abdomen with concern. beckoned Chi-Ro aside. The reservoir is chaotic. I will head there tomorrow. While you are gathering supplies, remember to look for that. Chi-Ro understood immediately. Several women in the building currently lack even a single sanitary pad. The discomfort is a sensation only women can truly comprehend. They had quietly surveyed the community, discovering that all women faced the same dilemma. Wait, why don't we ask Zhou Chen? At the mention of his name, Yang Sitian was so startled that her stomachache momentarily vanished. Zhou Chen, as a man, how could he possibly have any? Yet Chi-Ro held a different opinion. While everyone else was confined indoors, Zhou Chen was the only one roaming freely. If he could procure firearms, perhaps he also gathered that particular item while collecting supplies. Chi-Ro borrowed a walkie-talkie from Lao Sun and hurried back to her room to make a discreet call. Bread? Zhou Chen was relishing a sumptuous spread, the freshly cooked beer duck bursting with flavor. Yes, what resources will you offer in exchange? Chi-Ro immediately discerned that the other party had no understanding of what she meant by bread. Blushing, she lowered her voice to a whisper. The bread I refer to is not that kind of bread. Zhou Chen paused, then finally grasped her meaning. Cough, yes. Chi-Ro dashed out, her eyes sparkling with delight as she winked at Yang Sitian. Upon reaching the stairwell, she reconsidered and rushed back to grab the child, intending to procure some formula. The sky was darkening, yet the outdoor temperature remained alarmingly high, the heat radiating upwards from the ground. One couldn't shake the feeling of having transitioned from a village on Earth to one on Mars. Chi-Ro waited by the first iron gate on the 5th floor, cradling the child. A few minutes later, the door creaked open. A dog appeared before her, dropping a black plastic bag it had clutched in its mouth onto the ground. It then fixed her with an aloof stare. The game was over. The milk powder was beyond her reach. Chi-Ro's lips twitched as she removed another Cartier bracelet from her wrist. The large yellow dog seized the bracelet in its mouth and raised a paw to close the door. Refugees trickled back, some of whom eyed Chi-Ro with ill intentions. Even as the crowd dispersed, they continued to drool over her graceful silhouette. Is it her? Yes, it is. I have been observing for several days. The residents of Building 15 venture out daily to gather supplies, while she remains home caring for her child. That woman with the dual knives is formidable, but too fierce. Ha ha ha. This woman appears delicate. The experience must be delightful. Keep a close watch. Once the others have left tomorrow, we shall immediately indulge ourselves. I heard there is a man in the community with a gun who previously warned everyone against causing trouble. Should we not be afraid? What woman would dare speak of such matters? If she keeps silent, we shall too. Who would know? Chapter 67. Conspiring against me? Transforming you into mummies. Just as dawn broke, an uproar erupted in the community. Someone was shouting hoarsely, and the next moment, the sound of shattering glass followed. A heavy object fell, echoing loudly in the morning stillness. Soon after, the screams of a woman mingled with the cries of a child. The commotion was so loud that it roused all the survivors in the neighborhood. Many assumed a robbery or violent incident had occurred. Zhou Chen shared this belief. He threw off the covers, donned a black silk robe, and rushed out with his gun in hand. His countenance was grim. On one hand, he was furious at being awakened. On the other, he was incensed that someone dared to disrupt peace in his territory. The combination of these two sentiments ignited a murderous rage within him. Help! Is anyone there to save my husband? An ambulance. A woman, barefoot and frantic, rushed downstairs, cradling a blood-soaked corpse in her arms, weeping inconsolably, while two frail children stood nearby, wailing. Another lifeless body lay on the ground next to two overturned buckets, blood pooling everywhere. A crowd gathered, unsure of what had transpired. Upon Zhou Chen's arrival, gun in hand, the refugees parted to make way for him. Who did this? The refugees remained silent, while the grieving woman, as if seeing a ray of hope, clung desperately to Zhou Chen's leg, crying, "Brother Zhou, please help. Get my husband to the hospital. He is still alive, he is still alive." It was evident to anyone that half of his head was shattered. He was beyond saving. Zhou Chen pried the bloodied hands of the woman away, approached the two corpses, and checked the carotid artery, confirming their demise. The click of the safety being disengaged echoed ominously. Zhou Chen's face turned ashen as he demanded, what on earth happened? If there truly were rioters causing trouble, he would undoubtedly take action today, eliminating them and hanging their remains at the community entrance as a stark warning. A woman, sobbing uncontrollably, shook her head. Water. She pointed towards the residents in the building, lamenting, "The water I painstakingly carried back from the reservoir is gone." A sympathetic refugee inquired, "Was it stolen? Did your husband fall while confronting a thief?" The woman, tears streaming down her face, slowly shook her head and finally replied, "No, the water in the barrel simply evaporated." The couple had toiled diligently to transport water from the reservoir, only to find it completely evaporated overnight, leaving not a drop behind. Reflecting on the severe hardships endured during the bitter cold, her husband, in despair, had jumped from the window to his death, inadvertently crushing a refugee who had just returned with water. All the water evaporated? This revelation astonished the refugees. They had all ventured to the reservoir outside the city in search of water, a journey fraught with distance and the burden of heavy loads. Exhausted upon returning home, they would collapse into sleep, awakening only to rush out again, hardly able to check the status of their water barrels and basins. Upon hearing the woman's tale, the refugees hastily turned and raced homeward. In a brief span, wails of despair echoed from every household. The precious water they had laboriously transported had vanished overnight, leaving them bereft. Similarly, Old Son and his companions found only a few intact barrels. The room filled with buckets and basins was parched, devoid of any trace of moisture. The commotion in Sakura community grew increasingly intense, awakening nearby refugees, who soon discovered that their own water had nearly evaporated, seemingly disappearing into thin air. In that moment, the air was thick with cries of anguish. "Heavenly Lord, are you forcing me to my demise?" Almost every community had refugees contemplating suicide, leaping from heights in despair. Zhou Chen, having secured his firearm, ascended to the rooftop to assess the situation with the water tower. Each tank, with a capacity of 5 tons, had already lost a fifth of its volume. At this alarming rate of evaporation, it would be but a week before not a single drop remained. On the rooftop of a certain building, a cluster of desperate refugees gathered, eyeing the neatly arranged water towers atop Building 21 with avarice, excitedly licking their lips. "Look at that. He has stockpiled a considerable amount of water. But he has a gun. I've heard the locals refer to him as Crazy Zhou, claiming he kills without hesitation. Am I blind? I can see he possesses a weapon. Regardless of whether he is Crazy Zhou, Crazy Zhang, or Crazy Li, it is the refugees lacking water who are truly mad. Brother, do you have any clever plans?" "Humph. Gather all the water-starved refugees and force him to surrender those water towers." "What if he refuses?" "Huh. If he refuses, with so many refugees, can he really shoot them all? In the end, he will have no choice but to comply." As Zhou Chen inspected the water towers one by one, an unsettling chill crept down his back. Did he sense he was being targeted? At noon, Zhou Chen routinely descended to walk his dog. In recent days, the previously desolate community had suddenly become crowded with numerous refugees. The evaporation of water resources has left a multitude of refugees deeply affected. Today, they lack the spirit to venture outdoors. Some lie at home in a stupor, while others crouch in the shadows beneath the building, lost in thought. Each wears a numb expression, their faces etched with worry. When they glimpse Zhou Chen and his robust, well-fed dog, a wave of jealousy washes over many of the refugees. Why must they endure such hardship? Why does Zhou Chen enjoy such ease? They can scarcely afford a meal, yet Zhou Chen possesses enough surplus to care for a dog? What those people say holds truth. Zhou Chen's household hoards unimaginable supplies and ought to share them with everyone. Barking. A few refugees, overwhelmed with emotion, provoke the large dog, which perceives their malevolence and growls in response. The walkie-talkie on Zhou Chen's belt crackles to life with Old Son's voice. "Xiao Zhou, I've discovered something quite alarming. Are you free to talk?" Zhou Chen removes the walkie-talkie and replies, "I'm out walking the dog. Let us discuss it when I return." Despite the unfriendly intentions of many refugees in the community, Zhou Chen strides confidently, further inciting the ire of the psychologically tormented crowd. After sauntering for nearly an hour, he returns nonchalantly to Building 21. With a decisive clang, the 2 heavy iron doors of the stairwell shut, isolating those who might attempt to follow. Zhou Chen first takes a cold shower, then retrieves a bottle of chilled cola from the refrigerator, savoring its refreshing taste. He does not summon Old Son, but instead directly activates the microphone, tapping the mic twice to test the sound. His clear voice resonates within earshot of every refugee within a kilometer. "I am Zhou Chen. I have uncovered a group of marauding thugs hiding in Sakura community. These miscreants not only wish to harm me, but also intend to target all the refugees in our community. Now, whoever exposes these thugs will be rewarded with a ton of water. Be swift, for once the water source in the tower evaporates, capturing the thugs will be of little consequence. The refugees, who had previously dismissed Zhou Chen's voice, suddenly find their eyes alight with hope. The insidious thugs, concealed within the buildings and engaging in brainwashing, are momentarily taken aback. Dozens of refugees summoned into the room exchange glances, and then they all surge forward. The thugs, terrified, realize Zhou Chen is employing a cunning strategy and urge caution. Yet, the promise of water renders them indifferent to any potential trickery. In less than 5 minutes, the group of thugs is annihilated, each one bound, and led to the foot of Building 21. The original residents of the nearby community find this scene eerily familiar. Hadn't Zhou the Mad once offered bounties for heads? Back then, the reward was 10 packets of instant noodles, but now it has transformed into a ton of water. With a firearm in his right hand and a plastic water tank beside him, Zhou Chen declares, "Here are 2 tons of water. 1 ton is the reward. The other ton is for whoever brings these thugs to the entrance and hangs them up." 10 minutes later, 5 refugees dangle upside down at the entrance of Sakura Community. Under the scorching heat of 80 degrees on the surface, it felt as if one had been cast into a furnace, leaving individuals in a state of utter despair, incessantly pleading for relief. After merely 2 hours, one could succumb to dehydration and perish. By the following afternoon, 5 corpses had transformed into mummies. The refugees in the community were paralyzed with fear at the sight of these mummies. Consequently, whenever they spotted Zhou Chen descending to walk his dog, they would take a wide berth around him. A madman. Indeed, a ruthless killer. Zhou Chen, puffing on a cigarette, chuckled coldly within. "Grandfather, I possess resources. And if arms are required, I have those as well. A bunch of destitute beggars daring to conspire against me? How amusing." Chapter 68. Uncle Bai. A crackling sound emanated from the radio as the host announced the latest report from the Meteorological Bureau. Given the current temperature fluctuations, it was anticipated that the sweltering heat would persist for the next 3 months, urging residents to stockpile water and supplies while preparing adequately for outdoor ventures. This incited the refugees to vent their frustrations, lamenting that without even water to drink, such an extended period would surely be a death sentence. The reservoirs had run dry. Where were they to hoard water? Was an artificial rain a possibility? Why had a rocket not yet been launched? However, the mood among Lao Sun and his companions was not as dire as that of the refugees. Little Zhou was indeed remarkable. The value of food in the market had surged once more, with salt becoming increasingly scarce. They had stockpiled hundreds of bags of salt. Should they seize the opportunity to barter for other supplies? Absolutely not, they cautioned. Didn't the broadcast just inform us that the heat will last for 3 months? Salt will only grow more precious. When they ventured out, they needed to maintain a low profile, performing their roles convincingly, feigning poverty to ensure the refugees remained oblivious to their stockpile of resources. I have noticed that lately. Young girls from our building have been under constant observation by several young refugees who often loiter downstairs, their demeanor suggesting ill intentions. Yang Sitian brandished 2 watermelon knives, exuding a fierce aura. With 5 mummies hanging at the entrance, who would dare cause trouble? This time, there's no need for Brother Zhou to intervene. I'll take down one if they come, and if 2 approach, I'll dispatch both. Huang Mao arrived, presenting Zhou Chen with a mountain bike. "Brother, what do you think? This is the finest mountain bike on the market. It can conquer the most challenging terrains and carve paths where none exist." Zhou Chen scrutinized the bike closely. "Is there more stock?" Huang Mao nodded vigorously. "Brother, even if there isn't, we'll make it happen. If you desire it, we shall procure it." Zhou Chen patted the bike's seat, nodding in satisfaction. "Bring me good items. What do you wish to exchange this time?" Huang Mao wore a troubled expression. "Brother, the market dynamics have shifted again. The most valuable items remain food and water, with salt now ranking 3rd. My boss has grown despondent, having amassed a pile of cash and gold jewelry. The jewelry is somewhat manageable, but money has become akin to worthless paper." Zhou Chen could hardly suppress his laughter. "Do not speak of gold and silver ornaments. Before long, even the most exquisite jewels will be as worthless as the stones found by the roadside." Huang Mao, with a face full of anticipation, inquired, "Brother, can you procure some water?" He had heard that Brother Zhou's rooftop was stocked with dozens of tons of water. Zhou Chen pretended to ponder. "Water is indeed available, but I cannot part with it in large quantities." Huang Mao's eyes lit up, and he licked his lips. "Brother, would 5 tons suffice?" Zhou Chen feigned a troubled expression and, after a moment, nodded. You must arrange for a vehicle to transport the water. Huang Mao breathed a sigh of relief. No problem. I'll fetch one shortly. Huang Mao acted swiftly. 2 hours later, he arrived with a water truck, accompanied by several associates, each brandishing a kitchen knife and wearing fierce expressions to deter any desperate looters. Zhou Chen initially intended to deliver the water in the evening, but was taken aback when Huang Mao produced a water pipe measuring 70 to 80 meters in length. Zhou Chen couldn't help but chuckle. You certainly have thought this through. Huang Mao grinned. It's not just about the water. We aim to seize the market before we perish from thirst ourselves. Zhou Chen dragged the hose upstairs, and after more than 3 hours, the 5 tons of water were dispensed. Huang Mao was overjoyed. Brother, rest assured, as long as the goods are of high quality, our gang will prioritize your selection, allowing you to choose before we cater to other clients. Zhou Chen called out to Huang Mao, who was about to leave. You must assist me in finding someone. Huang Mao paused, bewildered. Given the catastrophic typhoon and extreme cold, the city was filled with corpses, and many had gone missing. Locating someone was no simple task. Zhou Chen continued. Many individuals seek your gang's assistance in acquiring supplies, correct? Huang Mao nodded. Zhou Chen elaborated. Help me find an experienced helicopter instructor. A non-professional would suffice. I can offer supplies in exchange for tuition, ensuring he will not suffer a loss. Huang Mao nodded. No problem, I'll inquire for you. Huang Mao cheerfully drove the water truck out, but just as he exited the gate, he slammed on the brakes. What the heck? A helicopter instructor? Is Brother Zhou planning to learn to fly and roam freely? Truly a man of hidden talents. Within a few days, Huang Mao returned with several off-road motorcycles and an elderly gentleman in his 60s. The old man was unremarkable in appearance, with graying hair. Though not particularly tall, he stood upright. His lack of resources rendered him gaunt, with jaundiced eyes and severely chapped lips. Huang Mao introduced them. Brother, this is Old Man Bai. He claims to be able to fly a plane. After dismissing Huang Mao, Zhou Chen engaged in conversation with Old Man Bai. Sir, were you a soldier in the past? Old Man Bai nodded. I used to pilot bombers in the military. After retiring, I flew for civil aviation. As I aged, I transitioned to ground support. Having retired a few years ago, Zhou Chen felt a surge of respect. Thank you for your service. Old Man Bai immediately saluted. At your service. It was evident that he genuinely appreciated the recognition, and his initial anxiety began to dissipate. Are you seeking a position as a pilot? Or do you wish to learn to fly? Zhou Chen inquired. How long does it typically take to learn to fly on my own? Uncle Bai replied candidly. Generally, to fully master helicopter flight techniques, one requires at least 6 months to a year. Zhou Chen shook his head. I don't have that much time. How long would it take to acquire the most basic flying skills? Uncle Bai kindly cautioned. That could be quite perilous. Zhou Chen responded. There's no choice. Resources are scarce in the city. I wish to venture out to assess the situation. Would a week suffice? After much contemplation, Uncle Bai replied, it is feasible. But many skills can only be gradually discovered through practical flying experience. Zhou Chen selected a motorcycle, asking, can you ride? Uncle Bai, taken aback, affirmed, of course. Zhou Chen continued, please provide me with an address. I will deliver the tuition fee to your home later. The helicopter is outside the city, and we can ride out daily to learn. Uncle Bai nodded, contemplating saying something, yet ultimately refrained. He wanted to broach the topic of supplies, not out of greed for abundance, but because he had heard from Huang Mao that Zhou Chen possessed precious water resources, which prompted his hasty visit. However, given that he had yet to offer anything in return, he hesitated to make demands. That evening, Zhou Chen pretended to stroll in the dark with a flashlight. The desolate street was devoid of life, save for refugees scavenging for supplies. Not even a rat remained. In truth, all the city's rats had been consumed by the desperate. Zhou Chen approached a secluded corner, retrieving a pickup truck from his space. He loaded it with a bag of rice, a bag of flour, several pounds of potatoes, several pounds of sweet potatoes, a ton of water, and 2 bags of salt. These supplies would drive any survivor to madness with desire. Uncle Bai resided in a charming standalone villa, offering considerable privacy. This place had previously been flooded, and amidst the oppressive heat, nostalgic souls like Uncle Bai had returned. When seawater inundated the city, many perished. Now, most homes stood empty. Zhou Chen parked the vehicle at Uncle Bai's doorstep and honked the horn. Having awaited this moment, Uncle Bai hurriedly opened the door upon hearing the horn. His wife, concerned, followed him out with a flashlight, while their 2 small grandchildren remained silent upstairs. Zhou Chen unloaded the supplies one by one, leaving Uncle Bai astonished. Xiaozhou, why have you brought me so many supplies? Although they had agreed to use supplies as tuition, the quality and quantity far exceeded his expectations, especially the water and salt, which were truly invaluable. Chapter 69. Learning to fly under the radar. Zhou Chen left the city under the cover of night, finding a deserted mountaintop. The summit was lush with trees and overgrown with weeds, yet there was a flat area suitable for landing a helicopter. With refugees flocking to the city, there was little concern about prying eyes. The following morning, just after Zhou Chen finished breakfast, the sound of a motorcycle horn echoed from downstairs. Peering out the window, he confirmed that it was indeed Uncle Bai arriving. Old Bai sat upon his motorcycle, observing the surrounding refugees carrying water buckets in search of sustenance. He reflected upon the ton of water that Zhou Chen had brought the previous night, which greatly eased his mind. Zhou Chen descended the stairs with the robust dog. Da Huang. Bai was taken aback by the sight of the well-fed, sturdy mutt. With all the city's animals consumed by the refugees, few pets remained. Yet Zhou Chen had managed to keep a dog. Furthermore, Zhou Chen was still clad in the long sleeves and trousers from yesterday. Xiaozhou, you risk heat stroke dressing like that, Bai admonished, feeling the sweat bead on his own forehead after just a brief exposure in his tank top and shorts. Zhou Chen chuckled. My constitution differs from that of ordinary folk. I fear the cold, not the heat. Da Huang excitedly leapt onto the vehicle, placing its paws on the fuel tank. The duo rode the mountain motorcycle out of the city. Despite being in his 60s, Bai maneuvered the motorcycle with remarkable agility. Truly, exceptional soldiers are individuals of many talents. Zhou Chen scrutinized old Bai, who carried an antiquated military water bottle in an old satchel. To conserve resources, the bottle was not filled to the brim, producing a gentle clinking sound as they bumped along. The satchel appeared deflated, likely containing only a couple of flatbreads as provisions. A rusted kitchen knife was tucked into the belt at his lower back, devoid of any bloodstains, suggesting it had never been wielded against a person. Along the way, they encountered numerous refugees. Those whose legs had failed them gazed at the motorcycle with envy. The sight of the robust dog perched at the front only intensified their longing. Some refugees rushed forward, intent on seizing the dog, but Bai's instinct was to dissuade them. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Zhou Chen dashed ahead, brandishing a hammer and striking down upon a refugee's head. Bai was momentarily stunned, glancing back at the fallen victim, rendered speechless. As civilization crumbled and morality decayed, the once innocent were forced into villainy, while the wicked grew even more malevolent. Even military vehicles laden with relief supplies were nearly overrun outside the city. The era of peace had long since dissipated. Zhou Chen led Bai to a mountaintop, halting before a patch of grass. Please conceal the motorcycle. I shall check if the helicopter remains. He then ventured into the woods, ensuring the area was deserted before retrieving the helicopter from his storage. Afterward, he returned to guide old Bai to the site. Bai raised his thumb in approval. I've heard tales of refugees venturing into the mountains to hunt. Your audacity to leave it here is commendable. Carefully inspecting the helicopter, he commenced his verbal instruction. Though the foundational knowledge was the same, Bai's explanations far surpassed those of the golden-haired, blue-eyed proprietor Liu. Remember what I just conveyed, but bear in mind that theoretical knowledge is merely that. To master the art of flying, one must learn through practical experience. The two ascended into the helicopter, with Da Huang following suit. From the moment they boarded the aircraft, Bai's demeanor transformed entirely. With an air of confidence and composure, as if piloting not a helicopter but merely a child's toy, Zhou Chen couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of the seasoned veteran, who had once flown combat missions. The grace and authority exuded by the pilot were qualities he felt he could never attain. Let me take you for a spin, the pilot offered. As the rotor blades began to whirl, they stirred the parched grass surrounding them. Ascending into the sky, the mountains diminished in size, and the refugees below appeared as tiny as ants. The pilot, Mr. Bai, diligently narrated various essential points of flying while maneuvering the helicopter. However, his incessant talking left his lips parched and cracked. Zhou Chen feigned rummaging through his bag, producing 2 bottles of mineral water. He twisted open one cap and offered it to Mr. Bai, who shook his head in refusal, saying, "You drink it. I have a water bottle." Zhou Chen insisted, and only then did Mr. Bai stretch out his hand to accept it. After a scenic tour, the helicopter landed once more on the mountaintop. It was midday, and they sought refuge under the shade of a tree. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Mr. Bai was reluctant to drink too much water, finding satisfaction in merely moistening his lips. He gazed at the increasingly desiccated forest and lamented, "I fear that in another half-month, the trees on this mountain will wither away." Zhou Chen refrained from countering him, focusing instead on collecting stones to construct a rudimentary stove. If he were alone in the wilderness, he would have set up a tent by now, unfurling a solar panel and directing a fan towards himself. Yet, with company present, he felt compelled to maintain a low profile. However, his notion of modesty was quite ostentatious in comparison to the survivors of the current refugee crisis. A frying pan, bowls and chopsticks, bottled water, ready-to-cook ingredients, and seasonings were laid out before him. Mr. Bai was once again taken aback and quickly interjected, "Xiao Zhou, quickly put away those supplies. I brought some flatbreads. If you didn't tea-pack any food, I can share." Zhou Chen unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and poured it into the pot, causing Mr. Bai to wince at the extravagance. The youth of today seemed to live lavishly, oblivious to the hardships of life. Seeing Mr. Bai perspiring profusely, Zhou Chen worried he might suffer from heat exhaustion. "Rest assured, I am well aware," he reassured. Mr. Bai transformed into a concerned elder in an instant. "You think you know what you're doing? Don't eat as if there's no tomorrow. Times are not like before. Every bit saved counts, and the extreme heat will last for 3 more months. Who knows what conditions await us in 3 months?" The mountains were abundant with firewood. Within just 5 meters, Zhou Chen gathered a bundle of dry twigs, easily pulling apart the brittle grass. He kindled a fire and first brewed a pot of refreshing tea. Next, he added oil to the pan and sautéed marinated meat with green peppers, filling the air with tantalizing aromas. In merely half an hour, Zhou Chen prepared 3 dishes and a soup, alongside a generous serving of Yangzhou fried rice, stir-fried pork, cold shredded chicken, cucumber salad, and tomato egg soup. He was determined not to shortchange himself, were it not for the need to remain discreet. He would have relished roasting a leg of lamb paired with beer. Mr. Bai has always been composed and restrained, yet he was taken aback by the delectable dishes laid out upon the stones. What appeared to be mere home-cooked meals were, for the current refugees, an unimaginable delicacy. Zhou Chen served him a bowl of fried rice, stating, "I neglected to mention last night that if you teach me to pilot the aircraft, I shall provide you with 2 meals a day. So please, indulge without reservation." Mr. Bai gazed at the ham and pea fried rice in his hands, overwhelmed by emotion. Noticing Mr. Bai's reluctance to serve himself, Zhou Chen deliberately remarked, "The heat is quite oppressive. If we eat too slowly, might these dishes spoil?" With the surface temperature at 80 degrees and no refrigeration, it was indeed a concern. Upon realizing this, Mr. Bai finally allowed himself to eat heartily. De Huang, accustomed to meat, attempted to snag a piece for himself, but was promptly directed by Zhou Chen to consume his dog food instead. Later that afternoon, the two took another flight, and upon landing, Mr. Bai enthusiastically continued to elaborate on flying precautions. Zhou Chen, seeking a brief respite, cleverly devised an excuse to send Mr. Bai away first, allowing him to stow the helicopter in its designated space. Riding back to the city on a motorcycle, they arrived by 9 p.m. In the following days, they consistently left early and returned late. Occasionally, en route back, they would seize supplies from marauders. Mr. Bai had grown accustomed to Zhou Chen's audacious actions, as they only targeted criminals who preyed upon others, and he had no objections. Moreover, Zhou Chen shared half of the seized goods with him. And after several days of improved meals, Mr. Bai's previously gaunt cheeks had filled out noticeably. Zhou Chen believed he was maintaining a low profile, yet he unwittingly attracted the attention of a crowd. As Chapter 70 unfolds, Zhou Chen piloted the helicopter back to the mountaintop, spotting a group of refugees standing on the plain from a distance. 2 off-road motorcycles hidden in the grass had been discovered by the refugees, and had it not been for the absence of keys, they might have already been ridden away. As the helicopter approached, the refugees brandished knives and clubs defiantly. Zhou Chen was about to switch positions with Mr. Bai in the co-pilot seat, intending to retrieve a weapon, when a small squad of armed soldiers emerged from the woods. The presence of these soldiers instantly subdued the refugees. One of them attempted to take a motorcycle, but was halted by the soldiers. There was no need for haste. They descended slowly and steadily until the helicopter landed smoothly and came to a complete stop. Mr. Bai suggested, "I shall go up and inquire." Zhou Chen nodded, disembarking to watch Mr. Bai approach an officer. Mr. Bai introduced himself, and the officer, with a demeanor of respect, promptly returned a military salute. "Mr. by reciprocated before commencing their dialogue. After 5 minutes, he signaled Zhou Chen to join him. As Zhou Chen approached, Mr. Bai introduced him, saying, "Xiao Zhou, this is Captain He." Captain He, saluting with cracked lips, said, "Good day, Mr. Zhou. My surname is He Guang. We wish to requisition your helicopter. Though it is not mandatory, I wonder if that would be convenient for you." Zhou Chen flatly declined. "It is not convenient." Commander, he felt a deep sense of disappointment, his eyes betraying an urgent concern. "Mr. Zhou, the situation is as follows. A small team of ours was dispatched to Hangzhou for water transport, originally scheduled to return in 3 days. However, 5 days have now elapsed, and we wish to borrow your helicopter to ascertain the true circumstances, facilitating our subsequent actions." Zhou Chen remained silent. The journey from Magic City to Hangzhou takes less than 2.5 hours, even in the event of a natural disaster damaging the roads. A round trip should not exceed a day. Could it be that a nefarious gang has emerged, one of considerable strength? Zhou Chen directly inquired, "Is the road unsafe?" Commander, he nodded, hesitating for a moment before responding, "It is not only the roads. In order to maintain social stability, certain matters must remain concealed from the public." Alas, following the typhoon, seawater surged into the city. The warden of Shaoshan prison acted swiftly, opening all the cells at the first opportunity. Some of the escaped inmates perished in the bitter cold, others went missing, while a portion has taken to banditry. Magic City is currently facing a water shortage, prompting the organization to send a contingent of soldiers to Qiandao Lake for water transport, an area now infested with bandit groups composed of these very inmates. The prolonged absence of their comrades has caused great anxiety within the organization, particularly for Commander He, for those soldiers are under his command. However, the roads have been severely damaged, necessitating a full day of travel, and any encounters with marauders would further delay their efforts. Thus, upon discovering helicopters in the sky over the past few days, they sought to follow the flight traces to find assistance. Zhou Chen was reluctant to lend out his helicopter. It was his sole machine, and what if it were to sustain damage? Yet, upon observing Commander He and the 5 gaunt soldiers behind him, their faces pale, lips chapped and cracked from prolonged exposure to the elements, Zhou Chen found himself wavering. Just as he hesitated, one soldier suddenly collapsed, startling everyone. "Li Xiaoyang has fainted. Quick, give him some salt water." All the soldiers, including Commander He, hastily retrieved their water bottles, but combined, they could not yield a single drop. Uncle Bai swiftly unfastened his own water bottle and handed it over. After a considerable time, the unconscious soldier finally stirred awake, though his heat stroke was severe, leaving him without the strength to stand. This scene stirred profound emotions within Zhou Chen. In such dire circumstances, these soldiers' families may have perished in the disaster or gone missing. Yet they steadfastly remained at their posts. Uncle Bai observed that Zhou Chen had been swayed. Zhou Chen, feeling a flush of embarrassment, said, "Well then, you may take it. Just remember to return it to me." Commander He, overwhelmed with gratitude, stepped forward with alacrity, grasping Zhou Chen's hands firmly. "Thank you. We are immensely grateful. Rest assured, I will return the helicopter within 3 days." Zhou Chen waved his hand. "You may proceed." Commander He, somewhat awkwardly, replied, We still need to find a pilot." Uncle Bai chuckled. "What are you looking for?" "I am a ready-made pilot." Commander He then summoned a soldier, Xiao Long. "Take the brothers back to the city. Be cautious on the road. I will set off immediately to ascertain the situation of our comrades." Uncle Bai departed with Captain He, leaving Zhou Chen with an inexplicable sense of loss. Upon reflection, it struck him, his dog was still aboard the aircraft. The creature had been blissfully asleep in the rear seat, and in the rush of landing, he had forgotten to summon it down. That robust, well-fed dog wouldn't fall prey to Captain He, would it? As Zhou Chen gazed vacantly at the sky, a soldier named Xiao Long mistook his reverie for reluctance to leave the plane. "Mr. Zhou," he called, "night is fast approaching. It would be safer for you to return to the city with us." Snapping back to reality, Zhou Chen noticed 5 soldiers before him, one of whom was being carried by his comrades due to heat stroke. "Did you drive here?" he inquired. Xiao Long shook his head. "All available vehicles were dispatched to transport water. We rode motorcycles, but they've likely been taken by refugees by now. Does that mean we must walk back?" Zhou Chen pondered aloud. In the sweltering heat, with the relentless sun beating down at all hours, they hadn't a drop of water. This was dire indeed. He produced 2 sets of keys. "You may use these 2 motorcycles." Xiao Long hesitated. "What about you? with a nonchalant wave of his hand. Zhou Chen turned and darted into the woods. I have another one stashed. Before long, Zhou Chen emerged from the trees, riding a modest motorcycle, and tossed a bottle of mineral water to each soldier. The men were taken aback, astonished by his generosity. Is this for real? One exclaimed. Zhou Chen opened a bottle and downed half in one go. Drink up, it's all from my stash in the mountains. The soldiers, parched and acutely aware of the water's scarcity, opened their bottles but only dared to sip cautiously. The soldier suffering from heat stroke was given a few mouthfuls. Yet his condition showed no signs of improvement. Such severe heat exhaustion could not be remedied merely with water. Upon descending the mountain, Xiao Long dismounted and searched for their hidden motorcycles, but alas, they were nowhere to be found. Though they were old and worn, they represented a vital means of transportation in that moment, and the loss was disheartening. On the bumpy road, 3 motorcycles rode side by side. The soldier who had lost his motorcycle wore a dejected expression. In such oppressive heat, relying solely on their legs would not only waste precious time, but could ultimately lead to their demise from thirst on the road. Zhou Chen pressed the horn, instantly capturing the attention of the 4 soldiers who turned to face him. Brothers, might you part with some intelligence? These 2 mountain bikes are yours. Xiao Long appeared torn. That is complicated. Zhou Chen pressed on. I'm not trying to complicate matters. Surely you can share information that doesn't contravene regulations. In exchange for an additional ton of clean water? Xiao Long, intrigued yet cautious, replied, that is feasible, but you must specify what information you seek. Understand that if it's something we can't divulge, not even 10 tons of water will suffice. Zhou Chen, straightforward as ever, inquired, where might I find an M134 minigun in the Demon City? Xiao Long was taken aback. The bike's throttle twisted to its limit as he sped away. 3 days passed, and Zhou Chen had yet to catch a glimpse of the helicopter. It was as if Captain He and Uncle Bai had vanished into thin air. Madame Bai, enduring the sweltering heat, sought out Zhou Chen several times. Unable to remain idle, Zhou ventured to the temporary organizational shelter to gather information. The entire city was under military control, with the surviving local officials aiding in the management of all affairs. After a lengthy inquiry, he finally located the soldier who had succumbed to heat stroke in a hospital that also served as a temporary refuge, where rows of tents stretched endlessly before him. The calamity had resulted in significant losses of medical personnel and equipment, rendering the place remarkably rudimentary. Do you remember me? Zhou inquired. Who are you? The soldier, lying in bed, replied, his severe heat stroke leaving him dizzy. Zhou patiently reminded him, 3 days ago, your commander borrowed my helicopter outside the city on the mountain. The soldier weakly nodded, acknowledging the incident. Zhou hastily asked, where's your camp? I need to consult Xiao Long about something. As soon as the soldier disclosed the location, he turned and violently retched, clutching his head in discomfort. The agony of heat stroke was unbearable. Although the makeshift hospital had fans, the air they circulated was scorching, making any hope of relief elusive. Feigning the act of rummaging through his pockets, Zhou discreetly retrieved 2 vials of Huaxiang Zhengqi liquid from his space and quietly slipped them into the soldier's hand. To one's surprise, the reality was daunting. Beyond the injured survivors of the disaster lay countless patients afflicted by heat-related ailments. As Zhou stepped out of the tent, he witnessed 2 medical personnel carrying a corpse past him. In such extreme heat, failure to manage the deceased promptly could lead to the outbreak of disease. Without delay, Zhou raced to the military encampment, reaching the entrance just as Xiao Long hurriedly led a squad of soldiers outside. They paired off, each mounting a dilapidated motorcycle. Zhou rushed forward. Squad leader Xiao Long appeared taken aback. It's you. Zhou stated his purpose directly. Has your commander not returned yet? Xiao Long's expression darkened. We just received word that Commander He and his men have been captured by those bandits. What nonsense is this? Wasn't he only supposed to borrow the helicopter for a reconnaissance flight? How could he be captured midair? Xiao Long, anxious, replied, Mr. Zhou, I lack the time to explain. We must head to Qiandao Lake immediately to rescue our commander and the others. Zhou grasped the front of Xiao Long's motorcycle. Take me with you. If the commander was captured, surely his helicopter had also fallen into the hands of the bandits. This was utterly unacceptable. That helicopter was the sole one he had acquired in exchange for an entire truckload of spoiled cabbage. Unable to dissuade Zhou, Xiao Long rode off on his motorcycle. After a stretch, he glanced back and noticed Zhou was indeed trailing closely behind. As they continued, Xiao Long turned again to find Zhou had vanished. Moments later, A formidable vehicle appeared at the rear of the convoy, a brand new Kamaz, soaring over the damaged road. Zhou honked the horn and leaned out the window. Get in. Beneath the oppressive heat, with the ground temperature reaching 80 degrees Celsius, even riding a motorcycle posed the risk of severe heat stroke. The soldier hastily moved the motorcycle to the rear compartment, as the air conditioning from the front began to flow into the back, emitting a refreshing breeze that elicited sighs of comfort from each soldier. How delightful! It felt as though they had returned to the summer days before the calamity, when the cool air from the AC would invigorate their minds. Xiaolong, seated in the passenger seat, surveyed his surroundings. Had he not been clad in military attire, he might have reached out to touch the interior. Mr. Zhou, where did you acquire this vehicle? Curious to know? Then you must first answer my previous question. Zhou Chen skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, harnessing the rugged capabilities of the vehicle as he drove at a rapid pace. Along the road, a multitude of ragged refugees approached the city of Mo, their eyes widening at the sight of the vehicle. A group of assailants surged forward to block their path, prompting Xiaolong to chamber around, ready to issue a warning. However, in an instant, his body lurched forward. Zhou Chen accelerated and crashed into them. The impact sent the charging refugees flying like kites with severed strings. Xiaolong was horrified. What are you doing? Zhou Chen remained expressionless. Conserve your ammunition. If warnings were effective, supply trucks wouldn't be ambushed on their way into the city. Xiaolong felt a surge of indignation. Perhaps he merely wanted to ask for a drink of water. Zhou Chen shot him a glance. Oh, do you have water to offer him? If you give one refugee water, countless others will swarm, and if you cannot provide for them, you may not even survive yourself. Xiaolong swallowed hard. Zhou Chen's words were far from alarmist. In their unit, one squad had suffered an irrational attack by desperate refugees, resulting in the death of a comrade on the spot. Moreover, they truly had no water. Each soldier's canteen contained only a fifth of its capacity. If they reached their destination without finding a water source, even those they rescued might not return alive. This wretched disaster had deprived the common folk of water, and this was merely the beginning. On their journey, they encountered similar situations repeatedly. With no exception, all were met with force. The highway to Hang City was fraught not only with refugees blocking the road, but also with bandits claiming territory and illegally demanding supplies. Refugees without provisions had two grim options: to turn back or to traverse mountains to evade the bandits' control. Returning was not a viable option either, as they would still have to pay a toll. Scaling the mountains required further exertion, and under the sweltering heat, many refugees succumbed to the sun or died of thirst before they could even ascend the slopes. The bandits had set up a blockade at the highway toll station, using wooden stakes to obstruct the exit. A dozen bandits stationed there spotted the imposing Kamaz from afar, greed etched on their faces. Zhou Chen slammed on the accelerator. Open fire. Xiaolong hesitated. No, we don't have many bullets left. Let us just pay the toll. We carry supplies. Zhou Chen, impatient, clicked his tongue and reached into his bag with one hand, producing an AK. Use mine, hurry. Xiaolong was astonished. Where did you acquire that? Zhou Chen retorted. Do you think these scoundrels covet your supplies, or are they more enamored with this vehicle? Xiaolong was suddenly enlightened. Without a moment's hesitation, he chambered around and opened the window to unleash a barrage of gunfire. The hail of bullets felled several bandits wielding knives, while the remaining ruffians scattered in panic. Seizing the opportunity, the refugees, previously obstructed, broke through the checkpoint and desperately fled toward the city of demons. As the vehicle burst through the checkpoint, Zhou Chen sharply turned the steering wheel, positioning the vehicle sideways in the middle of the road. He snatched his gun back from Xiaolong and opened the window to fire fiercely at the group of bandits. Quick on his feet, Xiaolong exited the vehicle, using the front as cover to shoot at the fleeing criminals. Soldiers from the truck leaped out. The majority of the bandits lay dead or wounded, with only two managing to escape into the woods. Squad leader, shall we pursue? Pursue what nonsense? Get in the vehicle and don't waste ammunition. Zhou Chen fired into the air, the scorching shells dropping at his feet. He bellowed defiantly. Go back and tell your leader to keep his eyes wide open. If you dare to obstruct my vehicle again, I will wipe out your lair. Chapter 72. A bold and arrogant fellow upon returning to the vehicle. Zhou Chen noticed Xiaolong fastening his seatbelt. What is the hurry? Hurry up and search for supplies. Upon hearing this, Xiaolong found it quite reasonable and quickly jumped out of the car. In a matter of minutes, they had cleared the toll station of all its supplies: potatoes, flatbreads, and dozens of pounds of moldy bread and steamed buns, all procured by the bandits from the refugees. They also found 2 barrels of water, albeit of poor quality and with an unpleasant odor, yet still the most precious source of water they could acquire. A group of soldiers watched as more and more refugees gathered, yet they only took 1 barrel of water. As soon as they departed, the desperate refugees, their eyes gleaming with greed, surged forward to snatch the supplies, brandishing knives and clubs. Sitting in the vehicle, Xiao Long observed through the rearview mirror as the refugees fought viciously over the provisions, a pang of guilt washing over him. He felt that his good intentions had led to disastrous consequences. In less than 200 kilometers, they encountered over a dozen checkpoints established by bandits. Some refugees surrendered their supplies and moved on, while those unable to produce anything were left helplessly stranded. Some bandits, not only illegally demanding supplies, even targeted women, dragging them into the woods to satisfy their vile desires, including some underage girls. Husbands, fiercely protective of their wives, fathers, desperate for their daughters, who were not shot on the spot, were left dying on the ground, gasping for breath until they succumbed. These despicable bastards. Xiao Long gritted his teeth in rage. At subsequent checkpoints, he took the initiative to engage before Zhou Chen could act. When his ammunition ran dry, he resorted to fists and kicks, blood staining his military uniform. As they approached Qiandao Lake, merely 3 kilometers away, regret began to gnaw at him. After the calamity, their ammunition had become scarce, every bullet counted. Now, holding an empty gun, how could he possibly rescue the company commander and the others? Zhou Chen turned the steering wheel to the left, guiding the Kamaz deep into the woods. Xiao Long and the others unloaded the motorcycle, realizing that the bandits holding their commander had considerable power. They had not gathered even the slightest details about the situation and, now without ammunition, felt utterly helpless. Zhou Chen produced a small speaker and inquired, "Who among you can help me install this on the motorcycle?" Xiao Long, puzzled, asked why. Zhou Chen, somewhat irritated, replied, "Of course, it is to retrieve my helicopter." Xiao Long waved his hand dismissively. "Wait, let's first devise a strategy." Zhou Chen tossed the small speaker at Xiao Long, exclaiming, "What strategy? You can't even produce a single bullet. Any strategy would be tantamount to courting death." At these words, the 10 soldiers, including Xiao Long, glared at him in indignation. "Isn't this your fault? We had prepared the supplies for our journey, but you insisted on confronting them directly. In our fervor, we inadvertently expended all our ammunition. Nevertheless, without Zhou Chen's vehicle, they could not have reached this location in merely 3 hours, enjoying the comfort of air conditioning along the way. Now that they had just disembarked, they were already sweating profusely. Zhou Chen instructed, "Trust me, let us find a concealed spot to rest. After dark, we will ascertain the bandits' stronghold. I'll take the lead." "You'll take the lead?" The 10 of them echoed in disbelief. Zhou Chen maintained a stern expression. "Then go ahead, drop into the bandits' den, and wait for the main force to rescue you." The 10 fell silent. Before the natural disaster struck, a single police station would have sufficed to intimidate all the bandits. Now, military and police forces were engaged in addressing civilian issues. The entire nation was a disaster zone, and there were not enough personnel to secure supplies, let alone a large force to come to their aid. Subsequently, they found a cave to rest. Zhou Chen seized the opportunity to store the Kamaz within his spatial pocket. The cave was modest in size, its entrance concealed by dense underbrush, making it difficult to detect. One soldier set about installing the small speaker and tested its sound quality. Zhou Chen replaced the magazine in his weapon, deliberately ignoring the envious gazes of Xiao Long and the others, and found a spot to close his eyes and rest. As night fell, Xiao Long, accompanied by 2 comrades, stealthily exited the cave and returned in the dead of night. The 7 soldiers who remained immediately gathered around, with 10 heads huddled together. They listened as Xiao Long scribbled on a notepad. The group of prisoners had taken control of the entire Qiandao Lake as their base, numbering at least 500, with dozens armed with firearms. The armed prisoners were likely the backbone of the base, possibly death row inmates. Regardless of their previous crimes, having become death row inmates, they would do anything for freedom and survival. Upon hearing Xiao Long's account, the group was consumed with worry. "Squad leader, not only do we lack ammunition, but even if we had it, our 10 firearms could not contend with their dozens." One suggested, "What if we feign capture, infiltrate their ranks, and locate our commander first?" Zhou Chen, ears perked, kept his eyes closed, continuing to rest. In the morning, he awoke to a rustling sound and saw Xiao Long and the others preparing to depart. He remarked, "Did I not tell you that I would go first?" Xiao Long, disinterested, replied, "Mr. Zhou, this matter does not concern you. It is best if you do not interfere. Regardless of the risks, we must infiltrate to locate the captain and our comrades." Zhou Chen rose from the ground, twisting his waist to loosen his body. "How can you say it has nothing to do with me? My helicopter is still in the hands of those bandits." He continued, "If you are so eager to be martyrs, I shall not impede you. But if you wish to save your captain and fellow soldiers alive, you might consider my approach first. Being a martyr is indeed honorable, but what surpasses that is returning home alive with glory." Their decision to stealthily infiltrate was born from desperation, fraught with peril and minimal reward. If discovered, they would either be imprisoned or meet a glorious demise. And regardless of the outcome, it was unlikely they would rescue their own. Xiao Long hesitated for a moment. "What good plan do you have?" Zhou Chen waved his hand grandly. "First, let us fill our stomachs." Xiao Long replied, "Breakfast consists of compressed biscuits." It was Zhou Chen's first encounter with them. He broke off a piece and placed it in his mouth, the dry crumbs filling his mouth until he washed it down with half a bottle of water. The soldier, observing Zhou Chen's vigorous drinking, felt a pang of dismay at such perceived wastefulness. There was more waste to come. Zhou Chen poured the remaining half bottle of mineral water over his head for a rudimentary wash. Standing under the sun, his hair dried within a minute. He then sprayed it with styling spray and arranged it with his hands. Stretching out his long legs, he mounted the motorcycle. "Try not to leave the cave to avoid detection and await my news." The 9 soldiers looked at their squad leader with doubt. "Squad leader, can he really do it? He seems rather unreliable. Might he sell us out for the helicopter?" The bandits, composed of prisoners, had established their base in the picturesque Thousand Island Lake region. Along the roads leading to this scenic area, hidden sentries were stationed every 100 meters. In the woods, the outermost sentry was taken aback by the scene before him. He grabbed his walkie-talkie. "Attention, there is a rather audacious fellow heading towards the base." The other sentries, who had been idly chatting, immediately became alert. Someone inquired via the radio, "How audacious?" The reply came, "Very audacious. You'll see for yourselves." From the motorcycle, loud, energetic music blared. "Friends on the mountain. Friends in the trees. Come join me. Let us move to the beat." Zhou Chen, having meticulously styled his hair, puffed on a cigarette as he sped along on the motorcycle. His demeanor exuded a sense of invincibility, as if this place were not a bandit stronghold, but rather his own domain. Chapter 73. Infiltrating the prisoner's base. Thousand Island Lake, renowned for its verdant hills and clear waters, was now parched under the sweltering heat. With only a few small ponds remaining, guarded by bandits. The trees stand desiccated, their leaves long fallen, leaving the mountains dotted with bare trunks of various sizes. It is said that a rather audacious and arrogant individual has arrived, where a ticket booth has been transformed into a fortified entrance, guarded by a group of armed ruffians. These men are hardened criminals, formerly condemned to death, each bearing fierce expressions, their bare arms adorned with an array of tattoos. The pulsating rhythm of vibrant music echoes from afar, and around the bend of the road, a motorcycle appears, racing at an astonishing speed. The rider sways to the music, a submachine gun slung across his back. The multitude of armed bandits raises their weapons, yet the rider does not flee. Instead, he rides directly before them. The bandits exchange glances, for this is the most daring survivor they have encountered. Zhou Chen skids to a halt, silencing the music. He pinches his cigarette between his fingers, elegantly flicking off the ash. "Tell your boss that a grand opportunity has arrived. Quickly bring forth fine wine and exquisite dishes. It's sweltering out here. And don't forget a glass of cola with ice." Arrogance. Indeed, sheer audacity. With 20 guns aimed at him, he remains unfazed, demanding delicacies. A small leader steps forward. "Brother, do you even know where you are?" Zhou Chen nonchalantly places the cigarette in his mouth, casting a disdainful glance. You dare to call me brother?" The small leader, accustomed to swagger, is momentarily taken aback. "Kid, you should be mindful of your bravado. Do you even know where this is?" Zhou Chen abruptly extinguishes his cigarette on the leader's face. "You talk too much. It's just a bunch of prisoners. If not for your little power, I wouldn't even bother looking your way." The small leader, scorched by the cigarette, fuming with rage, attempts to draw his weapon, but is immediately restrained by several others. "Qingge, this man might have significant connections. We should inform the boss. If there is truly a grand opportunity, we cannot afford to disappoint him. The small leader spits a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground, pointing a finger. Kid, you better be here to discuss business, or I'll have you chopped up and fed to the dogs. Zhou Chen, embodying unyielding arrogance, pulls a fresh orange from his pocket. Peeling it, he flings the rind at the leader's face. Little pauper, mind your dog-like paws. If you continue to point fingers, I'll cleave you in two. And your boss won't utter a single word. All the bandits' eyes widen, including that of the small leader. An orange? In the entirety of Hangzhou. Their base possesses the most abundant supplies and formidable strength, yet they cannot produce a single orange. After the calamity, all fruit has rotted, and fruit trees have been devastated. To taste a single piece of fruit is akin to reaching for the heavens. Yet this audacious individual savors what they dare not even dream of. No wonder he exudes such arrogance. At this moment, every bandit at the entrance recognizes Zhou Chen's formidable presence. The small leader swallows hard, his anger dissipating as he turns and strides towards the base. Shortly thereafter, he returns with a refined middle-aged man, possessing an air of elegance but with a glint of malevolence in his eyes. Compared to the brutish bandits, this man is the most formidable and cunning of them all. Zhou Chen lit another cigarette, tossing the remaining half-pack to the surrounding bandits. While there was tobacco at the base, only the 10 leaders were deemed worthy of indulging. Despite their status as armed enforcers, their rank was not particularly high, and it was only through noteworthy deeds that they might be rewarded with a couple of cigarettes to satisfy their cravings. The half-pack was insufficient for distribution. 2 or 3 would huddle together, taking turns to savor a puff. It was the arrival of the second brother. The bandits hastily cleared a path. A middle-aged man approached Zhou Chen, a smile plastered across his face. Young friend, I have heard that you seek to engage us in significant business? Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively, his expression revealing his displeasure. Is this how you treat guests at your base? On a sweltering day, you leave someone waiting at the entrance to discuss business? The middle-aged man quickly gestured for him to enter. Please, young friend, do come inside. Zhou Chen removed his car keys and tossed them to one of the bandits. Clean my vehicle. The base was situated on an island, with the core of this group of prisoners located on the highest point, Meifeng Island. Before the natural disaster, one would need a boat to reach the island. But now, with the lake having dried up, one could simply tread along the cracked muddy paths to get there. Zhou Chen fanned himself with a leaf, engaging in casual conversation with the middle-aged man. From your accent, I gather you are from the Magic City? Indeed, a native of the Magic City, though I haven't returned in several years. Upon my return, the world has transformed. You haven't been in the Magic City for the past few years? I was abroad, engaging in minor business ventures. Oh, may I inquire which country you operated in and what business you pursued? Not far, in Myanmar, dealing with some minor dealings. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man and a junior leader exchanged incredulous glances. Zhou Chen smiled nonchalantly. Don't look at me like that. Your base isn't short of talent. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. I am merely astonished by your candor. Zhou Chen scoffed lightly. In the past, one had to conceal their intentions, fearing capture and execution. But times have changed. The bolder you are, the less others dare to provoke you. If I hadn't engaged in business for several years, would I have the audacity to come here and conduct dealings with a group of prisoners? The middle-aged man clasped his hands in a seemingly deepening smile, though his underlying skepticism remained unshaken. Recently, the base had been housing a group of soldiers. The military was full of hidden talents. Who could say if someone might disguise themselves as an ordinary survivor to infiltrate the base? In such uncertain circumstances, he did not trust a word spoken by Zhou Chen. Ascending the final step, they arrived at a structure reminiscent of ancient architecture. Several armed bandits stood at the entrance, demanding Zhou Chen surrender his weapon upon sight. The middle-aged man offered an apologetic smile. Young friend, this is our protocol. As long as you sincerely wish to engage in business, we shall return your firearm to you intact upon your departure. However, should anyone attempt to exploit this opportunity under the guise of business, Zhou Chen chose to ignore the latter half of the veiled threat, removing his weapon and tossing it aside. Look at what you're saying. Do you think I would brave this sweltering heat merely to take advantage of you? The middle-aged man laughed again. Please, young friend. As the door swung open, a rush of cool air greeted them. The base is equipped with a generator, and the room has an air conditioner installed. In the main hall, 10 chairs are arranged horizontally, with 9 individuals seated upon them, each sporting a bald head, exuding an intimidating aura. A middle-aged man takes his place, marking the assembly of the 10 leaders. A subordinate brings forth an additional chair. Upon sitting down, Zhou Chen snaps his fingers, requesting a cola with ice. The subordinate, glancing towards the leaders in the hall, receives a nod of approval before proceeding to fulfill the order. The middle-aged man quietly relays previous discussions to the other 9. Gotta break his back? Upon hearing this, all eyes turn to Zhou Chen, skepticism evident in their gazes. A young and handsome lad engaging in such activities? It hardly seems plausible. After finishing 1 glass of iced cola, Zhou Chen requests a second. The leader of the prisoners remains silent, and thus, Zhou Chen refrains from speaking as well. He lounges with his legs crossed, his gaze haughty and proud. Chapter 74. Who is the mad Zhou? Certainly not thriving. The individuals in the hall scrutinize Zhou Chen, who in turn observes the 10 prisoner leaders. These prisoners, perhaps due to the sweltering heat or a long-standing habit, sport shaven heads. Except for the more refined second-in-command, the others all bear the same bald appearance. The prison's meager meals lack sufficient fat, rendering the prisoners uniformly gaunt. In the aftermath of calamity, as they vie for dominance over the mountains amid scarce resources, even their attempts at hearty meals fail to yield any significant weight gain, leaving them all emaciated. The second-in-command is seen whispering to the first leader, who has a broken eyebrow. His left eye seems to have endured an injury, occasionally twitching, yet his gaze towards Zhou Chen remains relatively amicable. Primarily, he seems eager to expand his market and conduct business. The first leader clears his throat, prompting the others to cease their hushed conversations. What is your surname, young friend? Zhou Chen, exuding arrogance, replies, Zhou. Zhou, are you the mad Zhou? The first leader's brow furrows, and upon hearing this, the expressions of the 10 individuals shift to one of disdain, with some preparing to reach for their weapons. Zhou Chen is aware that some outside refer to him as Mad Zhou. Yet he did not anticipate that even the leaders of prisoners in Hang City would be familiar with this moniker. Mad Zhou? Zhou Chen scoffs, never heard of him. Is he someone from the underworld? The 10 in the hall exhibit a hint of confusion. The first leader inquires, you've never heard of Mad Zhou? Zhou Chen casts a cold glance. Who is that? Which faction does he belong to? If he were doing well, why wouldn't he come here to pay his respects? Pay respects? The 10 remain baffled. They have heard that Mad Zhou from the Demon City is a merciless killer, and yet this individual dares to belittle him, asserting that if Mad Zhou were thriving, he should pay homage to him? How audacious! Zhou Chen retrieves a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, unwraps it, lights one, and tosses the entire pack to the nearby subordinate. The subordinate instinctively catches it, taken aback. The 10 in the hall share their astonishment. After the calamity, the salvaged cigarettes have deteriorated, and even after being re-dried, they carry an odd taste. However, the cigarette that Zhou Chen held delicately between his lips filled the room with its rich aroma, intoxicating all who inhaled it. In the wake of calamity, tobacco has become a prized commodity. Their base, though immune to starvation, naturally sought after other resources, such as cigarettes and liquor. This audacious and proud individual was remarkably generous. Having taken a single cigarette from a pack and nonchalantly tossed the entire package to a subordinate. It is worth noting that as one of the 10 leaders of the base, they often agonized over the expense of a pack of Lihuan cigarettes. Clearly, this audacious character possessed an abundance of supplies, particularly those rare items that eluded their grasp. Zhou Chen exhaled a ring of smoke and urged, so, are we still discussing business? If not, I shall take my leave. My desired goods are not exclusive to your establishment. The somewhat refined second-in-command hastily interjected, Brother Zhou, please do not be hasty. We warmly welcome business dealings. I am merely curious about what goods you seek from our base. With a cigarette still in his mouth, Zhou Chen replied, what could I possibly want? Whoever possesses a kidney is what I require. At this, the 10 individuals in the hall fell into uncertainty, with several discreetly reaching for their weapons. The demand for a person right off the bat felt dubious. Could it be that he was after those soldiers? The second-in-command narrowed his eyes, a sinister glint evident as he said, Brother Zhou, please elaborate. Zhou Chen yawned. I seek individuals, young women. Women? The men who had been reaching for their guns halted their movements. Zhou Chen flicked the ash from his cigarette, adding, men would suffice as well. The same principle applies. Whoever has a kidney is what I need. Those over 25 are out of the question. Their kidneys lack vitality, and that would tarnish my reputation. A hushed exchange ensued among the 10 men. One of them rose from his seat and exited through a side door. returning 10 minutes later with a group of women who resembled beggars. They varied in height, and even without washing their faces, one could discern their lack of beauty and ordinary figures, each trembling like quails. "Brother Zhou, what do you think of them?" Zhou Chen turned his head and immediately frowned. "Aren't you supposed to be the largest base in Hangqing? Is this truly the quality of women you have?" His skepticism left the 10 leaders feeling humiliated. The second-in-command retorted, "Did you not request young women? They are indeed quite young." Zhou Chen scoffed derisively. "Brother, broaden your perspective. Kidneys won't kill anyone. It would be a shame to waste them. Keeping them alive would squander resources. Send them to entertain and provide companionship, as long as they draw breath. They ought to generate profit for me." The 10 men in the hall were taken aback, while the women, under the threat of firearms, wept and begged for mercy. The second-in-command waved his hand, and the women were escorted away. Now, the 10 leaders regarded Zhou Chen with entirely different eyes. The first leader invited, "Brother, your journey has been arduous. Why don't we drink and converse?" Zhou Chen thumped his thigh. "It should have been this way from the beginning. What business cannot be settled over a feast? If so, then let it be two." Ha ha. Zhou Chen was invited to the adjacent floral hall, and soon the table was laden with an array of dishes: chicken stewed with mushrooms, braised duck, braised fish head, beef stewed with potatoes, shredded potatoes, steamed sweet potatoes, and fried buns, accompanied by 2 bottles of liquor. The preparation of the meats was undeniably rich in flavor, though one could surmise they were likely of inferior quality, perhaps even spoiled. The heavy seasoning served merely to mask their rancid odor. Even the fried buns could not conceal the truth of their moldy origins. The 10 leaders devoured the meal with great relish. Under the circumstances of calamity, this table of food was indeed a culinary delight. Many once mighty figures could not even afford a morsel now. Zhou Chen picked up his chopsticks, his disdain evident in his expression. The chopsticks hovered in the air for quite some time before reluctantly reaching for the plate of shredded potatoes. When he brought it to his mouth, his expression was one of utter aversion. The 10 onlookers observed this, pondering deeply. This meal served as a subtle test. If they were merely refugees in disguise, they would have been salivating at the sight of such delicacies, perhaps even ravenously devouring them like starving ghosts. Yet, Brother Zhou's demeanor suggested he was consuming not gourmet food, but rather something far worse than refuse: poison. His contempt was palpable, not slight, but profound. It did not appear to be an act. This fellow was certainly a person of considerable means. Not only did he possess ample supplies, but their quality was also exceptional. The 10 leaders took turns toasting Zhou Chen, who welcomed each invitation, ultimately succumbing to intoxication. As he was assisted to his room, he exclaimed, "Let us continue drinking. We shan't return sober. Together we can amass wealth. The resources in my possession could form a veritable mountain." Then he collapsed onto the bed, unconscious. "Brother Zhou? Brother Zhou?" The second and third leaders called out several times, nudging him, and upon confirming he was deeply asleep, they hastily rummaged through his bag. The moment they unzipped Zhou Chen's backpack, their faces fell into expressions of astonishment. Good heavens! There were 2 full packs of cigarettes, one of which had been opened. They pulled out a package and sniffed it. Though it seemed odorless, to seasoned smokers, it was unmistakable. A bag of bread showed no signs of mold and emitted a delightful aroma of barley, a quality unmatched. The bag also contained an apple and several mandarins, their fragrance enticing. In this dire calamity, he had managed to procure flawless fruit. 2 bottles of mineral water, distinct from ordinary packaging, stood slightly taller. The third leader lowered his voice, exclaiming in amazement, "I recognize this mineral water. It's imported, previously sold for over 3,000 a bottle at the supermarket." Indeed, he is a person of substantial means. Most importantly, within the bag lay a notebook with a pen tucked inside. Upon opening it, they found notes. Boss Jean from Black City, blood type AB, surgery scheduled for the 1st of next month. Boss Wang from Broad City, blood type O, surgery within 2 months. Boss Chun from Fragrant City, rare panda blood, hard to find. As I turn the pages further, I come across a list of names. Both male and female, predominantly in their 20s, all under the age of 30. 2 individuals exchange a glance. How strikingly audacious. It appears that one among them is a formidable figure, carrying half a penal code upon their shoulders, particularly one who preys on their own kind. Restoring the items, the 2 of them stealthily retreat. Just moments ago, Zhou Chen was lost in a deep slumber, but suddenly, he opens his eyes. Chapter 75. A performance full of drama. Zhou Chen, barefoot on the ground, retrieves a telescope from his space. The elevated terrain provides an advantageous vantage point to survey the entire base. Shadows flicker at the entrance, where guards, unable to withstand the scorching heat, seek refuge beneath the eaves, fanning themselves incessantly. Zhou Chen cautiously approaches a window, gently easing it open, and peers through the telescope to observe the valley below. By mere coincidence, his gaze immediately lands upon his helicopter, bearing several bullet holes. He wonders if the interior has sustained any damage, causing him considerable distress and internal curses. Beside the helicopter, several military vehicles, a water truck, and a collection of rusted automobiles are stationed. The base places significant value on these modes of transport, assigning guards to protect them, each armed, though it remains uncertain whether they possess ammunition. As he shifts the telescope, he notices the numerous islands devoid of human presence. Wherever there is a pond, bandits are stationed to guard it. Where have they confined Captain He and the others? Keeping prisoners requires sustenance and a source of water. And with such scarcity of water, have they resorted to executing them? Zhou Chen ponders this carefully, deeming it improbable. After all, prisoners are survivors too. For all survivors, natural disasters are merely that. They remain oblivious to the impending apocalypse. Almost all survivors believe that the catastrophe will eventually pass, and societal order will soon be restored. Under such a mindset, it is not uncommon for refugees to harm soldiers in their frantic scramble for supplies. Yet the notion of organized crime slaughtering numerous soldiers is nearly unfathomable. Ultimately, there exists a natural reverence for military personnel. Robbing military vehicles may inadvertently lead to the detention of soldiers, but harming them is an entirely different matter. Engaging in such line-crossing actions provokes fear of retribution from the larger forces, who might obliterate them without hesitation. But where are the people? Zhou Chen shifts to another window to continue his observations. Aside from the prisoners within the base, not a single ordinary soul is in sight, including the women previously brought along. With a total of 1,078 islands in Qiandao Lake, some of which remain undeveloped, could they be imprisoned on those islands? How on earth can this be located? Speaking of which, where is De Huang? One can only hope he hasn't become a mere pot of dog meat. Moreover, where is the resource depot of the base? Should they dare to detain his helicopter, he shall deplete the supplies of these prisoners. Zhou Chen returns to his bed, feigning sleep, reflecting that had he not secretly diluted the erguo with water, he would have indeed been drunk by those 10 liters today. In the evening, Zhou Chen feigned awakening from a slumber, yawning and stretching as he emerged from his chamber. 2 guards, huddled in the dim corner, hastily approached him. Has the boss awakened? I shall fetch you some water for washing your face immediately, one said. Are you thirsty, boss? Allow me to bring you a glass of cola, the one with ice. Zhou Chen inwardly scoffed, thinking how adept they were at currying favor. If they served him well, their rewards would be forthcoming. The guards moved swiftly, soon presenting him with the wash water and a glass of iced cola. While the cola was commendable, the water in the basin was murky and scant. Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively, declining the wash water. You, bring me a chair. You, retrieve a pack of cigarettes from my bag. Propping his legs up, Zhou Chen leisurely opened the cigarette pack under their eager gazes, extracted one, and tossed the entire pack over. The guards beamed with delight. They had heard tales of Zhou Chen's generosity, but witnessing it firsthand was astonishing. Premium cigarettes, even their superior could not procure such luxury. They scrambled to light Zhou Chen's cigarette. As he held it between his lips, he casually surveyed the landscape below, his demeanor betraying a sense of discontent. Oh, I've heard your base is the most formidable in Hangqing. I made this trip expecting to negotiate a lucrative deal, yet alas, I find myself toiling in vain. The guards, invigorated by his words, perked up. They had heard rumors of his dealings in kidneys, a man of means. Boss, I may not know much, but I assure you, this journey will not be in vain for your line of work. Yes, we have ample goods available at our base. Zhou Chen feigned confusion. Oh, you aren't referring to those subpar women you presented to me previously, are you? Ridiculous. The quality is so poor it doesn't even cover the cost of transport to the base. My establishment is a true grand base, offering comprehensive services, medical care, dining, gambling, bars, karaoke, and massages 100 times superior to yours. The guard's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Boss, has there been no natural disaster in Myanmar? Indeed. Now the refugees lack even food and water. How could they gamble, drink, or enjoy massages? Zhou Chen replied with contempt, flicking the ash from his cigarette nonchalantly. Are they young? What of natural disasters? Such calamities merely affect ordinary folk. The true magnates remain largely unscathed. For many affluent individuals, disasters are fortuitous. What was once clandestine can now be conducted openly, free from scrutiny. Let me put it this way, while the commoners starve and thirst, my VIP clients continue to host pool parties, utilizing mineral water for bathing, slathering fresh cream on women. TSK, you wouldn't comprehend. The guards were utterly astounded. What? Pool parties? Mineral water for bathing? Fresh cream smeared on a woman's body? Such extravagant and debauched lives these individuals lead. I can't help but feel envious. Boss, could you enlighten us further? Indeed, are there women at the pool party, all adorned in bikinis? Zhou Chen, visibly irritated, retorted, what nonsense. Where is your leader? I must take my leave. In business, integrity is paramount. I have made a promise to my VIP client to procure fresh goods promptly. If you lack them here, I shall seek them elsewhere. One of the guards, quick-witted, interjected, Boss, do not fret. We do have the fresh goods you seek, all secured on an island. Zhou Chen, now animated, transformed his earlier disappointment into excitement. Oh, where is it located? Take me to inspect the goods. How do they look? Is their physique commendable? He added. Your leader is rather unkind to have attempted to deceive me with inferior products. At that moment, the second-in-command appeared at the doorway. Ah, Brother Zhou, are you awake? The two guards hastily moved aside, exchanging furtive glances as they discreetly concealed a pack of cigarettes. Zhou Chen, displeased, cast a sidelong glance at them. Gentlemen, your lack of honesty is disheartening. I came sincerely to negotiate, yet you clearly possess beauties, instead opting to mislead me with subpar offerings. The second-in-command shot a glare at the guards and, with a forced smile, replied, Brother Zhou, you have misunderstood. We would never intend to mislead you. We assumed you were solely interested in one aspect of business, not realizing you delve into broader ventures. Come, let us discuss this over drinks. Reluctantly, Zhou Chen followed, stating firmly, I will be straightforward. Should I not be satisfied this time, I will seek negotiations elsewhere. I possess ample resources. Do not regret your choices. Chapter 76. Blowing smoke until one almost believes that the dinner experience was markedly superior to that of lunch. The meats remained the same, still heavily seasoned. Yet the presentation was notably more refined. The sweet potatoes were no longer boiled but prepared as candied sweet potatoes, accompanied by 2 plates of peanuts for drinking. The liquor was no longer the cheap Erguo, but a more expensive Luzhou Laojiao. Additionally, several beautiful women were brought in to keep company. These women, although thin and with sallow complexions, appeared somewhat neater than the outside refugees, despite exuding a rather unpleasant odor. In truth, under extreme heat, everyone bore a similar scent, detectable from afar. Those who did not reek were likely deceased. Only Zhou Chen had the privilege of bathing daily, remaining fresh. His temperature-controlled attire maintained him at a normal body temperature, causing him to sweat only from his head and neck when outdoors, washing with mineral water. He found it difficult to smell foul. As Zhou Chen took his seat, a woman was promptly thrust into his arms. She was the most voluptuous among them. Recognizing him as a distinguished guest and wrapping herself around him like an octopus, particularly upon seeing his youth, handsomeness, and cleanliness, she longed to cling to him for eternity. A pungent odor assaulted the senses as Zhou Chen swiftly pushed the woman to the adjacent seat. The scene was so disconcerting that he nearly succumbed to nausea. One of the 10 leaders was absent, undoubtedly seeking out 2 guards to inquire about their previous discussions. The atmosphere, filled with clinking glasses, was far more animated than at noon. The first leader, inebriated, exhibited a glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes. Brother Zhou, if we were to supply you, what resources would you offer in exchange? Zhou Chen brushed aside the woman's hand resting on his thigh and replied, that would depend on the quantity you provide. I cannot possibly trade with mere jade, which, prior to the calamity, held some value but now is only fit for construction. His words, while increasingly implausible, appeared all the more credible. The first leader raised 3 fingers. Brother Zhou, how about starting with 30? Your business extends overseas, and this is our first collaboration. We bear considerable risk. Zhou Chen frowned, clearly unimpressed by the offer, yet he gestured an okay sign, acknowledging, while this is somewhat insufficient, trust in our partnership must be cultivated gradually. Next time, I cannot accept such a meager supply. It would hardly be worth my while to make the journey. The first leader urgently inquired, Then what resources would brother Zhou be willing to trade? Zhou Chen, brimming with confidence and pride, declared, if you were in Yun City, I could airlift whatever resources you desire in an instant. However, Hang City is quite distant. Observing the disappointment on the faces of the 9 men, he struck the table and proposed, how about this? I have a batch of cigarettes, guaranteed not to have been water damaged. Interested? Cigarettes that had not been soaked? Naturally. They were eager. One leader quickly asked, what brand? In his mind, Zhou Chen scoffed at the thought of them desiring Huazi. What a joke. He had already squandered 2 packs today, which pained him considerably. Contemplating the resources at his disposal and wishing to align with his new identity, he deliberately excluded domestic products. Eagle Sauce Marlboro, he announced. The 9 leaders, upon hearing this, were undoubtedly disappointed. Who wouldn't prefer Huazi? Yet, cigarettes that had not been water damaged were indisputably a valuable commodity. One leader hastily inquired, how many do you have? Zhou Chen raised a single finger, 1 case, 10 packs. Eyes wide with disbelief, one leader exclaimed, 10 packs for 30 women? What a loss. An egregious loss. 30 young women equate to 60 kidneys. Each kidney is worth 300,000. Thus, 60 kidneys total 18 million. A woman whose kidneys have been harvested could still generate income, and yet, she is valued at merely 10 packs of cigarettes? Not only he, but the other leaders also felt the sting of this inequitable exchange. Wasn't this man supposed to be affluent? Was he merely putting on an act? Calmly chewing on peanuts, Zhou Chen took a moment before stating, Gentlemen, it has been months since the calamity. If you continue to approach business with the mindset of the past, then you will find it impossible to conduct any transactions. He shifted from his previously arrogant demeanor to that of a serious businessman and asked, what resources are currently the most valuable? That would undoubtedly be water, food, and medicine. Need that even be stated? Zhou Chen observed the expressions of those around him, engaging earnestly in business negotiations. If I were to procure the goods, even if I had to sacrifice my own well-being to ensure continued profit, would I not still require sustenance and water to maintain them? In the face of calamity, human life is as cheap as grass. My offer of 10 pristine cigarettes is already a testament to my sincerity. Alternatively, I could provide you with 2 trucks of raw stones. Who knows, you might unearth a piece of imperial green jade worth billions. The 9 leaders were in a frenzy. The 6th, known for his impatience, exclaimed, what use is jade? Even the grandest imperial green cannot compare to a truckload of moldy buns. The most astute among them. The 2nd leader shot a glare at the 6th. What nonsense, you fool. You're so slow-witted you wouldn't even catch a warm meal. When they make an offer, you simply follow along. How can we negotiate a better deal? Zhou Chen spread his hands. See, you all are aware of what resources are truly valuable now. The currency of the past is merely paper. If you do not desire this box of cigarettes, I also have a batch of fresh cabbage, perfectly preserved for 24 hours. In unison, the 9 leaders echoed, cabbage? Vegetables are indeed the most coveted resources at present. They had been subsisting on potatoes and sweet potatoes, leading to digestive issues. Too much potato left them scraping their hands in discomfort, while an excess of sweet potatoes led to loose bowels. Over time, they were reduced to alternating between meals of potatoes and sweet potatoes just to alleviate their gastrointestinal distress. Yet, the long-term absence of vitamins from vegetables left them fearing the day their teeth would fall out, rendering them unable to even enjoy the sweetness of a woman's lips. This time, the 2nd leader grew anxious. How much cabbage do you possess? Zhou Chen pondered for a moment. Perhaps 40 to 50 pounds. Only 40 to 50 pounds? I presumed you had thousands. Zhou Chen frowned. Brother, you must be referring to rotten cabbage, the kind that is utterly foul. What I have is genuine cabbage hearts, of a quality reminiscent of pre-disaster times. In his space, there remained a pile of decayed cabbage. Peeling away the spoiled outer leaves revealed dozens of pounds of edible hearts. He could not help but grumble. If only I had brought my military helicopter, I would have flown to the city and showcased the cabbages before you. It would serve as a demonstration of my capabilities. I possess the audacity and pride to back it up. The 3rd leader, a military enthusiast, interjected. You have a military helicopter? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow, reverting to his boastful nature. What of a military helicopter? In Myanmar, I even command an army. Otherwise, how could I conduct such extensive dealings? I could take you all to my territory one day. A military helicopter is nothing compared to my usual transport. I drive a tank. When I'm in the mood, I fire a cannon. When I'm displeased, I fire 2. Zhou Chen's exaggerations grew increasingly ludicrous. Yet the prisoners were captivated by his tales, particularly the third leader, whose eyes widened in astonishment. Is it true? You have a tank? What is it like to drive one through the streets? Zhou Chen rejected the food offered to him, and instead picked up a piece of potato, feeding it to himself. It goes without saying that when the tank rolls out, the entire vicinity must yield to my presence. You should have witnessed those women. Each one weeping and clamoring to marry me, almost eager to devour me whole. And as for my military helicopter, it boasts an arsenal of every conceivable weapon. And with a mere sweep of its 6-barrel machine gun, it could turn an adult elephant into a sieve. In the future, should the opportunity arise, I shall take you all hunting, where we shall unleash a barrage of gunfire, an experience that would be nothing short of exhilarating. By the way, do you still desire the finest cabbage? All the leaders were momentarily taken aback. Zhou Chen found himself almost believing his own bravado. Chapter 77. Have you bathed? Do you dare to leap upon me? Returning to the matter of the cabbage, both parties began to engage in a game of negotiation. When it came to business, Zhou Chen maintained a persona of arrogance. What is there to discuss? I offer you a truckload of spoiled cabbage, in this dreadful weather. Can you even extract a few dozen pounds of tender hearts? Perhaps you wouldn't even manage a single tender heart. Yet I am willing to provide you with several dozen pounds of fine cabbage. Is that not a tremendous bargain? Furthermore, go inquire at the border. The resources of Zhou Xiao are piled high, and any single item is top-notch. Where would I possibly procure a truckload of rotten cabbage for you? You are deliberately making things difficult for me. The negotiations resumed. Ultimately, they reached an agreement involving several dozen pounds of cabbage and a pack of Marlboro cigarettes. 30 vibrant young women were deemed worth merely a few dozen pounds of cabbage and a pack of cigarettes. The absent leader returned, subtly nodding to his brothers, indicating that there were no issues with the conversation between Boss Zhou and the two guards. This development sparked even greater enthusiasm among the prisoner gang. After indulging in a few more drinks, Zhou Chen insisted on verifying the goods. Shortly thereafter, armed henchmen ushered in a group of women. They stood in 3 rows of 10, emaciated yet undeniably youthful. One woman, with a look of astonishment, fixed her gaze upon Zhou Chen. The other women trembled in fear. But this particular woman displayed an unusual demeanor, instantly capturing the attention of the prisoner gang. Zhou Chen, feigning a casual glance to inspect the goods, felt a jolt of surprise upon seeing her. What sort of absurdity is this? A woman from the Demon City has fallen into the hands of bandits in Hang City. And now our paths have crossed. The second in command, with a sly demeanor, pointed at the woman. Do you know Boss Zhou? The woman gritted her teeth. Even if turned to ashes, I would recognize him. The second in command pressed on. How do you know Boss Zhou? At this, the prisoner gang focused intently on the two. Zhou Chen felt a chill run down his spine, already preparing to draw his weapon. In the next moment, the woman burst forth from the crowd, charging towards Zhou Chen with an air of murderous intent, her small fist striking at him. As she struck, she cried out, My beast skin! My ancestral beast skin! You scoundrel, return my beast skin! The henchman immediately pulled the woman aside. With a mere glance from the second in command, the armed henchman immediately chambered his weapon. Brother Zhou, what is happening? Zhou Chen responded with a cold smirk. What do you mean? What is happening? I carry half a criminal code on my back. Whether I'm hunting or snatching some pelts from others, is there a problem? Before the second in command could further inquire, a woman pointed at Zhou Chen and loudly proclaimed to the gathered crowd, Do not be deceived by him. Zhou Chen felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Were his plans to unravel so soon? Fortunately, Qiandao Lake was vast. If he drew his gun quickly and unleashed a barrage of shots, he could find refuge in the woods. The ensuing contest would then be one of ammunition. The firearms wielded by these prisoners likely originated from the prison, and their supply of bullets would certainly pale in comparison to his own. At that moment, the woman, filled with venomous rage, pointed at Zhou Chen and shouted, He is no good. He specifically preys on his own kind, luring young people to Myanmar for their kidneys. Not only did he steal my family's ancestral pelts, but he also deceived my sister. You beast, return my sister to me. As she reached the end of her tirade, she attempted to rush at him, only to be met with the barrel of a gun from the henchman. Zhou Chen slowly raised his hands from beneath the table and picked up a glass, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. Damn it. Why couldn't you just cower in the crowd and tremble instead of stepping forward for that tiger skin? Nearly scaring me to death? Zhou Chen took a sip of his drink, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded the woman. "Ah, I remember now. Your sister is still in high school. You really believed me when I said I would take her to Myanmar to ride elephants? Is that my fault? Want her back? What about the bones of the dead?" The woman lunged at him in a frenzy. "Shameless beast. You're worse than a pig or a dog. Why hasn't T-Heaven struck you down with lightning?" The henchman, ruthless in demeanor, struck her back with the butt of his gun, sending her crashing to the ground. Unable to rise, Zhou Chen brushed off the dust from his clothes, irritated. "How dare you insult me by comparing me to a pig or a dog? Once I'm across the border, you will learn what it means to suffer." The woman was dragged away, and Zhou Chen surveyed the other women, aware of his reputation as a demon in this trade. The group of women recoiled in fear, clutching their heads and weeping. Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Very well. Let us maintain this quality for next time." The 10 leaders took their seats once more. Initially suspecting treachery, they had harbored desires to dismember this audacious fellow. However, after this spectacle, their doubts regarding Zhou Chen's identity had significantly diminished. Having indulged in too much drink, Zhou Chen was assisted back to his room. Though the henchman offered his support, Zhou Chen insisted on holding onto the third in command. "What is your surname, brother? I feel a certain affinity with you. Are you interested in planes and tanks? Next time, come visit me. I'll take you hunting in the skies." Once Zhou Chen was laid upon the bed, the third in command summoned the most voluptuous woman from the table, instructing her, "You, ensure that young Master Zhou is well taken care of tonight. Fail to do so, and next time, you'll find yourself on the receiving end of a kidney extraction." The woman, pale with fear, nodded vigorously in agreement. With a creak, the door to the room closed, and a woman's hand reached for Zhou Chen's chest. Zhou Chen swiftly swatted her hand away, exclaiming, "Are you seeking death?" The woman recoiled in fright, fearing for her safety, and attempted to charm her way closer. Zhou Chen, however, kicked her down onto the floor, admonishing, "Have you bathed? You dare approach me smelling foul? Keep your distance." Before the third man could exit the courtyard, he heard the door swing open. Turning around, he saw the woman hastily fleeing, exclaiming, "Young Master Zhou, he finds me unclean." The third man was taken aback. "Bathe? In this dreadful weather? When water is more precious than life itself, where could one possibly wash?" Yet, remembering the task assigned by the leader, he instructed the woman to merely wipe herself down. The leader had stated that this would be the final test. Should Zhou refuse the woman's service, it would indicate a problematic identity, likely that of a soldier, sent for the purpose of detaining military personnel. The woman cleaned herself, but without fresh clothing, she remained unclean. Zhou Chen expressed his disdain for her lack of oral hygiene, pointing to a bottle of mineral water on the table. "How long has it been since you brushed your teeth? Drink this and rinse your mouth." The woman could hardly believe her fortune. She eagerly opened the bottle and drank nearly half of it in one go. "Heaven, this is delightful." Not only was it a full bottle, but it was also clean mineral water, unlike the muddy water she was accustomed to. She resolved to serve young Master Zhou well, hoping he might take her away. Becoming the woman of the base's leader would mean a life of luxury and indulgence. As she attempted to climb onto the bed, darkness suddenly enveloped her, and she collapsed to the floor. Zhou Chen collected the remaining half of the water laced with sleeping pills, stowing it away. He retrieved his notebook from his space, perusing through a selection of downloaded films, casually choosing a domestic one. As passion ignited and thunder clapped, Zhou Chen leaned against the bedpost, shaking it vigorously, the bed creaking incessantly. The guard at the door, eavesdropping with a smirk, thought to himself, "So young Master Zhou has such tastes? That whip sounds quite impactful, poor woman." Chapter 78. Boasting without taxation. As the sun rose, the woman groggily awoke to find herself in a comfortable bed. Turning her head, she was met with a stern, ashen face. Zhou Chen, cigarette in mouth, eyes half closed, exuded a dangerously ominous aura. "How did you end up in my bed?" he inquired, flicking ash from his cigarette. "Your leader sent you to serve me. Yet here you are, sprawled asleep on my bed. Tell me, what will you offer to repay me for that precious half bottle of water?" The woman trembled, scrambling to Zhou Chen's feet. "Young Master Zhou, I didn't mean to." How could she have fallen asleep? How could she dare to sleep? This was disastrous. She could never repay for the water, nor could she face the base leader. She was doomed. Zhou Chen disdainfully pushed the person away and exclaimed, "Damn it. You sleep like a pig. If one didn't know better, they might think me incompetent, causing me to spend half the night watching films to relieve myself. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, you know what to do." The woman nodded, once again crawling beside Zhou Chen, reaching to unfasten his belt. "My lord, I shall serve you right now." Zhou Chen forcefully swatted her hand away. "I am a man of considerable stature, and I hardly have the leisure to indulge in such games with you. However, seeing as you are rather pitiable, when they inquire later, I shall say you served adequately. Next time, I might even allow you to warm my bed, if you grasp my meaning. Or perhaps you would prefer to find a way to compensate me for half a bottle of water." The woman shook her head, then nodded. Where could she possibly procure clean water for compensation? Moreover, if those men discovered she slept like a pig, they would surely beat her to death. "Young master, I understand what I must do." "Excellent." Zhou Chen slung his backpack over his shoulder and strode towards the door. Upon opening it, the two guards at the entrance immediately approached. Yesterday, the spirited Zhou Chen was now lethargic, with dark circles under his eyes, frequently yawning. The guards exchanged glances and smirked. They then noticed the woman following behind him, her complexion pale, her steps unsteady and weak. "TSK, TSK, TSK. In truth, the woman was terrified, unable to fathom the consequences of being discovered by the leader after having fallen asleep. She had personally witnessed the brutal fate that befell disobedient women, who were mercilessly beaten to death in the base. The more she pondered, the more fearful she became. Before even reaching the door, her legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground. Zhou Chen glanced back, thinking her acting was rather convincing, but maintaining his character of arrogance, he remarked disdainfully, "Humph. You are far too weak. I was not even satisfied last night." The two guards were at a loss for words. "Brother, you used the whip and still found it unsatisfactory?" "We eavesdropped at the door all night, and her cries were truly pitiful. A devil who torments his own kind is indeed not to be trifled with." Old Three arrived, taking a glance that encompassed both Zhou Chen and the woman's state. He had spent the night in the adjacent building, along with several brothers, listening in. After a while, he had finally dismissed any doubts he had about Zhou Chen. Truly ruthless. It was said that they, the death row inmates, were not to be trusted, yet they had never wielded a whip against a woman. Zhou Chen was not only proud and arrogant, but also a pervert. Indeed, it took a deranged individual to engage in such vile trades. Zhou Chen yawned again and approached Old Three, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. "Last night, what surname did you say you had?" Just as Old Three was about to respond, Zhou Chen interjected, "That is of no consequence. Among your 10 brothers, I feel the greatest affinity with you. From now on, I shall refer to you as Old Three. This marks the initiation of our collaboration. As we engage in more joint ventures, you shall come to understand the essence of my character. I am unequivocally loyal and generous towards my friends. What is a mere tank? In due time, I shall procure one for you to enjoy." Lao San, aware that Xiao Yi merely indulges in pleasantries, found his mind awash with confusion upon hearing of the tank gift. "Really? Of course, why would I jest?" Zhou Chen, draping an arm around Lao San's shoulder, boasted, leaving him utterly bewildered. After all, boasting incurs no tax. In essence, any brother who associates with me shall find both tanks and women at their disposal. I must depart at once. If there is anything you desire, I will endeavor to acquire it and present it to you by tomorrow." Lao San, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together. "Hee. I merely wish for a few packs of cigarettes." Zhou Chen felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a swift kick to his face. However, he rummaged through his backpack and tossed 2 packs of cigarettes to him. "Do not accuse me of being stingy. I came in haste and was unprepared with finer tobacco. I have other bases to manage, but in due time, I shall bring you 2 cartons, quietly, of course, ensuring that no one else is aware." Lao San clutched the 2 packs of cigarettes with great reverence, grinning amiably. Discretion is paramount. If the elder brothers and a few others learned of this, they would undoubtedly attempt to claim it for themselves. "Xiao Yi, allow me to see you off. When you return tomorrow, I will find a way to procure a fine bottle of wine for you. Brother, you know I shall not be remiss in my gratitude." The two, with arms slung over each other's shoulders, descended the mountain, continuing their banter. "By the way," Zhou Chen inquired, "what transgression landed you in prison?" Lao San hesitated. "I inadvertently caused the demise of a few young girls." "Heh." Zhou Chen was genuinely taken aback, truly shocked. "What the hell? You seem aware of your own moral depravity." The next moment, Zhou Chen clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Then you should accompany me to Myanmar. My brothers share your interests. It's not as grave as it seems. Had there been no natural disaster, none of them would have faced imprisonment." Upon reaching the entrance, a gleaming motorcycle was pushed forward, and an AK, 47 was handed to Zhou Chen. He slung the weapon over his neck, mounted the motorcycle, and cranked the music to its maximum volume. And I, fervent as fire, while you freeze into a river, possess the rights to love. With a rev of the throttle and a release of the brakes, he left behind a bold and defiant silhouette for the bewildered prisoners. The anxious Xiao Long and his group awaited Zhou Chen's return. Mr. Zhou, how did it fare? Have you encountered our camp leader? Are our brothers still alive? Were they injured? Those bastards should have been executed. Zhou Chen recounted the events of the past 2 days in detail. Xiao Long and his group listened, utterly perplexed. Didn't you claim you were merely gathering intelligence? How did you transform into a ruthless beast? Since we can bring out 30 people, why not choose the company commander and the others? Indeed, let's rescue the company commander first, then we can devise a plan to infiltrate. Zhou Chen raised his hand, signaling everyone to remain calm. A meal must be savored bite by bite, and tasks should be approached one at a time. Do you truly believe I am a deity, capable of infiltrating and discerning the entire situation within the base? Achieving this feat and managing to return unscathed is already a blessing from my ancestors. Do you understand? And to rescue your company commander first? If I utter a word, I would surely be riddled with bullets. Do you believe that? Upon hearing this, the 10 men, including Xiao Long, understood the rationale. If it were any of them, they might not have achieved the same result. After all, they were soldiers, single-minded in their approach. Xiao Long, regaining his composure, inquired, "What shall we do next?" Zhou Chen provided the answer, "Strip the cabbage." The 10 men exclaimed in unison, "What on earth?" Chapter 79. 10 spirited young men. Zhou Chen led Xiao Long and the others down the mountain. The area was lush with trees, and the dense, withered grass towered over them. Among the underbrush sat a large G-class vehicle, a truck, and a pile of rotten cabbage. Xiao Long was taken aback. Where did this come from? Zhou Chen moved to a shaded spot and lay down. Curious to know? The same question applies. Where can one procure an M134 minigun? Xiao Long immediately fell silent. As a competent soldier, he would never divulge such information. Faced with the nauseating stench of the rotten cabbage, a fellow named Xiao Bai approached the squad leader. "Squad leader, are we really going to strip this rotten cabbage? I still think this is rather unreliable. How does stripping rotten cabbage relate to our mission of rescuing the company commander?" All eyes turned to the squad leader. Xiao Long sighed and rolled up his sleeves. "No more dawdling. Let us heed his advice." The cabbage was stripped and stuffed into pockets before being loaded onto the vehicle. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xiao Long asked Zhou Chen, "What do we do next?" Zhou Chen, nearly asleep, was weary from shaking the bedpost all night long. After listening to the commotion for half the night, he was exhausted and could hardly keep his eyes open, weakly pointing toward the G-class vehicle. "Inside, there are uniforms. You all should try them on. Change clothes." The 10 men of Xiao Long looked perplexed as they opened the trunk. Black suits? They were so hot that they had cut off the sleeves and pant legs of their military uniforms, and Zhou Chen wanted them to wear suits? Was he trying to make them faint from heat? Zhou Chen, still somewhat drowsy, added, "Before putting on the suits, remember to wear your underwear." He emphasized, "The suits are a gift. After your mission is accomplished, don't forget to return the underwear to me." These 10 sets of underwear are made from a substandard thermal fabric, inferior to what he wore. However, he had tested it before, and the thermal effect differed by only 5 to 10 degrees. This meant that while he felt like it was spring in his attire, Xiao Long and the others would feel like it was a normal summer in theirs. Before the calamity, many office workers used to run about in suits during the sweltering summer heat. Heat is indeed heat, yet it certainly won't lead to death. In the face of extreme temperatures, this represents the pinnacle of cooling technology. Those fabrics, crafted by the little girl, amount to a mere 20 sets of undergarments. Who can predict how long the apocalypse will endure? 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, or perhaps a lifetime. Having grown accustomed to the comfort provided by temperature-regulating clothing, he cannot bear to part with even a single piece, not even the defective ones. Uninformed, the 10 young men remain bewildered. Must one wear undergarments beneath a suit? Are they intent on suffocating them? One of them scratches his head. "Let's give it a try. If it becomes unbearable, we simply won't wear them." Another, filled with indignation, exclaims, "It will undoubtedly be intolerable. I'm already on the verge of heat exhaustion. I refuse to wear it." The others hesitate, but as the squad leader, he leads by example and dons the undergarment. The moment he puts it on, he feels utterly unwell. "Squad leader, are you all right?" "Oh no." The squad leader has suffered from heat stroke. Quickly, Fetch water. Don't scare me like that. Hurry and remove his clothing. A throng rushes in, frantically attempting to strip him of his garments. The previously dazed young man quickly pushes them aside. What are you doing? Squad leader, you have heat stroke. Quickly take off that outfit. Squad leader, drink some salt water. He shoves them away. Who said I have heat stroke? I'm merely feeling a bit dazed from the sudden coolness. Coolness? Where's the coolness? How can it be cool? Ignoring the 9 soldiers, he swiftly puts on the suit, feeling remarkably comfortable as he walks around. This is truly refreshing. Wearing the suit is not hot at all, just my head, neck, and feet feel a bit warm. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and put yours on. I'm telling you, it's unbelievably cool. The 9 men regard their squad leader with peculiar expressions. Are you all right, squad leader? Has your concern for the safety of the captain and your comrades driven you to madness? The young man, exasperated, solemnly commands, obey my orders. Change your clothes. The 9 respond in unison, understood. Zhou Chen, awakened by the commotion, admonishes, do you wish to attract the attention of the prisoners' scouts? Keep your voices down. Now alert. The 10 proceed with utmost caution. Once the suits are donned and shoes laced, the earlier reluctance dissipates, replaced by a sense of revitalization. What advanced technology is this? It feels wonderful. I was nearly cooked alive just moments ago, and now I feel utterly refreshed. Suddenly, one exclaims, hey, I've got a bag. What? There are bullets, bottled water, and fresh bread inside. Are you out of your mind? Where did this come from? Zhou Chen, thoroughly roused, finds himself infuriated upon witnessing someone pouring bottled water into a canteen. You plan to carry that canteen to the prisoners' base? Are you eager for those prisoners to know you are soldiers? The chastised soldiers immediately lower their heads in silence. Rising from the grass and dusting off his trousers, Zhou Chen remarks, everyone, can we not be so obstinate? The following day at noon, everyone was dressed impeccably. 10 soldiers, clad in suits and polished shoes, transformed into a cadre of spirited young men. With rifles cradled in their arms, they embodied the essence of elite bodyguards. Zhou Chen, with a cigarette in his mouth, cautioned, I will reiterate, upon arrival at the prisoners' base, do not let your eyes wander. That place is vast, with numerous islands. Even if you strain your eyes, you won't locate your captain. From this moment forth, your sole focus must be on me. Your task is to ensure my personal safety. We shall rehearse the script once more, Zhou Chen declared, pointing to himself. Who am I? The 10 responded hesitantly, boss. Zhou Chen pressed on, what are we? The soldiers, with expressions of discomfort, replied, an unlawful gang from overseas. Zhou Chen continued, what is our purpose for this venture? The men, visibly resistant, muttered, a transaction. Zhou Chen persisted. And what is the ultimate goal of our transaction? The soldiers, shedding their despondent demeanor, declared with renewed fervor, to rescue the captain and our comrades. Zhou Chen nodded in agreement, stating, my determination to reclaim the helicopter aligns perfectly with your resolve to save our own, so we must not falter. With a snap of his fingers, he commanded, let us go. Xiao Long, with a curious expression, scrutinized Zhou Chen and, unable to contain himself, questioned, are you truly planning to dress like this for the transaction? Zhou Chen shot him a fierce glare, exuding confidence and arrogance. What of it? I am your superior now. And I shall repeat, your salary is at stake. On the parched and cracked road, a large SUV sped past, stirring up a flurry of fallen leaves. A massive truck closely followed, with several armed young men standing atop it. At the entrance of the prisoner's base, Lao San could hardly contain his impatience. An hour had passed. Surely this deal wasn't going sour? Just as he contemplated whether to drive out and assess the situation, a horn blared. The black SUV emerged before the eyes of countless prisoners. Upon reaching the entrance, the 8 spirited young men on the truck immediately leapt down, forming a synchronized line beside the SUV, standing guard. Their sharp gazes, swift movements, and unwavering postures exuded professionalism. However, the prisoners gathered at the entrance were left in stunned silence, with Lao San's cigarette falling from his mouth. What was happening? In the sweltering heat, they were nearly suffocating in their bare skin and flip-flops, while this group donned suits and polished shoes. Were they not concerned about overheating? Surely, there was a limit to such ostentation. Xiao Long, playing the role of driver, exited the vehicle and respectfully opened the rear door, announcing, Boss, we have arrived. Came a languid voice, followed by the emergence of a foot clad in shiny brown leather shoes. Ascending from there were pristine white suit trousers. In the next moment, A striking man adorned in a white suit, draped in luxurious fur, appeared before the onlookers. The handsome figure puffed on a cigar, his fingers adorned with gemstone rings, exuding an aura of unabashed confidence and pride. Clad in attire befitting the world's elite, he radiated an overwhelming presence. Silence. An absolute silence. The scene was enveloped in an eerie silence, with the stunned jaws of all the prisoners dropping to the ground. The third brother, crouched down to pick up a cigarette, found himself momentarily frozen in place. He abandoned his quest for the cigarette and exclaimed, "Truly, young Master Zhou is as audacious and proud as ever." Chapter 80. Merely a transaction. Zhou Chen was welcomed into the base with the adulation typically reserved for a star. Xiao Long accompanied him with a soldier for close protection, while the remaining 8 spirited fellows stood guard at the entrance, their demeanor unyielding and formidable. When a small leader was instructed to distribute cigarettes, the 8 spirited men did not even spare a glance. The small leader then offered water, only to be met with disdain from the 8 spirited men. One of them declared, "No need, we have our own," and proceeded to retrieve a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, guzzling down nearly half the bottle. Quenching his thirst, he felt the heat rising to his head and proceeded to pour the remainder over himself. The prisoner's eyes widened in disbelief. Were Zhou's subordinates truly this extravagant? That was mineral water. Even their 10 leaders would not dare flaunt such arrogance. In truth, the soldier felt a pang of regret but dared not show it. Zhou Chen had instructed that upon entering the prisoner base, they were to display their bravado. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen removed 2 gemstone rings and personally adorned the third brother's fingers. Stunned, the third brother stammered, "Young Master Zhou, you are too generous." Zhou Chen patted him on the shoulder, saying, "As I mentioned, among your 10 brothers, you and I share the most affinity. These trinkets once held value, but now they serve merely for show. Here, let me give you another, or one on each hand." After all, they were produced in Yiwu. He felt no remorse. With 3 gemstone rings adorning his fingers, the third brother immediately brimmed with confidence, exclaiming, "Young Master Zhou, you are the wealthiest person I have ever encountered." Zhou Chen, brimming with pride, replied, "What is this? Half of my army has already advanced to the border. Once the new base at the Kuan City border is established, helicopters and tanks will be brought in. I will take you for a ride then." Just then, a spirited fellow hurried over. "Boss, the goods have been counted." Zhou Chen glanced at the 30 trembling women, held at gunpoint, and commanded, "What are you waiting for? Load them onto the truck. Anyone who dares to whine or disobey will be shot on the spot." At this, the women, who had contemplated struggling or pleading for mercy, quickly complied, lining up to be herded onto the vehicle. The third brother was astonished. "You're loading the goods now? Aren't you staying for a drink before you leave?" Zhou Chen chuckled. "No, the goods from the other bases have already been transported to the Demon City. We need to take this batch to Kuan City as the clients there prefer fresh goods and are pressing us. Let us discuss the next batch." The third brother promptly informed the first and second brothers. The 4 of them sat in the tent and finalized the details of their upcoming transaction, setting the date for 2 days hence. Zhou Chen, accompanied by his 10 spirited fellows, arrived with pride and audacity, lingered for less than half an hour, and departed just as boldly. As the vehicle traversed the uneven road, the driver, Xiao Long, inquired, "What shall we do with this batch of women?" Zhou Chen, dozing in the back seat, drowsily responded, "Deliver them to the outskirts of the Demon City, allowing them to fend for themselves." Xiao Long was taken aback. "So, we are truly just here for a transaction?" Zhou Chen scoffed. What else could it be? The path to the Demon City was fraught with numerous checkpoints, each presenting a challenge to navigate. In fact, at the very first checkpoint, with merely 50 meters remaining, a spirited youth discharged his firearm into the air. The bandits, wielding knives and clubs to intimidate the refugees, scattered in fright at the sound of gunfire. Those refugees who had been held back seized the opportunity to escape, following closely behind the vehicle, thus indirectly aiding others in their flight towards the Demon City. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, the 30 women were ordered out of the vehicle. Xiao Long urged them, "If you wish to survive, you must venture into the city to seek your fortunes. The city center is under martial law. Once you arrive, provisions will be provided." Initially apprehensive about being taken abroad for exploitation, the women now found themselves bewildered. The thrill of their perilous situation ignited a sense of urgency, prompting them to hastily follow the refugees towards the city. One woman cautiously approached Xiao Long. "Brother, May I speak a few words with your leader? The window of the vehicle lowered, revealing Zhou Chen, who rested his arm on the sill. What is it? The woman hesitated before asking. Is your goal to rescue the soldiers imprisoned at the base? Xiao Long and his companions were filled with excitement. Do you know the whereabouts of our brothers? Where are they detained? Are they well? Have they sustained any injuries? The woman exhaled in relief. Realizing they were not an unlawful organization, gathering her courage, she asked Zhou Chen, if I share what I know about their situation, can you return my family's ancestral beast hide to me? Zhou Chen flatly refused. No? Frustration surged within her. I assisted you the night before last. Had it not been for me, Zhou Chen's gaze was piercing. Did I require your assistance? You should be grateful you did not jeopardize my affairs, or your life would have been forfeit then. The woman faltered. Then, if I divulge everything I know, could you provide me with some supplies? It will take quite some time to reach the city from here. Zhou Chen gestured for her to enter the vehicle. As she climbed in, the refreshing blast of the air conditioning enveloped her, bringing forth a sigh of comfort. According to her account, she had intended to seek refuge in Hangzhou, but had instead fallen into the hands of the prisoners at Thousand Island Lake while traveling with a group of refugees. Once at the prison base, she had deliberately made herself appear filthy and odorous for self-preservation, leading to her assignment to work by the lakeside. At that time, the water was 5 or 6 meters deep, and the captured men were tasked with fishing under the sweltering heat, while the women prepared dried fish and shrimp on the shore. On the third day, a helicopter appeared near the base. The prisoners' base was fully mobilized, holding several soldiers hostage and threatening the helicopter's descent, even firing a few shots at it. It was then that these refugees realized that a group of soldiers was indeed imprisoned within the base. The helicopter was compelled to land, and an officer along with the driver were taken captive, vanishing along with several soldiers, never to be seen again. The woman explained that Xiandao Lake was vast, with many undeveloped islands. She surmised that those soldiers were confined on some desolate isle. That night, as we were resting, a gang of prisoners burst in and abducted a dozen women. When they returned, they trembled in fear, recounting how the base intended to sell them abroad for exploitation. The following evening, I encountered you. Zhou Chen interrupted her. And then you fancied yourself clever, performing for those prisoners to make them believe I was indeed a scoundrel? The woman nodded. But it was effective, wasn't he it? Zhou Chen flung open the car door and kicked her out, exclaiming, your foolishness nearly gave me a heart attack. Stay far away. The woman clung to the car door, pleading, brother, it's fine if you don't return my beast skin, but the supplies you promised. Xiao Long quickly rummaged through his bag, producing bottled water and bread. Zhou Chen glared, what are you doing? Those supplies are for your pretense, not to save lives. Only then did Xiao Long retrieve his own water bottle and compressed biscuits. The woman eagerly accepted the water bottle, gulping down the tainted water, which was better than perishing from thirst. Zhou Chen scrutinized her, asking, what is your name? She wiped her mouth, her hands busy unwrapping the compressed biscuits, and replied, Qin Siyu. Zhou Chen, with a sardonic smile, warned, Qin Siyu, if you dare reappear before me or utter the words beast skin again, I shall twist your head off and use it as a ball. Chapter 81. Gradually unfolding, the effect of indoctrination. On the battered highway, refugees headed towards the demon city, some dragging their families while others were solitary figures. Each looked disheveled, resembling beggars, their faces etched with hardship. The 2 vehicles and 10 spirited youths starkly contrasted with the destitute refugees. Had it not been for the guns in the hands of the spirited youths, many refugees would have rushed to rob them. Some ill-intentioned refugees sought to incite hatred, hoping to create chaos to seize a share for themselves. Truly, the impoverished suffer while the wealthy thrive. We are so destitute that we lack even a drop of water, while these people cruise in luxury cars with air conditioning. Is this fair? Zhou Chen, brusque and succinct, fired 2 shots at the man. This is the fairness I offer you. In an instant, a man who had been alive one moment lay dead the next, blood spilling from his mouth, convulsing twice before succumbing. Immediately, the nearby refugees fled in terror. Xiao Long and his companions perceived the deceased's nefarious intent, but felt a twinge of sympathy. Had it not been for this calamity, perhaps he would not have harbored such wicked thoughts and would not have met his demise by gunfire today. Zhou Chen's character, marked by a readiness to kill, is undeniably unappealing. Yet, they comprehend that beneath an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. The 10 members of the Little Dragon team felt a surge of excitement as they finally confirmed that their commander was indeed on a desolate island that served as a prisoner base. Though the task of foraging for fish and shrimp was arduous, the mere fact of survival was a blessing. Little Dragon inquired, "What shall we do next?" Zhou Chen snapped his fingers. "Patience, let us retreat to the corner and lie low. We shall proceed with the transaction in 2 days." Little White, agitated, suggested, "Why don't we sneak in and scout for the commander's whereabouts?" Zhou Chen shot him a glare. "Do you have any idea how vast Qiandao Lake is? If we are discovered, even if you exhaust all your bullets, you won't be able to save anyone. Understand the need for caution?" Returning to the corner not far from the prisoner base, Little Dragon took advantage of Zhou Chen's rest in a cave to gather the 9 soldiers. "Everyone, do not be hasty. One cannot achieve great things in a single bite. I believe we must place more trust in Zhou Chen. Perhaps he does not intend to assist us in rescuing the commander, but he surely wishes to reclaim his helicopter. I caution you all. When we next enter the prisoner base, no one is to act independently or inquire subtly. The prisoners are not fools. If they discover you are searching for the commander's whereabouts, all our efforts will be in vain. Furthermore, no one is permitted to leave the camp without permission in the next few days. Instead of risking exposure, let us act prudently." 2 days later, Zhou Chen, having ventured out alone, returned with a substantial supply haul, a box of dog food, a box of instant noodles, and 20 pounds of deliberately wilted vegetables left under the sun. The 10 members of Little Dragon were utterly baffled by Zhou Chen's seemingly limitless ability to procure supplies at will. On the way to the base for the transaction, Little Dragon could no longer contain his curiosity. "Mr. Zhou, what line of work were you in before? How do you manage to acquire supplies everywhere?" Zhou Chen, lacking enthusiasm, replied dismissively, "Smuggling, do you believe it?" As they formally entered the prisoner base, Little Dragon and his companions donned their usual attire, appearing quite spirited. Zhou Chen had changed into a wine-red suit, complete with a patterned pocket square. Around his neck hung a gold chain as thick as a thumb, and he held a cigar between his lips, perfectly embodying the arrogant persona of Zhou Xiaoye. As the vehicle came to a stop, the eager old 3, who had been waiting at the entrance, approached them. "Young Master Zhou, we have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. This time, you simply must stay for a drink before you leave. It would be best if you could linger a few more days. I've heard you were quite pleased with that woman last time. She has been saving a spot for you." The other prisoners rushed forward to unload the supplies. Upon seeing the vegetables, although they were not entitled to partake, the raucous laughter of the lesser prisoners filled the air. This Zhou Xiaoye is truly remarkable, managing to acquire such fine provisions. It is said that the supplies Zhou Xiaoye has abroad are piled high, including military aircraft and tanks. What can he not obtain with such might? Behold his subordinates, each one more spirited than the last. The key point is that their provisions surpass those of our esteemed leaders. Sigh, how I wish I could follow Lord Zhou. I too long for this transaction, which involves 100 women. In order to secure Lord Zhou's company for a meal, the base leader deliberately refrained from presenting the women. On one hand, a preliminary trust has been established following the last transaction. On the other, it is believed that Lord Zhou's goods are of considerable value, thus fostering deeper connections for future dealings. At the dining table, an additional platter of fried shrimp, a dish of shrimp cakes, and a plate of boiled cabbage were added. The third in command, feeling the pinch, produced his cherished reserve, a bottle of Wuliangye, valued at 200 yuan before the disaster. Zhou Chen graciously raised several toasts with him, engaging in conversation with the other 9 leaders, traversing topics from all corners of the world. The woman from the previous transaction remained by his side, still emanating a faint odor, yet clad in fresh attire, her appearance considerably improved. As the drinking progressed, Zhou Chen was assisted back to his room by the woman, just as she was about to climb onto the bed. Zhou Chen shot her a glare that sent her back. "My lord, I have bathed today." "You have bathed?" Zhou Chen mused, impressed by how much these prisoners regarded him. The next moment, the woman shyly added, "I wiped myself down. Water is now more precious than life, and the base is short on it." Zhou Chen motioned to the bed. "Come up, but do not move." The woman's excitement lasted merely a second as she obediently sat on the bed without a stir. Zhou Chen retrieved a notebook from his bag, casually selecting a domestic film. The woman felt a wave of disappointment, yearning to showcase her allure, yet fearful of inciting Lord Zhou's displeasure. Unable to restrain herself, she reminded him, "My lord, do you not enjoy a bit of roughness?" Zhou Chen, vexed, retorted, "Silence." The last time he merely selected a film at random, Who could have anticipated the actor's exuberance, with one brandishing a belt incessantly? He was no masochist. What need had he for a whip? An hour later, the suggestive sounds within ceased, replaced by thunderous snores. Another hour passed, and Zhou Chen, feeling refreshed, opened the door and stepped outside. The woman feigned the adjustment of her clothing, trailing behind at a languid pace. The third in command, stationed at the courtyard entrance, rushed over and, upon seeing Zhou Chen in good spirits, inferred that the woman had pleased him. Zhou Chen, naturally draping an arm over the third in command's shoulder, remarked, "Once the Kuan City base is completed, you shall accompany me for some fun. Whether it be military helicopters or tanks, I assure you, you will indulge to your heart's content." The third in command, a death row inmate, was also a seasoned military enthusiast, harboring a passion for tanks and artillery. "That sounds splendid. Just to touch a tank would suffice to satisfy me. Fear not. If I promise you enjoyment, I shall deliver. You may fire a few rounds from a tank without issue." "Haha, I thank you in advance." Zhou Chen stretched lazily, surveying the distant island's scenic beauty. With a mixture of enthusiasm and a tinge of regret, one reflects, this place is quite splendid, offering a picturesque autumn scene of fallen leaves beneath the sweltering heat. I truly yearn to explore, yet the oppressive warmth renders me lethargic. Alas, my hurried return home meant I could not bring back the helicopter. Under Zhou Chen's relentless brainwashing, using tanks as a recurring topic, the third brother has come to regard Zhou as an intimate confidant. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "The helicopter is indeed available at our base, though no one knows how to operate it." Zhou Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. His persistent persuasion had borne fruit. "So, your base possesses a helicopter? Why didn't you mention it sooner? I can pilot one. What are we waiting for? Allow me to take you for a flight."